Chapter 387. After dinner, everyone dispersed. Jing Yuan, Zhongli, Walter, and Huaiyan prepared to go to New Liyue Harbor for a stroll to digest their food. At this moment, Chi-Chi, along with Kli, Bailu, and Tian, ran over to Jing Yuan and the others. Chi-Chi pointed at Jing Yuan, with a harmless expression. He was the one who poured me the wine. Bailu put her hands on her hips. General, how could you give alcohol to a child? You scoundrel. Kli, Diana, and the others joined in the condemnation of Jing Yuan. You scoundrel. You scoundrel. You scoundrel. Jing Yuan felt wronged. You're wronging me. It was clearly Chi-Chi who wanted to drink. I only poured her a little. Bailu looked at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, was that you who wanted to drink? Chi-Chi nodded. Yes. Bailu, Kuli, and the others immediately felt a drop of sweat on their foreheads. Ah, this. Chi-Chi, who had been drinking, was still feeling dizzy. Bailu checked and discovered that Chi-Chi had actually been drinking. Bailu immediately pointed the finger at Jing Yuan and the others, as they were the only four drinking during dinner. To her surprise, Chi-Chi had actually asked for it herself. This was awkward. Bailu snorted coldly and stammered. That's not okay. Chi-Chi is ignorant, and you're not ignorant too, are you? You gave Chi-Chi alcohol after all. You scoundrel. Kuli, Tian, and the others quickly responded. That's right. You scoundrel. Bad guy. Bad guy. Yi Yun then walked over. Alright, kids, it's time to take a shower and go to bed. The 10 little creatures heard Yi Yun's call and followed him out of the shop. Jing Yuan, Zhongli, Walter, and Huaiyan exchanged a smile and helplessly spread their hands. What the hell is going on? Xing, Hutao, and the others then went to work on the Genshin Impact. Jeezy and Kafka followed Aglaia to the Emperor's clothing store to get their clothes made. In Rimuru's world, Rimuru was patrolling his territory. Even in the Monster Federation town at night, many monsters were out shopping. Rimuru had acquired a wealth of entertainment equipment from the Star Rail world and created an unprecedented entertainment and food court in his fantasy world. KTVs, internet cafes, restaurants, hotels, chess and card rooms, supermarkets, and so on. At this moment, Rimuru was drinking in a tavern with the Dwarf King and his lieutenants. This tavern was owned by the Tree Elf Tarini, whose brewing skills were truly remarkable. Rimuru had only given them the recipe for the dark beer a few days before they brewed the finished product. As for why it only took a few days? This is a magical world, and there are many ways to speed up brewing. Tarini placed 2 pints of beer in front of Rimuru and the Dwarf King. Rimuru-sama, Hero King-sama, please enjoy. The Hero King is the Dwarf King. He is not only the king of the Dwarf Kingdom, but also the holder of the title of Hero King. After thanking the Dryad, Rimuru introduced the beer to the Dwarf King. Brother, you have definitely never tasted this dark beer. The Hero King heard this, and took up the glass to examine it carefully. This beer is as black as ink, and its aroma is rich. Rimuru, how did you brew it? Rimuru said with a smile. This drink is called dark beer, brewed by Miss Taurine. I only gave her the recipe. I'm not entirely sure of the details. Come, let's have a drink and taste it. The Hero King raised his glass and clinked it with Rimuru's, then tilted his head back and gulped it down. The rich aroma of the wine burst forth in his mouth, stimulating the Hero King's taste buds. The Hero King's eyes widened. Why is this drink so delicious? The Hero King's face was filled with disbelief. There was actually such delicious wine in the world. One of the dwarven hobbies is drinking. In the Dwarven Kingdom, there's a tavern every few steps, and it's bustling. The Hero King was no exception. He drank a little. The Hero King regained his composure and looked at Taurine. Miss Taurine, could you teach us the craft of making this wine in our Dwarven Kingdom? Taurine smiled and shook her head. I'm deeply honored that the Hero King has taken a liking to my brew, but I simply want to run this tavern with my sisters. The Hero King, upon hearing this, understood that he had been rejected. The Hero King had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and looked at Rimuru. Rimuru, let's add this dark beer to our trade list from now on. Rimuru nodded in agreement. No problem, brother. Come on, let's keep drinking. The Hero King raised his glass, clinked it with Rimuru's, and continued to drink. Just then, the ground shook, and a commotion was heard outside. Rimuru and the Hero King went outside. They saw a bald, white-robed man sparring with a leader of the Great Demon Clan. Both were powerful fighters, their punches hitting each other hard. Seeing this, Rimuru instantly moved between the two and forcibly separated them. After being sent flying, The bald man regained his composure and turned to Rimuru, angrily saying, "Slime, where have you hidden my king? Hand him over." Rimuru was confused. "Who is this king you're talking about?" The bald man spoke slowly. "Of course, it's the great demon lord Malim. The last trace of her was here." Rimuru felt a drop of sweat on his forehead, speechless. "So, this guy is here to see Malim?" Rimuru guessed that Malim had gotten too carried away with her fun. Honestly, he hadn't seen her return to this world in ages. For a while, Malim had been playing in the Star Rail world. How fun is the train? Perhaps Malim had simply forgotten about it. Rimuru pressed his hand. "Wait a minute, I go get Malim." The bald man heard this, and temporarily stopped his attack. A moment later, Malim was brought out by Rimuru. Malim looked unhappy. She and Silver Wolf were having a great time playing games. Seeing the bald man, Malim rushed over and knocked him down with a punch. "Why did you come to me?" "I'm fine. Go back and manage things honestly. You be fine in a few days." The bald man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Malim was safe. "Malim-sama, I'm glad you're okay. It's just that we haven't heard from you in days, and we've been very worried." Malim waved her hand. "Don't worry, I be fine. Go back quickly, and don't disturb my fun." The bald man nodded in agreement. Then, he apologized to Rimuru and explained that compensation would be sent later before leaving the Monster Federation town. Seeing the matter was over, Malim hurried through the portal to continue playing games with Silver Wolf. The next day arrived. On the train, Zhongli sat speechlessly on a chair. Xing, Amber, and Luing were acting out the ritual of inviting the immortals from the game Genshin Impact. Amber lay on the ground, pretending to be a dragon corpse. Xing waved his hand. "The Emperor has been assassinated. Heat the oil." The little evil god came out of the kitchen a second later, carrying a large pot, and placing it in the middle. "Pot here." Luing, Eula, and the others, acting as the Thousand Winds army, searched through the drawers in the sofa area. Yiyun glanced at Zhongli, who looked constipated, and couldn't help but tease. "What do you think?" "I think Xing and the others acted quite like them." Zhongli took a deep breath and slowed down. "The acting is too exaggerated, bad review." Yiyun couldn't help but laugh at Zhongli's assessment. TSK bad? I think it's pretty good anyway." "Xing, do it again." With that, Yiyun pulled out a huge sum of 100 star coins, and slammed them on the table. The little evil god was quick-witted. Yiyun saw a black shadow flash by, and the 100 star coins on the table vanished. In the sofa tea area not far away, the little evil god happily collected the 100 star coins. "Xing, we perform first. We split the 100 coins later." Xing readily agreed and performed again, with Luing and the others. This time, the performance was even more exaggerated, leaving Zhongli increasingly speechless. Walter then asked curiously, "Zhongli, I'm curious why you tacitly supported the Ice God's plan to rebel against Heaven's will. As the person involved, do you know what you were thinking at the time?" Zhongli pondered Walter's question for a moment. "The gods of Teyvat are all lovers. I presume they supported her for the future of the people of Liyue. Just like Paimon asked in the storyline, what could be worth the price of a god's heart? I think it must be a promise from the Ice God to protect Liyue if he succeeded. After all, I was already badly worn out by then, and I didn't know how much longer I could watch over Liyue." Walter cast an admiring glance at Zhongli upon hearing this. The gods of Teyvat are all wholeheartedly concerned for humanity, and the gods of his own homeland are all out to destroy humanity. The thought of this makes him envious. If only the Herschers of his homeland could be like Zhongli, then that world would surely be a wonderful place. After Xing and the others finished their performance again, the little evil god rubbed his hands together and approached Yiyun. "Boss, do you want to see it again?" The little evil god's face beamed with joy as he spoke. Yiyun shook his head. "No, I've seen enough." The little evil god quickly persuaded Yiyun. "No. Our show is so good. How about this? I give you a discount. How about 80 star coins? Just 80 star coins, and you can see our show." Yiyun naturally shook his head. "No, go get yours." After that, Yiyun continued chatting with Walter and the others, ignoring the little evil god. Seeing this, the little evil god reluctantly returned to the kitchen, where he continued knitting with his sweater and ball of yarn. Xing, Amber, and the others also quieted down. One of them grabbed a drink and sat down next to Yiyun and the others. Jing Yuan looked at Xing, curious about how far Xing had gotten in exploring the Liyue region in the Genshin Impact dungeon. "Xing, how's your Liyue exploration progress going?" Xing chuckled. 100%. But there are still a lot of areas we haven't opened yet. At this point, Xing asked Yi Yun, when will the new areas open? And that up pool? Yi Yun said. Soon, the up pool will open tonight, and there's also a new map, Snow Mountain. Xing pressed on. Who's the first up pool character? Which 5-star character? Yi Yun didn't keep her in suspense. In the first update pool, the top half features Venti, with Kia, Lisa, and Ningguang as the other 4-star characters. The bottom half features Klee, with Barbara, Chongyun, and Xingqiu as the other 4-star characters. There are also new quests, legendary quests, with generous rewards upon completion. Xing was a bit confused. Huh? Klee is a 5-star character? Yi Yun nodded. Yes, and her skills have a high multiplier, and she can also throw bombs. Klee, who was playing with Lego blocks, looked up and glanced around in confusion when someone called her. Who's calling Klee? Jeezy patted Klee's head. It's okay, keep playing. Klee, hearing this, went back to building blocks. Hu Tao was a little disappointed to hear that she wasn't among the characters in the first update pool. But she quickly recovered. After all, she had known for a while that her own pool wouldn't be released soon and would have to wait until the next patch. Zhongli glanced at Venti. Barbados, how many more do you have in the game right now? Wendy put down her glass. Not many. What's wrong, old man? Zhongli said. Your up pool is about to open. Don't you plan to draw a constellation to improve your strength? Wendy shook her head. Never mind. I'm content with my life now. I have plenty of alcohol, and Mondstadt is thriving. Zhongli stopped talking after seeing this. That's just Wendy's personality. Not long after, Star Rail's Bronya arrived at Yi Yun's shop. Xing was a little surprised to see Bronya. Bronya? Why are you here, you busy girl? Bronya smiled slightly. I'm here to buy some things. A lot of children at the orphanage have the flu, and I want to buy some medicine at the Black Tower space station. Lu Ying was puzzled. Then why don't you order on the company app? Wouldn't it be more convenient there? Bronya sighed. It's certainly convenient, but expedited delivery is expensive. So, I just go there myself, it's about the same. Hearing this, Xing decided to help out since she had nothing else to do today. Bronya, let's go with you. We're all free anyway, so we go help out. Bai Lu was also worried when she heard that many children at the Bellowberg orphanage were sick. You know, she's now a member of the Flying Squirrel Gang, and there are many of her younger brothers and sisters at the orphanage. The last time Klee, Bai Lu, and the others went to the orphanage, they all joined Hook's Flying Squirrel Gang. Hook was the eldest, Bai Lu was the second, Klee was the third, Yao Yao was the fourth, Diana was the fifth, Zuyo was the sixth, and Chi-Chi was the seventh. Tian, Tabeo, and Tiding hadn't joined yet. Bronya glanced at them gratefully. Afterwards, the group first went to the Black Tower space station to buy medicine. Upon exiting the portal, they were greeted by a lab that looked like it had been attacked by a terrorist. The entire lab was in shambles, and not a single piece was intact. Puni, Haida, Screwgumu, and Ruanmei stood in the ruins of the lab. Puni clapped his hands in dissatisfaction. Your simulation isn't working? Didn't you promise to satisfy me? I only been playing for a few minutes, and you're already blowing it up. Chapter 388. Haida said hurriedly. This was an accident. Give me one more chance. Wait until I fix the simulated universe. Then I invite you over. Puni glanced at Haida suspiciously, then nodded in agreement. Okay. Call me when it's fixed. I'm going to go get some warm-ups with white hair. With that, Puni flashed away from the spot. Haida, Ruanmei, and Screwgumu exchanged glances, each sensing joy in the other's eyes. Haida produced a small chip, beaming with pride. Fortunately, I acted quickly and saved the data. Now, our simulated universe project has successfully taken a major step forward. Screwgumu nodded. Yes, but the most urgent task is to expedite the repair of the simulated universe. Then, I have Sir Puni come back. Ruanmei said. Then let's begin. Haida nodded, turning to glance at Yi Yun and the others. If you want to liven up the atmosphere, go ahead and do it yourself. Don't bother us. We're busy. Yi Yun smiled helplessly, and took Bronya to find Esther. After finding Esther and buying medicine, they headed straight for the Bellowberg Welfare Home. Inside the Bellowberg Welfare Home, Cocolia and her staff were busy caring for the sick children. This flu outbreak was sudden, affecting not just the welfare home, but the entire Bellowberg. Lady Cocolia. Several children have fainted. Cocolia remained calm. Don't worry. Move those children to a separate room first. Make sure the room is kept warm. They won't catch a cold. Bronya's already gone to get some medicine, and will be back soon. The staff member took the order, and ran out quickly. As if to say the truth, the staff member left. Bronya, Yiyun, Xing, and the others arrived at Kokolia's office. The 7 little ones followed, each wearing a mask to prevent infection. Mother, I'm back. How are things going? Kokolia sighed. It's not optimistic. Several children are seriously ill. Bronya quickly took out the medicine. This is a miracle cure, Mother. Give it to the children. Kokolia was delighted to see the boxes of medicine on the ground. She called the doctor from the orphanage and had him take the miracle cure to the children. Bronya, Xing, and Luing also went to help. The miracle cure was in capsule form and could be taken orally. Hook tugged at Yiyun's shirt. Yiyun understood and rubbed Hook's little head. Don't worry, it's okay. Come on, I take you to see Julian and the others. Yiyun led the 7 little ones to the dormitory area, where all the sick children were isolated. They walked up the stairs until they found Julian's dormitory. Hook pushed open the door and immediately saw Julian lying on the bed, looking distressed. Julian, how are you? Julian opened his eyes at the sound of Hook's voice. Boss, I'm fine. Bailu came over and touched Julian's forehead. You have a fever, but it's not very high. Here, take the medicine. Bailu took out a special medicine and fed it to Julian. Kelly and the other little ones also gathered around and chatted with Julian for a while. As they chatted, the special medicine began to take effect, and Julian couldn't help but fall asleep. Seeing this, Bailu and the other children followed Yiyun out of Julian's dormitory to visit the others. After the special medicine was distributed, the illness was under control, and all the children in the orphanage are now out of danger. However, full recovery will take time, at least a day or 2 of recuperation. Yiyun and the 7 children stayed at the orphanage for a day, returning to the train around midnight. On the train. For the first time ever, Xiangling didn't go into the kitchen tonight. Tonight, she could enter the Genshin Impact dungeon and draw her own character. Last time, she spent all her money and still didn't draw her own character. This time, she just couldn't believe it. She already entered the up pool. There was no way she couldn't draw it. At 6 p.m., Xiangling rushed into the Genshin Impact dungeon on time. Inside the dungeon, Xiangling glanced at the event and saw she could actually try out a character. Why would she? Xiangling tried it out first and had to admit, her character was indeed powerful. Combined with Xingqiu's back end, the damage was truly high. After trying it out, Xiangling wanted to draw herself even more. Xiangling currently had 300 draws, and she couldn't believe she still couldn't draw herself. 10 minutes later. Inside Yiyun's shop. Xiangling hugged the little evil god and cried miserably. I can't draw. I can't draw. I can't draw at all. I've drawn 300 times and Vindy's life is maxed out, but I won't give myself. Ugh. Xing was speechless. You say she's lucky, but Xiangling didn't get a single character in 300 draws. You say she's unlucky, but Vindy's life is maxed out in 300 draws. It's all fate and timing. Xiangling really can't draw herself. Wendy also tried his luck, always getting his character with a guaranteed 180 draws. With the help of Jean and Dialek, Wendy also got a full life. After maxing out, Wendy brought all 6 lives out of the dungeon and into the real world. With the blessing of his constellations, Wendy's strength increased several times. The updated legendary quests also allowed everyone to see Wendy get down to business. After completing the new storyline, Barbara's faith in Wendy was somewhat restored. Lord Barbados is also capable of getting things done. By the way, Barbara also got a full life Wendy. Besides, Wendy's ability to explore the open world is quite good, and he can generate wind fields. Everyone usually has at least one main body, which facilitates open world exploration. Ing glanced at Wendy, then at Asmodeus, who was huddled on the sofa playing a mobile game, and moved closer to him. Asmodeus, don't you feel anything? Asmodeus looked up at Ing. What do you feel? Ing asked, shocked. You're asking me? Wendy's such a traitor. Don't you want to beat him up when you see him? Look, he's secretly trying to rebel against you. Asmodeus said calmly, Oh, it's okay. Let's not talk about the past. Just focus on developing your respective kingdoms, and don't let me down. With that, Asmodeus returned to his game. Ing felt instantly bored. She had been planning to trick Wendy, and let Asmodeus give her a beating. To her surprise, Asmodeus didn't care. It was boring. Xing, Ing, Hutao, and the others stayed in the shop for a while before going back to grind on Genshin Impact. Not long after Xing and the others left, Jinsha arrived on the train. Jinsha looked around, saw Yi Yun and waved. "Good evening, Yi Yun." Yi Yun was surprised to find Jinsha. Jinsha rarely came to the shop. Jinsha was mostly busy with his own affairs. "Jinsha, how did you, such a busy man, find time to come over?" Jinsha sat down next to Yi Yun. "I'm almost done with everything. Development on the Happy Ball is almost complete. The first Pokemon contest is over, and the second one won't be until 9 months later. I'm not as busy during this time. So, I came to check out the shop. I heard from Topa and the others that there's a new enhancement machine in the shop." Yi Yun pointed to the enhancement machine in the corner. "Yes, that's the one over there. It can enhance any item, but it requires enhancement stones and has a certain chance of failure." Jinsha didn't care about the potential for failure. "It doesn't matter. Nothing is certain. If success were truly guaranteed, the price would surely be incredibly high. At least I can afford it now." Shajin stood up and walked over to the enhancement machine, placing his Aventurin stone on it without hesitation. Shajin glanced at the display and noticed something was amiss. "Yi Yun, is there something wrong with this machine? The name on my Aventurin stone is wrong, and it already has an enhancement level." Yi Yun heard this and walked over to take a look. "Aventurin Fragment plus 3" Yi Yun inquired with the system, and the system replied that Shajin had used an equipment enhancement scroll. The enhancement levels of the equipment enhancement scroll and the equipment enhancement machine are shared. And the name is correct. When Gold Dust used the equipment enhancement scroll, its target was the Aventurin Fragment. Although it appears intact now, it was originally just a fragment of Aventurin before being enhanced. That's right, the equipment enhancement scroll you used previously shares this level. The only difference is that the equipment enhancement scroll can only increase the level to +5. Gold Dust nodded in understanding. Afterwards, Gold Dust bought enough enhancement stones for 10 enhancements. The little evil god came over, seeing that there was something fun to do. She had been so bored all day that she'd been knitting sweaters. The little evil god curiously tapped the equipment enhancement machine. "What is this?" Noel pulled the little evil god aside and whispered about the equipment enhancement machine. After hearing this, the little evil god understood what was going on. He then ran into the kitchen, cut open a watermelon, took half, and sat down next to the equipment enhancement machine with a spoon, becoming a melon-eating crowd. Paimon saw that half a watermelon was still left, so he and Malim split it in half. Soon, Goldust began enhancing. Goldust dropped Aventurin stones into the equipment enhancement machine. After adding enough enhancement stones, the equipment activated. A few seconds later, the equipment enhancement machine stopped, and a voice rang out. "Congratulations on the successful enhancement. Goldust Fragments plus 3, Goldust Fragments plus 4. Goldust was delighted with the successful enhancement, but he didn't remove the enhancement stones, choosing to continue enhancing. Since he had already purchased so many enhancement stones, he naturally had to use them all at once. Everything, or nothing. Gold Sand poured another reinforcement stone into the equipment reinforcement machine, and the equipment reinforcement machine started up again. Congratulations on the reinforcement success. Aventurin Fragment plus 4, Aventurin Fragment plus 5. Congratulations on the reinforcement success. Aventurin Fragment plus 5, Aventurin Fragment plus 6. Congratulations. This voice echoed 10 times before stopping. Shockingly, all 10 times were successful. The Aventurin Fragment had already been enhanced to plus 13, 2 more times, and it would reach plus 15. Ian couldn't help but admire Gold Sand's luck. If this had happened in the game of his previous life, he would probably have been cursed outright. Gold Sand thought for a moment, and decided to take out the Aventurin stone. Just then, the little evil god approached. "Aventurin, if I were you, I'd give it 2 more times. Look, you're so lucky. Why not strike while the iron's hot, and give it 2 more? Maybe you could even reach plus 15. Aventurin thought this made sense, so he bought a strengthening stone and started the machine. Congratulations on the successful strengthening. Aventurin Fragment plus 13, Aventurin Fragment plus 14. Congratulations on the successful strengthening. Aventurin Fragment plus 14, Aventurin Fragment plus 15. As the voice fell, the equipment strengthening machine suddenly erupted with golden light. Aventurin, enveloped in a rainbow of light, appeared before everyone. The little evil god was stunned. This script isn't right. When I played Gashapon before, the last 1 or 2 hands always ended up at the bottom. What's going on? Something's wrong. Very wrong. How is that possible? Why didn't you fail? The little evil god approached Gold Dust, his face filled with disbelief. Gold Dust pondered for a moment. Maybe I'm just lucky? As soon as Gold Dust said this, the little evil god's defense was instantly broken. You mean I'm unlucky? I'm telling you, I'm the invincible, volatile little devil. My luck is unmatched. It must be something else. It definitely isn't just bad luck. Gold Dust smiled. That's probably it. At this moment, the equipment enhancement machine suddenly uttered another sound. The Aventurin fragment has been enhanced to +15 and can be further enhanced. With this enhancement, the quality will be significantly improved. However, there's a high probability of failure, and if it fails, the item will shatter. Gold Dust looked down at the Aventurin in his hand. The energy it currently emanated was almost comparable to that of a commander-level item. Alas, it was still one step short. However, as a gambler, having reached this point, rationality must be abandoned, only by abandoning rationality. Can one go all in on the bet? Shah Jin spent 1 million star coins to buy enough strengthening stones to load into the equipment strengthening machine. The strengthening machine started up again, and the little evil god stood nearby, muttering non-stop. Failure, failure, failure. Seeing this, Ian pulled out 2 band-aids and placed them on the little evil god's mouth, welcoming the little evil god's small fist. How could one describe the little evil god's strength? Ian felt it was like a massage. A little to the left, yes, right there. The little evil god was immediately furious. You ba ***** Ian. Who wants to give you a massage? Ian pulled out $100 bill, and the little evil god's expression instantly changed, smiling and rubbing Ian's back. How's the strength, boss? Ian nodded with satisfaction. Good. Keep it up. The equipment enhancer ran for over 10 minutes before stopping. Congratulations, Master Enhancer. Success. Aventurin fragment +15 protector keystones. A lucky guy detected. Congratulations. You're now blacklisted by the Enhancer. As soon as the words fell, the Enhancer spat out an amber stone, considerately accompanied by a spitting sound. After spewing out the protector keystone, the equipment enhancer closed its hatch, and the entire machine came to a complete stop. Yi-Yun's mouth twitched. Another blacklist entry. Chapter 389. Shah Jin was also a little surprised when he heard the notification from the equipment enhancement machine. It seems my luck is a little too good. After saying this, Shah Jin looked down at the protector's keystone in his hand. With a slight squeeze, Shah Jin's keystone pierced into his body. Suddenly, he felt a sharp tingling sensation, a powerful force coursing wildly through his body, altering his constitution. After a while, the tingling sensation slowly subsided. Shah Jin stood up and looked at his right hand. A golden diamond-shaped crystal was embedded in the back of it. Shah Jin then waved his hand, and a barrier appeared on his body. Yi-Yun carefully examined the barrier summoned by Shah Jin. Not bad. This energy can be used to defend against attacks from powerful master-level warriors. Shah Jin was very satisfied. Enough. A hint of anger flashed in Shah Jin's eyes. Schneider Waldo. The murderer. The criminal who destroyed his hometown, his people, and caused his sister's death. Just wait. Soon. I find you. Topa was stunned. Wasn't it true that Gold Dust's luck was so ridiculous? There was something strange about the stone in Gold Dust's hand. The more he looked at it, the more it resembled Diamond's cornerstone, which had once been split into 10 parts. Topa carefully felt it, and found that the energy was essentially the same. Topa suddenly thought of something that was hard for her to believe. Could it be? Could it be? Gold Dust looked at Topa, staring at the cornerstone in his hand, and smiled slightly. Yes, Topa, this is the exact same stone that Diamond had once been. After receiving Gold Dust's confirmation, Topa sent a message to Emerald. Upon hearing the news, Jadeite hurried over from Aglaya's clothing store. Jadeite had just been strolling around Aglaya's place, asking her to make 2 sets of clothes for her. Just as Jeezy and Kafka, who were ahead of her, had finished their clothes and were about to arrive, Topa sent a message. Jadeite listened to Topa's explanation and looked at Gold Sand. So, you're now a Protector's commander? Gold Sand lowered the brim of his hat. You could say that. After all, the foundation stone I hold is a legitimate Protector's commander. Jadeite teased. It seems like you'd be our boss soon. A Protector's commander, at the very least, must be the head of a department, right? Gold Sand shook his head. I don't plan to leave the strategic investment department. I'm quite happy here. I'd like you to keep this a secret. I just want to run my resort well. Jadeite and Topa agreed. Topa even livened up the atmosphere. Then you have to pay me some hush money. Gold Dust smiled, and held out 100 enhancement stones. I still have 100 enhancement stones left. Take them. I'm already blacklisted from this equipment enhancement machine. Gold Dust gave a helpless smile and spread his hands. Topa said, "You deserve to be blacklisted. Your luck is truly incredible." Silver Wolf, watching the scene from the side, glanced at the +9 hacker dagger he had forged after sacrificing hundreds of mats. God damn it, all the lucky ones. Silver Wolf seriously suspected that he had over-equipped himself, and that Gold Dust had just encountered the legendary guaranteed minimum mechanism. After Shajin, Topa, and Yi Yun left the shop, Silver Wolf let Asmodeus play first, while he sneaked over to the equipment enhancement machine. Silver Wolf glanced around, confirming that Xing, Yi Yun, and the others were gone before activating the machine. Silver Wolf always used the equipment enhancement machine in secret. He was afraid of being seen by Yi Yun, Xing, and the other playful people, and his failed enhancement attempts were a disaster. He knew they would definitely make fun of him for days if they saw him. Silver Wolf placed his +9 hacker dagger into the equipment enhancement machine, inserting the enhancement stone as if with some kind of resolution. A few seconds later, the equipment enhancement machine activated. Congratulations on the successful enhancement. Hacker dagger +9 hacker dagger +10. Silver Wolf was ecstatic when he heard the success notification. As expected, the invincible Lord Silver Wolf still has some luck. It's truly reached the guaranteed level of this equipment enhancement machine. No wonder that Gold Dust could enhance that cornerstone so powerfully. Silver Wolf decisively invested another enhancement stone and began enhancing it, immediately unleashing a double combo. Silver Wolf's hacker dagger successfully enhanced to +12, its surface radiating a golden glow. Excellent! Silver Wolf was very pleased with the hacker dagger, especially the golden special effects. He definitely makes Xing and the others envious when they emerge from the dungeon portal. This is a +12 weapon, so cool and stylish. Silver Wolf put away the hacker dagger and ran back to the sofa in the tea break area to continue playing games. Not long after, Xing, Hutao, and the others ran out of the dungeon portal. Xing yawned, feeling a little tired and ready for bed. Silver Wolf saw Xing and threw his controller aside and jumped over. "Hey, isn't that hockey, Xing? Come, let me show you a treasure." Xing looked at Silver Wolf. "A treasure? What treasure can you possibly have?" Silver Wolf snorted coldly. "Heh heh. Of course. Of course it's my +12 hacker dagger. You didn't expect it. I reached +12. This is a symbol of luck. Only those with the right amount of luck can possess it. Look at that golden light. Don't you think it looks cool? Isn't it cool?" Xing clenched his fist. "Damn it!" Silver Wolf showed off. "This golden special effect is really cool. Incredible." Xing glanced at the star coins he had just earned and decisively bought some enhancement stones, and went to the equipment enhancement machine. Without hesitation, Xing tossed the Skyfire Judge into the show-off enhancement machine. Lu Ying quickly stopped him. "Xing! Stop! The Skyfire Judgment is precious. Try another weapon." Xing waved his hand. "I made up my mind." Xing pressed the start button. A few seconds later, enhancement failed, but the weapon isn't damaged. Xing was startled by the notification tone, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Oh my god! This almost happened." Xing quickly retrieved the Skyfire Judgment, cradling it in his arms and petting it like a treasure. Seeing this, Silver Wolf approached. "Master Silver Wolf is here to mock you. Xing, you're no good. TSK. Come, move aside, and show me how the invincible Master Silver Wolf enhances to +13. Silver Wolf dropped the +12 hacker dagger into the equipment enhancement machine and pressed the start button. The equipment enhancement machine began to operate. Congratulations. The enhancement failed. The +12 hacker dagger is shattered. Silver Wolf, previously relaxed and complacent, suddenly collapsed. Feeling as if struck by a divine punishment, he stared at the equipment enhancement machine in disbelief. The equipment enhancement machine spat out several pieces of weapon fragments. Silver Wolf picked one up, confirmed it was the hacker dagger, and burst into tears. "Wow! My hacker dagger. The +12. It's shattered." Xing saw this. "Galaxy Skyfire Man comes here to taunt you. Ha ha ha. You were so arrogant just now, Silver Wolf. Your luck is not good. Ha ha." Silver Wolf cried heartbreakingly. "Why? It was fine just now, and now it's broken." "Whoa. Me. Silver Wolf. My life is so cold." Lu Ying brought a blanket to Silver Wolf and covered him with it. Okay. It's okay, Silver Wolf. It's just a hacker's dagger. Let's go play some games. Lu Ying helped Silver Wolf sit on the sofa. Silver Wolf hugged Lu Ying and cried miserably. Xing also returned the taunts. His anger subsided. He ran to Silver Wolf's side and comforted him with Lu Ying. Hu Tao, Amber, and the others gathered around. After comforting Silver Wolf, everyone went home to rest. New Liyue Harbor. Hu Tao strolled leisurely through New Liyue Harbor. Let me think of somewhere to go. I heard that a guest scholar built a pavilion on Tianheng Mountain. I'd like to go take a look. With that, Hu Tao rode her windfire wheels towards Tianheng Mountain. Zhongli had moved Tianheng Mountain from Old Liyue entirely and renovated a pavilion for tea. This pavilion cost over 20 million credits to build, and Hu Tao had initially arrested and denounced it. Hu Tao rode her windfire wheels to the pavilion and immediately saw Zhongli, Jing Yuan, Walter, and Huaiyan all playing cricket fighting in a large vat. While strolling, the four of them came across a little girl selling crickets. Her parents worked at the docks. The little girl wasn't old enough to go to school and was bored at home. There happened to be a small grove near her home, full of crickets. Since she had nothing else to do, she decided to catch a lot of crickets and sell them in Liyue. Hu Tao approached and looked at the four old men. Guest, you're going too far. Zhongli turned to see the furious Hu Tao and immediately wanted to explain. Suddenly, Hu Tao's face changed. Such a fun thing, and you didn't even ask me to come. Wait, I go back and get it, and show you my Yu General. Hu Tao ran off with his white Hot Wheels, and soon flew back, clutching a straw cage. Inside the cage lay a cricket with a large mound pattern painted on its case. Hu Tao, without thinking twice, opened the cage, shook her little hand, and poured her Yu General into the large vat. Yu General? Go! As soon as he stepped onto the scene, Yu General began to stir up trouble, picking fights with anyone he caught. Seeing this, Jing Yuan and the others began to cheer their crickets on, teasing them with dogtail grass to stir up their fighting spirit. 5 crickets engaged in a ferocious fight in a large vat. Unbeknownst to the few, in a star field 2 star systems away from New Teyvat, a fleet from the company was slowly approaching New Teyvat. This fleet came from the Market Development Department, and Schneider was personally involved this time. He had learned of New Teyvat's existence through his own pawns. This planet had suddenly appeared, registered in the company database through the Strategic Investment Department. The Strategic Investment Department had extensive business dealings with this planet, primarily in resources. And quite coincidentally, not long after this planet appeared, the elves appeared. Schneider suspected that this civilization was likely related to the elves. Even if not, it had a close relationship with the Strategic Investment Department. The Market Development Department was now at a disadvantage, and had to find a way to regain ground, otherwise it would influence the neutral directors, and make them start to favor the Strategic Investment Department. Therefore, Schneider personally took action this time. But just when the fleet was within 2 star systems of its target, a woman blocked its path. It was Asmodeus. Asmodeus had been playing a game when she suddenly sensed an unfamiliar fleet approaching New Teyvat. So she appeared there. Asmodeus glanced at the fleet, her eyes cold. Asmodeus took immediate action. She wasn't one for endless talk, she just started a fight. Asmodeus snapped her fingers, and countless dark red energy blocks appeared out of thin air, quickly sealing off the entire star field. Schneider flew out of the warship and headed for Asmodeus. The two engaged in a mid-air battle. Asmodeus's physical strength was undoubtedly inferior to Schneider's. However, Asmodeus's abilities were extremely strange, his spatial abilities making it difficult for Schneider to capture him for a while. Schneider was furious. Asmodeus was like a loach, elusive. Open fire. Restrict this guy. The warship's guns roared, and the entire blockade filled with explosions. Asmodeus had no choice but to lift the blockade. The entire fleet escaped, and Schneider stood in the air in front of it. I didn't expect someone as strong as you to exist in such a barren place. Give up resistance, you're no match for me. Tell me what happened between you and those guys from the Strategic Investment Department, and I spare your life. Asmodeus looked at Schneider, and the fleet behind him. Damn it! The majority bullying the minority, huh? Wait for me. Wait for me to call for help. You have a fleet. So do I. Asmodeus pulled out his phone, dialed a number, muttered a few times, and hung up. Schneider saw this and actually dared to send a message right in front of him. It seems. I can't let you go. Just as Schneider was about to attack, the surrounding space distorted, and more than a dozen enormous warp wormholes appeared out of thin air. Followed by, a fleet appeared around Asmodeus. Screwgum flew to Asmodeus's side. Ms. Asmodeus, where are the enemies? Schneider's heart tightened as he looked at the newly appeared Screwgum. As a senior executive, he naturally knew Screwgum. "Mr. Screwgum, why are you here?" Screwgum heard someone calling him and turned his head. Seeing it was Schneider, Screwgum spoke slowly. "Oh, Director Schneider, so why am I here? My friend is in trouble, of course. By the way, let me correct you. At this point, you should address me as Emperor Rupert III. At a command from Screwgum, over 50 storm warships opened fire, leaving no room for maneuver. The aircraft carrier immediately unleashed a swarm of drones to attack. The Void Radiance and Phoenix fighters also swiftly launched their attacks. Asmodeus leisurely put on his sunglasses, pulled out his ice cap, and admired the fireworks. Chapter 390. Seeing this, Schneider was about to launch an attack to destroy the leading spear of Adnan. Unfortunately, before he could even move, he attracted significant attention. Asmodeus pointed at Schneider with one hand and grabbed Screwgum with the other. "Screwgum! See that old bastard? Blast him! Fire!" Screwgum nodded slightly. "Yes, Lady Asmodeus." The next second, 30 storm warships opened fire, firing a volley at Schneider. Schneider's path was blocked, forcing him to defend. Screwgum saw this, and his brain sped a second performing deep calculations, controlling the rhythmic bombardment of the 30 storm warships against Schneider. Ensuring there were no gaps in the firepower, Schneider was left stranded. Screwgum summoned a floating platform, set up 2 sofas and a coffee table, and brewed a pot of black tea. "Ms. Asmodeus, this won't be over for a while. Let's take a break." Asmodeus glanced at the sofa and plopped down, sinking into it. He grabbed a bucket of popcorn and began to eat. While eating, he chatted with Screwgum. After a while, Asmodeus brought Kiana over. Kiana had come to play with Asmodeus. Asmodeus looked at Kiana. "You're not with your mother? What's the matter with me?" Kiana put her hands on her hips. "As a generous daughter, I can't have my mother all to myself. She and my sister went for a walk." After saying that, Kiana glanced at the battlefield in the distance. "What are you doing?" Asmodeus swallowed his popcorn and told Kiana what had happened. After hearing this, Kiana glanced at Schneider, who was constantly being pinned down by the storm battleship, and then stopped paying attention to the topic, continuing her conversation with Asmodeus. It wasn't much to watch. They were constantly being outmatched, and the outcome was self-evident. Schneider fended off several more shellings and glanced up at Asmodeus. Seeing the relaxed and contented expressions of Asmodeus, Grum, and Kiana, his rage peaked. Schneider unleashed his full force, blasting several oncoming cannonballs with 2 punches before charging straight at Asmodeus. Asmodeus, seeing this, felt annoyed. "This guy's done for, isn't he?" Just as Asmodeus was about to attack, Kiana, donning her Athena Valkyrie armor, reached out and condensed her ramen cudgel, charging forward. "Take my cudgel." Kiana swung the cudgel, striking Schneider with terrifying destructive force. Schneider raised his hand to block the blow. However, he wasn't feeling well either. Kiana's blow had left both of his arms ache. He was a physically formidable warrior, yet this little girl could actually cause him pain. She must be at least a commander-level warrior. Schneider was puzzled. Were commanders-level warriors everywhere these days? He already encountered 3 today alone. While Screwgum wasn't a true intellectual commander, this fleet alone was enough to rival a commander. Seeing her first strike had no effect, Kiana retracted her ramen stick and swung it again. This time, she struck down from above, its size growing as it did so. "Try my super ramen stick again." Kiana struck down with her stick, and Schneider delivered a powerful punch. Punches and clubs collided, instantly unleashing a terrifying burst of energy. Screwgum scanned and analyzed the situation, concluding, Ms. Kiana's strength is slightly lower than Schneider's. This time, Schneider is likely to win. Asmodeus, however, saw things differently. "No, no, no. You don't understand. After spending so much time with Xing, who would seriously fight him? Just watch, Schneider is in trouble." A minute later, Kiana began to feel the strain, while the other remained calm and composed. Kiana's eyes darted behind Schneider. "Ah! Pony! Why are you here?" Schneider's hair stood on end at the mention of Pony's name, as if he were facing a formidable enemy. After Pony's attack on the company headquarters, the board of directors still learned of Pony's name from Faitsue. Hearing the name, Schneider instinctively turned to look. His memory of Pony was too vivid. When Pony attacked the company headquarters, he had tried to stop him. But, his blood boiling, he rushed forward, only to be met with a slap in the face. That single slap knocked him unconscious. To this day, Diamond still occasionally brings this up in mockery. Diamond would taunt him whenever he met him. Kiana took advantage of Schneider's moment to turn around and, holding the ramen golden cudgel, stabbed Schneider's kidney with both hands. Schneider's body instantly went limp and flew away. Kiana pressed on, not giving Schneider a chance to react, rushing forward and stabbing the other kidney. Stab the kidney. Stab the kidney. Xing had said. Stabbing the kidney is the second fastest way to disable an opponent of the same level. As for the fastest? Kiana had asked too. That was too inhumane. After all, for anyone struck by that blow, living was worse than death, especially for a man. After being struck dozens of times, Schneider fled in his flagship, tumbling and tumbling. This time, of his fleet numbering over 1,000, only a dozen returned. Schneider's rage filled his head. Screw gum. And those two stinking girls. I swear I devour you alive. Gnaw your bones, ouch. Ouch, ouch, it hurts so much, you stinking girls, my kidneys. Schneider was so angry that he punched hard, subconsciously using his waist strength. Schneider, supported by his men, went to the medical department. Screw gum posted the video of the encounter to the group chat. Topa saw it and forwarded it to Diamond. Diamond, leisurely sitting in a chair sipping tea, saw the message and immediately called his assistant. Come on. Prepare a gift. I'm going to visit our supervisor, Schneider. Diamond, carrying a basket of fruit, swaggered down the street, spreading the news of Schneider's beating to every acquaintance she met. Diamond's actions spread the news throughout the company, from top to bottom. Not long after, a young intern nurse relayed shocking news. Schneider's kidneys were severely injured, and even with the company's best medication, he would be bedridden for a day or two. Schneider became an instant company celebrity. Even the contractors knew his name. The view returned to New Teyvat. Jing Yuan, Huaiyin, Zhongli, and Walter all looked regretful. Hu Tao's General Yu had won the final victory. Hu Tao put her hands on her hips. Humph. My General Yu is still the best. Let's go. Enough fun for today, let's go back to bed. Guest, let's go home. Zhongli bowed to Jing Yuan, and the other two upon hearing this. Sorry, everyone. My hall master sent me back. See you tomorrow. Huaiyin stroked his beard and smiled. Okay, see you tomorrow. It's getting late, and we need to get some rest. Zhongli said goodbye to the three and hurried after Hu Tao. The two chose not to fly back, but instead walked slowly along the mountain path, chatting as they traveled. The next day arrived. Yi Yun was stunned by the potatoes in front of him, larger and rounder than a car tire. Dan Heng and Zhou Ri had just taken a few of these potatoes from the cave. Yi Yun looked up at Dan Heng and Zhou Ri. Don't tell me you grew these things. Zhou Ri nodded seriously. Yes, the bag of seeds we bought from you contains seeds of this particular potato. It's called the giant potato, and it comes from a fantasy world. These are the smaller ones. The largest can grow to a radius of 5 meters. Xing yawned drowsily as he entered the shop. Upon entering, he saw several large potatoes on the kitchen counter. Xing instantly perked up and came over. Watch you. Where did these potatoes come from? So big. So round. He pointed at Zhou Ri and Dan Heng. He made them from 2 different kinds. Xing looked at them in disbelief. How do you grow potatoes this big? Do you fertilize them every day? It's possible. After all, Dan Heng, you're the Dragon Lord, so the fertilizer you produce might be quite impressive. Dan Heng rolled his eyes at Xing speechlessly. What we grow is absolutely natural, without any fertilizer. That's how this potato can grow so big. Xing said, Oh. Is this thing delicious? Tell me. Sunday said. We're here to verify this very fact. Yi Yun Xiangling sandwich sauce, thank you for your help. The little evil god picked up a large potato and threw it into the portal. Okay. I take one back. I don't have to buy groceries today. Hee hee. I got some extra money saved up, hee hee. Yi Yun tapped the potato. Then let's have an all-potato feast this morning. Guaba, go peel the potatoes first. Slurp. Guaba ran over, took the potatoes, and began washing and peeling them in the nearby sink. Star Rails Bronya entered the store, intending to buy some more medicine from the Black Tower space station. As soon as she arrived, her attention was drawn to the several large potatoes. What are these? How can there be potatoes this big? Star, who had been crouching at the kitchen counter watching the fun, turned her head. Bronya, good morning. These are the potatoes Dan Heng and the youngest planted. What do you think? They're huge. Bronya nodded. Big. These potatoes must be very difficult to grow, right? Growing potatoes this big requires a lot of soil. Donheng shook his head. Not really. These giant potatoes require very simple growing conditions. They can be grown even in the icy snow and ice of your place. Bronya was delighted upon hearing this. Really? Can I buy one of them? I want to take it home and grow it. To be honest, we in Belleburg still can't be self-sufficient in food, and much of it relies on imports from Liyue. Dan Heng agreed. Forget selling. Take a few with you. There are still plenty in the cave. Come with me, I take you to dig some. Dan Heng led Bronya into the cave, and soon they emerged. Xing took the potato burrito from the little evil god and took a bite, glancing left and right. Where's the food? Didn't you go digging potatoes? Bronya smiled, pointing to her ring. It's all in this storage ring. The potatoes are too big to hold. Xing suddenly understood. Oh, yes, there's a storage ring. By the way, Yi Yun, is anyone still using the alien refrigerator in your shop? Yi Yun looked towards the small bar, which had an alien refrigerator with a large internal storage area. Yes, I usually keep my ingredients in there. What's wrong? Xing shook her head. Nothing, just asking. I remember we used to keep things in there. Back then, the train was so crowded, you had nowhere to stay, and you and Don Heng slept on the floor in the library. Silver Wolf overheard the two discussing the refrigerator, and remembered he put some cola in there. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have remembered. I put a few boxes of cola in there. I take them out, and put them in my ring, so I can drink them later. Silver Wolf jumped up from the sofa, and went to the minibar. He opened the refrigerator, and reached inside. After a while, Silver Wolf pulled out several cans of herring. Silver Wolf knew who they belonged to at a glance. Xing, take your can of herring. Can this be refrigerated? Hearing this, Xing ran over and grabbed her can of herring. She had been carrying this can of herring for a while. It was from the same batch as these, and they had all been used on Kong. When Ying saw the cans of herring in Xing's arms, the scene of interrogating Kong flashed back to her mind. Ying took a can and examined it, then said to Hu Tao, who was standing beside her. Hu Tao, when you have time, ask Ning Guang if Kong's been behaving lately. If he's not, tell me anytime and I give him a lesson. Hu Tao nodded in agreement. At that moment, the portal flickered. The 7 little ones, who had gotten up early this morning and strolled around the space station, chased each other back into the store. Klee ran to Yi Yun's feet, clutching a layered bomb. She stood on tiptoe, and lifted the bouncing bomb in her arms. Brother Yi Yun, look at Klee's new bomb. Yi Yun looked back and froze in his tracks. A bomb? You call that a bomb? Klee, it's clearly a mushroom bomb. No? Who taught you that? Klee, where did you get that bomb? Yi Yun took the bouncing bomb from Klee's hand, and immediately sealed it with imaginary energy. Klee said happily. Klee's new friend gave it to her. Klee has a new friend. Her name is Wenshi Ling. She's a clerk at the Black Tower station. Brother Yi Yun, what does a clerk do? Yi Yun was speechless. Wenshi Ling. It's you? No wonder. Wenshi Ling, a clerk at the Black Tower station, is about the same age as Klee and the others, and is very talented in scientific research. A clerk is someone who specializes in academic research. Kelly, can you give me this bouncing bomb? I love it. Kelly thought about it, and agreed with a smile. Okay. Brother Yi Yun is a good man, and Kelly likes him. I give him this bouncing bomb. Yi Yun breathed a sigh of relief, and put the bouncing bomb into his storage ring. Chapter 391. Just when Yi Yun thought he was safe, Kelly suddenly pulled out another identical bouncing bomb. Brother Yi Yun, Kelly still has one. Hee hee. Bai Lu, Hook, Chi-Chi, Diana, Xiaoyou, and Yao beside him each took out one. I have one too. This one was specially modified for us by Wenshi Ling. Even Dark Lord Hook has one. Hee hee. Chi-Chi, I have a bomb too. Yi Yun, do you want one? Chi-Chi, here you go. Xiaoyou fell asleep clutching the bouncing bomb, and Yi Yun quickly took it from her. GZ and the others also realized the seriousness of the situation, and came over to take away all the 7 little ones' bouncing bombs, replacing them with normal ones. Kelly was a little unhappy, and Yi Yun squatted down. Klee, these bombs are too powerful. If something goes wrong, your friends could get hurt. Brother Yi Yun will keep them for you and return them to you when you grow up, okay? Klee nodded. Okay, Klee, I get it. Klee doesn't want to hurt anyone, or she'd be put in solitary confinement. Yi Yun rubbed Klee's little head. Klee is so good. Sandwich sauce, get Klee a slightly spicy potato burrito. The little evil god heard this, and brought Klee a slightly spicy potato burrito. The little evil god handed the potato burrito to Klee. Here, Klee, your slightly spicy potato extra burrito. I just tried the potatoes, and they're really good, so I gave you a little extra. Klee happily accepted the potato burrito from the little evil god and thanked him politely. Thank you, Sister Sandwich Sauce. The little evil god rubbed Klee's little head. What a polite child. I'm going to get some burritos first. Come back if you're not full. As soon as the little evil god finished speaking, Xing reached out to the little evil god. Give me another one. The little evil god looked at Xing's confident expression as he demanded. How dare you? So many people haven't eaten yet, unless bribe me. Xing pulled out 10 star coins and slapped them on the table. The little evil god quickly put them away. Wait a moment, I give you one right away. Lu Ying couldn't help but grumble at this. The sandwich sauce is getting in the way of money. Hu Tao, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. That's right, if it were me, I ask for at least 50 star coins. Lu Ying's mouth twitched. Well, you're not much better. Bronya stayed for breakfast, and then returned to Bellowburg. In Bellowburg, Bronya had someone fetch a knife and cut the giant potatoes into small pieces. Then, she took the pieces to a newly renovated field in the new district of Bellowburg and planted them. Natasha, who happened to be making a medical appointment nearby, saw this and came over. Bronya, what are you doing? Bronya turned to look at Natasha. Nothing. Donheng and Sunday have grown a crop called the giant potato. This potato can grow very large, can withstand extreme climates, and matures very quickly, reaching the size of a car tire in just a week. Natasha glanced at the surrounding farmland, which stretched for 3 acres. If Bronya's words were true, Bellowburg's food problem would be solved within a month. Bronya, in that case, we need to find a way to expand the city. Although we can grow crops on the ice, it's inconvenient for planting and harvesting, and it will also affect the size and quality of the crops once they mature. Should we ask Xing to come over? Or perhaps ask Mr. Zhongli to come over? Bronya pondered. Let me think about this and see if we can solve it ourselves. If we can, let's not bother others. Natasha nodded and began chatting with Bronya. As they chatted, they came to the statue of Zhongli built by the people of Bellowburg. Zhongli's statue was maintained daily, clearing the snow and burning incense. The wall Zhongli had left behind still stood at the edge of the new city. Furthermore, the wall hadn't experienced any problem so far, which was reassuring. Some of the people of Bellowburg even considered Zhongli their own faith. After all, a miracle was before their eyes. This wall protected those behind them from the wind and snow. Bronya and Natasha each offered incense to express their gratitude to Zhongli. Finally, Bronya decided to ask Zhongli for help. Xing's power was too great, and Bronya feared he would lose control and cause irreversible damage. It's better to be safe than sorry. Xing's flames could indeed melt glaciers. However, they could also kill humans and devour towns. On the contrary, Zhongli's actions would be much less troublesome. Zhongli only needed to build a wall. Bellowburg now had a way to clear the ice and snow within the expansion area. Soon, Zhongli arrived at Bellowburg with Jingyuan, Huaiyan, and Walter. Bronya received the 4 of them with great care. Zhongli sat by the window, the warm winter sun shining down on him. Zhongli took a sip from the delicate teacup, then slowly set it down. Bronya, you're asking me for help. What exactly do you want? Bronya told Zhongli the expansion plan. Zhongli looked out the window, contemplating for a moment before agreeing. Okay, I can help you. First, I have followers here. Second, we're friends. Third, we're born to love each other. I can help you with your request. Bronya was overjoyed to hear Zhongli agree, and she took out 10,000 star coins and placed them on the table. This is a reward, Mr. Zhongli. Please accept it. It's a token of my gratitude, as well as that of Bellowburg. Zhongli accepted the 10,000 star coins from Bronya without hesitation. If a friend is offered a favor without payment, while outwardly it might not seem like a big deal, the person helping will undoubtedly harbor some resentment. Over time, this sentiment can grow immensely, ultimately turning into enmity. Besides, as the god of contract, Zhongli is happy to accept the payment. Rest assured, I do my best. Half an hour later, at the gate of the new Bellowburg district, a team of Silvermane Iron Guards and over 1,000 farmers had been waiting. The Silvermane Iron Guards, however, remained conscientiously at their posts, not a whisper passing between them. The peasants lacked such discipline. Why did the Lord Guardian summon us here? You ask me, who should I ask? Who cares? It's definitely not a bad thing. Indeed, things have been getting better and better for us in Bellowburg since the Lord Guardian took office. Stop talking. Look! Someone's coming out. Who's that? Why does he look so familiar? No way. Is it really him? Oh my god. Who is it? Hey guys. Don't you remember? The statue in the new district square. She's Lord Zhongli. What? Is it really Lord Zhongli? Zhongli, wearing his hood, slowly soared into the sky, gazing down at the ground below. Zhongli's braid glowed faintly, and with a wide open hand, the ground suddenly shook violently. Below, the peasants watched as 3 amber stone walls rose from the ground, rising higher and higher. A miracle! This is simply a miracle. Now I understand why those members of the Rock God cult have such faith in Zhongli, Lord Rock God. With these stone walls up, we have another piece of land protected from ice and snow. Excellent! Long live Lord Rock God! Long live the Great Guardian! After more than 10 minutes, the 3 stone walls stopped rising, finally settling at a height of 100 meters. After the 3 stone walls rose, it became clear that the wind and snow in the new area had decreased significantly. Although there were still scattered patches of ice and snow, they were insignificant and wouldn't affect people's lives. Bronya then said, "Everyone, clear the ice and snow with all your might and cultivate the land. The new area will be called the Agricultural District. It will be our Belobberg's granary." The farmers and the Silver Mane Iron Guards obeyed the order and began clearing the snow from the ground with their tools. Zhongli, Jingyuan, Walter, and Huaiyan didn't stay long and quickly returned to the train. They planned to visit the cave after returning to the train, to see what Danheng and Zhou Ri had created. From what they heard, there were many new and interesting things. Belobberg Agricultural District. Bronya, Seal, Natasha, Silva, Pella, Linka, Jeopard, and others all gathered here to help clear the snow. Swarovski didn't come. He had to take care of security within the city. Jeopard worked diligently with a large shovel, while Silva and Linka chatted beside him. Mr. Zhongli is truly a god. He built 3 such large stone walls in a snap. Linka nodded. Yeah, I heard Clara say that Mr. Zhongli's true form seems to be a rock, and his authority in Teyvat is over rock and soil. Shilua heard Linka mention Clara. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgotten. How's Clara doing lately? I haven't seen her in a while. Linka shoveled away a patch of snow. I ran into Clara the day before yesterday while wandering around the mechanical settlement. She's been researching family number 3 lately, and she's also been studying with Ms. Black Tower, Ms. Ruanmei, and Mr. Screwgum. Shilua was envious upon hearing this. I'm so envious. Clara actually has the guidance of 3 geniuses. Shilua looked at Linka. By the way, Linka, do you want to go back to school? You're at a perfect age to study. Linka shook her head. I won't go. I prefer adventure to studying. I'm done talking to you, sister. Let's shovel the snow. Shilua smiled and continued shoveling. On the train, Danheng and Zhou Ri were showing Yiyun and the others around the farmland. It would have been fine if they hadn't come, but their presence was truly eye-opening. These two had transformed what was once a simple farmland into a botanical garden. The entire garden was filled with bizarre plants. There were pea flowers that spit out beans, corn turrets that launched giant corn, and giant cherries that exploded. Yiyun hadn't expected that Danheng and Zhou Ri could actually use the seeds he sold to create plants from Plants vs. Zombies. Xing, Hutao, Amber, and the others, each holding a plant, played a shooting game, jumping around the garden. Xing, holding a pea shooter, hid in a bush and fired at Hutao. The peas fired by the pea shooter weren't very powerful, causing only a slight pain. Hutao attacked, quickly counterattacked, turning and throwing a cherry. Boom! Xing had no time to dodge, and was covered in cherry juice. Hutao followed up with a few more, sending Xing scurrying for cover. Elsewhere, Amber and Eula targeted Barbara, who had come to play on vacation. Eula used the giant nut as a shield, while Amber held the pea shooter and dealt damage from behind. Barbara chose Sunflower, so she could only passively take the hits and frantically dodge. Aika and Nell found a bush to hide in, their main strategy being to avoid the fight. If you don't hit me, I won't hit you either. Suddenly, the fleeing Xing spotted a rather impressive plant. A pea shooter, wearing a steel helmet and a densely packed mouth. Xing's eyes lit up, picked it up, and turned to point it at Hutao. Fuck him! The barrel of the Gatling gun spun rapidly, unleashing a barrage of bullets at Hutao. The situation suddenly changed, and Hutao had no chance to throw his cherry, so he had no choice but to run. Hey, Hutao! Don't run! Didn't you feel so good blowing me up just now? Xing, holding the Gatling gun, chased after Hutao. Jeezy glanced at Xing and the others. These little guys really have endless energy. Kafka reached out and pulled a black gold rose to her nose, sniffing it. Young people, that's the thing. Jeezy, look at this rose. This is the first time I seen a black gold one like this. Zhongli, Walter, Jingyuan, and Huaiyan were observing the giant plant. I didn't expect there would be so many giant crops besides giant potatoes. Eggplants the size of a starship, 10-meter-long beans, longans the size of basketballs. This is truly eye-opening. Huaiyan stroked his beard, overwhelmed with emotion. Jingyuan pointed to a winter melon in the distance. This giant winter melon is truly a heavyweight. This one is almost as big as my Shinsu mansion. Zhongli pointed to a distant pumpkin. And that giant pumpkin is not much different from the winter melon. Walter looked at Dan Heng and Ri Zhou. You two are truly amazing. You managed to quietly create these things. If these things were released into the universe market, they would cause a huge sensation. Topa, Feitsue, and Sha Jin also arrived. Topa made an estimate. These crops are very novel and available in large quantities, so they can be priced very high. If they were released to the market, I'm sure many civilizations that rely on crops for income would buy some to cultivate seeds. Danheng Sunday, would you like to sell some? Chapter 392. Dan Heng and Zhou Ri exchanged a glance, Dan Heng shaking his head in denial. Forget about selling it. We're not planning on making money from this. It's just a hobby. By the way, we can give everyone some fresh ingredients. Topa felt a little regretful upon hearing this. Okay, it's up to you guys. If you want to put it on the market, come find me anytime. Dan Heng nodded. Then he continued explaining to Zhongli and the others the various plants he and Zhou Ri had cultivated. Klee and the others also played hide-and-seek in the botanical garden, which was lush with vegetation and perfect for hide-and-seek. Little Evil God, Xiangling, and Guobao each grabbed a basket and picked various fruits and vegetables. Little Evil God planned to take this opportunity to pick as many as possible and store them in the apartment refrigerator. This way, he wouldn't have to buy groceries for a long time. That way, he could save his daily living expenses and use them for playing shotgun or gashapon. How wonderful. A little over 10 minutes later, Little Evil God returned to the apartment with a basket of various vegetables and a watermelon the size of a car. Lily Ling stared at the watermelon that filled the entire living room, stunned. Sandwich sauce, what's this? The Little Evil God poked his head out from behind the watermelon. Oh, you're talking about this? This is something Dan Heng and the others grew. I brought some back to eat. Wait a minute, I go downstairs to buy some salt. Watermelon tastes better with salt, and we're out of it. The Little Evil God scurried out of the apartment. Lily Ling glanced at the giant watermelon in front of her, thought for a moment, then pulled out her phone and called Medusa. Hello, Medusa-chan? Come over to my house later for some watermelon, and bring Pekla-chan along too. Yeah, Sandwich brought back a giant watermelon from Yiyun. Lily Ling hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Pekla, Medusa, and Minos arrived at Lily Ling's apartment. The three were stunned by the massive watermelon before them. Wow! What a huge watermelon! Pekla exclaimed, wiping his saliva from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. The Little Evil God saw Pekla was here too. Who called him? Pekla. Why are you here, an angel? This is our demon gathering. Pekla was startled by the Little Evil God's call. Well, Lily Ling asked me to come. The Little Evil God didn't care. You? Get out. No matter who sent you here, you're not allowed here. This is demon territory. How dare you, an angel, come here? Huh? The Little Evil God grew increasingly excited, pointing at Pecora. Lily Ling sighed silently and pulled out a baseball bat. Swish. The bat pierced the air, and the Little Evil God instantly folded up and flew backward. The Little Evil God slid against the wall, his entire spine broken, and he sat helplessly against it. Lily Ling slowly approached the Little Evil God and said grimly, Sandwich sauce, you can't be rude to customers. Understand? The Little Evil God nodded, understanding. Then Lily Ling took out a fruit knife and began to cut the watermelon. Medusa and Minos helped support her. Lily Ling slashed the fruit knife a few times, but she couldn't even break the watermelon rind. Minos saw this. Lily Ling, let me do it. Minos punched out with such force that cracks appeared on the watermelon surface. Then, Minos struck out again, shattering the watermelon into pieces. Lily Ling saw this and invited the others to start eating. Pekala, looking at the watermelon before him, which was larger than himself, couldn't help himself. Sorry, I can't help myself. Pekala bit into it, taking a huge bite, filling his mouth with watermelon. With every bite, the sweet watermelon juice filled his mouth. Piccola couldn't remember how long it had been since he had eaten watermelon. In this human kingdom where he lived, all kinds of food were ridiculously expensive. Working illegally every day, he could only afford to buy some bread scraps. The little evil god quickly recovered. She picked up a piece of watermelon and took a bite, glancing at Medusa, Lily Ling, and the others who were already stuffed. "Are you eating tonight?" Lily Ling, Medusa, and the others shook their heads. "Eat? Forget it. We're full." The little evil god was puzzled by the 70% remaining watermelon. Where should he put all that watermelon? However, this problem was quickly resolved. Medusa summoned the Snow Maiden sisters, treated them to a helping of watermelon, and asked them to help make ice. The little evil god and his companions peeled and cut the remaining watermelon into pieces, placing them in a large bucket. They then filled it with ice and covered it to preserve its freshness. After finishing the watermelon, the little evil god returned to the train. Upon his arrival, he saw Xiangling, a solemn expression on her face. Holding Eula's great sword, when the pine sounds, Xiangling faced a massive cantaloupe. "Ah! Ha!" Xiangling leaped high, raising her sword, when the pine sounds, high in the air. Solid ice. Sever the deep hatred. The cantaloupe was split in two. Xiangling landed and, imitating Eula's usual move, held the songlai in front of her. However, it looked strangely comical. The songlai was almost as tall as Xiangling, as if she were holding a shield. Amber, Xing, Hutao, and the others all clapped their hands. "Good. Good. Good. Xiangling is so cool. Xiangling is so cool. Xiangling. Do it again." Only Eula expressed a desire to stop talking. "You can use my weapon, but you're still copying my lines. You're still copying my moves." Xiangling leaped high again. After several attempts, the giant cantaloupe was cut into 16 pieces. Xing and Hutao insisted on taking a whole piece for themselves, and they sat on the sofa, devouring it with both hands. The others shared a piece, given the large quantity. The 10 little ones sat in a row on the sofa, each holding a piece of cantaloupe with both hands. Tian, Tebeo, and Tianing didn't have to stay home today, so they went to play with Kelly and the others. Tian wanted to visit Pinocchio. She hadn't even seen the interstellar metropolis yet. Soon after, Xing, with her large belly, lay motionless on the sofa, devouring an entire cantaloupe. If it were a normal cantaloupe, she'd probably devoured two. Hutao didn't finish it, but still had a good half left. She put it in her storage ring, planning to save it for later. Xiangling washed Eula's pine cone, dried it, and returned it to her. After eating and drinking their fill and resting for a while, Yiyan took the 10 little ones to explore Pinocchio. After Xing finished her digestive pills, she followed Hutao and the others back to the botanical garden to play. The group suddenly came up with a new idea. Plants like Pichur would be perfect for a tower defense game. The group planned to each carry a few plants to Tevat. Then they placed them outside the gates of the large hilichurl tribes. Wouldn't that be it? Monsters. Defense towers. A hyper-realistic tower defense game. Get it? Arriving at the botanical garden, Xing and the others began selecting their plants. To facilitate transportation, they also found carts, one for each of them, and placed their selected plants inside. Xing's first choice was the Gatling gun she just stumbled upon. Its firepower was incredibly impressive. Xing then grabbed a bunch of cherries, which Hutao had just given him a hard time with. While strolling, Xing suddenly spotted a watermelon with its mouth gaping. "Oh my! This watermelon is huge!" Xing placed the watermelon cannon onto the cart without hesitation. This thing looked impressive. With such a large muzzle, it must be incredibly powerful. Soon, everyone had chosen their desired plants. Barbara, Linghua, and Nilu also joined in. Their chosen plants varied and diverse. Xing and the others pushed their plants into the portal, heading towards Old Inazuma, where there were more hill tribes, making it easier to find targets. Pinocchio boarded. Yiyun took the 10 little ones on a golden hour adventure. Tian, Tebeo, and Taiying boarded a sports car, speeding off at golden hour. Tebeo, drive faster. Tebeo stood in the driver's seat. Due to her height, she had to stand in front of the driver's seat to drive. Tian, sit down quickly. It's dangerous, Tebeo warned Tian, who stood with her arms outstretched. Tebeo's response was Tian's bright smile. Ha ha ha. Tebeo. Faster. Faster. Tebeo drove carefully, ignoring Tian's instructions. Behind Tebeo and the others, Yiyun was following closely in an SUV. In the passenger seat, Kelly and Bailu huddled together. Chi-Chi, Yao Yao, Diana, and Hook sat in the back, while Xiao curled up in a ball on the back cushions, sleeping. "Brother Yiyun, hurry up. Let's catch up," Kelly said excitedly, pointing to Tabeo's sports car up ahead. Yiyun smiled and stepped on the accelerator a little harder, closing the distance between them and Tabeo and the others. Tinning, sitting in the back seat of the sports car, turned and saw Yiyun, Kelly, and Bailu. Tinning extended her hand and waved, a gesture of greeting. As they drove, Tabeo, in front of them, suddenly braked and pulled over. Yiyun stopped the car and looked. Oh my goodness! He encountered a traffic police officer. A traffic officer from the Hound family stopped Tabeo. "Please get out of the car and cooperate with the inspection. Show me your driver's license." Tabeo panicked instantly. Where did he even have a driver's license? The traffic officer saw Tabeo's panic. "I'm asking, can you Papisi people get a driver's license? We often catch you without one." There were many Papisi people on the Pinocchio. Their short stature meant that getting a driver's license was bound to be difficult. After all, sitting in the seat, you might not even be able to reach the accelerator. Tion was sitting in the seat, hands on his hips. "We're not Papisi, we're Omphalos." The traffic officer was surprised. "Not Papisi? Then you're underage? Minors aren't allowed to drive, aren't you aware? Everyone, get down and be inspected." Fortunately, Yiyun came over and handed the phone to the traffic officer, motioning for him to answer. The traffic officer took it suspiciously, but upon hearing the voice inside, he immediately became respectful. "Okay, I understand, Miss Robin." After the call ended, the traffic officer returned the phone to Yiyun. "Excuse me, I didn't know you were Miss Robin's friends, but as a traffic officer, I still have to say that letting children drive is very dangerous. This is a dream where you won't get hurt, but if you were in a car accident, the feeling would still be there, and it might leave a psychological scar." With that, the traffic officer excused himself and left. Yiyun looked around and happened to be next to a commercial plaza. So, Yiyun parked the car and took the 10 little ones to the mall. Yiyun first took the 10 little ones to a dessert shop. "Each of you take a basket, and help yourself to whatever you want to eat." Yiyun took the shopping baskets from the dessert shop at the entrance, and handed them out to the 10 little ones. The 10 little ones happily ran off to shop with the baskets. Yiyun then went to the cashier to pay. Watching the 10 little ones happily choosing desserts, Yiyun suddenly realized something. Is it time to hire a teacher for the 10 little ones? Just playing like this every day won't do, they still have to go to school. Yiyun thought about it, and decided to go back to Haida to talk about having him teach science. As for liberal arts, art, and physical education, the candidates were still under consideration. But there was no rush. Let's have some fun first. After buying dessert, Yiyun took the 10 little ones to the children's clothing store to buy clothes. After a round of shopping, the 10 little ones bought the same outfit. A little yellow duck outfit with a pair of small white wings on its back. After shopping, Yiyun took the 10 little ones to a milk tea shop, ordered milk tea, and sat down to enjoy dessert and milk tea. At noon, Yiyun returned to the train with the 10 little ones. He also bought a few claw machines for the 10 little ones. Yiyun placed the machines next to the sofa break area for the 10 little ones to play with. Xiangling and Guoba, the little evil god, were already preparing lunch. Seeing this, Yiyun went into the kitchen to help. The 10 little ones were playing around the 3 claw machines. Yiyun had placed all the dolls in the machines himself, each one carefully selected from the system store. The quality and cuteness of the dolls were exceptional. While cooking, Yiyun looked up and saw Jing Yuan, Walter, Zhongli, and Huaiyin returning from the portal. Upon seeing the 4 people, Yiyun immediately stopped them. The liberal arts teachers had already been assigned. "Wait a moment, everyone. I have something I want to discuss with you," Jing Yuan said with a smile. "What is it?" "Yiyun, if we can help, we will. I'd like to hire some teachers for Kelly and the others. I already confirmed the science teachers, Haida and the others. For the liberal arts, I'd like you to help. Please teach Kelly and the others when you're free." Jing Yuan immediately agreed. "I agree. I can help with the Chinese language classes," Zhongli continued. "My calligraphy is passable." Walter smiled. "Then I go back to my roots and teach history." Huaiyin observed this. "That leaves only the ideology and politics classes. I take them." Yiyun took out 40,000 star coins and distributed them among the 4 people. "Here's the tuition. Take it. We have to work hard for you later." The 4 of them accepted the tuition. It was the right thing to do. If the teacher accepts the tuition, parents can feel more at ease. Now that the money has been collected, they will definitely teach the children well. Chapter 393. Having taken care of the arts and sciences, The rest lies in the arts and sports. The arts and sciences are the main areas, so we take our time finding people for these too. Afterwards, lunch was soon ready. Everyone gathered around the dining table to eat. Jeezy glanced at the table. Where are Xing and the others? Aren't they coming back for dinner? Xianling said. They gone out to play. Don't worry about them. They won't be back until the evening. Jeezy nodded. Where did they go? Xianling said. They took the seed-spraying plants from Danheng's botanical garden. They said they were going to play some kind of tower defense game. And now, in Old Teyvat, in Azuma. And Azuma was now deserted. All its inhabitants had been relocated to New Teyvat. The living environment in Old Azuma was truly deplorable, with many areas unsuitable for survival. Some important attractions and buildings had been moved away. For example, Mount Narukami was entirely moved. The entire city of Inazuma, Umijima Island, and the 3 major towns of the outlying islands were all moved by Asmodeus to New Teyvat. Inazuma is now a desolate wilderness, with only a few unimportant villages remaining. Outside Konda village, near a large hilichurl camp, Hoshi, Kurumi, and the others had arranged various plants, blocking the entrance to a large hilichurl tribe. Hoshi positioned 5 Gatling guns and a watermelon cannon, pointing his finger. Shoot! The watermelon cannon was incredibly powerful, firing a watermelon shell that even the thug hilichurls couldn't stop. Eula set up 10 nuts and stood in the front, guarding against the hilichurls' charge. The others were responsible for the firepower. Hu Tao preferred cherries, so she brought a whole cart of them over, grabbed one, and threw it into the hilichurls. The cherries exploded among the hilichurls, instantly injuring many. The hilichurls in this tribe were man-eating, like the Black Sun tribe. There was no need to keep these hilichurls alive. As for the neutral hilichurl tribes that generally didn't harass humans, Xing and the others wouldn't touch them. After all, most hilichurls were pitiful creatures. Under the powerful firepower, the entire hilichurl tribe suffered heavy casualties. Originally, the tribe had numbered around 300, but its numbers had dropped to just over 200. The battle had only begun less than 5 minutes ago. At this rate, they would be wiped out in less than half an hour. At a critical moment, several abyss mages from the hilichurl tribe intervened, opening a portal and releasing even more monsters. Now, all of Teyvat, except Nana, was in the same situation as at Azuma. For Nana's safety, Asmodeus had erected a barrier, isolating it from the outside world and preventing any invasion from the abyss. Ing planned to visit Nana in 2 days to see what was going on and search for any trace of the god of fire. As for why it had taken so long, another 2 days, Ing explained that her brother had already been found, and most people in Teyvat had relocated. They had money, RVs for accommodation, and could eat freely. After all this, why are you still working? Huh? If you were in her shoes, would you go to work? As the abyssal portal opened, more and more monsters joined the attack. Slowly, the plant turrets began to struggle. Nut, carrying the horde in the front, was already dented, having been gnawed away by the hilichurls. Seeing this, Xing increased the frequency of her cherry bombs. Cooperating with Hu Tao, the two of them instantly created an artificial bombing zone, killing a large number of monsters. Several abyssal mages, observing this, quickly took action, waving their staffs and unleashing several magic bullets. In an instant, they shattered the 2 nuts in the front row, creating a gap in the defenses. Seeing this, the monsters swarmed towards the gap. Hu Tao put down her cherry bombs, ran to the cart, and pulled out a pile of mushrooms. Hee hee. I be there for you in the crucial moment. Go! Mushroom Army. Hu Tao scattered her mushrooms, and as they landed, they instantly transformed into various plant turrets. Some transformed into small mushrooms, shooting black, round bullets from their mouths. Some transformed into plump, jet-like mushrooms with large bulbs atop their heads, spewing out vast swathes of purple smoke. Any monster touched by the purple smoke would quickly turn purple, poisoning it. Some transformed into colorful, hallucinogenic mushrooms with circular eyes. Hallucinogenic mushrooms could control monsters, forcing them to turn and attack their own forces. The addition of these mushrooms instantly turned forward monsters, not only killing them, but also forming an invisible human wall to block the gap. And then, there was the most terrifying mushroom, a completely black mushroom with a pair of blood-red evil eyes. They leaped and landed in the hilichurl camp. Seconds later, several mushroom clouds rose, raising the entire hilichurl camp to the ground. Several abyss mages perished beneath them. Xing, Amber, and the others were stunned. Hu Tao, where did you get these mushrooms? Why didn't we see them yesterday? Hu Tao chuckled. Of course you can't see them, because they only appear at night. This hall master saw them last night, while wandering around because he couldn't sleep. Xing, Amber, and the others suddenly understood. So that's how it is. No wonder I didn't see them in Donheng's botanical garden yesterday. Ing glanced at the ruined Hilichurl camp, and began to collect the plants she had brought onto the cart. Let's go! We've taken care of this place. Let's look for the rest. In the Teyvat abyss. The Lord of the Abyss looked down at the abyss cult monsters below, more than half missing, and a huge question mark popped up in his mind. What's going on? Are so many people late for today's morning meeting, you guys? Normally, a few people being late is fine. As an excellent, humane leader, I can turn a blind eye. But? Today, half the people aren't here? That's too much. Come! Capture those latecomers. I will personally punish them. An abyss apostle stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, Your Majesty, those people aren't late. Our base in Teyvat was attacked, and they all gone to provide support. The Lord of the Abyss was filled with disbelief. Attack? Didn't everyone in Teyvat disappear? Could it be that they returned? Some time ago, the people of Teyvat suddenly vanished into thin air, a truly bizarre occurrence. The cult of the Abyss discovered this, and planned a massive invasion, but was stopped by the Lord of the Abyss. There's a trick going on. The Lord of the Abyss decided it was best to hold back. Because Sky Island still hangs in the sky, the false sky is still operating stably. He suspected this was a trick by Sky Island, intended to force all the monsters in the Abyss out. That way, she could lead the 7 kingdoms of Teyvat in a major war against the Abyss, purging the vast majority of the Abyss monsters, and achieving lasting stability. Humph! Foolish Asmodeus. I won't fall for their trick, sure enough. Look, it's here now. The base I deliberately let out has indeed been attacked, proving my suspicions. A conspiracy. It's all a conspiracy, Asmodeus. Sky Island. I won't fall for their trick. Come on. It's just a matter of enduring. Let's see who collapses first. Evaporate the remaining bases. This is a conspiracy of heaven. We surrounded the great abyss, and we must learn to endure. The monsters of the abyssal cult below roared, cheering for the Lord of the Abyss. For the Abyss. For the Abyss. On Teyvat. After Xing and the others found a few more Hilichurl camps, and played a few rounds of Plants vs. Hilichurls, they couldn't find any more. They had originally wanted to play a few more rounds. This game was so fun. But, after encountering several Hilichurl camps in a row, they couldn't find any Hilichurls. The camps looked extremely messy, as if they had just been evacuated. With no other choice, they reluctantly returned to the train. It was midday, and the little evil god, having cleared the table, lay fast asleep, drooling. Nearby, a small fan blew air, sending the little evil god's hair flying. Xing and the others returned, pushing the cart noisily, waking him up. The little evil god drowsily raised his head, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Xing and the others. Why are you back? Didn't you say it would be tonight? Xing helplessly spread his hands. It's no use. We can't find the Hilichurls. There's nothing to do. The little evil god heard this. Then why don't you go find the Antimatter Legion? Aren't there plenty of them in your universe? Hu Tao raised her index finger and shook it. No, these plants are fine for the Hilichurls. They can't handle the Antimatter Legion. The little evil god thought for a moment. Why don't you just strengthen them? Yi Yun shop should sell something like that, right? Hu Tao and the others suddenly understood. That's right. Why hadn't I thought of that? Even without the Hilichurls, there are other monsters. At worst, I can just spend some money to strengthen them. After strengthening, these plants can be used to protect the house. Xing, Hu Tao, and the others dropped their carts and went to the bar to look for items that could strengthen plants. After searching for a long time, they found what they wanted. Item, plant orb. Description, a treasure from a magical world that allows plants to evolve once, up to the level of an intermediate Fatewalker plant. Price, 3,000 star coins per orb. After looking at it, they discussed it. Xing looked at her plants. How many should we buy? Amber thought for a moment. I don't think the cherry bomb needs strengthening. It's a one-time use. Things like the Gatling shooter can be strengthened. Hu Tao held 2 doomsday mushrooms. My doomsday mushrooms are also good. After they're enhanced, they're absolutely insanely powerful. Lu Ying nodded. Yes, doomsday mushrooms can be enhanced. They're incredibly lethal. I buy 20, just enough to enhance all my plants. With that, Lu Ying bought 20 plant orbs and used them to enhance her own plants. The enhanced plants didn't appear to change much, but blue flames began to emanate from their bodies, and their expressions became filled with fighting spirit. The corn turrets, in particular, originally could only fire one projectile at a time, but now could fire 10 at a time. And their attack speed was ridiculously fast, firing once every second. The Gatling gunner evolved into the laser cannon gunner, possessing a machine gun that could fire 3,000 laser bullets per second. Xing, Hu Tao, and the others looked at the evolved plants with great satisfaction. Xing ran to the reception room and found Toppa and Jadeite working in their offices. Toppa, do you have the coordinates for the Antimatter Legion? Toppa looked up at Xing. Don't tell me you want to single-handedly challenge the Antimatter Legion fleet. Xing shook her head. No, I'm not looking for a fleet. I'm looking for a planet occupied by the Antimatter Legion. There's an Antimatter Legion there, but not a full-scale one. Toppa thought for a moment and checked the company intranet. Yes, there's one 5-star systems away from the train. There are nearly 30,000 Antimatter Legion soldiers on it. Xing listened. That's it. Send me the location and lend me a warship, and we go have some fun. Toppa was speechless. When did fighting 30,000 Antimatter troops become just for fun? Shouldn't this be serious? Xing noticed Toppa's annoyance and explained. We're planning to play a tower defense game, using those stunts from Donhung's botanical garden. We beefed them up a bit, and plan to find some antimatter troops to test the waters. With a few of us here, nothing's going to go wrong. If it doesn't work out, I just call Boss Pooty to save me, hee hee. Toppa sent the coordinates to Xing. As for the battleship, I already sent it over. It'd take about 10 minutes. Just wait. Xing gave an okay sign. Okay. Thanks. Xing returned to the bar, and shared the news with everyone. I'm almost at the coordinates. It's not far. I even borrowed a warship from Toppa to take us there. After saying that, Xing ran into the small bar and pulled out a few bottles of drinks, handing them to Luing, Hu Tao, and the others. As they sipped their drinks, they chatted. A short while later, the warship arrived, and Xing and the others pushed their carts aboard. In the carts, various plant turrets were filled with fighting spirit, eager to start a battle. Every passing company employee would be glared at by them. If Xing, Luing, and the others hadn't intervened, I'm afraid these plants would have rushed over at once, their main attack being ferocious. The palace staff were also shocked. These plants really didn't have the legendary rabies? No, rabies isn't that brutal, is it? Boarding the warship, Xing and the others headed towards the planets occupied by the antimatter army outside the 5-star systems. On the train, Yiyan called Haida, Ruan-mei, and Screw Gumu over. The three will teach biology, physics, and chemistry, respectively. Yiyun had converted a carriage behind the Aglaya clothing store into a classroom, the decor reminiscent of a childlike experience. The 10 children were now sitting quietly in their seats, waiting for class to begin. Chapter 394. On the planet Aleka. Originally inhabited by the Birdman race, their aerospace technology has advanced rapidly. Unfortunately, they encountered a fleet of the Antimatter Legion. A civilization newly entering the age of space exploration was undoubtedly no match for the Antimatter Legion. The Antimatter Legion easily eliminated the Birdman civilization and transformed the planet into an outpost for the Legion, leaving 30,000 soldiers garrisoned. This place is remote, and the Antimatter Legion soldiers haven't seen any other life in over 20 years. Until today, a company warship arrived on the planet. Upon arrival, the warship immediately launched an attack on the Antimatter Legion starport. All the warships on the planet were destroyed, and Xing and his men landed in landing craft. As soon as they landed, Xing immediately drew his Skyfire judgment and struck first, clearing the area and buying time to deploy the plant turrets. After deploying the turrets, Xing and his men stood at the rear, awaiting the enemy's arrival. At the front, the only intersection was blocked by 10 super-alien nuts. The turrets in the rear were spread out in a central pattern. In the center were 20 corn pitchers, providing the primary firepower. A little further out were 30 Gatling gunners, providing secondary firepower. On the outermost perimeter were numerous cactus turrets. Their spikes had evolved to possess tracking capabilities. Furthermore, their spikes had become significantly more powerful, almost as destructive as a small missile. The other plants, behind the nut wall, served as cannon fodder. Soon, the antimatter army arrived at the starport and began attacking Xing and the others. Xing waved his hand. Bomb it! All the artillery batteries opened fire, instantly decimating the thousands of antimatter soldiers charging in the front. In the sky, numerous antimatter soldiers, mounted on flying vehicles, charged towards the corn turrets. The outermost cacti immediately unleashed their power, shooting out thousands of spikes, shooting down all the antimatter soldiers' aircraft within range. However, the nearby antimatter soldiers continued to pour in. Xing and the others stood in the rear, occasionally throwing a few cherry bombs or doomsday mushrooms. The antimatter soldiers were blasted to the ground, causing heavy casualties. For the rest of the afternoon, Xing, Hutao, and the others played a real-life Plants vs. Antimatter game on this planet. Meanwhile on the train, Black Tower had already begun class. Haida glanced at the textbook Yun had given him, took a deep breath, and pointed at the contents with a look of disbelief on his face. "Are you sure you want me to teach this? Is it necessary? I'm asking you, is it necessary?" Yun nodded seriously. "Of course it is. Absolutely necessary." Haida was so angry, he almost lost his breath. Good grief. First grade textbooks? A genius like me was supposed to teach first grade content? I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. Yun clapped his hands and said to the 10 little ones, "Children, say hello to the teacher." Kelly, Bailu, Chi-Chi, and the other 10 little ones stood up and said in unison, "Hello, teacher." Haida wanted to throw the textbook away and leave immediately. But just as she was about to explode, Yun coughed twice and uttered 2 words. Puni. Haida was stunned for a moment, then understood what Yun meant. "Damn bastard. You actually threatened me with Puni. I take your threat." Twice. Yun smiled and nodded. "Okay, I help you persuade her. As for whether it will work, I don't know." Haida nodded, and then the class began. Inside the Aglaya store, the teachers for the other classes were waiting. Wan Mei, Luosi Gumu, Jing Yuan, Zhongli, Walter, Huaiyin. Yun had already found the physical education and art teachers, and Jing Lu would be in charge of the physical education class. It was called physical education, but it was actually a martial arts class, strengthening their martial arts. Yun had Zhou Tian take the art class for the time being. It would mainly teach singing and piano lessons, which Zhou Tian was capable of. Everything starts in first grade. Tian glanced at the textbook. It was all very simple, and she already knew it all. But she remained serious, mainly for fun, studying with her friends. Tabeo and Tining also listened attentively. They probably knew the early lessons. However, Yun had said that the later courses would become increasingly advanced, and much of the knowledge would be unknown to them. Besides, Yun had invited so many talented people to teach, something others wouldn't even dare to dream of. General Xianzhou, the head of the train crew, a member of the Genius Club, it would be a remarkable achievement for the average person to possess even one of these. True to his genius, Haida explained everything in such detail that even Hook, the only underachiever in the class, understood it. Hook wasn't unintelligent, it was simply the result of his upbringing. Chi-Chi and Yao Yao, one having lived in Bubulu their entire lives, the other a disciple of an immortal, both possessed a certain level of knowledge. Kelly and Diana had also received instruction from their parents. Zhao had also been trained since childhood, and as a ninja, she must have learned some knowledge. Even Bailu was even more impressive, having been born in Luofu, and the darling of the entire Luofu community. The education she received from childhood would be considered top-notch in the universe. Only Hook had lived in poverty and starvation since childhood. Occasionally, Natasha would only tell them stories. But none of that mattered. With a master teacher, they were guaranteed to learn. After finishing his lesson, Haida glanced at the children below, who were still digesting their new knowledge, and found it strangely amusing. Haida tapped the blackboard with his teaching stick. "Okay, kids, take note of today's physics homework. Today we're learning about the density of water. When you get back, find 3 liquids with higher densities than water. Do you understand?" Haida knocked on the blackboard again. The 10 children answered in unison. "I understand." Haida nodded with satisfaction and dismissed the get out of class. The 10 children were given a half-hour break. The 10 children gathered together to discuss the physics they had just learned. Tabeo said, "Liquids with higher densities than water? That's easy to find. For example, salt water has a higher density than water." Bailu listed them off like a treasure. There are many liquids with higher densities than water. Think sulfuric acid, glycerin, mercury, and alcohol. Bailu rattled off dozens of names. Hook took note of a few, planning to look them up later. The homework Haida assigned was simple, primarily intended to spark the little one's interest. Let them find the corresponding items on their own, and they feel a sense of accomplishment when they do. Gradually, this will develop into a hobby. Interest is the greatest teacher. Without interest, work becomes dull, and naturally, the results will be ineffective. Soon, Pam rang the bell. "Children, class has begun. Now we have Chinese. Let's welcome our Chinese teacher, General Jingyuan. As Pam finished speaking, Jingyuan opened the door, walked in, and began his lecture. Chinese. Let's start with strokes and pronunciation. Jingyuan held the textbook and led the little ones in reciting the pinyin aloud. Aoeiuv. The little ones followed along. Just then, Xing, Hutao, and the others returned to the train. They had spent the day playing Plants vs. Hilichurls and Plants vs. Antimatter Legion, and they had a blast. This real-life tower defense game was truly fun, and they planned to keep it alive. They'd play it again when they had time. The plant turrets they brought back were placed back in the botanical garden. After a day of fighting, the Gatling guns were drooping, their leaves drooping to the ground, their heads hanging low, exhausted. Xing and the others heard Jingyuan's voice in class. Xing read aloud along. After finishing, Xing discovered a blind spot. AoE? Isn't that AoE? And there's also IUV after that. Isn't that ouch? Ha ha. Putting it all together makes for an AoE ouch. That sounds quite interesting. Everyone had to admire Xing's train of thought. That made sense. Lu Ying asked curiously. Is this a lesson for Klee and the others? Walter nodded and replied. Yes, Yiyun wants Klee, Bai Lu, and the others to learn. So we're invited to be the teachers. Hu Tao raised his right hand. What are they learning? Walter thought for a moment. There are many subjects, mainly divided into 3 categories: science, liberal arts and physical education. Just like General Jingyuan is teaching Chinese in the liberal arts section, and I'm teaching history in the liberal arts section. Ing understood. So these are the subjects. Then Klee and the others will have some tears in the future. Hee. Amber didn't quite understand what Ing said. Ing, what do you mean? Ing explained. Amber, you people from Teyvat don't understand this. School, I might be able to handle it at first. Later on, many people were complaining bitterly. Amber was still puzzled. Why? Why do so many people dislike something as joyful as learning? Ing said. It's because homework and exams. These 2 things terrify people, and the very mention of them makes them turn pale. The main point is the one thing that students fear the most. You don't understand. These 2 things are a mountain weighing down students. A shadow in their hearts. Amber thought for a moment and said, Are you saying that having something called homework and an exam is going to make people miserable? Wouldn't it be better to just not do them? Ing patted Amber's shoulder. Amber, you're still young. You haven't experienced the pain described in this story. It hurts. It hurts so much. At this moment, Kiana also ran over, strolling over. After listening to the other stories, Kiana instantly felt a surge of hostility towards the door of the same classroom. Class? No way. Absolutely not, however. In the end, Kiana was still dragged into a history class by Walt. The history class was about the past wars of the gods in the Star Rail universe. Kiana was disoriented and didn't take in a single word. What were you running around for? Look, you gotten yourself into trouble, haven't you? It was a little after 6 p.m. The 10 children finished their last class and left school. The 10 children, each with their own textbooks, found a comfortable spot on the sofa in the coffee break area to do their homework. Today, they had 8 classes in total. Physical education was at 7 a.m. tomorrow, so they didn't have it today. There were 8 classes, each with homework. Hook glanced at his homework, thought for a moment, and decided to start with Chinese, memorizing the pronunciation of pinyin words. This was the easiest for her. The remaining political thought, history, calligraphy, biology, and physics classes were more challenging. The physics class was about density. She had to find 3 liquids with a higher density than water. And for biology, they were asked to name at least 10 small animals. The history class was about copying out what she had learned today. In short, although Hook felt exhausted, he enjoyed it. Studying, he had heard before, was something only children from wealthy families could do. I heard that only by studying can one become stronger. Yiyun, Xianling, Little Evil God, and Guoba were preparing dinner. Klee and the others were exhausted after a long day of studying, so Yiyun planned to make them some soup to nourish them. Going to school for the first time was a bit of a chore. Just like the last history class, all 11 students, including Kiana, were fishing. Walter rapped on the blackboard several times to remind them not to sleep. Xing and Hu Tao looked gloating. It's a good thing this hall master was born early, so we don't have to study. It's so cool. It looks so tiring. If I were to go, I would definitely try every possible way to slack off. Xing nodded. That's right. It's a good thing we were born early, otherwise we have to do homework now. After saying that, Xing looked at Yiyun. By the way, Yiyun, will Klee and the others have to attend class every day from now on? Yiyun nodded at Xing's question. That's right, but starting tomorrow, we have one subject each for arts and science each day. Art classes are only on Fridays, and physical education starts at 7 a.m. every day. Considering 8 or 9 classes a day, Carrie and the others might be a bit overwhelmed. Besides, the teachers also have their own things to do. So let's just reduce the intensity and take our time, without rushing. As everyone was chatting, Fanina and Mockingbird walked out of the portal arm in arm. Fanina looked at everyone and smiled, inviting them. Everyone, our new Opiclay Opera House will open tomorrow. I sincerely invite you to come and see it. I, Fanina de Fontaine, have reserved prime seats for you. Xing immediately agreed. That's great. I was just worried about where to go tomorrow, so I'd love to go to your new fontaine. Luing, Hutao, and the others also agreed. Yiyun, Jingyuan, and the others who were free also agreed. Zhongli said, You go ahead. I'll be there after class. Upon hearing they were going to New Fontaine, Rita appeared from beside Fanina like a ghost. Miss Fanina, please do invite me to New Fontaine. Fanina was startled and jumped to the side. Chapter 395. Who is this? You scared me to death. Rita bowed slightly, apologizing. I'm sorry I scared you, Miss Fanina. Please do invite me to New Fontaine. Fanina was stunned for a moment. How could this be possible? How could you be so arrogant as to let someone invite you? Shouldn't things like this depend on the invitation? Oh, this. Okay, I definitely invite you. Rita's eyes lit up at Fanina's words. Really? Can I really go to New Fontaine? Fanina nodded stiffly. Of course, didn't I already invite you? Rita confirmed, then bowed 90 degrees to Fanina. Thank you. You are so great. Miss Fanina. You are the most beautiful, kindest, gentlest, and most compassionate deity in the world. Fanina felt a little embarrassed at Rita's rainbow-spiked praise. Isn't that a bit much? How could I possibly be so great? Fanina took out her phone and wrote down the names of those going. Come on, everyone who's going, tell me. I make a list so I can arrange seating and everything. Everyone started to give their names. Fanina wrote them down one by one, and after a few minutes, the list was complete. Fanina sent the list directly to Navalette and left a voice message. Navalette, I sent you the list of people from our store who will be attending the opening of the new Opera Opera House. Make sure you make your plans. If you're short of money, let me know. As soon as Fanina sent the message, Navalette replied. I received it. There's definitely enough money. We have enough in the account to build 3 more fontaine. Fanina hung up the phone with relief after reading Violet's reply. Okay. Well everyone, see you tomorrow. With that, Fanina pulled Robin back through the portal and left the store. Xing watched the two of them, who came and went so quickly. Fanina and Robin are really inseparable now. Hutao said. They have the same hobbies, and they both had almost no friends before. They finally met someone they could relate to, so that's for sure. Xing smacked her lips. Back then, Fanina was always hanging out with us. Now, Yiyun glanced at Xing. Why does that sound weird? Xing chuckled and spread his hands. I'm just sighing with emotion. Luing, Hutao, let's go back to the treehouse and play. Xing jumped up from the sofa and led Luing, Hutao, and the others into the cave. At that moment, inside New Fontaine, Villet and Fucros were working in their office. Now, everything in New Fontaine is basically on track. The amount of paperwork they need to process each day has also decreased significantly. The main reason is the small population. In the entire Fontaine, according to statistics, there are only a little over 70,000 humans, and only a little over 5,000 Melissan. Of all the kingdoms, Fontaine spends the most on reproduction. Don't ask, the answer is money. With Fanina around, Fontaine can handle these expenses. Fontaine is now the richest of the kingdoms in New Teyvat. There's no other way, Fanina is too powerful. Even civilizations that independently occupied several star systems couldn't match the earning power of interstellar superstars. Fucros finished processing the last document and signed the permission on it. This document was submitted by Linny and Linnet, a sibling. They wanted to use a piece of land to build a farm and earn enough money to support their children, now separated from the hearth house. Although Fucros allocated a monthly allowance for Linny and Linnet, the siblings didn't want to live a life of relying solely on others for support. They were grown up, and they naturally wanted to take care of their siblings. Fucros put the documents away and looked at Violet. Have you finished your work there? Liosli said he'd treat us to dinner tonight. He found a really good restaurant, Violet said. Give me a little more time. Funina sent a list of guests expected at Yiyun's restaurant for her performance tomorrow. Fukuro's stood up and approached Violet. Let me see. Violet placed her phone on the table, and they both began to read it. Everything seemed normal at first, until they saw Rita's name at the end. They were both stunned. Fukuro's, didn't you tell Funina about that? Violet, didn't you tell Funina about that? The two looked at each other in shock, asking in unison. A few seconds of silence passed between them, and Fukuro's held his forehead. Let's have someone tear up the city's wanted poster first, to prevent Rita from seeing it. It would be bad. Violet nodded silently. Not long ago, a horrific and outrageous incident occurred in the Melissan Street neighborhood of New Fontaine, specifically designated for the residence of Melissan women. A flower thief brazenly entered Melissan Street and forcibly hugged, kissed, and lifted up dozens of Melissan women. This incident was so egregious that it became a household name in Fontaine. And this flower thief was none other than Rita. That night, Rita quietly sneaked onto Melissan Street and molested dozens of Melissan women. She was later apprehended by Navarrete and added to the New Fontaine blacklist. Every street corner in New Fontaine is monitored by security cameras, and any sighting of Rita would be reported to the intelligence center. Then, the security team would rush to Melissan Street as quickly as possible to secure the Melissan women inside. Rita visited several more times, but unfortunately, she was never able to enter Melissan Street and returned home disappointed. This explains why Rita was so eager for Funina to invite her. There was nothing she could do. She was blacklisted, so she couldn't get in. Funina invited her, so she could get in, right? I'm your guest. We can't be rude to guests. Violet called the secretary and told him to remove the wanted posters from the city and repost them later. Also, notify all Melusines to take a paid day off tomorrow and return to Melusine Street for collective protection. Fukuro's thought for a moment and suggested, I see Miss Teresa, and the others aren't on the list. I think we could invite them. They can subdue Rita without us having to do anything, which would damage the relationship. Navalite nodded. Okay, you go meet up with Liosli and the others first. I go inform Miss Teresa and the others. With that, Navalite entered the portal and headed to the collapsed 3 world to find Teresa and the others. Fukuro's, on the other hand, went to meet up with Liosli and the others first, and then to the restaurant. More than 10 minutes later, Teresa, Yulindel, May, and Tesla were all in a state of dismay. Teresa scratched her head sheepishly and said to Navalite, I'm sorry to bother you with Rita. It's our fault for not watching her well. Don't worry. We all be here tomorrow. We take good care of her, don't worry. May echoed. Yes, we will. Don't worry, Mr. Navalite. Navalite nodded slightly. Then I be looking forward to welcoming you all tomorrow. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony of our new optical opera house. Miss Funina will be performing. You can go and listen. Teresa nodded with a smile. Okay, Funina sings beautifully. We be there. See you tomorrow, Mr. Villette. Seeing the matter settled, Villette stood up and took his leave. After Villette left, Teresa was furious. Since succeeding the Archbishop, she already been incredibly busy every day. If it weren't for the help of May, Bronia, and Tesla, she'd have been swamped. You're so good, Rita. You're even going to mess with someone else's Melissan. They all come to my house. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Teresa looked at the people present. How about postponing the opening ceremony of New Songhai City for 1 day? The reason? Let's say a remnant of Honkai beasts was discovered in outer space, and the Sky Order headquarters wants to annihilate them. What do you think? Tesla nodded. It's all that can be done. This Rita, The next day arrived. Yiyun had risen early, watching the 10 little ones practicing swordplay in the cave Heaven Square. Each of the 10 little ones was assigned a small wooden sword, and Jing Liu was teaching them the basics of swordsmanship. Feel the sword in your hand with your heart, let your heart be the sword. The 10 little ones studied diligently, their faces brimming with fighting spirit. Not long after, Xing, Luing, and the others woke up. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, they descended the treehouse and spotted the 10 little ones, Yiyun and Jing Liu in physical education class from afar. Xing approached. Yiyun, aren't you leaving yet? Aren't we going to Funina's today? Yiyun smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, it doesn't start until tonight. I wait for Klee and the others to finish their classes before taking them over. You guys go to the store first. Xiangling and Sandwich Sauce have already prepared breakfast. Xing, Luing, and the others nodded and headed towards the store. When they arrived, Zhongli, Jingyuan, and the others were already eating. To Xing's surprise, Nishida and Kalai were also there. Xing walked over to Nishida, carrying a bowl of soy milk. Nishida, what brings you here today? Nishida, gracefully munching on a steamed bun, looked up. It's you, Xing. Good morning. I heard Funina is having a concert in Fontaine today, and I was thinking of setting up a stall with Kalai and Shumi specialties. Funina is a huge star in the interstellar universe, so I'm sure there will be many people from other planets. Then I can promote our Shumi products. I already told Funina about this. She said she saved me a table next to the supermarket in the new Opikol Opera House. Xing gave him a thumbs up. You're the real deal, Nishida. You're a business person. I check it out later. Besides, your Shumi mushroom pig is truly delicious. There's only one left in my pig pen. GZ was puzzled. Didn't you raise lots of little mushroom pigs before? How come there's only one left? Before Xing could speak, Xiangling beside her gave the answer. That's because Xing and the others often bring their little mushroom pigs to me late at night and ask me to barbecue them. They say they can't sleep and feel like they're not right without a late-night snack. GZ felt a bead of sweat break out on her forehead after hearing Xiangling's explanation, speechless. Xing, Luing, eat less late-night snacks, and don't eat anything so greasy. It's bad for your health. Xing and Luing nodded in understanding. A moment later, Ningguang, Kiching, and Ganyu also arrived. They had the same idea as Nishida, to promote their products. Later, Zhen Ying and Shenzi also arrived, with the same purpose, to do business. As for Jean, Lisa, and Dialek from Mondstadt, the others had already set up their stalls, and had already sold several copies. Afterwards, after finishing their meal, everyone in the store helped clear the tables and tableware. After that, everyone headed to New Fontaine Court. Just as they were about to leave, Barnabas, the lady, and the young master hurried over. It turned out that Asmodeus had asked them to come. If he hadn't asked, Jidong would never have thought that a concert could be a promotional opportunity. Asmodeus said, I've been so worried about Jidong. It's been so hard for me, I can't even play games peacefully. Silver Wolf and Asmodeus definitely won't be going today. They plan to stay in the treehouse and play games. Through the portal, everyone arrived at Momong Palace. Fukuros personally greeted everyone. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fontaine. GZ, walking in front, waved. Long time no see, Fukuros. I don't see you on the train often. Fukuros smiled. You're busy with Fontaine, aren't you? I'd join you on the train once I'm done. Honestly, I have so many places I want to go. Xianzhou, Pinocchio, Black Tower Space Station, and so many more. GZ said with a smile. Okay, I'd take you there then. Fukuros nodded happily. It's settled then. Now, I take you to the Opikoli Opera House. It's very busy today. Fukuros then led the group out of the Momong Palace and headed towards the center of the waterway. The new Fontaine retained the style of the old Fontaine, with a waterway connecting the various islands and regions. However, the means of transportation had changed. Electric boats, capable of carrying 1,000 people and 30 tons of cargo at a time. The speed was also twice as fast as the original. Exiting the Momong Palace, Xing and the others were pleasantly surprised. The surrounding streets were bustling with activity, with many tourists from other planets stopping to explore. Fukuros introduced them. We sold 300,000 tickets this time, and we set up a plaza outside the venue that can accommodate nearly 300,000 people. A total of 600,000 spectators, all of whom must have tickets to enter New Tevet. Otherwise, our Fontainebleau wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. Barnabas listened to Fukuros's introduction with envy. If it weren't for the restrictions, we'd probably have at least 1 or 2 million visitors. How much revenue would these tourists alone bring to Fontainebleau? Chapter 396. Most of these tourists were well off. After all, tickets for Funina's concert alone cost 99,999 credits. Following Fukuros, the group arrived at the Channel Center. The Channel Center's design was similar to that of the old Fontaine. However, while the old Fontaine only had 3 floors, this one had 6, leading to 6 different islands. One of these 6 islands was home to the Opikoli Opera House. 2 of the others had been developed into resorts, with numerous island recreational facilities. Many of the concertgoers chose to stay on these 2 islands, enjoying the concert and a vacation at the same time. Fukuros turned and introduced. From the Channel Center, boats depart every 10 minutes for each island, making transportation very convenient. As Fukuros spoke, a large yacht appeared before the group. Everyone, let's get on board. This yacht is where Navalette and I usually travel. Everyone boarded the yacht. Some stood on the deck to admire the scenery, while others went to rest in the cabin. Nazida and Cole were sorting out items for sale. They found a corner in the cabin and laid out everything, counting them one by one. About half an hour later, everyone arrived at the island where the Obiclay Opera House was located. The waters surrounding the island were azure blue, with flocks of seabirds soaring above. From afar, the cheerful music from the Obiclay Opera House could be heard. As the yacht drew closer to the opera house, Xing and the others on the deck were eager to go down and play. The yacht entered the landing channel and lined up for boarding. Xing and the others leaned against the fence, taking in the surrounding scenery. The beach was crowded, offering a variety of activities, including beach volleyball, beach buggies, and wakeboarding. One type involved a speedboat pulling passengers from below, while passengers sat on a landing platform and were carried aloft. One of the tourists, just as the yacht was passing close by, waved and greeted Xing and the others. Xing and the others responded enthusiastically. Hu Tao's eyes lit up as she gazed at the bustling beach below. Wow! There are so many people on this beach. It must be fun. Let's go check it out later, eh? Xing nodded. Sure, let's have fun. We're here to have fun today, let's have fun. As the line slowly moved forward, Xing and the others soon disembarked from the yacht. Once off the yacht, Xing and the others let loose, running towards the beach below. Fukuros covered her mouth with a soft laugh. Everyone, please feel free to move around. For the evening performance, please head to the designated boxes. Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed in small groups. Rita had been glancing around since arriving at the new fontaine, searching for Melusine. Teresa, speechless, stared at Rita, refusing to let her go alone and insisting on taking her with her wherever she went. Narsida and Cole quickly ran to the opera house entrance. To the right of the entrance was a large convenience store, packed with people. Narsida spotted a small shop next to the convenience store. It wasn't very large, only about 20 square meters, and it was a counter-style shop. In front of the shop, a staff member had been waiting for a long time. The two approached and presented the documents that Funina had sent them. The staff member reviewed them and bowed slightly. Little King of Auspicious Grass, welcome to the Obicla Opera House. The shop behind me is the one that Funina has reserved for you. I open the door for you now. The staff member then produced a key and unlocked a small door next to the shop, allowing them to enter. After entering, Nishida and Kalai thanked the staff and began to set out their items. For today's stall, Nishida had purchased a small LED blackboard from the Gongsabeo app. She wrote product descriptions on it, the characters gleaming under the LED lights. Kalai, let's hurry. There are already a lot of tourists. Kalai nodded and quickly set out the items. Mushroom pork, spice fruit, various mushrooms, handicrafts, and so on. Basically, the two had brought all of Shumi's more famous and unique products. It took over 10 minutes for the two of them to set up their stall. Nishida pulled out a small speaker and handed it to Kalai, giving him a thumbs up with a look of confidence. Kalai nervously took the speaker. Are we really going to do this, little auspicious grass king? Nishida nodded with a smile. Of course. Go for it, Kalai. I'm rooting for you. Kalai glanced at the speaker in his hand and mustered his courage. Come on. Come this way. We have special offers and great deals here. The goods here are definitely not expensive. The quality of my goods is worse than finding pearls and treasures. If you want a good deal, head this way. Buy them as gifts for friends and family, and they're affordable, and they give you face. Shop here today, and your mom will praise you for being amazing. It's like finding a giant lobster on the beach. Kolai recited the slogan he memorized by heart in one breath, then crouched down like a quail, hiding behind the counter, his face flushed. Nishida nodded in satisfaction. This time, she specifically asked Kolai to accompany her. The purpose, of course, was to train him. Kolai is a promising prospect, though a little shy. Fight fire with fire, and if you do it right, you do it again. Look, isn't that a great slogan? There are already many tourists approaching. Kolai, don't be shy. You're doing great. Look, there are already customers coming. Let's work hard and promote our Shumi products. Cole paused for a moment, then stood up. He glanced at Nishida, who was already explaining the products to the tourists, and joined in, helping with the introductions. At first, Kelahai was shy and didn't dare to speak. Slowly, as he interacted with more and more tourists, he began to feel more comfortable and less nervous. Nashida's side was in full swing. Ningguang, Yelan, and Ganyu also quickly got into the swing of things. With the godchild by their side, Inazuma naturally opened their stall quickly. Only Jidong and the other two were still tinkering with their stall, arranging the items according to their categories. Young master sighed inwardly. I should have recommended the wealthy. This was something he was more adept at. Young master was also puzzled. Why didn't the queen invite the wealthy? They were clearly the experts. If Barnabas knew what the young master was thinking, he'd probably say it directly. That's because you're idle. The rich are developing profitable projects for Jidong, striving to develop their own lucrative industries, like Liu is. There's no need to invite the rich to such a trivial matter. Thankfully, after more than 20 minutes of busy work, Jidong had packed up their stall and started selling. On the beach, Xing, Hu Tao, and the others had already changed into their swimsuits. Each of them grabbed a large water gun and rushed into the sea. Xing, Hu Tao, Amber, and the others leaped high into the water, rising from the bottom and firing their water guns at Amber, who had just emerged. Hey hey! Amber, die! Do-do-do-do. Amber was caught off guard, unable to open her eyes. Eula, who had just emerged from the water, saw this and rushed to Amber's aid, firing the bazooka-shaped water gun on her shoulder. A massive water cannon blasted out, sending Xing flying far into the water. Hu Tao came to help, carrying a Gatling gun, and unleashed a barrage of water at Eula and Amber. Eula's water cannon hadn't been reloaded yet, so she and Amber could only passively take the brunt of the fire. Ying shouted, drawing Hu Tao's attention to herself. Little Hu Tao, don't be so arrogant. Ying held up a water cannon the size of a bowl and lowered the absorbent belt into the sea. Hu Tao gasped. Oh no! This is going to be bad. Ying fired directly, and a column of water as thick as a dragon erupted, sending Hu Tao flying. Amber! Eula! Help me carry it! Ying couldn't move alone carrying the water cannon, so Amber and Eula threw away their own small guns and joined Ying in chasing Hu Tao and Xing. Xing and Hu Tao were beaten so badly they couldn't even stand up, rolling around in the water. Hee. Hu Tao. Xing. You got me for bullying me. Ying. Increase the power. Ying put on her sunglasses and reached out to turn the power knob to full throttle. In an instant, the powerful recoil sent the three of them flying straight into the air. Ying, Amber, and Eula clung tightly to the water cannon, their bodies swaying up and down with it. The three screamed in pain. Wow! Help! We can't get out! At this moment, Xing and Hu Tao, having recovered, smiled at each other and picked up their water guns. Fire! Xing and Hu Tao didn't try to save Ying and the other three. Instead, they took up their weapons and attacked, focusing on the ultimate blow. How badly you beat me just now, how badly you're going to be beaten now. A thrown boomerang always comes back to you. Lu Ying was on the shore, humming a little tune as she set up the dining table and parasol. Lu Ying clapped her hands and glanced at her work, feeling quite satisfied. Great! Now, let's get everyone up and rest for a while. Lu Ying turned around and saw Ying, Amber, and Eula being carried all over the place by the water cannon. Hu Tao and Star were frantically firing water bombs at the three of them, one on each side. Lu Ying rushed forward to rescue Ying and the other two. After Ying, Amber, and Eula got down, they felt completely off-kilter, their heads swirling and numb. Xing and Hu Tao, having finally breathed their last, joined Lu Ying in helping the three of them to shore. They sat on the chairs, looking like a puddle of mud. Lu Ying was puzzled. Why didn't you let go? We were right in the sea, it wouldn't hurt if we fell. Ying, Amber, and Eula exchanged awkward glances. They hadn't expected that. The water cannon started firing at 0 frames, and before they could react, they were already being dragged into its rhythm. Typical. They were so lost in the moment, their minds wandering. They rested for a while, then went back to the sea. This time, the fun wasn't as intense. At most, they were just shooting water guns in the sea, no large-scale weapons. Inside Fontaine Court, Yian had also arrived with the 7 little ones. Clawland was in charge of the reception. Clawland led Yiyun and the 7 little ones out of Momong Palace. The 7 little ones emerged, excited to see the streets bustling like a festival. Kids, after all, love crowded places, especially those with celebrations. Kelly ran to a candy stall, took one look, and couldn't take her eyes off it. The candies on the stall were so adorable in their colors and shapes that Klee was completely captivated. Klee rummaged through her school bag, pulled out a small wallet, and took out 3,000 credits to buy some candy. Hook joined them. Of the 7 little ones, they were the 2 most fond of candy. Bailu liked them, but not too much. As a doctor, she knew the dangers of excessive sugar intake. Diana, Chi-Chi, and Yao Yao were similar. They liked them, but not too much. Bailu looked around and dragged Diana to a ring-tossing stall. Bai Lu bought 20 rings and gave 10 to Diana. Diana, let's have a competition to see who can land the biggest prize. Upon hearing this, Diana immediately agreed to the bid. She had a bow and arrow, so she was sure to win. Bai Lu and Diana both took up the trap and began casting. As Yi-Yun had predicted, Diana emerged victorious. Diana was an expert archer, and her accuracy far surpassed Bai Lu's. Bai Lu held the trap, aiming for a long time, but she wasn't sure she hit the target. Diana only needed to glance briefly, throw, and she was done. Diana won the grand prize, a life-size figurine of Fernina. Diana stood in front of the stall, holding the figurine, surrounded by envious glances. This little cat girl is amazing. She actually snagged the grand prize. The boss is probably going to cry. This life-size figurine of Fernina is exquisitely crafted. It won't be cheap. What a shame. I was so close to winning just now. Just a little bit. Bai Lu said proudly, hands on her hips. What's the big deal? I can hold the real thing. Humph. The tourists around laughed at this, not taking Bai Lu's words seriously. Kids, after losing a competition, still trying to save face, that's what. Bai Lu saw that everyone around her didn't believe her, and she was furious. I really can hold the real thing. Just wait and see. Remember what I look like? I show you tonight, humph. Bai Lu finished speaking, took out her phone, and sent a message to Fernina. Soon, Fernina replied. Satisfied, Bai Lu turned off her phone, shook her hand, and clenched her fist. Just wait, you guys. Fernina and I will be on stage together tonight. The tourists around her still didn't believe her. To them, Fernina was a big star, a world apart from the average person. Yes, yes, definitely. Yes, yes, you can do it. We believe you, okay, little girl? Bai Lu listened to everyone's perfunctory words, and didn't want to talk anymore. Just wait and see. You find out tonight. Humph, 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 humph. Fernina has already promised me that she'd take me on stage at the opening ceremony tonight. Chapter 397. Bai Lu left with Diana and ran to Yi-Yun, saying she was going to find Fernina. Seeing this, Yi-Yun took out his phone and called Fernina to check on her. Fernina was rehearsing and didn't have time, as the evening performance was very important. However, Bai Lu had already made arrangements. Why not have the little ones sing a song together tonight? Hadn't they done it once before? It was a great result, wasn't it? Yi-Yun told Bai Lu about Fernina's rehearsal, and the 7 little ones singing together. Bai Lu stopped making a fuss after hearing this. Okay, then we go back later. Yi-Yun rubbed Bai Lu's little head, and said with a smile. Come on, I take you to scoop goldfish. That's quite interesting. Bai Lu looked up at Yi-Yun, reached out, and took his hand, and followed him to a nearby goldfish scooping stall. Goldfish scooping involves using a paper net to catch goldfish in a pond. Anyone who could be caught could be taken away. This was a real test of patience, and required extreme caution. If a goldfish fell onto the ground or into the pool, it wouldn't count and had to be returned. Kelly, Hook, Chi-Chi, and the others also joined them. Yi-Yun simply bought 700 nets so Kelly, Bai Lu, and the others could have some fun. Chi-Chi, holding a small scoop net, squatted by the pool, intently watching the small goldfish swimming within. Chi-Chi reached down and slowly lowered her hand, then lifted it up. A goldfish lay quietly in the scoop net. Chi-Chi quietly watched the goldfish, not returning it to her own basin. Slowly, the paper of the scoop net gave way to the weight and tore, sending the goldfish plummeting back into the pool. Chi-Chi looked at the swiftly fleeing goldfish, her face filled with confusion. The little goldfish ran away. Yao walked over and squatted beside Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, come here, do it like me. Yao took out a scoop net, and taught Chi-Chi how to scoop a goldfish. Like this, once you scoop it up, make sure to quickly put it back in your own basin. That way, the little goldfish won't get away. Chi-Chi's expression suddenly dawned with enlightenment. Oh, Chi-Chi, I get it. Chi-Chi took out a new scoop net, lowered it into the water, and then lifted it up. Chi-Chi looked at the empty net with surprise. Oh, Chi-Chi, nothing. Yao said with a smile. It's okay. Chi-Chi, we still have plenty of nets. Chi-Chi nodded and continued scooping goldfish. At the stall, the owner, looking at the sight of a single goldfish, was completely paralyzed. The entire place resounded with Kelly's cheerful laughter. With a simple scoop, Kelly would catch several goldfish. Kelly scooped up another basin and placed the goldfish in it. Kelly turned to look at Yi-Yun, who was standing behind her. Brother Yi-Yun, Kelly's basin is full. Kelly wants a new one. Yi-Yun smiled and asked the owner to bring a new one. The owner sighed silently as he looked at the dwindling number of goldfish in the pool. How could this little girl be so skilled at catching goldfish? She could easily catch several at a time. If only Chi-Chi, Yao Yao, Bai Lu, and the others were more normal, Yun would have bought 700 at once. Otherwise, he would have lost a fortune. Kelly was overjoyed with her new basin and continued catching goldfish. Over half an hour later, Clarinda found a large water tank and had Kelly and the others pour all the goldfish into it. Mr. Yun, how about leaving these goldfish at Mamong Palace for now? You can take them back when you return. Yun smiled. No need to bother. Puni. As soon as Yun finished speaking, Puni appeared beside them. What's up, Yun? Yun pointed to the fish tank. Help me. Kelly and the others caught these goldfish. Can you run a trip and deliver them to the Rose Castle where Kelly and her friends live? Kelly, Bai Lu, and the others gathered around Puni. Puni, can you help Kelly? Puni, you've grown taller in a few days. Can you tell me the secret to your height? Puni, Chi-Chi needs to be lifted up high. Puni, looking at the 7 little ones surrounding him, clinging to him and hugging him, agreed. Yes, I can help you, Klee. Zhaoyo, growth happens naturally when you reach a certain age, don't worry. Lifted up high? Is that so? Puni played with the 7 little ones for a while, then left with the fish tank. The 7 little ones were reluctant to leave, they loved playing with Puni. Unfortunately, Puni came and went without a trace, making it difficult to see him all day long. After Puni left, Yun and Clarinda took the 7 little ones to continue their tour of Fontainebleau. It had been very lively these days, with the entire Fontainebleau adorned with festive decorations. Inside the new Opiclay Opera House, Ningguang, Kiching, and Ganyu were constantly explaining the products to the shoppers. The counters in front of them were running low, many items had already sold out. Fortunately, Ningguang had contacted Yilan ahead of time and asked her to deliver the goods. Yilan quickly delivered the goods, enough to fill 5 storage rings, which should be enough for today's sales. After leaving the rings behind, Yilan turned and returned to Liyue. Ningguang, Kiching, and Ganyu were all gone, and Liyue Harbor needed her to keep an eye on it. Although many immortals were still present, they, the mortals, still had to do their own work. Across from the Liyue shop was Nashida's. Nashida stood on a platform, smiling and welcoming visitors. Kolai quickly got into the swing of things, imitating Nashida's example and introducing the products. Similarly, their goods were selling quickly, and Sino had already made a trip to deliver them. Sino didn't rush back to Shumi because he had spotted someone playing 7 summoning. In the square outside the Optical Opera House, there was a specially designated area. This area was filled with players playing 7 summoning. Zeno suddenly couldn't walk anymore and asked Narsida for permission. Narita naturally agreed immediately. Sure, go ahead, have fun. After receiving permission, Zeno took out his deck and rushed out. The situation in Mondstadt was relatively normal. They were selling alcohol, basically. They were all out for fun, so how could they possibly drink in broad daylight? Jean, Lisa, and Dialek were also mentally prepared and continued their stalls in the evening. Alcohol's real stamina was at night. Over at Jidong, business was surprisingly booming as well. Nothing else mattered. Barnabas was selling it cheaply. A pound of beef jerky for just 99 credits. The main attraction is cheap, authentic, and delicious. Dongdong, New Teyvat, isn't particularly cold. Back in Old Teyvat, Dongdong was truly covered in ice and snow, never melting year-round. Back then, the people of Dongdong enjoyed making jerky from various meats. It was convenient for storage, and when they were ready to eat, they simply set up a pot, tossed a few pieces of jerky in, and it made a bowl of broth. The woman frowned at the last remaining sack of beef jerky. Why hasn't the young master returned yet? He's been gone for so long. Barnabas smiled. Don't worry, we can hold out for a while. By the way, ma'am, remember to send a message to the rich man, asking him to build more ranches for long-haired cattle. Our jerky is selling well. The woman nodded and took out her phone to send a message to the rich man. At this moment, Xing, Hutao, and the others returned from the beach. Hutao, seeing Ningguang, Ganyu, and the others, her eyes flashed as she rushed over. Sister Ningguang, Sister Ganyu, Kiching, how's business? Ningguang had just finished serving a tourist when she spotted Hutao, a hand propped up on the counter, beaming with joy and looking at her with a sly grin. Business is good? A lot of people have been checking out our shop on Gongsabeo today. Hutao chuckled and pulled out a sign. Hee hee. Then please help me promote Wang Shengtang. Hua said the funeral business has been slow lately, and she's running out of people to practice with. Ningguang chuckled. You're really smart. Put the sign on the counter and leave the QR code. If any tourists are interested, I have them add you. Hu Tao rubbed her hands together and placed her sign on the edge of the counter. Thank you. Sister Ning Wang, I treat you to dinner sometime. Hee hee. Xing and Luing came to Nashida's stall. Nashida, we're here to see you. Nashida looked at Xing and greeted her with a smile. Xing, Luing, you're here. How was your day? Did you enjoy it? Xing nodded. Of course. There are a lot of people at the beach. You can go have some fun later. Nashida smiled. Okay, do you want to buy anything? I give you a great discount. Xing and Luing looked at the items on the table. Xing spotted the mushroom pig meat. Nashida, sell me a few mushroom piglets. I only have one left in my pig pen. Nashida heard this. Sure, I have Alhazen take you to the train later. Xing nodded. Okay, I give you the money first. We probably won't be going back tonight. We'd probably just hang out here. Tell him to pick up the goods with Pam. I'm afraid she embezzled the sandwich sauce. Narsida nodded in agreement. Amber, Eula, and Ing. They ran to the Mon shop and took in a deserted space, feeling lost for words. Lisa smiled at the three hesitant people. Don't look. Our business doesn't start until tonight. A lot of customers have already reserved seats for dinner. You three have to come and help when the time comes. Amber and Eula nodded in agreement. Ing, on the other hand, was bewildered. Why should I come? I'm not from Mond. Paimon, let's go play with Xing and the others. Lisa smiled. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget, Ing, you're an honorary knight of our Knights of Favonius. Ing heard Lisa say this. Ha! It would have been fine if you hadn't mentioned it, but now that you mentioned it, I remember. My salary. All of you in the Knights of Favonius get paid. Jean looked puzzled. Didn't they pay me? Paimon came to take it. Ying's eyes widened instantly. She turned and saw Paimon sneaking away. Paimon chuckled. Well, Ing, listen to my explanation. Ing gave a kind smile and slowly approached Paimon. A minute later, Paimon's screams echoed from a corner. Meline glanced up, then ignored it, concentrating on eating the snack in front of her. On the train, Pam was strolling around. Noel's so diligent. He even cleans our area during his usual cleaning, leaving me, the conductor, with nothing to do. Noel's daily duties, after boarding the train, were to greet customers and clean the area. Regarding the reception aspect, second-time customers generally didn't need much attention, they already knew how to shop. Thus, Noel's primary responsibility remained cleaning. Yi Yun's shop was so small, and Noel finished it in an hour. Noel couldn't spare the rest of his time, figuring he had nothing to do anyway, so he might as well help clean the train. Not to mention the empty cars at the back, Noel cleaned the currently occupied cars every day. As Pam was walking, she suddenly felt a blackout. Pam looked up and saw Alhazen. It's you, Alhazen. Long time no see. How did you find time to come to the train? Alhazen pointed to a large cage at the back. Inside are the mushroom piglets Xing bought. She asked you to inspect them. Pam took the invoice Alhazen handed her. Just as Pam was about to take it, a black hand reached out. Hey, black hand. Take it. Elio suddenly appeared and snatched the invoice away. You idiot rabbit, you're counting, don't you understand? Don't make a mistake. Let the great Lord Elio do it. Pam flew into a rage the moment she saw Elio. Damn black cat. Give it back to me. Xing asked me to inspect them. What's your business? Elio snorted. Humph. Xing used to be one of our star core hunters. Why can't I count them? Let me see. Oh. Another mushroom piglet. Great. I have something delicious tonight. Elio stretched out his paw to press his fingerprint on the invoice. Suddenly, a round head flew over and hit Elio's kidney. Headbutt. Elliot was knocked flying, clutching his kidney and groaning as he landed. Pam caught the falling cargo list and patted it. Humph. Xing is now a train crew member. Her cargo, I order it. After saying that, Pam looked at Alhazen, her expression changing, becoming very polite. Thank you for the trip. Let's start counting the cargo. Then, the two began counting. After counting, Alhazen suddenly asked. Pam, train crew, I heard there's a library on the train. I wonder if I could go and read it. Pam nodded. Yes, it's in Yi Yun's shop. He said I could go anytime I wanted. You look like you're quite interested in learning. Then you can go to the cave to find Danheng and Zhou Ri. The three of you should be able to get along well. Alhazen nodded. Thanks for the advice, conductor. I go read a book first. After saying that, Alhazen said goodbye to Pam and headed towards Yi-Yun's shop. After Alhazen left, Pam patted the cage where 20 little mushroom piglets huddled together shivering. Pam opened the cage and pulled one out to examine it. The little mushroom piglet was tiny, only 2/3 the length of Pam. Pam lifted the little mushroom piglet, examined it, and patted it. Good quality. It would be delicious as a roast suckling pig. After that, Pam put the little mushroom piglet back. Pam glanced at Elio, who was still lying nearby. You stinky black cat, still lying there? I don't know you. Even with that force just now, you aren't even hurt. Okay, come help me lift it. Elliot lay on the floor, his head propped up with one hand. You begged me. Pam rolled her eyes at Elliot. Come if you want, but don't tell me I'm going to tell on you and say bad things about you in front of Xing. Elliot was shocked. You're threatening me. Damn rabbit. Elliot finally gave in and walked over. The cat and rabbit carried the cage, staggering towards the cave. Inside the cave, Suinri and Donhung saw the cat and rabbit carrying the pig cage. Pam? Train crew? The two hurried forward to help, taking the cage. Donhung asked. What's this? Pam clapped her hands. These are the little mushroom pigs Xing bought from Shimi. She asked me to help pick them up. Xing is still playing and phoned in. Danhung and Zhou re-carried the pig cage to the pigpen and placed the 20 little mushroom pigs inside. The pigpen suddenly became lively again. There was only one left from the previous batch, and now there were 20 more, and they were suddenly noisy. Danhung and Zhou re-picked a giant cabbage leaf and threw it in. The 21 little mushroom pigs stood in a circle around the cabbage leaf and began to eat. Sun Re looked at the little mushroom pigs in the pigpen and discussed with Danhung. Why don't we raise some animals? Yi-Yun should have many animals worth studying. Danhung thought for a moment and decided it was a good idea. That's feasible. Let's go take a look. Danhung and Zhou returned and walked towards Yi-Yun's shop. Pam and Elio glanced at the lush green grass beside them and resumed their fight. Final Flying Kick 2.0. Pioneering Headbutt 2.0. Final Fishing. Cat Picking Peach. Despicable Cat. Sneak Attack my bottom lane. Take my Pioneering Back Slam. The cat and the rabbit weren't fighting so much as playing, both holding back and observing their own limits. Yi-Yun's library. Alhazen selected a book titled Pioneering Star Map. This book contains a star map compiled by the group since the train's creation. It marked the planets the train had visited and marked the star paths it was headed for. Alhazen thought this book was excellent, allowing him to more intuitively understand the map of the universe. Carrying the book, Alhazen sat down on a sofa near the door and began to read quietly. At this moment, Danhung and Sunday walked in. Danhung saw Alhazen and greeted him. They had met before. Alhazen, how come you have time to come aboard the train? Alhazen said. I'm here to make a delivery and stopped by to visit the library. Danhung heard this. Oh yes, Pam just mentioned it. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Sunday, our newest member of the train crew. Sunday introduced himself with a smile. Hello, Mr. Alhazen, next Sunday, the youngest member of the train crew. Chapter 398. Alhazen nodded to Sunday. Hello, Mr. Sunday, I'm Alhazen. I heard there's a performance by Miss Funina at Fontaine today. Mr. Xing, Mr. Walter, and the others are all going. Aren't you two going to see it? Sunday smiled and shook his head. We're not going. We're planning to build a preliminary ranch today to raise some new and exotic animals. Alhazen piqued his interest. Oh, is that so? That's interesting. Can I join in? Danhung nodded. Sure, we just happen to have an extra person. Alhazen nodded. Okay, wait a moment, I put the book back. Danhung heard. No need. You can take it home and read it. Just return it when you're done. Just report it in the group chat. Alhazen took out his phone and took a photo to report it in the group chat. Then, he followed Danhung and Sunday to the bar to buy some new and exotic animals to study. In the end, the three selected 20 small animals from across the universe. However, they didn't buy them yet, they still had to build a ranch. They bought some materials, and went to the cave, where they built a simple ranch on the open space next to the farmland. The ranch resembled a calculator. The upper part was a large grassland. The lower part consisted of 20 small rooms separated by a circle. With the help of the construction robot, construction was swift. It was completed in just over 10 minutes. Alhazen watched the construction robot with great interest. Danhung observed this. This item is sold at the Black Tower Space Station. You can ask Esther. If you don't know her, I can send your grass god. She knows Esther. Alhazen nodded thoughtfully. This thing is definitely worth buying a few and researching. That Cuddy guy would probably love it. Okay, I get it. Let's go and move the animals in first. Then, the three of them placed the various small animals they had purchased into the ranch. Inside Fontaine, Teresa, May, Yolandel, Cecilia, and Kiana frantically searched for her. Rita's gone! She vanished just as they were buying ice cream. Teresa was stunned. This Rita. Is Millicent really that attractive to you? Cecilia said. Teresa, tell Mr. Villette first to protect Millicent. Hearing this, Teresa quickly pulled out her phone and called Navarette. After receiving the message, Navarette immediately sent Clorinda to Millicent Street. At that moment, in a trash can not far from Millicent Street, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened. Rita was hiding in a trash can, and was being led to Millicent Street by staff. Rita peeked open a crack, glanced at the security guards outside, and sneered. Humph. You can't stop me. Demons. You actually want to separate me from the beautiful Millicents. How cruel. Just when Rita was feeling extremely proud, she suddenly felt herself stop. The security guards outside shouted something and came over, saying they needed to check the trash cans or something. Rita instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no! We're exposed. Looks like we have no choice but to force our way in. Angels! I'm coming! Rita drew her weapon, and was about to strike when a familiar voice rang out. Rita looked over and saw Clorinda approaching with a group of security personnel. Clorin's eyes immediately locked on the trash can where Rita was. Clorin spoke to the staff transporting the trash cans. Milrose Street is under martial law. Take these trash cans back, and bring them in tomorrow. Yes, Lady Clorinda, the staff member replied, pushing the trash cans back the way they had come. Back at the landfill, the staff gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to finish their shift. We're lucky today. Melusine Street is under lockdown, so we can get off work early. Who says not? Mistress Funina has a performance tonight. Why don't we go to the Optical Opera House later? Sure. Call the wife and kids. We haven't been there yet. Get off work, get off work. After the staff left, Rita quietly opened the lid of the trash can. After making sure no one was around, she climbed out. As she landed, a voice rang out from beside her. Spray this on to get rid of the odor. Rita, alerted, glanced to the side. Clorin was holding a bottle of perfume toward her. Recognizing Clorin, Rita lowered her scythe. After taking the perfume and spraying it, Rita looked at Clorin. Thanks for not exposing me just now. Clorin nodded slightly. Well, why are you so obsessed with Melusine? Rita asked. Because I like children, feeding them, dressing them in pretty dresses, combing their hair, and taking care of them. Sadly, children eventually grow up. And Millicent, that adorable, friendly, never-growing type, I definitely like. Clorin was speechless. What's that? I saw that term online a while ago. Oh. Yeah, Lolita. Let's go. You can't get in. The entire Millicent Street is under lockdown. Teresa, Kiana, and the others are looking for you too. Rita felt deeply disappointed upon hearing this. Okay. Then, Clorinda took Rita to Teresa. As expected, Rita was scolded. However, Rita didn't care. Today, she was one step closer to victory. Next time, I definitely enter heaven. Rita, I definitely come back. Rita was determined to enter heaven again. No, 10,000 times. Teresa sighed helplessly at Rita, who admitted her mistakes but refused to correct them. She had no choice but to take Rita to the Optical Opera House. Teresa had originally planned to visit Fontaine Hall today, but it seemed she would have to wait until tomorrow. We could only stay in the box at the Optical Opera House with Rita. The remaining 4, Cecilia, Kiana, May, and Yolandel, continued their shopping. They saw many clothing stores and planned to buy some. After Rita was brought to the box, Navarette breathed a sigh of relief and ordered the area to be sealed off, prompting the Melusines to leave. For a moment, the Melusines were overjoyed upon hearing the news and rushed out to play. The Melusines' appearance surprised the tourists. Oh my god! What is this? How could there be such a cute little creature? Everyone, check your phones. The Fontaine official account sent us a message. Oh. This is the Millicent, a species that coexists with the people of Fontaine. They're friendly to humans, and take pride in their work. So that's how it is. Miss Funina's hometown actually has such an adorable little creature. This trip was totally worth it. That's right. I feel so bad for those who didn't have the chance to come. They're so regretful. So many people are live streaming, and they're crying in the room, haha. Someone even called for more fontaine. Let some people in, it make you laugh to death. Come to think of it, the planet of Teyvat is really heavily guarded. You really can't get in without a ticket. Of course, Teyvat is a force that works closely with the company. Yes, I heard there are many powerful people in Teyvat. Who cares? We're here to have fun, so let's just have fun on our own. That's right, let's go to the resort island. The beach seems even better there. The presence of the Melisans brought the atmosphere of the celebration to a new level. Many tourists took photos with the Melisans, and the Melisans were happy to interact. However, most of the Melisans couldn't sit still and spontaneously returned to their respective jobs. The Melisans' photos were also posted online, and many people were so moved by them that they wanted to visit Fontainebleau. For a time, a tourism boom to Fontainebleau arose online, but it wasn't large, only a few million people. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already noon. In the train, Xiangling, Little Evil God, and Guoba were packing meals and delivering them to the people visiting Fontaine. Xiangling distributed 6 extra portions, 5 of which she delivered to the cave. Xiangling glanced at Pam and Elio, who were still fighting on the grass, and called out, "Pam, Elio, it's time to eat." Pam and Elio both stopped and replied, "Okay, leave it over there. I eat later." After that, they resumed their fight. Xiangling smiled awkwardly and delivered the remaining 3 portions to Donheng, Zhou Ri, and Alhazen at the ranch. 20 minutes later, Xiangling, Little Evil God, and Guoba appeared at the Optical Opera House, pushing a small cart. Xing, Luing, and the others gathered around. "Wow! Xiangling, you guys are finally here. I'm starving. Let me know what we're having for lunch." Xiangling smiled. "Don't worry, go sit down and I get you some. I take it to Ningguang, Neshida, and the others first." Xing, Luing, and the others agreed and ran to the side to find a place to sit while they waited. Xiangling, Little Evil God, and Guoba pushed their carts to Liu's stall. "Sister Ningguang, Sister Ganyu, Kiching, it's time to eat." Ningguang smiled when she saw Xiangling. "Xiangling, thank you for bringing us lunch." Xiangling smiled. "No problem. We have boiled beef, homemade tofu, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and stir-fried lettuce for lunch. Sister Ningguang, what do you want? I get it for you." Xiangling took out a bowl and waved it at Ningguang. Ningguang smiled. "Give me some of each. With your cooking skills, these dishes should be delicious." The Little Evil God came over. No, I made this chicken stew with mushrooms." Ningguang smiled. "I was wrong. You two are both skilled cooks." The Little Evil God nodded in satisfaction. As for Ganyu, she only ordered lettuce. Xiangling had specially added a small amount of rapeseed oil. When it was Kiching's turn, she asked her own question. "Why do you and Hu Tao call them sisters, but call me by my name?" Xiangling said seriously. "Because you're about the same age as us." Xiangling's words instantly sent shockwaves through Ningguang and Ganyu. Goodness! That's the reason for their relationship. Age can be a huge blow to a girl. Kiching was very satisfied with this explanation. "Okay, then you should just call me by my name from now on. After all, we're about the same age." As she spoke, Kiching glanced at Ningguang. Ningguang ate silently, unwilling to speak. Then, 3 people pushed a food cart over to Neshida and Kalai. "Neshida, it's time to eat." Neshida heard this. "Xiangling, thank you for your help." Xiangling smiled. "It's no problem. I make you whatever you want." Neshida and Kalai took the lunch boxes, thanked him, and squatted behind the counter to eat. When it was Inazuma's turn, Shinsi teased Xiangling, making her blush. After the vendors had distributed the food, Xiangling, Little Evil God, and Guoba sat down in front of the Mon stall. Because they were selling alcohol, the Mon shop had many wooden tables and chairs. Xing, Luing, and the 7 little ones with Yiyin were all here. The 7 little ones took advantage of this break to sit together and do their homework. Today's classes were biology and calligraphy, which were relatively simple. One was to write an observation report on small animals, and the other was to practice calligraphy. Jean stood behind Kelly, watching Kelly diligently writing with great joy. She had been very busy lately, and hadn't had time to look after Kelly, so it was thanks to Yiyun that he was there, taking care of her. Xiangling prepared lunch for everyone, and they began to eat. Xing, Luing, and the others ate the most heartily. They had gone for a swim in the ocean this morning, which had exhausted them quite a bit. Xing ate a mouthful of food and looked around. It was lunchtime, and the tourists had all gone to eat, So the optical opera house closed for an hour. Xing thought for a moment, then looked at Luing and Hu Tao. How about we set up a stall? Luing heard the words. That's fine, but the question is, what should we sell? Xing, Hu Tao, and the others fell into thought. That was indeed the question. What should we sell? Xing suddenly had an idea. I got it! How about we sell autographed photos of Fun Ina? Luing pondered. That's fine, but is Fun Ina free now? Xing chuckled, took out his phone, and called Fun Ina. At that moment, Fun Ina and Robin were having lunch in the tea room. Their lunch was exquisite, specially prepared by Fontaine's most talented chef. Robin, come and try it. This chef's dishes were my favorite. Robin smiled, picked up a piece of steak, and took it into his mouth. The rich fat bloomed in his mouth, and the beef melted in his mouth. It was delicious. Delicious, said Fun Ina. By the way, after the concert tonight, Fukuros said they're throwing a celebration party. Let's go then. Hee hee. Robin smiled. Okay, Mr. Villette lost the game last time, and still owes me money for not drinking. This time, no matter what, I make him pay me back. Fun Ina gave him a thumbs up. That's right. Just then, Vanina's phone rang. Fun Ina picked it up. Xing called. I wanted to see what she wants. Fun Ina told Robin to answer the call. Hello? Xing, what do you want to talk to me about? Xing said. Where are you? Are you free? Fun Ina looked puzzled. I'm having dinner with Robin. What's going on? Xing heard. Give me some autographed photos of you. Luing and the others are planning to set up a stall. Fun Ina heard. That's easy. I have someone send you a few hundred. The Robin, standing nearby, smiled overhearing their conversation. Fun Ina, ask her if she wants mine. Fun Ina heard this. Xing, the Robin asked if she wants hers. Xing was surprised to hear this. Oh, there's a surprise. Yes. Of course. Thanks, Fun Ina. Please forward my thanks to the Robin. Then, the two hung up. Soon, a staff member arrived with a small wooden box. The staff member handed the box to Xing, who opened it. Inside were autographed photos of Fun Ina and the Robin. Xing snapped her fingers. Done! Let's eat, and then we set up the stall. Upon hearing this, Luing, Hu Tao, and the others quickened their eating pace. At the Jidong counter, the young master took a bite of his food and let out a delighted sound. Xiangling's cooking is truly remarkable. This is truly delicious. It's a shame, now that I'm not in Liyue, it's hard to find. The lady rolled her eyes at the young master. What? Are you disgusted with our Jidong food? The young master quickly shook his head. No, I was just sighing, Barnabas said. I think you're right, young master. Xiangling's cooking is indeed excellent. The Jidong chef simply can't compare. Unbeatable, that's it. There's no need to explain. What we should do is strengthen our training in this area. Madam, go back and select a few chefs, and have them work together to develop some exclusive dishes for our Jidong. The lady nodded respectfully in agreement. Then the three of them continued their meal. As the lunch break was drawing to a close, Xiangling, Little Evil God, and Guaba collected the tableware, placed it on a cart, and pushed it away. After resting, everyone immediately got back to work, welcoming the tourists. Xing, Luing, and the others found a sheet to cushion the floor and placed the autographed photos of Fun Ina and Mockingbird on it. The tourists returned to the optical opera house. Soon, a tourist noticed Xing, Luing, and the other stall. Are these autographed photos of Miss Fun Ina and Miss Mockingbird real? Xing patted her chest. Don't worry, they're absolutely authentic. Don't you see where we are? How can I set up a stall here? I'm the one selling fakes? The tourist, upon hearing this, agreed. This was the optical opera house, where Miss Fun Ina performed tonight. If they could openly sell autographed photos of Miss Fun Ina and Miss Mockingbird, they couldn't be fakes. So the tourist asked, how much? Xing held up 2 fingers. 200,000 each. 350,000 for 2. The tourist, upon hearing this, bought 2 tickets without hesitation, 1 each for Fun Ina and Robin. Xing happily accepted the 350,000 credits. The woman who had witnessed Xing earn 350,000 credits was stunned. No! What's the point of riding your own beef jerky for 98 credits a pound? Chapter 399. Xing, Luing, and the others earned over 100 million credit points in just 1 hour by selling autographed photos of Fun Ina and Mockingbird. Xing glanced at her balance and said to Hu Tao and the others, let's keep 1 million of this money for our daily activities. Shall we donate the rest? Xing and the others set up the stall just for fun, not to earn any real money. Therefore, they planned to keep a little bit of the money as a treat for themselves and donate the rest to charity. Hu Tao thought for a moment and suggested, "How about we donate it to Cocolia? They have an orphanage there." Lu Ying thought the idea was a good one. "I think it's a good idea. We were there last time, and there were a lot of homeless children there. Let's use the money to buy food and clothes, and transfer the rest directly to them." Amber, Eula, and the others agreed. Seeing that no one else objected, Xing took out her phone. "Come on, everyone, gather around. Let's see what we can buy." Hu Tao, Lu Ying, and Amber gathered around. A few heads huddled together, staring at the phone in Xing's hand. Xing's phone was big after all. Now that she had more money, she bought a new one from Topa. This one's main feature was its large screen, with 3 gold beads embedded on the back. Original name, Rich Gold Large Screen Phone. A few people strolled through the mall, offering their suggestions. "This dress is adorable. We could buy 2,000 of them, and give them to the little girls as school uniforms. Let's buy more meat. Bellowbird doesn't have a shortage of food supplies, but the variety is limited. The last time I went to the orphanage, I saw they only had a small piece of meat a day. Let's have some vegetables too. Vegetables are selling for exorbitant prices in Bellowbird. Just buy one of these vegetable gift packs, which have so many varieties. We have the money, let's buy 10,000. Fruit too. This kind, they keep for a long time." The group spent over half an hour buying supplies worth nearly 20 million credits. Then, Xing transferred the remaining 80 million directly to Cocolia. Cocolia and Xing argued for a long time, but Cocolia finally accepted the offer. Cocolia invited Xing and the others to play tomorrow. The children missed them. Xing looked at the chat room on the screen, the invitation from Cocolia and the others. "What do you mean?" Lu Ying, Amber, and Hu Tao exchanged glances and agreed. "We have nothing to do anyway, so let's have some fun." "Anywhere is fun." A woman nearby witnessed the entire donation. "Envy is all it takes. Earning 100 million in an hour, I have to sell 1 million packs of beef jerky to make that much. TSK, what a huge difference, isn't it?" The lady couldn't help but sigh. Vanina and Mockingbird are both incredibly famous. A single photo of them can fetch such a high price. I'm not bad looking, can I pursue that path? As for whether the lady would be able to lower her standards? Just kidding. I go through fire and water for Solstice. If I could earn Solstice tons of credits, what would performing on stage mean? I was a nun back in Mondstadt, so singing is definitely no problem. I heard that Barbara from Mondstadt has already brought nearly 50 billion credits to Mondstadt. As her senior, I should definitely be no worse than Barbara, right? The lady suddenly felt a little unsure. After all, she hadn't sung in over 500 years. She decided to practice secretly after returning. If possible, she could give it a try. Making money was her top priority. Every time they participated in an inter-kingdom event, the other party's generous finances made Jidong and his group envious. Feng Dan, in particular, was truly wealthy, incredibly wealthy. And Liyue, their industry chain was so complete. There were so many profitable projects. Shumi, Mondstadt, and Inazuma each had an idol singer. Local industries were also beginning to flourish. For example, this time, I was sure to receive a large order after returning. By then, the 3 kingdoms would be on the right track, selling their products throughout the universe. After all, the histories of these families' rise to power all shared a common thread. That means having an exceptional artist, whose earnings benefit the nation behind them. This way, they can quickly complete the most challenging preliminary work. The most challenging part of any industry is building the initial supply chain, which is also where the most money is spent. Now in winter, poverty reigns. Even the rich have great projects, but lack the funds to execute them. In the afternoon, Xing, Hu Tao, and Amber went back to Fontaine for some fun. At dusk, they finally boarded the cruise ship to the Optical Opera House. The queue had just been formed for a few people. The entire center of the waterway was packed with people heading to the Optical Opera House. Xing regretted it bitterly. If she had known, she wouldn't have come. She would have just spent some time at the Optical Opera House. For example, she could have gone to the beach, or visited Funina to see how she was preparing. Over an hour later, Xing and the others finally arrived at their private room. There were so many people outside, so crowded that if it weren't for the clockwork soldiers maintaining order, it would have been impossible to move. Xing went inside. Yi Yuan, Zhongli, Walter, Jing Yuan, and Huaiyan had already brewed tea and were drinking it. Narsida, Ningguang, Barnabas, Shenzi, and Ying's shops were also closed, having sold out. They had come to see the show. After the show, They would attend the celebration banquet and then go home. Mond and his group were still there. Their business had just begun, and many tourists were buying wine there, so they could enjoy a few drinks while watching the show. Mondstadt's drinks are pure and natural, made with all sorts of natural fruits and wheat, free of any industrial additives. The flavor and texture are exceptional, and many tourists buy them by the dozen after trying them. Amber and Eula stayed in the private room for a while before returning to help out. Ing and Paimon followed too. After all, he had accepted the title of honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius. Paimon was at the door, calling out numbers and guiding tourists to their seats. Amber, Eula, and Ing served as waiters, taking care of packaging, delivering drinks, and so on. Lisa and Jean took orders, while Dialect poured the drinks. Thanks to their hard work, they soon sold over 1,000 glasses of drinks, making a killing. In the stage waiting area, the 7 little ones were practicing their upcoming song under the guidance of a staff member. The 7 little ones' performance was in the middle of the performance, while Funina was changing her costume. The 7 little ones were singing the same song they had performed at the opening ceremony of the elf competition, Let the Wind Tell You. The audience sat in their seats with anticipation, their eyes fixed on the central stage, waiting for the concert to begin. Soon, the lights dimmed, then came on in the center stage, and a deep male voice began to blare. The throne stands high in the heavens, and authority is bestowed upon the 7 victors. Everywhere the mountains and rivers flow, it is the gods' domain. The victors linger in this mortal world in the name of ruling. People dwell under the gods' protection, sometimes looking down, sometimes looking up. Walking with the gods, for months and years. Accompanying the voiceover were large screens surrounding the entire venue. On the screens, a fantastical animation clip played. But beneath the earth, beyond the reach of the gods, there once lived a prosperous and glorious dream. The voiceover began, and the lights came on. Then Nina appeared in the dress custom made for her by Aglaia. Dressed in a regal evening gown, she exuded a sacred air. Today, I wake from a dream. The screen shifted, revealing a subterranean kingdom. See the glorious kingdom, illuminate the underground kingdom. The warm glow in the people's eyes shone against the cold light of the machinery. The audience, listening to the beautiful music, felt as if they were transported to this underground kingdom. In the center of the city, a tower of light illuminated the city. I strolled down the street, a riot of mechanical clockwork crisscrossing the city's alleys. The passers-by had gentle faces, their eyes filled with longing for a future life. Suddenly, the music shifted, becoming a powerful, oppressive force. Doom has come. All of a sudden. With the wind the fast gone. The land is stained red with blood. The entire venue's lights turned red, and the ceiling screen shattered like a mirror, sending countless monsters pouring out. The audience was horrified by the scene, and some of the more timid fainted instantly. Funina's performance quickly reached its climax, as several gods descended from the sky, standing in the center of the battlefield. Wild winds, meteorites, thunder, massive waves, crimson flames, ice, and a thick chain of dark red squares. From the lyrics, the audience learned the identities of the individuals. Gods. The gods appeared, driving back the tide of abyssal beasts. The water god and the thunder god fell. The grass god is corrupted by the taboo. The wind god is gravely wounded and slumbers. The second half follows. Fuchsia, sacrificing his life for justice, even at the cost of his sanity, continues on the battlefield to protect his people. The countless warriors of the 1,000 rocks, fearless and fighting with unwavering determination. In the absence of the gods, a demonic dragon attacks, and Teverin, the guardian of the east wind, comes to the rescue, a battle between 2 dragons. And the warriors of Inazuma, who desperately defend their homeland. After the song ended, Venina spoke slowly. This is the past of the civilization that lives on the land beneath your feet. This is the story of the past of the civilization called Teyvat. I, Fernina, am from Teyvat. Do you all like this story? Fernina asked, and the audience erupted in applause. The song was a thunderous roar, and the audience was completely captivated. It's so beautiful. This song is absolutely perfect. Impeccable. It was well worth the trip. It was well worth the trip. It's so beautiful. Yeah, you don't know. When that scene of the sky shattering just now came, I got goosebumps all over my body. It's numb. It's really numb. This is so intense. This song will definitely be on the charts. The charts? Who are you looking down on? Isn't it enough to have hands? At least in the top 10? First, okay? Top 10? What nonsense are you talking about? Have you lost your mind from listening to your music? Funina is first. Funina, the eternal god. I love you. Funina. Funina! 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 At first, the audience was buzzing with discussion, but later, it all morphed into Funina. Inside the private room, everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhongli and Wendy. They might not recognize the other gods, but Wendy and Zhongli were instantly recognizable. Xing leaned over to Zhongli. Zhongli, is what's written here true? Zhongli seemed lost in a memory, only to be brought back to his senses by Xing's question and nod slightly. Yes, that time, the Battle of Canria 500 years ago. Asmodeus led the 6 of us gods to Canria to battle the Abyss. The first water god, the god of thunder, died in battle. That disaster swept across Teyvat. We and Liyue also paid a heavy price in that war. Hearing the death of the thunder god, Xing looked at Zhen and Ying standing nearby. If I remember correctly, it should be Zhen, right? Zhen smiled and nodded. Yes, it was me. Recalling the animation just now, Xing could fully grasp the enormity of that war. This concert, with just the first song, doubled for Nina's fan base. Already 100 million followers, it had skyrocketed to 200 million. The woman stared blankly at Fernina, radiant on the stage. Is this a big star? She seems quite good. Perhaps I should consider pursuing this career. Barnabas noticed the woman's annoyance and guessed what she was thinking. Rosalind, go ahead. Do what you want. Thank you for all the hard work you put into that plan over the years. Now, everything is over. Not only you, but also Tartaglia. You can all go do what you like. Of course, if there's an emergency, you still need to come back. The lady and the young man's faces lit up at this. Though they didn't say it directly, their minds were already wandering. The lady, under the pretense of using the restroom, went in and began looking up information on Star Entertainment on her phone. The young man, on the other hand, ran straight to Jing Yuan and asked if he could go to Luofu for a visit. The young man had heard that there were many martial arts masters in Luofu, and wanted to go and spar with them. A pure martial arts exchange, not a battle of sheer strength. On the stage, Funina began her second song. Her renowned masterpiece, Light Ripples. This song was her debut, and also her most downloaded. The audience was mesmerized, as if they were listening to heavenly music. After 2 songs, the 7 little ones took the stage and began to sing. As soon as the 7 little ones appeared, many eagle-eyed audience members recognized them. Aren't these the little cuties who sang at the opening ceremony of the elf competition? I didn't expect them to be here too. Oh! Yes, it's them. I was trying to download their song, but I couldn't find it online. What do you mean by surprise? This is a surprise. Lady Dragon. Keep up the good work. Claire. Mom finally sees you again, Claire. Chi-Chi. You must do your best this time. Try to keep up with the others. Zio. What do you mean by Zio? Isn't that a dry spell? Get lost. You fake fan. Hook. The best hook. The 7 little ones greeted everyone politely and began to sing. When your sky suddenly rains heavily, that's me blowing away the clouds for you. When your hair flutters and a gust of wind blows through, that's me missing you from afar. The 7 little ones performed happily on stage, not nervous at all, as if they were just having fun. The audience couldn't help but smile. The 7 little ones are so adorable, lively, and full of childlike innocence, making them endearing no matter how you look at them. Backstage, things were bustling with activity. When Topa saw Funina coming down, he immediately went into furious work mode. Hurry! Where's the makeup artist? Where the hell is she? Come over here and take off your makeup. I need to change my look soon. Where's the costume? Bring me the changed clothes. If you're still slow, do you believe I delay your pay? I delay your pay by a few days? Oh! Where's the assistant? Do you have any sense? Can't you see if Funina's mouth is dry? Bring me some water. Mineral water. Room temperature. You can't do your job without telling me, right? The entire backstage staff quickly started moving, removing makeup, changing clothes, and quickly preparing Funina's makeup and costumes for the next performance. On the stage, the 7 little girls had finished their performance and were interacting with the audience, led by a host. The host took questions from the audience and asked the 7 little girls. Children, an older sister is asking, where are you from? Kelly took the microphone. I'm Klee, the Spark Knight of the Mondstadt Knights. Next to me is Diana. Like me, we're from Mondstadt. Klee finished. Yao Yao took the microphone. Hello everyone, I'm Yao Yao. Yao is polite. Next to me is Chi-Chi, a zombie. Like me, we're from Liyue, Hook continued. Wow. I'm Lord Dark Hook. From Bellowberg. Ha ha ha. Sio was drowsy. I, Zayo, a ninja, dream of growing taller. Really tall. Taller than all of you. Finally, it was Bailu's turn. Bailu pointed with her tiny hand. Who's questioning my ability to hug Sister Funina today? Stand up, see? I'm even performing on stage. Do you think I can? Okay. I'm a dignified person. My name is Bailu, and I'm from the Luofu Immortal Boat. I'm sure many people on the boat recognize me by now. After the 7 children introduced themselves, the host asked another question. Children, let's move on to the second question. A big brother is asking, are you classmates? The 7 children answered in unison. Yes, said Klee. We're all classmates. The host was curious. So where do you all go to school? Klee said with a smile. We study on the train. The Starry Sky train, you know? The host was puzzled. Starry Sky train? There's a school on it? Chapter 400. Bailu nodded. Yes. On the train. But instead of going to school, he had invited several teachers to teach us. There's Ruan Mei, Luosi Gumu, Haida, General Jing Yuan, General Huaiyin, Grandpa Walter, Sister Jing Lu, and Brother Sunday. The host understood this. This situation is common in the universe. The children of high-ranking officials of some major forces rarely attend those schools. Instead, they usually invite renowned teachers to teach in small classes. In this universe, elite education is practiced. In this universe, the strong always become stronger, and the weak become weaker. Without embarking on a destiny, one is just an ordinary person. As for the names of the teachers Bailu mentioned, the host smiled, but inwardly he was skeptical. How could these people come together to teach? Okay, thank you, little Bailu. Now, let's answer the third question. Bailu was furious to see the host's disbelief. The host continued. This is from a kid. She asked if she could play with you guys? Klee immediately agreed. Sure. Klee loves new friends. After answering the 3 questions, the 7 little ones left the stage. Funina then took the stage again, reigniting the atmosphere. Backstage, Bailu was furious. Damn it! Why don't you believe me? Bad guys. All bad guys. No one believes me when I tell the truth. Topa came over, having come to pick up a few other kids to play. Did someone bully Bailu? Why is she so unhappy? Bailu saw Topa and rushed over to complain. Topa! They don't believe me. I'm so angry. Topa smiled. It's okay. Don't worry about them. Isn't it enough to know it's true? Come on, I made some arrangements. I take you to play with that kid later. Bailu sighed. Okay, let's go. We already promised someone, so we can't break it. Topa led the 7 little ones to the lounge nearby. Topa had a makeshift children's playground set up with some simple play equipment. Laos and Dudu followed in, staying quietly nearby, keeping watch over the little ones. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the performance was over. Yiyun and Jizi came to the lounge to take the 7 little ones back. The 7 little ones, and a dozen or so other children had just played there for over an hour. After waving goodbye to their new friends, the 7 little ones followed Yiyun and Jizi back to their private room to rest. After a short rest, once the guests at the Opiqual Opera House had left, everyone would head to the adjacent lounge. There, Fukuros was hosting a celebratory dinner tonight. For the past 2 days, Fontaine Court has profited handsomely from Funina's concert. The 600,000 tourists who flocked to Fontaine brought in a significant amount of revenue. Many residents of the Fontaine Court took advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. Funina's money will only be used for construction or disaster relief. The lead doesn't want to raise a bunch of giant babies. Want money? Sure, go earn it yourself. At most, I can offer you an upfront loan at a lower interest rate. Therefore, Fukuros decided to hold a celebration banquet to celebrate the success of this concert. Nashida, Ningguang, and the others were currently sorting out the accounts. We sold a lot of goods today, and there was no time to record them while we were selling them. Now that we have time, we can count them. Nashida, with her phone in one hand and a pen in the other, wrote down the items one by one. Then she would check the amounts with Cole to see if the totals matched. Over on Jidong's side, the lady and the young man squatted in the corner, a sack in front of them. The bag was filled with 100 credit coins. Beef jerky cost 98 per pound, and since tourists had plenty of money, many simply chose not to take the 2 credits. The young man and the lady squatted on the ground, counting the coins one by one. Most of the money Jidong collected today was in these coins, making it a bit difficult to keep track of them. The two of them could only count them one by one, while Barnabas did the counting. Liyue's immortal talismans are extremely popular. They can heal ailments, grant limited time buffs, and are imbued with a mysterious aura, drawing significant attention. Some tourists with colds and fevers use them on the spot. After using them, they felt instantly cured. Others, seeing the impressive results, placed orders one after another, buying stacks at a time. Ningguang, Qiqing, and the others were delighted. Lu Yun, Li Shui Xiuyue, and Guizhong, the four people responsible for drawing talismans in Zhejian, had a tough time. The immortal talismans were in high demand, and many people who couldn't find any on-site rushed to Liyue's store on Gongsabeo to place their orders. However, the four of them were both happy and sad. A single talisman was worth 10,000 credit points. Each of them received a 10% commission from the sale of the immortal talismans, and the rest went to the Liyue public account for its development and construction. Lu Yun had previously despised money, treating it like dirt. Now, having arrived in this world, and having learned that Gongsabeo could shop online, he immediately developed a strong interest in making money. Credit points meant being able to buy things he was interested in and study them. Lu Yun was the most active, holding a pen in each hand, and with a few swipes, 2 immortal talismans were ready. Meline picked up a handful of potato chips, stuffed them into her mouth, chewed them, and reached out to poke Paimon. "When is dinner?" Paimon shook his head. "I don't know. I have a snack first." Meline heard this, and pulled out a box of cake from her own space. Jeezy saw this. "Meline, dinner's almost here, so cut down on the snacks." Meline pouted. "But I want something delicious. I'm hungry." Himiko heard this. "That won't do either." Meline pouted unhappily. "Okay." Meline put the cake away, glanced at Himiko, and raised the potato chips in her hand. "Then I finish the rest, okay?" Himiko nodded. "Of course. We can't waste food." After receiving permission, Meline picked up the chips and continued eating. About half an hour later, Sigwin came bouncing into the private room. "Everyone, dinner is about to begin. Lord Valette asked me to take you there. Stay close, don't get lost." Upon hearing this, everyone stood up and followed Sigwin to the dinner. Following Sigwin, everyone arrived at the dinner venue. Fukuros, Navilla, Finina, Robin, Liosli, Navia, Charlotte, and others had been waiting for a long time. Finina saw everyone arrive and ran over happily. "Everyone! You're finally here. Hurry up, everyone, come in. Our dinner is about to begin." Finina greeted everyone, and Xing and the others entered. "Benaros, congratulations on your successful performance." Xing took out a bouquet of roses and gave it to Finina. Benaros was delighted to see the flowers. "Wow! Thank you, Xing." Luing also held out a bouquet of roses for Robin. "Robin, congratulations on your successful performance." Robin happily accepted the roses. "Thank you." Fukuros then walked over. He glanced at everyone present. Where are Jean, Lisa, and the others?" Xing asked. "They're still working. They said, don't bother with them. They said, don't wait for them. They'd be busy tonight." Fukuros heard this. "Okay, everyone, let's get started with dinner tonight." As Fukuros finished speaking, a group of Militian arrived, carrying a variety of delicious food and wine, placing them on the table. Meline, Paimon, and Yunli had already prepared their rice bowls. They licked their lips in unison and began to serve their food. Yunli was fine. She loved skewers. There had been many gatherings on the train, and Funina had attended many of them. Naturally, she knew Yunli loved skewers. So, naturally, skewers were prepared for tonight's dinner. Yunli looked at the vast bowl of skewers before her, eager to eat them all by herself. Alas, her stomach couldn't hold so much. Helplessly, Yunli could only begin to declutter, selecting her favorites. Paimon and Meline didn't care anymore and exchanged glances. "You go left, I go right. Each of us takes one side." Paimon and Meline divided their respective areas and immediately went their separate ways. One went left, the other went right, sweeping all the food on the table into their bowls. In the end, Paimon's bowl was so heavy she could barely lift it. After filling the bowl, the two sat down together and began to enjoy. Xing, Luing, and Fu Nina gathered together, chatting and reminiscing about some of the day's funniest experiences. When they talked about the water gun battle, Xing and Hu Tao were incredibly proud. "Today, I, the Galaxy Skyfireman, have won a complete victory. Ing, are you convinced?" Ing clenched her fists upon hearing this. "I refuse to accept. I, Ing, am not afraid of anything. Let's fight again tomorrow." Xing helplessly spread his hands. "Well, I'm afraid that won't work. We have to go to Belloberg tomorrow. Did you forget? We need to deliver supplies to the children in the orphanage. Ing heard this. Oh, that's right. The day after tomorrow then. Let's fight again. This time, watch how I handle you. Xing waved his hands nonchalantly. Come on. If I can beat you once, I can beat you a second time. Ing slammed the table. All right. The morning after tomorrow then. Our usual place. See you there? Jing Yuan, Walter, and the others were here. Villet was chatting and drinking tea with the others. I didn't expect you all to live such a leisurely and elegant life. I'm so envious. Jing Yuan smiled. To live this kind of life, first, you need capable subordinates. Look at me, I have Fu Qing under my command. Zhongli is the best, commanding a wealth of talent capable of managing a kingdom. Old Master Yan is the same way. His Zhu Ming immortal boat is also brimming with talent. Hearing this, Navalette realized that he had indeed not trained anyone specifically capable of managing government affairs. No wonder he'd been so exhausted. So that's why. Zhongli saw that Navalette had come to his senses and said, what we need to do is set a general goal. We can leave the rest of the work to the people below us. A kingdom isn't supported by one person, it's the collective efforts of everyone involved that make it flourish. Navalette's understanding dawned on him. I appreciate your guidance. Walter smiled. Mr. Villette, you want Fontaine to be a better person, which is why you have this mentality. You always feel uneasy when you don't handle things yourself, right? Villette nodded. Indeed, I try to let other officials gain some experience. Over an hour later, Barnabas led the young man and the young lady to a courtyard in the Fontaine court. From the outside, the courtyard looked like a school. In the courtyard, a group of children chased and played under the warm light. From the kitchen nearby, a fragrant breeze wafted out. Barnabas looked up at the house number. Heartland House. This was the home of Linny, Linnet, Feminae, and other Fontaine orphans. This courtyard was specially allocated to them by Fucaros, and could accommodate 500 people. The arrival of the three was quickly spotted by the children playing in the courtyard. Ah! It's Sister Rosalind. And Big Duck. Back in Old Tabat, the lady and the young master often visited the hearth house. The children had almost all seen them, for their arrival always meant more delicious candy and fun toys. The lady smiled tenderly at the children. She squatted down and caught a little girl who was running towards them. Natasha, run slower, or you might fall, the little girl said, smiling in the lady's arms. Natasha won't fall, because Natasha knows Sister Rosalind will catch me, as always. The lady smiled and reached out to scratch Natasha's nose. Little rascal. Barnabas had been here a few times before, but only from a distance. Thus, the children didn't recognize her. She didn't care. Barnabas took out candy and clothes from his space ring and distributed them to the children. The children were overjoyed to see the candy, jumping around Barnabas, looking incredibly lively and adorable. Even though she was usually icy, a slight smile rose unconsciously. The three siblings, Linny, Linnet, and Feminae, quickly learned of their arrival. They rushed over. When they saw Barnabas, they quickly saluted. However, a look from Barnabas stopped them. Barnabas didn't want the children to know his true identity. It would distance them from him. It was fine as it was now, just an ordinary big sister, with the children playing and frolicking around him. More than 10 minutes later, Barnabas followed Linny, Linnet, and Feminae into an office. The three of them then saluted. Linny, I greet the queen. Linnet, I greet the queen. Feminae, I greet the queen. Barnabas walked over to Linnet and helped her to her feet. Don't be so formal. We're in Fontaine to promote our products and just dropped by to see you. How are you doing lately? Is there anything you need help with? Linny shook her head. Queen, my brothers and sisters are doing well lately. Lady Fucaros often sends us various supplies. This courtyard of ours was specially allocated to us by her. Barnabas felt relieved upon hearing this. That's good. If you have any difficulties, remember to tell Alcino. Linny nodded. Yes, Queen, Linnet said with a smile. Queen, when will you be leaving? Barnabas smiled and teased Linnet. What? You're trying to kick me out just after I arrived? Linnet instantly tensed, shaking her head frantically. No, we're going to a nearby deserted island tomorrow to reclaim land and build a farm. I'd like you to come along. Barnabas heard this. Oh, a farm? Linnet explained. We applied to Lord Fucaros for a piece of land to build a farm. We have some income, so we can't always rely on Lord Fucaros and the others for support. Barnabas gave Linnet an admiring look. I always heard El Chino say you're the most sensible one, and now I see it's true. Thank you for all the hard work, taking care of so many younger siblings. Lynette shook her head. It's not hard, not at all. Some of the grown-up family members come back from time to visit, and help us with some chores. After Hearth House disbanded, not only the children, but also many adult orphans returned to Fontaine. Now, these people work and live in Fontaine, and when they have free time, they come back to visit. After all, their younger brothers and sisters are here. Barnabas heard this. I go with you tomorrow. Hearing Barnabas agree to go with her and the others, Lynette was instantly delighted. Afterwards, Lynette brewed a few cups of black tea, and the four of them chatted in the room under the orange light. In the courtyard, the young man and the lady were playing eagle catchers with their children, and the courtyard was filled with their laughter. Over half an hour later, dinner was served. The children came to the large cafeteria on the first floor and lined up to get their meals. Barnabas, the young master, and the young lady played the role of serving food to the children. The three of them sat down beside the children, eating with them and listening to their recent stories. It was late at night, and the three of them stayed to rest. Barnabas stood outside the house, looking at the children sleeping soundly inside, and smiled with relief. This was what she had always pursued, to make people live happy lives. Otherwise, she would not have planned such a plan before. Everything she did was to make people live happy lives. Thankfully, all of this had now been achieved. His Majesty Asmodeus had pardoned her, and the other sins, and continued to support and care for the development of Jidong. She had heard that His Majesty Asmodeus only inquired about the affairs of Jidong, and did not even bother to ask about the affairs of other kingdoms. Although Jidong had started slowly, its future was growing more promising day by day. In the eyes of the people of Jidong, Barnabas saw hope. The next day arrived. Barnabas, the young man, the lady, and the Linney siblings, along with their children, boarded a boat bound for the center of the waterway. Today, they were going to visit the island where Fukuros had rowed. Chapter 401. Arriving at the channel center, Linney first visited the office and obtained a storage ring from someone. This storage ring, provided by a construction robot supported by Fukuros, allowed them to build a ranch in a single day. Just return it after use. Taking a cruise ship, Barnabas and his companions arrived at a deserted island. The island wasn't very large, only 5 square kilometers, perfect for a ranch. They wandered around the island, which was entirely covered in grassland. To their surprise, they discovered a port on the other side of the coast. This port was built during the previous large-scale development of Fontaine. The island had previously served as a transit point, storing a large amount of supplies. Now, having a port was a great convenience for Linney and his companions. They no longer needed to take a cruise ship to get in and out. They could buy a cargo ship and sail directly from Fontaine. Barnabas paid for the materials needed to build a farm on Gongsabeo. After a short stroll, the group returned to their original spot, only to find a Melissan waiting there. You're finally back, Linney, right? Here are the materials you purchased. Please sign for them. Melissan handed Linney a manifest. Linney took it, checked the materials, and signed his name after confirming they were correct. The goods were delivered, and Melissan boarded the single-person aircraft and departed. The young master sighed as he watched Melissan depart. Fontaine is truly wealthy. Even this staff member's vehicle is one of these aircraft, Lynette said. I know about this. Lady Fernina bought this. She was shopping the other day and saw it. She thought it was interesting, so she bought 2,000 of them for the staff. Barnabas thought for a moment and said, we can learn more about this when we get back. It really will increase our efficiency. Then, Barnabas and his team began controlling the construction robots to build the farm. With the construction robots, the construction is incredibly fast. It should be finished within a day. Elsewhere, on Bellowberg, inside the orphanage, Xing, Amber, Hutao, and the others delivered the supplies, 8 containers full. For convenience, Xing even paid 100,000 yuan for shipping, having the company deliver them to the orphanage's entrance. Bronya had Jeopard bring a team of Silvermane guards to help unload the supplies. The orphanage entrance was bustling with activity, with children standing on both sides, watching with joy. Yian also brought Klee, Hook, and the other little ones. In the orphanage kitchen. In the kitchen, Xiangling, Little Evil God, Guoba, and Mei were cooking. Xing, Hutao, Firefly, and Kiana were helping pick and wash vegetables. Hing used the holy fire judge as a kitchen knife and began to peel a giant potato. With a few strikes, the potato shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Hutao, Amber, and Eula took the cut potato and processed it again turning it into shreds or slices for cooking. At the kitchen door, a group of children were perched, curiously peering in. Little Evil God and Guiba, in particular, attracted the children's attention the most. Wow! A moving bear! And that older sister? She doesn't have legs, only a tail. How strange. After about half an hour, all the supplies were unloaded, and the company's transport ship had departed. The orphanage's warehouse was packed to the brim, and a large pile of supplies lay in the open space at the entrance. Jeopard had no choice but to take the Silvermane Iron Guards with him as laborers, moving the supplies to a nearby warehouse. Bronya thought for a moment and called Pella. Pella, find someone to build another warehouse for the orphanage tomorrow. Pella nodded in agreement. Soon, the meal was ready. Xing, Luing, and Amber each carried a large pot into the cafeteria. They weren't needed to get food. Xing and the others each filled a large bowl and sat with the children, chatting and entertaining them. After dinner, the group played for a while longer before returning to the train. Back on the train, Xing, Luing, and the others headed straight to the QQ farm, first gathering fodder and then filling the feeder at the ranch. Xing arrived at the farm. Her farm had now reached level 8, allowing her to grow watermelons. One plot of land could produce 10 watermelons, each of which could be sold at the farm shop for 300 star coins. Xing planted watermelons on 5 plots, leaving 3 plots for fodder. After harvesting the 5 watermelons, 15,000 star coins were deposited into her account. Xing planted more watermelon seeds, and then headed to the ranch. In the ranch, several goats were running happily. Xing filled her fodder, walked into the ranch, and touched the harvest button above the goats' heads. Several senza beans fell into her hand. Goats are level 5 ranch animals, each producing 3 senza beans per day. Senza beans, like those from a certain Scion world, instantly heal injuries after taking one. After Xing finished collecting senza beans, her ranch level up experience was maxed out, and she reached level 6. Xing looked at the small animals available for breeding at level 6 in the shop. Ranch Cub, Yellow Ox. Output, Trash can scratch off lottery X1/day. Price, 10,000 star coins/head. Xing's eyes lit up after reading this. Great. This is great. Yellow oxen are truly great. For Xing, senza beans are nothing compared to trash can scratch off lottery. Xing glanced at the 5 goats running wild in the ranch. They were an eyesore no matter how he looked at them. With a wave of his hand, Xing sold them all and immediately bought 6 yellow oxen. Xing even personally fed the 6 yellow oxen with hay. Eat. Eat big. Eat more. Hurry and make me a trash can. After playing in the ranch for a while, Xing went back to the Genshin Impact dungeon. Xing's main quest had reached the Inazuma Islands. They had already left the island and were on their way to deliver the love letter to the young lady. The entire Inazuma region gave Xing a very depressing feeling. Thunderclouds rolled across the sky, and the entire surroundings were gloomy. Xing couldn't imagine how difficult it must have been for the people of Inazuma to live in such conditions. After delivering the love letter, Xing went to Kamisato's home and met Kamisato Ayaka. Then, accepting Ayaka's request, he went to visit those who had lost the Eye of God. The journey had deeply touched Xing. These people seemed completely lifeless after losing the Eye of God. Like a walking corpse, soulless, his eyes devoid of color. Xing couldn't help but sigh. TSK. Ing really doesn't know how to govern a country. After completing Quest 2.1, Xing checked the time. It was still early, so he continued playing. Afterwards, he accompanied Linghua to find his mother's diary, attended the temple fair, and returned to the Guardian Forest. Under the beautiful night view of the forest, he watched Linghua dance. After the whole process, Xing's mood improved considerably, and his initial depression eased considerably. Until the plot reached the point where Thomas was captured and about to be stripped of his divine eye. Xing witnessed that magnificent scene. A single slash of milk. Xing instantly spurted blood. The dungeon system detected an abnormality in Xing's body, and forcibly logged him out. Ing also logged out at the same time. The two of them exited the dungeon portal, holding onto the door. They shared one thing in common. They were covered in blood. They exchanged glances, instantly realizing that the other was just like them. The two looked around, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw no one was around, and hurried into the cave to change clothes. Then, they stopped playing Genshin Impact. Xing quietly ran into the reception room and took out some of the chrysanthemum tea that Zhongli, Jingyuan, and the others had treasured, brewing a few sips to cool down. After downing the bitter chrysanthemum tea, the two of them instantly felt much better. The heat in their bodies subsided. The scene just now had truly shocked them. Is there a way to draw a sword like this? Xing couldn't help but wonder. How did you draw it? So, a long sword? Ing looked at herself and shook her head, expressing her confusion. Ing suddenly thought of something. Come to think of it, we haven't been to Shinonizuma yet. What do you say? Should we go check it out? Xing stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. That's fine. I heard Shinonizuma is quite nice. Shinsi said they planted cherry blossoms all over the main island. They're planning a cherry blossom festival and want to attract tourists, Ing said. Then tomorrow. Let's go have some fun. We can also visit Shinsumi and the Nashinana ranch and farm, and pick up some groceries while we're there. The two sat on the sofa in the coffee break area, chatting. After a while, the portal to Omphalos flickered, and Aglaya emerged. Xing saw Aglaya and greeted her. Aglaya, what brought you here? Aglaya looked at Xing. I'm here to pick up orders from the store. Aglaya's online store sells everything to order, and customers are required to send a full-body photo of themselves after placing an order. This way, Aglaya's tailors could tailor clothes to the buyer's body shape. Less than a week after opening, the store had already received over 1,000 orders. The price per order was not cheap, starting at 188,888 for a set of clothes. Medium level, 399,999. High end, 999,999. Top tier, 10 million. Thanks to this clothing store, Omphalos had earned nearly 200 million credit points. However, all of these 200 million credit points were spent on purchasing a coastal defense gun from the Black Tower space station. This coastal defense gun had a maximum range of 3,000 kilometers, and was capable of firing laser shells at a rate of 30 rounds per second. Aglaya placed the coastal defense gun at the only entrance to Oma, with only Tian, Tabeo, Taining, Wandi, herself, Bai, and Xiaodia having operational authority. Others were not authorized to operate. This action naturally caused dissatisfaction among the elders. Among them, the most disgruntled was an elder named Kinnis. She had always opposed the fire chaser journey, and despised the Golden Born. Kinnis had been looking for Aglaya all day, but unfortunately, Aglaya didn't want to see her at all. Katniss had no hope of finding Aglaya. He returned to the train. Xing heard this. By the way, Aglaya, how's your clothing store doing? Aglaya said. Very good, the income is very good. When you have some free time, you can come to Omphalos, and I make you some clothes. Xing and Ing heard this. How about we go now? I'm quite free right now. Aglaya heard this. Okay, then I go get the order. Wait a minute. Aglaya walked into the clothing store, picked up the order, and brought Xing and Ing to Omphalos. Xing and Ing looked around. It had been a while since they'd been here. Aglaya looked at them. You two can hang out in the hero bath for a while. I go make your clothes. Xing was a little confused. Do you know what sizes we wear? Aglaya smiled. Of course I know. I can tell at a glance. Tabeo, who was watching the fun, said. Although I can't see, her golden thread is her eyes. Xing and Ing understood, then ran to the changing room to change into bathrobes, and jumped directly into the pool. Xing rested her hands on the backrest, her face full of contentment. At this moment, Tabeo brought them some juice. Xing took a sip. Ah, comfortable, this life is truly relaxing. Ing felt the same way, completely immersed in the pool, feeling incredibly comfortable. This hot spring is so comfortable. We can come here often. By the way, does Omphalos still seem to be in danger? Tabeo, who had just changed into a bathrobe and was about to go play in the water, overheard Ying's question. Yes, although the conflict has been resolved, the black tide still exists. But with Tian and Aya here, it's generally not a big problem. Xing thought for a moment. Why don't we ask Yun and the others? They should know what the dangers are here. Ing agreed. Then I make a call. Xing saw this. No need to bother. Just look at me. Ing and Tabeo looked at Xing simultaneously. Xing cleared his throat, and suddenly shouted. Boss Puni! Xing's voice echoed throughout the hero baths, carrying far away. Soon, Puni appeared before the three of them. Puni looked at Xing. Xing, what do you want me for? Are you in trouble? Xing chuckled. No, Boss Puni, this Omphalos is always in danger. Please help me see if there's any danger here. Puni was silent for a second. There's a little jerk who's been sealed. What's wrong? Did he offend you? Xing heard this. Sealed? It seems there's a real hidden danger. Little jerk? Boss Puni, we're not as powerful as you. What level is a little jerk? Puni asked. That white-haired little fellow who fought me earlier. What was his name? Oh yes, at the level of a commander. You should be able to handle this thing on your own, right? It's just a little jerk. Xing and Ning felt relieved after hearing the details. Commander, then it's okay. Cricket. A commander of destruction, no problem. I don't even know how many order envoys there are in the group. One order envoy doesn't seem like enough. Okay, Boss Puni, please come over. Puni shook his head. It's okay. I was just hanging around. I beat Bite badly yesterday, so I haven't had anyone to fight me for a while. I really don't understand. We were evenly matched last time, but why did he give up this time? I finally found someone I like. Nanak, haha, do you think everyone has your insane growth potential? Huh? If I had your insane growth potential, would I have been defeated by Aha? Chapter 402. Puni kept mumbling to himself, unable to figure out how Nanak had taken advantage of the sudden pull. How could he suddenly be defeated? Something was wrong. Very wrong. At that moment, a portal flickered, and Hu Tao, Kiana, and the others ran over. Kiana put her hands on her hips. Great. Xing, Ing, you two went to the hot springs without me. How abominable. Xing happily sipped her juice, and spoke slowly. You weren't here. Weren't you playing Genshin Impact? We just happened to run into Aglaia again, so we came here with her. Just then, Aglaia returned with the clothes she had made for Xing and Ing. Xing, Ing, your clothes are ready. Come try them on. Aglaia looked at the crowd and spotted Puni. Sir Puni, you're here too. Puni looked at Aglaia and nodded. Yes. Puni looked back at Xing. Xing, it's nothing, so I leave now. How could you be defeated? Strange, truly strange. Xing waved goodbye to Puni. Aglaia immediately spoke. Sir Puni, please come visit Omphalos often when you have time. Thank you for the restrictions you set for us. Puni looked at Aglaia. It's okay, it's a small matter. Okay, I leave now. Where can I find someone to fight? That's the problem. Puni's form flashed, and he left Omphalos. Puni is now the biggest street urchin in the universe. You can find Puni anywhere except on the train. In Yi Yun's words, he's either fighting or on his way to a fight. After Puni left, everyone's attention returned to the clothes in Aglaia's hands. Xing and Ing stood up and approached Aglaia. Finished so quickly? Aglaia nodded slightly. Well, you two try them on and see if they fit. Xing and Ing, upon hearing this, walked into the dressing room with their clothes. Aglaia looked at Hu Tao and the others. Hu Tao, Lu Ying, Kiana, why don't you stay and have some fun? Take a dip in the hot springs. Hu Tao chuckled and snapped her fingers. I've been waiting for you to say that. Let's go! Change. Hu Tao and Lu Ying followed closely into the dressing room to change into their bathrobes. A moment later, Xing and Ing emerged first. Their attire was remarkably Omphalos-esque. At first glance, they had a certain intellectual air. But that impression soon faded. Xing and Ing, standing on either side, struck a few poses that they thought were cool but were actually full of chunibaku, middle school nonsense. Oh, what kind of scholar would be so chunibaku? Afterwards, Xing and the others played inside Omphalos. On the train, Noelle was cleaning when a strange portal suddenly appeared, and a blonde maid with dragon horns and a tail, holding a spatula, emerged. Mashamoshi? Is anyone there? The visitor's name was Thor, one of the protagonists from a certain everyday world. Noelle, who was cleaning, heard someone's voice and looked over. Seeing a stranger, she quickly greeted them. Yes, hello, welcome to the Wanjie shop. I'm Noelle, an employee here. How can I help you? Thor looked at Noelle. She looked a bit like him, but her maid outfit was more like a knight's. Hello, where is this place? Thor had just moved into Kobayashi's house, and was out of vegetables, so she planned to go back to her original world to get some. Unexpectedly, a portal opened and she arrived in this world. Noelle, hearing Thor's question, realized that they were guests from the new world. This is the Wanjie shop, located in the Star Rail world. Here, you can buy anything you want. Thor heard this. Buy anything you want? Do you have beef? Yes, Thor had originally planned to go back to his original world to buy some beef. Kana had just moved into Kobayashi's house yesterday. Kana was too young, so Kobayashi gave Thor some money and asked him to buy some beef. When they went to the market, they found beef ridiculously expensive. A pound of beef would have covered the three of them for 3 days. So, she decided to go back to her original world to get some. I didn't expect a portal to open and land right here. Noelle nodded. Yes, we have thousands of varieties of beef. Which one would you like? By the way, We need a currency called star coins to shop here. Thor was a little confused. Star coins? I don't have any. Noel thought for a moment. Do you have any crystals imbued with special energy? Take them out and see if you can exchange them for star coins. Thor shook his head. No, I have gold. Can that be used? Noel heard. You can buy beef with gold coins, but you have to talk to Director Topa or Xiangling and the others. Thor reached out and pulled out a large piece of gold. Here, how much can I buy? Noel gestured with his hand. Let's go over there. Miss Topa's over there. Let her take a look. I'm not sure what the details are. Thor followed Noel to the reception room. Noel knocked on the door. Miss Topa, are you free? A few seconds later, the door opened from the inside, and Topa poked his head out. Noel, I'm free. What can I do for you? Noel made room, revealing Thor standing behind him. Well, the person behind me is a new customer. She wants to buy beef, but she doesn't have star coins, only gold, so I brought her to you. Topa glanced casually at the gold in Thor's hand. Gold has long been commonplace in the universe, and only civilizations that haven't yet entered the interstellar age value it as a treasure. Topa looked at Thor. Hello, my name is Topa. You want to buy some beef, right? Thor nodded. Yes, yes. Please help me see how much I can buy with my gold. Topa thought for a moment. You can keep the gold, but I give you the beef. Just as a token of friendship. Thor was surprised. Huh? No, I can't take your things for free. Topa smiled. It's okay. It's just a little beef, not worth much. Come visit more often when you have time. Noel remembered something when Topa said this. By the way, Thor, are you busy right now? If not, you can wait a moment. I call Yun back and have him create a portal for you. You might not be able to come back here after opening a portal, but using the portal he gives you will allow you to come back anytime. Topa suggested. Thor, if you're not in a hurry, you can wait. I just had someone teleport the beef over. Now that we have the portal, you can come here often. There are many guests like you who come from other worlds here. Chapter 403. Thor thought for a moment. It was still early, so there wasn't much rush. Okay, I wait then. Noel heard this and took out her phone to call Yi Yun. Yi Yun was currently playing with Klee and the others at Luofu Changletian. After receiving the call, Yi Yun asked Rios and Dudu to look after Klee and the others while she returned to the store. The moment she saw Thor, Yi Yun was surprised. Thor? She was here too. Hello, I'm Yi Yun, the manager of this store. Nice to meet you, Thor. Thor looked Yi Yun over. Hello, my name is Thor. Yi Yun smiled and bought a portal, handing it to Thor. This is the portal to my store. Go back and find a spot to place it. But remember to choose a spot in advance. Once you place it, it will stay there. Thor took the portal. Thank you, Yi Yun. Yi Yun smiled. You're welcome. Come visit us often when you have time. Your friends can also come through this portal. At this moment, Topa arrived carrying a large suitcase. Thor, this is beef for you. 20 kilograms of it, all top quality. Thor quickly accepted it, bowing politely in gratitude. Thank you, Topa. I'll be cooking later. Topa, Yi Yun and Noel, would you like to come over for dinner? This was a new knowledge Thor had recently learned. When someone gives you something, you should reciprocate, usually by giving a gift in return or treating them to a meal. Topa shook his head. No need. We have several chefs here who take care of the daily meals. Seeing you holding a spatula, you must like cooking, right? Thor nodded. Yes, I do. Chefs? Can I meet them? Topa checked his watch. That should be a while. We just had lunch an hour ago. Thor thought for a moment. Then I come back in 3 hours. I want to learn how to cook from them. Thor thought that since they were chefs, they must be very skilled. He had only recently learned to cook, so he should be able to learn many recipes from them. Once he learned, he could cook for Xiaolin and Kanna. Yi Yun said. Yeah, about the same. Xiangling and the others usually come around 5 p.m. Hearing this, Thor lifted the portal with one hand and the suitcase containing the beef with the other. It's settled then. See you later, everyone. Thor said goodbye to Yi Yun, Noel, and Topa and returned to his own world. When Thor returned, he saw Kanna, who was sitting in the living room, completely bored. Kanna noticed Thor's return and turned to look at him. Lord Thor, welcome home. Thor nodded and placed the portal in the living room. Well, Kanna, wait a moment. Someone just gave us a lot of beef. I cook it for you. Kanna nodded, turned away, and continued to stare blankly in boredom. Thor opened the suitcase and put the beef in the refrigerator. He then cleaned it thoroughly, inside and out, and dried it. Thor planned to return the suitcase when he went back to the store later. The suitcase was full of technology and looked high-end, definitely not cheap. I already taken 20 kilograms of beef, so I couldn't keep the suitcase to myself. A little after 4 p.m., Xiaolin returned home early, a rare occurrence. Lucky today, no overtime. Xiaolin looked curiously at the new portal in the living room. Thor, what's with this portal? Thor poked his head out of the kitchen. Well, it's like this. Thor told Xiaolin and Kana about what happened at Yi Yun's shop. Thinking about what Yi Yun had said, Thor asked. Kobayashi, Xiaolin, Kana, do you two want to go over and take a look later? Xiaolin pondered. Another strange world, why not go and take a look? Sure, let's go together later. Let's go downstairs and buy some fruit or something, since we're visiting after all. Then the three of them went downstairs to buy some fruit. After buying the fruit, the three of them set off for Yi Yun's shop. At this moment, Xiangling, Little Evil God, and the others were preparing the food. The 7 little ones had returned and were playing in the sofa tea area. Malim and Paimon were also nestled on the sofa, enjoying snacks. Yi Yun, Jing Yuan, and the others were sipping tea. Noel noticed Thor and the others arriving. Thor, you're here. Noel stepped forward and greeted them. Thor smiled happily at Noel. Noel, I'm here. These two are Xiaolin and Kana. Xiaolin and Kana bowed slightly. Hello, Noel. Nice to meet you. The voice caught everyone's attention, and they all turned their gazes. Malim's eyes lit up when she saw Thor and Kana. Malim leaped in front of the three of them, looking Thor and Kana up and down curiously. Wow, you're dragons too. Thor and Kana also noticed Malim's true form. However, she wasn't from the same world as them. Malim was curious, circling Thor, looking around curiously, and even touching his tail. Seeing this, Himiko came over and grabbed Malim by the scruff of the neck. Malim, you can't touch guests. Malim instantly calmed down after being grabbed by Fate's scruff of the neck. Himiko then looked at Thor and the others. Hello, my name is Himiko, the pilot of this train. Thor, Krillin, and Kana quickly greeted them. Hello, Noel said. Thor, didn't you just say you wanted to learn how to cook? Xiangling and the others are here, so I take you there. Thor followed Noel into the kitchen. Jeezy glanced at Kana. Kana's gaze remained fixed on Klee and the others. Jeezy smiled. Kana? Right. Kana looked up at Klee and nodded, a soft murmur. Jeezy said. Do you want to play with Klee and the others? Kana's eyes lit up, and she nodded. Jeezy called over Bailu, who was closest to her. Bailu, come here. Bailu rushed over. What's up? Jeezy said. Bailu, take your new friend to play for a while. Her name's Kana. Bailu looked at Kana. Hey! He has dragon horns just like me. Bailu took Kana's hand. Hello, Kana. My name is Bailu. Let's go! I take you up to play. With that, Bailu dragged Kana to the sofa tea area. Kelly, Chi-Chi, and the other little ones gave Kana a welcome ceremony, and got to know each other. Jeezy looked at Xiaolin, who was still standing. Xiaolin, we have drinks, juice, tea, and coffee. What would you like? Chapter 404. Kana was very reserved at first, not really letting go in playing. She was a little scared, afraid that if she did something wrong, Kelly and the others would not want to play with her anymore. Seeing this, Bailu, Kelly, and the others took the initiative to play with Kana. Hook suggested. Let's go to the amusement park. We haven't been in ages. Bailu shook her head. It's almost dinner time, so we don't have enough time. Hook asked. So what should we do? Chi-Chi said. Chi-Chi wants to see the puppy. Kelly was surprised. Chi-Chi, that's fine. Let's go back to the castle to see our puppy. Bailu thought for a moment. Okay, let's go. Let's go! Go, go, go! Bailu took Kana's hand and rushed towards the cave. A few minutes later, the little ones returned to the Rose Castle. Bailu opened the gate, and several young Lanya wolves rushed over, enthusiastically welcoming Klee and the others home. Klee hugged her Lanya wolf, rubbing her little cheek against it. Bailu held her Lanya wolf for Connor to pet, and Connor exclaimed in surprise after feeling it. Oh, so soft. Then the pups played in the Rose Castle for a while, waiting for Xing to call for dinner before leaving. On the dining table, Thor placed his own dish on the table. Everyone, come try my new recipe for stir-fried pork with chili peppers. Thor looked at the crowd expectantly, wanting to know what they thought of his dish. Yi Yun, GZ, and the others picked up a piece with their chopsticks and tasted it. It tastes pretty good. Yi Yun was a little surprised. Thor had never cooked before, and the only dishes he learned were from Japanese cuisine. This first time making Chinese food turned out quite good. It seemed Thor had a natural culinary talent. Jizi, Kobayashi, and the others also exclaimed in admiration. It tastes very good, Thor, you're a great cook. Thor scratched the back of his head shyly, as he listened to the praise. Hey, well, this is all thanks to Xiangling. She guided me through the whole process. Xiangling smiled. That's because you have talent. Xiangling looked towards the kitchen. Sandwich sauce, is the fruit platter cut up yet? In the kitchen, the little evil god turned around, holding a cantaloupe. The little evil god opened his mouth wide, lifted the whole cantaloupe in one hand, and tossed it into his mouth, chewing it. Right away, right away. Don't worry, you guys eat first. Xing, Luing, and the others were stunned to see the little evil god devour the cantaloupe raw. A cantaloupe that big, you just stuff it in there, and chew it in a few bites, and it's gone? No, Sandwich Sauce's physique is pretty amazing. Jeezy glanced at the others. What are you looking at? Hurry and eat, or the food will get cold. Xing, Hu Tao, and the others quickly started eating. As they ate, Xing and the others discussed what to do next. Xing looked at her star coins. She had saved over 300,000 star coins. These star coins were all earned from Genshin Impact Dungeons and QQ Farm. How about we open a few chests for fun? Hu Tao shook her head. No, I want to save more so I can buy a platinum level trash can. Xing thought for a moment. Platinum level, even if I use a gold trash can to go to the power-up machine, it costs 510,000. What are your plans? Buy it outright? Or go the booster route? Hu Tao ate a mouthful of rice. I better just buy it. If the booster fails, all 510,000 will be wasted. Xing shook a finger. No, you don't understand. A platinum-grade trash can for $1 million is certainly safe. But it lacks that sense of surprise. That sense of accomplishment. Asked Kiana, wasn't she thrilled when the booster succeeded? Wasn't she thrilled? Wasn't she thrilled? Wasn't she thrilled? Wasn't she thrilled? Kiana nodded, reminiscing. Indeed, it was thrilling at the time. Kiana held out her hand. Hey, I got this rainbow stone later, which was even more surprising. But I ended up being blacklisted from the enhancement machine, which is a bit frustrating. Hu Tao was slightly tempted by Kiana's description. Indeed, the enhancement machine's enhancements did have an added element of surprise. Hu Tao eventually calmed down. Forget it. I already have 700,000. It's safer to just save up 1 million and buy it directly. Xing heard this. How about you lend me 200,000 so I can give it a try, hee. Lu Ying, standing by, was a little worried. Xing, let's not do it. If the enhancement machine fails, the 510,000 will be wasted. Xing patted his chest. It's okay, it's okay. If it fails, we can just start over. I have QQ Farm. I have the Genshin Impact Dungeon. Don't panic, okay? Hu Tao observed this. Xing, are you sure you want to try this? If you really want to, I lend you 200,000 star coins. Xing nodded. Of course. If Kiana can succeed, I can succeed too. Don't forget. I'm the protagonist. I'm the protagonist of our world. I have the protagonist's aura. I definitely will. I have no choice but to succeed. Xing grew increasingly excited as he spoke, putting one foot on the stool and pointing a finger at the ceiling. Hu Tao, Lu Ying, and the others clapped their hands at the sight. Yi Yun was the only one who stood there. Get down here now. You made a mess of this stool. Noelle's going to have to clean it for you later. Xing sat down upon hearing this, and continued eating obediently. After dinner, Xing enthusiastically bought the golden trash can and enhanced fossil, and went to the enhancement machine. 10 seconds later, Xing returned dejectedly and sat on the stool, his eyes glazed over, like a walking corpse. At Xing's feet was a golden trash can. It was a failure, but fortunately the golden trash can didn't break, minimizing the damage. Hu Tao, Amber consoled. Xing, it's okay. It's just a failure. You're the protagonist, and you definitely succeed in the future. It's okay. Xing, isn't there a golden trash can? Give it a try. Maybe it yields something good? Xing, hearing the others' comfort, glanced at the golden trash can at her feet and kicked it open. Instantly, a burst of red light erupted. A dazzling red light captured the sight of Xing, Hu Tao, and the others. When the red light faded, something resembling an engine appeared before them. Xing's expression changed incredibly quickly. The moment she saw the red light, she returned to her normal self. She was beaming with joy. If she hadn't had a tail, it would have reached the sky. Xing walked over, picked up the engine, and ran to Yi Yun's side. Yi Yun. Look! I'm red. Help me see what this thing is. Yi Yun heard this and looked at the engine in Xing's hand. Chapter 405. Yi Yun took a closer look. Item, Upgrade Core. Description, a divine artifact from a high-level sci-fi adventure world, capable of upgrading all things. It can upgrade items up to Star God level or below. Price, 2 million star coins. After reading it, Yi Yun said, this is an upgrade core. It can unconditionally upgrade an item below Star God level. For example, the star core in your body, or your heavenly fire judgment. Xing was instantly delighted upon hearing this. Frog fun. Is this thing so awesome? Xing touched his chest. Star core? What will this thing become after upgrading? Yi Yun spread his hands. I don't know about that either. If you're interested, you can try it. Walter then said. Xing, it's better not to upgrade the star core. This star core is a disaster. If it gets out of control after upgrading. Xing waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay. I see if Boss Pony is free. If he is, I have him come back and save my life. Walter didn't say anything more after hearing Xing's words. He knew Pony's abilities. With Pony around, Xing would be safe. Xing cleared his throat and shouted into the air. A moment later, Pony appeared outside the train, holding a dragon head. Everyone was stunned. Is this Dumon? It looked like Dumon, but everyone quickly calmed down. What was he so surprised about? Just a Dumon, nothing more than a fly to Pony. Xing waved his hand. Boss Pony, are you free? Do me a favor. Pony nodded, and Xing, seeing this, informed him of the situation. After listening, Pony opened a portal and dropped the dragon head of Dumon inside. Then, Pony entered the store. Let's begin, Xing. Xing nodded and pressed the upgrade core against his chest. Instantly, Xing's second star core suddenly detached from his body, enveloping the upgrade core. The star core continuously absorbed the upgrade core's energy, growing stronger. After more than half an hour, the upgrade core had vanished without a trace, and the star core returned to Xing's body. For a moment, Xing felt as if he could control the second star core. Before, he couldn't use the star core's energy himself. To use it, he relied on the heavenly fire judgment, who absorbed the star core's energy and then used it to fight. To put it bluntly, he needed the heavenly fire judgment as a medium. Now things were different. Xing can directly draw upon the energy of the second star core, and this core's energy is 10 times greater than the previous one. Under full force, Xing can briefly reach the power of a commander-level warrior. A true commander-level warrior, at least at the mid-level, not one of those gatekeepers. Xing's confidence is overflowing, and he can't wait to find a group of antimatter troops to practice with. Seeing that everything is alright, Puni turned and left without a trace of regret. GZ looked at Xing and smiled. Xing, can you say this is a blessing in disguise? Hu Tao said. That's right. The enhancement wasn't successful, but it still sold out. This hall master was even thinking about opening a trash can for fun. Xing waved his hand. Open! Didn't you see I sold out? Hu Tao thought for a moment and calmed down. No, I want to save up for a platinum level tier. Gold isn't enough for me anymore. Counting the 200,000 you owe me, I'm only 300,000 short. It'd be there soon. Afterwards, everyone played around on the train for a while before dispersing. Connor joined the group of 7 little ones, making them 8. Tion, Tebeo, and Tiny weren't included. They were usually busy with their own affairs at Omphalos. Occasionally, they come over to play. Xiaolin, on the other hand, chatted with Jizi and the others. Thor followed Xiangling back to Wanman Hall to help out. In the Wanman Hall kitchen, Thor was chopping vegetables quickly with a kitchen knife. At first, she wasn't used to the large knife, but gradually, she found it much easier to use than the one she used before. Thor's chopping speed kept getting faster and faster. After all, he was a dragon, and his natural talent was there. After a busy evening, after finishing their guests, Xiangling brought Thor to the living room for a late-night snack. Xingqiu, Chongyun, and Xinyan had already been waiting at the table. Xiangling approached with Thor. Sorry for the wait. Let me introduce you, my deputy, Thor. Thor looked at everyone. Hello, my name is Thor. Xingqiu nodded slightly. Hello, Thor, I'm Xingqiu. Xiangling, Thor, please take a seat. We eat and chat. Xiangling and Thor sat down. Xiangling looked at Xinyan. Xinyan, how are you and big sister Shuwen doing? Xinyan smiled happily. I learned a lot about rock and roll from her. It's a bit of a shame that big sister Shuwen isn't willing to go on stage anymore. I was thinking of going on stage with her to rock and roll. Xingqiu listened. Big sister Xu Wing must have some difficulties. By the way, Xinyan, when are you planning to hold your concert? The neighboring countries all have their own stars now. Xinyan thought for a moment. I can't compare to Barbara, Fanina, and the others. I'm a rock musician, and my audience isn't as big as theirs. Xingqiu said. That's fine. The entire universe has a population base. As long as you're good enough in your field, you won't have to worry about fans. Xinyan thought for a moment. Let's talk about this later. I think I still need to learn from big sister Xu Wang for a while. Meanwhile, at the beginning of winter, in the lady's residence, the lady had contacted Topa and was currently chatting with him. Topa and the lady had never met before. The lady had asked a servant for Funina's WeChat account, added her, and then had her introduce Topa to him. The two chatted for a while, and Topa suggested a career in acting. A singer with the lady's style wouldn't look very good, but acting might be a good option. The lady thought about it, and decided to follow Topa's advice. Because Fanina said, there was Topa. Thanks to their help, she, Barbara, Linghua, and Nilu have achieved their current popularity. Topa has been behind them promoting their work. In this industry, even the best wine needs a good reputation. Topa sent a script to a production filming at Pinocchio. He asked the woman to audition and see if she could get a role. After downloading and printing the script, the woman went to Barnabas to report the situation. Barnabas was very supportive. Go ahead and give it a try. If you succeed, we at Jidong will have our own star. Then, the woman went to Yi Yun's shop and used the portal inside to reach Pinocchio. Chapter 406. Inside Pinocchio, the woman boarded the urban rail train bound for the cruise location. The train sped along, and the scenery outside the window constantly changed. No matter how it changed, it was incredibly prosperous. The woman was deeply shocked. She had previously thought that New Solstice was beautifully built, and that there was no place more beautiful than New Solstice. She had never expected this Pinocchio to be so prosperous. Solstice was like the countryside, and this was the city. The woman sighed inwardly. Solstice still had a long way to go. Taking the urban rail train, the woman arrived at the entertainment city, where the crew was located. As soon as she got off the train, she saw a female company employee not far away holding a sign with her name on it. Rosalind, the woman, walked up to the female employee. Hello, I'm Rosalind. Did Miss Topa send you to pick me up? The female company employee nodded. Yes, Director Topa asked me to take you to the crew for an audition. This way, please. The woman followed the female staff through the entertainment city, which is a special location for filming movies and TV series. It could be called a film and television base, but it's not so closed off, and tourists can usually come and play. A little over 10 minutes later, the woman arrived at the film crew. Because Topa had introduced her, the director and producer were very polite to her. Although they usually receive the adulation and flattery of these artists, they knew their place. In Topa's eyes, they were just minions. Topa could manipulate them however he pleased. The drama the crew was filming was about a magical world. The protagonist is a magician's apprentice, gradually becoming stronger and ultimately defeating an evil wizard with his friends. The role the woman auditioned for was that of the evil wizard. This role was chosen by Topa after analyzing her appearance and temperament. Not surprisingly, she easily passed the audition and secured the role. She chatted with the director and producer for a while, and they escorted her to the door. She looked at the thick script in her hands, and a faint smile rose inexplicably. This was the first step she had taken. The pay she had agreed on wasn't very high, 1 million credits per episode, with 36 levels, or 36 million. Of course, that was before tax. After tax, it would be around 25 million at most. She checked the time. It was still early. After some thought, she decided to wander around the casino and see how others acted. Just as she was about to leave, the female staff member who had brought her in approached. Ms. Rosalind, please wait a moment. The woman turned when she heard her name being called. It's you. What can I do for you? The female employee rubbed her big round eyes, giving off a naive, almost silly vibe. My name is Aya, and I'm the agent for Director Topa's newly established entertainment project. Director Topa just gave me a task. From now on, I be your exclusive agent. The woman smiled and nodded. Okay, I be keeping you company from now on, Aya. Come on, walk around the entertainment city with me. Aya nodded and followed the woman. The lady was browsing and looking at some clothes, but she hesitated, thinking she didn't have much money, so she decided not to buy anything. She planned to buy a bodysuit after the performance. It was evening. Aya and the lady said goodbye and went home. Topa had rented a studio and a single-family house for the lady near the entertainment city, where Aya would usually stay. She would definitely stay there after joining the crew, and today, she had to report back to Barnabas. The lady returned to Yun's shop through the portal. From there, she returned to Solstice. After landing, the lady called a factory soldier to ask. Learning that the queen was in the conference room, the lady rushed over. When she arrived, the door was open. The meeting hadn't started yet, and everyone had just taken their seats. The young master, sitting on the sofa, saw the lady return and jokingly said, "Hey, hey, hey! Isn't this our Solstice's star? How's it going? Did you pass the audition?" The lady rolled her eyes at the young master and reported to Barnabas, who was sitting at the head of the table. "Your Majesty, I successfully auditioned. My salary is 36 million credits, but that's before taxes, and I still have to pay them." Barnabas smiled faintly upon hearing this. Well done, Rosalind. Who, besides the queen, was the happiest person present? Of course, the rich man. The rich man stood up excitedly. "Madam, excellent work. I'm short of 20 million credits for the ice and snow world tourism project I'm looking to launch. You hand it over, right? You should, right? You're a lady. You're the executive officer of Solstice. You're the queen's most trusted person. You pay it, right? Why don't you fill in our Jidong public account for the bank card? I think that's fine. Young master, Rooster, what about you? You probably won't object. Well, it's settled." Barnabas couldn't help but chuckle at the rich man who chattered on and on. The rich man had been so worried about the credit point issue that several hairs had turned gray. There was nothing he could do. He was short of money. He was so short of money. The rich man had a brilliant plan in mind, but he couldn't execute it because he had no money. So, seeing the lady with tens of millions, he went for it. The lady smiled. "Don't worry, I hand it all over." The rich man felt relieved upon hearing this, and gave the lady a thumbs up. Look, what does enlightenment mean?" "This is enlightenment," Barnabas said at this moment. "Rosalind, as for the money, keep 2 million for yourself and hand over the rest. After all, this is your hard-earned money." The lady was about to refuse, saying she'd turn it all in, but suddenly stopped. She wasn't alone anymore. She had Aya under her. Aya said they need to hire makeup artists and the like, and that would require some money. The lady thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. "Okay, Director Topa has assigned me one of her professional agents. This agent said we need to set aside some money to hire makeup artists and the like, and we need to hire a few people. And then, there's the usual entertainment and account maintenance, which also requires money. I just keep 2 million, that should be enough." The rich man nodded. "That's right. Celebrities are like products. They need packaging and promotion. This money is essential." Then, the lady took her seat, and Barnabas officially opened the meeting. This meeting was requested by the wealthy man. The purpose was to discuss the ice and snow world project with everyone. According to the wealthy man, if it were successfully established, it would surely attract many tourists. The winter environment is excellent, largely undeveloped and relatively pristine. Chapter 407. New Inazuma, on the main island. The environment of New Inazuma is remarkably beautiful. The architectural style remains unchanged. The sky is clear, and seabirds soar freely. The sea is a brilliant blue, wave after wave lapping against the beach. In Azuma City, cherry blossom trees line both sides of the street. The entire city is like a city nestled in a cherry blossom forest, a truly beautiful sight. Xing, Hutao, and Firefly strolled through the streets, each holding a barbecue. Xing held a skewer of lamb in his left hand, and 30 other skewers in his right. Xing took a bite of the lamb, chewing it. The rich aroma of cumin and chili powder mingled, filling his mouth. After swallowing, Xing said, "These Inazuma skewers are quite good, and the price is reasonable. Only 2,000 credits for all these skewers." Just as Xing finished speaking, 2 people approached. "Of course. Our Inazuma brand's main selling point is its low prices." Xing turned to look. "Oh! Shensi! Xiaogong! It's you too!" Xing casually dropped the remaining bamboo skewers from his meat skewer onto the ground. Shensi's eyes lit up at the sight, and he chuckled softly, pointing to a nearby wooden sign. "Littering will result in a 1,000 credit point fine." Xing looked in the direction Shensi pointed, and there was indeed a wooden sign, with a 1,000 credit point fine for littering written on it. Xing was stunned. Will it still be useful if I pick it up now?" Shensi held out his hand. "No, pay the bill." Xing, looking helpless, pulled out his phone and transferred 1,000 credit points to Shinzi. Oh. So annoying. The kebabs were only 2,000, and you gave me 1,000 all at once. Shinko smiled. That's because you're littering. Okay, enough rambling. What are you doing here at Inazuma? Shing took a skewer of beef from his right hand and began eating again. What else? Of course we're here to have fun. You know we can't stay on the train, Xiaogong said. You come just in time. We're having a fireworks display tonight. Do you want to stay and watch? Shing glanced at Kurumi, Firefly, and Kiana. Kiana nodded in agreement. Yes. I love watching fireworks. I haven't seen them in ages. The last time was when Pinocchio and the youngest were fighting in the background. Kurumi heard this. Youngest? Oh. Sunday, Kiana. Why are you calling the youngest? You should call me Sunday. You're not part of the train crew, Shing said. Well, it's all the same. You just haven't officially joined the train crew yet. Like Jeezy said before, when have we ever gone on an expedition together? Ing thought for a moment. That's true. After all, every time I go on an expedition with you, I get treasure chests and earn star coins. Shinko then said. Come on, I take you to the castle tower. Shin heard you were here and wanted to invite you over. Seeing this, Shing and the others followed Shinko and Xiaogong toward the castle tower. Inside the castle tower at this moment, Shin and Coral Palace Shinhai were working. Since Shin's resurrection, he has once again taken over the management of Inazuma. The first thing Shin did after returning to his position was to take stock of the personnel and gather all of Inazuma's staff together. Coral Palace's Shinhai was naturally summoned as well, now serving as Shin's assistant. Shinhai glanced at Shin, who was diligently working on documents at the main seat, then at Ing, who lay on the floor beside her, head propped up with one hand, eating chips with the other, a soap opera playing on a tablet in front of her. Shinhai felt a pang of emotion. They were sisters, so why was there such a big difference? Shinhai grumbled slightly, then began to feel grateful. Grateful for Shin's resurrection. With Shin's return, Inazuma returned to normalcy. Now, Heike Island and the Shogunate have reconciled, and the people of both sides now live together in the vast new Inazuma castle. People live and work in peace and contentment, leading happy and healthy lives. The elderly and widowed are cared for in the nursing home founded by Shin, and orphans are raised in orphanages. People no longer have to worry about their next meal. In the old Inazuma era, people's daily thoughts were all about finding their next meal. Now, there's no need to worry. Shinhai was now working wholeheartedly for Shin, helping him take care of Inazuma. At this moment, Shinko walked in with Shing, Kurumi, and the others. Shin, Ing, I'm here with Shing and the others. Shing waved at Shin and Ing. Long time no see, Shin, Ing. Ing looked up at the group, nodded, and then returned his gaze to his tablet. Shin smiled. Everyone, welcome to Inazuma. Please sit down and chat. I have some refreshments served. Ying's head jerked up at the word refreshments. Refreshments? I have 3 plates of flour cakes, thank you. After that, Ing lowered her head and continued watching the soap opera. Shin smiled. My sister, ever since she discovered the internet, has completely become a homebody. However, she would still do whatever she was asked to do, and she didn't neglect her martial arts, practicing every day. Kiana was curious about what kind of TV show Ing was so captivated by. Kiana moved up behind Ing, leaning on her shoulder, curiously watching the soap opera playing on her tablet. What's that showing? You're watching so intently. Ing looked up, saw it was Kiana, and turned back. This is The Vicious Stepmother. It's great. I watched it all the way to level 380, and there's still 700. Kiana Weiwei explained, leaning on Ying's shoulder and watching the soap opera with her. Shin also introduced Shinhai to Shing and the others. Hello, my name is Shinhai of Coral Palace, and I'm Master Shin's assistant. Shing nodded. Hello, my name is Shing, nicknamed Galaxy Skyfire Man, the Light Spirit King. Hu Tao looked at Shinhai with curiosity. He was about the same age as her, yet he had somehow gotten close to Jin, and was now handling government affairs. Shinhai, how old are you? Shinhai was a bit bewildered by Hu Tao's question. Age is a very sensitive topic for girls. Ing noticed Shinhai's annoyance. Shinhai, it's okay. We're all girls here, so you can talk. Shinhai heard this. I'm 16. Hu Tao was surprised. Watch you. You're only 16 and already helping with the country's government? That's impressive. Xiaogong then said. Shinhai and the others had already started managing an island. Don't you remember? You made a deal with them back then, selling them some food. Ing thought about it, and clapped her hands. Oh! Yes! That's right! What island? Let me see, Heike Island, right? Shinhai smiled and nodded. Yes, thank you so much, Ing. If it weren't for your supplies, we probably wouldn't have made it. Back then, we on Heike Island were truly starving. Ing waved her hand. What's there to thank me for? We traded normally. You paid, I provided the goods. Chapter 408. The Son of God smiled at this. Speaking of which, I have to mention something. Ing, you're a wanted criminal in my Inazuma castle. Shing's interest piqued. Oh huh? Wanted criminal. Elaborate? The Son of God said. At that time, the Kaigi Island, led by Xiaoxinhai, was considered a rebel. And Ing, who was doing business with Kaigi Island and providing a large amount of food, was naturally an accomplice. So, she was wanted at the time. Xing understood. To put it bluntly, it was aiding the enemy, smuggling, and the like. Yeah. I see. So what do you say now? Is she still wanted? Just as Xing finished speaking, Kujo-Sara walked in. Sir, we just received a tip that the wanted criminal Ing has appeared in Inazuma Castle. Should we arrest her? After reporting, Kujo-Sara raised his head and met Ying's gaze. Ing looked constipated. Oh my goodness, they really want to arrest me. This Inazuma is not going to stay any longer. Let's go! Let's go now, Shin smiled. Remove the wanted order. Ing is our honored guest now. Kujo-Sara agreed and retreated. Afterwards, Xing, Gurumi, and the others spent a long time in Inazuma, not returning home until late at night after watching the fireworks display. The next day arrived. The woman packed her luggage and went to the palace next to the Empress's palace. This palace was the girl's residence, and the portal was also located there, which she watched every day. The woman arrived in front of the palace and immediately saw Tartaglia. Tartaria seemed in a good mood, wearing headphones and humming a little tune. Tartaglia saw the woman and waved hello. Good morning. Our winter star. The lady rolled her eyes at the young man's teasing. Good morning. Where are you going? Tartaglia smiled. I'm off today. I'm planning to go to Luofu for a stroll. I heard there are a lot of martial arts gyms there, and I'm thinking of sparring with someone. The lady heard this. Don't die there. Tartaglia smiled. I just take it as your concern. What about you? Are you going to join the filming? The lady nodded. Yes, Aya said she moved there today to rest for a day and start filming the day after tomorrow. The young man heard this. Let's go then. Let's go to Yi Yun's shop first. To be honest, this is my first time there. The lady thought for a moment. Yesterday was her first time there too. What can I say about the decor of Yi Yun's shop? It's very elegant and stylish. I quite like this style. Then, the two of them walked into the palace. Inside Yi Yun's shop, Yi Yun, GZ, and the others were enjoying breakfast. The portal flickered, and Tartaglia and the lady emerged. Tartaria glanced around curiously. Hi everyone, good morning. Paimon was a little surprised to see the young master. Tartaria? Why are you here? Tartaria smiled. I'm taking a day off today. I'm planning to go to Luofu. Paimon glanced at the young master suspiciously. Are you going to pick a fight again? The young master was surprised to hear Paimon say that. Yeah, how did you know? Paimon chuckled. Haha. I didn't know you. It's your rare chance to rest, and what else are you doing if you're not spending time with your family? It's nothing but fighting. Tartaglia smiled. Yes, I'm going to Luofu to find those martial arts gyms. Ing watched as the young master's mind raced, and a sinister idea suddenly occurred to him. Ing smirked. Hee, something's going to be fun. Tartaglia, you're going to Luofu? Why go there? If you want to challenge a strong opponent, aren't there some on the train? Do you see that rift over there? Go inside. There's a woman practicing swordsmanship inside. Just go find her. Tartaglia, upon hearing this, actually believed Ying's words. Oh! Then I go check it out. Tartaglia walked into the cave, and emerged seconds later. Tartaglia looked at Ing speechlessly. Ing couldn't help but laugh at Tartaglia's constipated expression. Ha ha ha. I'm not kidding you. Just tell me if that person inside is a strong opponent. The young master nodded. How could she not be considered fierce? This woman had stormed the Empress's palace, beheaded the professor, and escaped unscathed. I was challenging others, but a challenge was a challenge, not a one-sided humiliation. Fighting Jinglu, I wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. It would be a complete loss. Xing then said. You're a little late. If you had come later, you could have caught the Luofu martial arts ceremony. It's a grand martial arts event. Tartaria felt deeply sorry when she heard Xing say this. That's a shame indeed. When will the next martial arts ceremony be held? Where can I register? Xing spread his hands. I don't know about that. You should ask Jing Yuan and the others. They're the organizers, so they know. Hearing this, Tartaglia thought for a moment and decided to ask on her phone later. Yi Yun then called out. Have you two eaten yet? Want to join us? We leave afterward. Tartaglia immediately agreed. Great. I happened to skip breakfast today. It looks like Xiangling made all these dishes, right? I haven't had her cooking in ages. Seeing this, the lady agreed. There's plenty of time today. There's no need to rush. The two sat down, and Xiangling brought them bowls and chopsticks. Everyone ate breakfast. Just then, Thor and Kana arrived. Good morning, everyone. Xiangling waved at Thor. Thor, you're here. Wait a moment. After I finish eating, we go back to Wanin Hall. Thor nodded. She was now officially a chef's apprentice at Wanin Hall. Every day, she would follow Xiangling back to Wanin Hall to learn how to cook. Kana, upon arriving, looked left and right for Klee and the others. Seeing Kana's expression, Jeezy smiled. Kana, Klee and the others are in the cave. Go play with them over there. Kana nodded with a smile, and trotted into the cave to play with Klee and the others. When Kana entered the cave, Klee and the others had just finished their mirror-style class, and were about to return to Rose Castle for a shower. Klee was pleasantly surprised to see Kana. Oh! It's Kana! Kana! Are you here to play with Klee? Klee rushed over and hugged Kana. Kana nodded. Yes, I'm here to play with you. Seeing this, Bailu took Kana's hand and returned to Rose Castle. Bailu pointed to the sofa in the living room. Kana, sit down for a moment. We go take a shower. We're all sweaty from sword practice. Kana nodded and sat on the sofa. Kelly, Bailu, and Hook rushed into the large bathroom, making a lot of noise. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard from inside. Kana glanced at the TV in front of her, picked up the remote from the table, and turned on a cartoon. Chapter 409. Kana finished watching an episode of cartoons. Kelly, Bailu, and the other little ones changed and came into the living room. Bailu took Kana's hand. Come on, Kana. We made an appointment with Tian to go to Omphalos today. Let's go now. Chi-Chi suddenly said from the side. But we haven't finished our homework yet, Hook said. No rush for homework. We can do that after we get back. Go. Let's go. With that, Hook rushed out the door and ran happily towards the cave's exit. Chi-Chi, Yao Yao, Kelly, Zhaoyou, and the other little ones followed him. Inside the store, the little ones greeted Yi Yun and headed straight for the portal to Omphalos. Laos and Duda followed suit. Omphalos, by the hero's bath. Tian, Tebeo, Tining, and Aglaia were chatting there. Teacher Tian, are you guys going out of town today? Tian nodded with a smile. Yes. Yes. We made plans with Klee and the others to go on an adventure today. Aglaia was a little worried. Wandi, the one guarding the city gate, told me there's been a lot of unrest outside the city lately. Last night, a man in a black robe tried to break into Oma. The two of them fought a fierce battle at the city gate. He was incredibly powerful, and Bai Wandi and Xia Dai were no match for him. Later, I arrived and, along with Bai and the others, drove him off. Tian smiled. It's okay. It's okay. Did you forget about the 100 Realms Gate? I can open it anytime, anywhere. As many as I want. Aglaia felt a little relieved upon hearing this. Okay, let me know if you're in danger. Tian nodded. Don't worry. At that moment, Klee and the others rushed out of the portal. Tian. Tebeo. Tining. We're here. Klee and the others filed out of the portal, happily greeting Tian and the others. At the end were Rios and Deduko. The moment Aglaia saw Rios, her initial anxiety vanished considerably. With Rios around, nothing would go wrong. Rios, please take care of them. Things have been a bit unsettled outside the city lately. Rios nodded slightly. It's okay. Pony can be here anytime. Hearing Pony's name, Aglaia instantly relaxed. That's all right. With Pony around, no one in the entire universe can harm these little creatures. Then, Tian, Klee, and the others said goodbye to Aglaia and ran out of the city. Half an hour later, the 11 little creatures arrived at the Temple of Oronis, the same place where Xing and Donheng had met Tebeo. Tian glanced at the temple across the way and suggested, how about we go to the Temple of Oronis? What do you think? Klee glanced at the temple across the way and raised her hand happily. Great. It's the temple adventure. Seeing this, Rios and Duda carried the little creatures on their backs and flew across the abyss to the temple of Oronis. After landing, the little creatures wandered around. Hook found a spear with a blue tip. However, it was broken into several pieces. Seeing this, Tibeo used the power of Oronis to restore it. As soon as the restoration was complete, the spear flew out as if alive. Hook looked over. Everyone, come over here. There's a flying stick. Klee, Bailu, and the others heard Hook shout and ran over, seeing the spear soaring towards a platform below. Wow! A flying stick. Klee's going to chase it. Nearby, Kana found a path. Looks like we can go down this way. Klee saw this and ran straight into the passage. Along the way, they encountered a few remaining descendants of the Strife Titans. Kelly reached out, and with a gentle slap of her tiny hand, they shattered into dust. Don't ask, it's just Dragonborn. They're incredibly strong. The others reached the spear, and Hook grabbed it with all his might. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared nearby, and an ordinary treasure chest appeared in its place. Chi-Chi looked over. Treasure chest, do you want to open it? Bailu asked. Open it. Of course we have to. There's stellar jade inside. We can use it to buy snacks later. Chi-Chi heard this, and opened the treasure chest. 5 stellar jade lay inside. Chi-Chi picked them up and put them in her bag. Then the children returned the way they had come. When they reached their landing spot, a mysterious figure in a black robe, wielding a great sword, appeared. After confirming the identities of Tion, Tibeo, and Tining, the figure attacked immediately. One slash. A flash of black light passed by. Rio stepped forward, blocking the children. A stream of flames rose. By the time the flames dissipated, they had already dispersed the black light. The mysterious figure was a little surprised, but he quickly reacted and charged at Rios, engaging them in a fierce battle. The powerful aftermath knocked the little creatures to the ground, and everyone but Kana fell flat on their faces. Hook rubbed his butt. Ouch. My butt, it hurts. Kana was instantly upset when she saw her friends injured. With a pout, she transformed. After a flash of lightning, Kana transformed into her true form and joined the battle between Rios and the mysterious man. Kana unleashed a bolt of lightning, sending the mysterious man flying. Tion also began to exert her power, summoning 10 portals in a single breath, pinning the black-robed man to the spot. The black-robed man was completely stunned. No! This isn't right. Opening 10 portals in a single breath? Can the energy in your body handle it? But the 10 portals around him weren't fake either. Before the black-robed man could figure it out, Rios unleashed a blazing fire, enveloping him in flames. Kana unleashed another bolt of lightning. Thunder and fire intertwined, and explosions echoed. A few minutes later, the black-robed figure reappeared unharmed. The black-robed figure instantly appeared behind Rios, and struck with his sword. Just as his black sword was about to strike Rios, he suddenly stiffened, his entire body frozen in midair. Not far from him, Pooh's figure slowly appeared. You dare to attack Klee and the others? You're courting death. Rios contacted Pony, the moment he engaged the black-robed figure. Pony's arrival brought a sigh of relief to Rios. This guy was truly capable. He had survived the combined attack unscathed. The black-robed figure struggled to break free, but Pony condensed a white spear and thrust it forward. The black-robed figure screamed in agony after being struck. Pony struck again, intending to crush the black-robed figure to death. At that moment, Tibeo suddenly spoke. Pony, can you please not kill him yet? I want to take him back and see if I can find out why he attacked us. Pony nodded in agreement, summoning a chain to restrain the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure fell to the ground, resembling a caterpillar. Chapter 410. The black-robed figure, also known as the Fire Thief, was speechless. Where did such a formidable fellow come from? This doesn't square with what she knew. Bailu approached the Fire Thief and pointed a finger. You wicked fellow. You ruined my good mood for an adventure today. I'm going to give you a hard time. Chi-Chi suddenly said. How about we plant him in the ground? Planting him in the ground is terrifying. Chi-Chi couldn't help but think of the time when Hu Tao had planted him in the ground. Why plant him instead of burying him? Because often, only a small part of his head was left above the ground, not completely buried. Bailu thought it was a good idea. T-Bao then said. Wait until Aya finishes interrogating him first. I'm worried something might happen to him. Bailu waved her hand. It's okay. Just plant it in the ground for a while. This guy's no pushover, he can handle it. After saying that, Bailu ran to Puni's feet and pulled on Puni's tentacles. Puni! Do you have a shovel? Can you lend it to us? Puni waved his hand, and several child-sized engineer shovels appeared. Bai Lu happily picked up the shovels. Thank you, Puni. Puni nodded. Okay, you guys go play first. I'm leaving. With that, Puni teleported away from Omphalos. Bai Lu distributed the engineer shovels to Tian, Kana, Klee, and the others. The little ones formed a circle around the fire thief, staring at him with smiles. The fire thief, seeing the group of little ones surrounding him, felt something was wrong. Oh no! Something's going to happen. Half an hour later, when Aglaya, Bai, and Wandi arrived at the scene, the fire thief had been planted in the ground, with only his head sticking out, a rag found nearby stuffed in his mouth. Bai Lu, Klee, and the others were taking pictures of the fire thief with their phones and sending them to the group chat. Aglaya pulled out her phone and checked the group chat messages. Chiming went online. Picture, we caught a bad guy today. Liyue zombie. Picture planted in the ground. Punishment. Mon's little son. Picture bad guy. Klee is going to plant you in the ground. Tadalia, who is this guy? You're actually planted in the ground? Narsida Klee, what happened? Mon's little son. He's a bad guy. He wants to bully us. I hate alcohol the most. Yes. He wants to bully us. Uegue, thank goodness Pony arrived. Otherwise, we'd be in big trouble today. Chiming online. That's right. That's right. My butt still hurts from the fall. Real name online. Question mark. Dian Daogu. Question mark. Jing Lu. Question mark. Cold-faced little blue dragon. Question mark. Invincible master fireworks. Wow. One of the former 5 heroes of the clouds got bullied. Are the other 4 going to get revenge? Cold-faced little blue dragon at Chiming online. Send me your location. The scenery is nice there. I go check it out. Dian Daogu, +1. Jing Lu, +1. Real name online. Count me in. Yi Yun, fire thief, danger, Chiming online. It's okay now. I gotten my revenge. We planted it in the ground. Laurel, right, we already had our revenge. Grim-faced little green dragon. Don't worry, I be fine. Freshly planted seeds need watering. I just go over and give them a little watering. Jing Lu, that's right. I go over and help prune the branches so they can thrive. Dian Dao, then I go over and take a look. Shimming online, count me in. Chiming online, okay, I send your location. Location. Grim-faced little green dragon, got it. Jing Lu, got it. Shimming online, got it. Dian Dao, got it. Yi Yun, TSK, fun. It's all fun. Uh-huh. Where are you? Are you still working as the joyful star god? Uh-huh, ha ha ha. Aha's here. Where's the fun? Let Aha see. Yi Yun, Bai Lu shares location. Aha, got it. Aglaya saw the message in the group chat and said quickly. Aglaya, everyone, leave this matter to me. This villain attacked our Oma a few days ago, and we will bring him to justice severely. Real name online, don't worry, Aglaya, we have the right people to deal with serious crimes. Aglaya had just finished reading Jing Yuan's message. Jing Yuan, Jing Lu, Ren, and Yinyujen Danheng appeared not far away. Aglaya was stunned. Are you guys that fast? Jing Yuan walked up to Bai Lu. Lady Dragon Girl, are you okay? Bai Lu saw Jing Yuan and shook her head. Nothing, just a little sore on my butt. I fell a little. Jing Yuan smiled at Ren beside him. Bai Lu fell a little. Blade understood, stretched his body, and walked toward the fire walker planted in the ground. I know what to do. Blank approached the fire walker, looking down at him from above, his face gloomy, his eyes blazing with anger. I've been watching Elio and Pam fight every day lately, and I learned a new move. Let me try it out on you. Blank took a horse stance, channeling his chi into his dantian. With a jolt of energy, he grasped the fire walker's chin with both hands and performed a backflip. Opening throw. The fire walker burst forth from the ground, tracing a graceful arc through the air and crashing to the ground with such force that cracks appeared on the ground. Before the fire walker could recover, Blade lifted his foot. Final trampling. Blank stomped his foot onto the fire walker's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of black blood. Blank lifted the fire walker up again. Pioneering back throw. Ren repeatedly used these two moves, letting the end walker experience the feeling of falling. Aglaya saw this and looked at Jing Yuan. Mr. Jing Yuan, we want to interrogate him. Jing Yuan smiled faintly. Don't worry, Ren knows how to handle a blow. He spared his life. The fire thief walker, who had just been thrown to the ground, happened to hear this. What? Know how to handle a blow. Isn't that right? This is clearly a way to kill me. No more talk, I'm taking off again. More than 10 minutes later, Ren, looking refreshed, approached Aglaya, holding one of the fire thief's legs. Alright, I leave it to you. He's still got a breath left. He won't die. Aglaya nodded stiffly, and had Bai and Wandi lift the fire thief and take him back. Then everyone evacuated the Temple of Aronis. The 11 little creatures had lost interest in adventuring, and were now having a water fight in the hero's bath. Aglaya, along with Bai, Wandi and Xia Dai, were interrogating the fire thief. Chapter 411. Wandi punched the fire thief in the stomach, causing him to choke on the blow. Speak or not? Speak or not? The fire thief raised his head and glanced at Wandi. Just as he was about to speak, Wandi's fist landed on his stomach again. You're so stubborn. Tell me, why did you attack Teacher Tabeo and the others? Xia Dai, standing by, raised her hand. Well, Wandi, he looked like he was about to speak, but you interrupted him again. Why don't you wait a little longer before asking? Wandi lowered his raised fist upon hearing this. The fire thief was finally able to speak. Don't even think about it. I won't tell you. Xia Dai, seeing this, felt a drop of cold sweat on her forehead, feeling a little embarrassed. Wandi, just follow your own pace, Aglaya said immediately. Wandi, you and Xia Dai will conduct the interrogation here first. Bai, arrange your work within the city. For the next few days, you take Wandi's place guarding the entrance. After making all the arrangements, Aglaya led Tion, Tabeo, and Tining out of the prison. With Puni's seal in place, this fire thief would definitely not be able to escape. New Shumi City. Xing, Hu Tao, and others sat at a table outside a coffee shop, reading group messages. Watch you, I shouldn't have come to Shumi earlier. I missed out on such fun. Xing lamented. Hu Tao said. Indeed, the scene must have been spectacular. It's a shame we can't make it. Ing rested one hand on the table. No problem. Let's find a video. Lu Ying was puzzled. Video? Where can I find one? No one's recording it. But no one in the group posted the video. Ing explained. Look for Aha. He's definitely there. Didn't Yin just tag him in the group? Xing thought it made sense, and tagged Aha in the group. Galaxy Skyfire Man and Aha, where's he? Come out. Want to watch it alone? Post the video, Aha, here I come. Here I come. Video. As soon as Aha posted the video, almost everyone clicked on it to watch. After watching it, Xing was amazed. Who else could this guy mess with? Going after Bai Lu and the others. Who was the last guy? He was in such a bad way back then. I remember. Ying suggested. The second leader of the factory, the doctor. Xing remembered after Ying's suggestion. Oh. Yes, the doctor, that's the guy. I remember him being hunted down by Dan Heng, General Jing Yuan, Ren, and Jing Lu throughout Teyvat. Not a trace of him was left. Ying nodded. Indeed, I admire the doctor for that alone. If it were me, I wouldn't dare. Kiana was a little confused. Are you saying someone bullied Bailu before? Xing nodded. Yes, and they even said they wanted to capture Bailu for experiments. Kiana was surprised. Then he must have been miserable, right? I heard Jinglu cares deeply about little Bailu. And Jingyuan, Danheng, and Ren care about little Bailu too. Just then, the Great Compassion Tree King approached. Xing Ying Master Hu, Kiana, why didn't you tell me you were coming to Shumi? Xing waved at the Great Compassion Tree King. Great Compassion Tree King, we're just here for a stroll. You're so busy, we didn't want to disturb you. Kiana nodded. That's right, you're just like my aunt and my mom, busy with work every day. I don't want to bother you, so I just go out and play. Amber, who had followed nearby, felt something was amiss when she heard Kiana say this. I remember you were kicked out, right? I heard from Bronya over there that you weren't helpful, and were constantly causing trouble for Teresa. And then Teresa kicked you out, right? The Great Compassion Tree King then said. If you want to go shopping, you can go to Hengalana. Lana Luo and the others have made it beautiful, planting many new trees they bought online from the company. Xing thought for a moment. I think it's okay. Hu Tao Firefly, what about you, Kiana? Firefly said directly. I don't mind. I just go with everyone. Hu Tao agreed. Kiana thought for a moment. How about we go to the desert? I heard there are pyramids there, and I'd like to see them. The Great Compassion Tree King said. The desert is just outside Hengalana. After you visited Hengalana, you can go directly to the desert. Kiana heard the Great Compassion Tree King say this. That's fine, I agree. Then the Great Compassion Tree King summoned several camel beasts to serve as transportation for Xing and the others. There are many roads in Mount Sumeru, and currently, only the main roads connecting the various villages and towns have been built. The branch roads are not yet fully developed. Therefore, to reach a primogem forest like Hingalana, camel beasts are still necessary for transportation. Then, Xing and the others bid farewell to the Great Ci Tree King and headed towards Hingalana. Meanwhile, in Rimuru's world, within the Monster Federation town, 2 demon kings descended upon the area. The bald man who had come here looking for Malim had returned. Rimuru had him brought to his office. Are you looking for Malim? The bald man nodded. Yes, could you please call Malim-sama over? I have an important matter to report to her. Rimuru heard this. Okay, wait here for a moment. I go get her. You won't be able to find her. The bald man bowed slightly. Thank you for the trouble. Rimuru waved his hand dismissively and skipped towards the portal. Through the portal, Rimuru found Malim, curled up on the sofa eating spicy noodles. As soon as Rimuru approached, he could smell the strong aroma of chili peppers. Rimuru glanced at the packaging in the trash can. It said extra spicy kiss. The spicy strips smelled incredibly spicy, so how did Malim manage to eat them? Malim, isn't this spicy? Seeing it was Rimuru, Malim pointed to the empty can in the trash can. I take a bite of the strips and drink a can of ice Robbie, and it counteract the heat. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Rimuru's forehead. Is that so? Rimuru shook his head and got back to business. That bald guy from your family wants to see you. He says he has something important to tell you. Come back with me. He's waiting in my office. Malim tore open a bag of spicy strips, poured it into her mouth, and chewed it. She then opened a can of ice Robbie, fresh from the refrigerator. Huh? Another problem? Why is eating spicy noodles such a hassle? I know. We leave after I finish what I'm eating. Rimuru waited for a moment, until Malim finished her spicy noodles and drank her Robbie, and then they returned to their original world. Chapter 412. The two returned to Rimuru's office. Malim sat down on the sofa, looking at the bald man with an impatient expression. What's the matter? You had to look for me? The bald man said. Malim-sama, Demon Lord Clement, and Demon Lord Fry have invited you to afternoon tea. They say they have a gift for you. Malim's anger subsided considerably upon hearing this. Clement and Fry? They're going to give me a gift? The bald man nodded. Well, Clement said, just go. I guarantee you be satisfied. Malim's interest was piqued, her appetite piqued. Interesting. I go check it out. With that, Malim raised her leg, about to smash through the wall and fly away. At that moment, the image of Himiko lecturing her suddenly flashed through her mind, and she froze in her tracks. Malim turned around, obediently walked through the door to the open space outside before taking off. Rimuru was a bit surprised by this. Did he see right? Malim actually went through the door so obediently. And the door wasn't broken? Something's wrong. Definitely wrong. I need to go to the train and ask around to see what's happening with Malim. Something's definitely wrong. Over an hour later, Malim arrived at Clayman's palace. Clayman! Fry! I'm here. Malim looked at Clayman expectantly. Clayman, you said you had a gift for me? Where's the gift? Clayman smiled upon seeing Malim arrive, and opened a treasure box. Inside, a ruby necklace lay. As a dragon, Malim loved these sparkling things. Wow! I love this gift. Fry! Put it on me! Malim picked up the necklace and handed it to Fry, asking her to put it on for her. Fry smiled and helped Malim put the necklace on. The moment the necklace was on, Malim noticed something was wrong. Malim suddenly wanted to play with Clayman. This was a rare pleasure. Let Clayman think she was being controlled, and when his plan was about to succeed, she would jump out and let him know that she wasn't. Clayman's expression would be amazing then, but if she did that, she would be confined to this world for a while, unable to play on the train. She couldn't accept that. After a moment's thought, Malim made her choice. She tore the necklace off her neck with one hand, threw it to the ground, and punched Clayman in the face, sending him flying. I don't have time to play with you, and you still want to control me? Free, let's go. Free smiled. I knew you couldn't hide this kind of thing, Malim. Malim, receiving the compliment, put her hands on her hips, and flicked her alopecia. Hee hee. Of course, I am Demon Lord Malim. Come on, Free, I take you somewhere fun. Free heard this. A fun place? It looks like this place must be fun. No wonder I haven't seen you for a while. Malim patted her chest. Of course. Let's go. You'd definitely like it when you get there. Free was looking forward to it. A place that would make Malim linger would definitely be good. Afterwards, Fry followed Malim to Rimura's town. With Malim's introduction, Fry and Rimura got to know each other. After their introductions, Malim led Fry into the portal. Rimura glanced at the portal, then turned to the bald man. Would you like to stay here for the night? It's getting late, so we leave tomorrow. The bald man nodded slightly in agreement. Okay. Inside the train, Malim and Fry arrived at Yun's shop. Malim took Fry on a tour and explained the situation. When they finally returned to the train, they ran into Himiko. Himiko saw them. Malim, who is this? Malim smiled at Himiko. This is Fry, my good friend. She's also a demon king. She often plays with me. Malim jumped in front of Himiko and said with a smile. Hearing this, Jeezy smiled and greeted. Hello, Fry, I'm Jeezy, the navigator of this train. Fry smiled back. Hello, I'm Fry, please advise me. Malim's phone rang. She pulled it out and saw that it was Silver Wolf, inviting her to play games in the treehouse. Malim waved. Sister Jeezy, please help me greet Fry. Silver Wolf and I are going to play games. Jeezy nodded. Okay, go ahead. But don't play too long. Remember to come out for lunch, and Silver Wolf too. Got it? Malim nodded obediently. I know, see you later, let's go play. Malim rushed into the cave and ran to find Silver Wolf to play games. Fry was a little surprised to see Malim so well behaved. I didn't expect Malim to listen to you so much. Himiko smiled. Maybe it's because I always lecture her. She had a lot of bad habits when she first came here. She didn't wash her hands before eating, just grabbed her food with her bare hands. She was rude and always used her hands to get things done. Fry smiled. I see. By the way, does your train travel through space? Himiko nodded. Yes, our train is called the Star Train, and it travels through the universe. Let me show you around. I guess Malim didn't tell you much about this place. Fry smiled and nodded. Thank you for your help. After Malim and Fry left. Inside Clement's palace, Clement lay motionless on the bed, bound in bandages, like a mummy. He was puzzled. Why? Why can't I control it? Laplace, who had come to visit, asked. Clayman, Malim is one of the oldest demon lords, and her power is beyond our reach. We told you from the beginning that your plan wouldn't work. It's a good thing I came to see you. Otherwise, you would have been killed by that punch just now. We would all be heartbroken, Clayman. Clayman heard this and, thinking back, realized that he had indeed been a bit too arrogant. Yes, Laplace, I was too arrogant, Laplace said. If you have anything in the future, please consult us more often. That way, we can help you, right? Clayman nodded. Okay, I understand. I discussed this with you later. Then, the two chatted in the room. Both were members of the Moderate Clown Company, and were good friends. In the original novel, Laplace, upon learning of Clayman's death, went berserk and instantly killed the Night Demon Queen Lumina's stand, and uttered that famous line. Clayman, you're such a fool. Footman will be furious, right? Tia will cry, right? Then let me laugh. Though clearly furious and angry, he laughed heartily. Chapter 413. On the train. Free stayed on the train all day. During that time, she also did some shopping at Yun's shop. She bought a can of black tea from a certain immortal world. It was quite expensive, costing a full 10,000 star coins. Of the magic crystal ore she carried, only a few met the required exchange rates for star coins. The rest were not concentrated enough and could not be exchanged. Luckily, as a demon king, Free possessed a large alien dimension, which contained a large amount of magic crystal ore. Magic crystal ore was considered a strategic resource in their world, and could be used to craft powerful weapons and protective gear. Free didn't have many hobbies, her only favorite being afternoon tea. And at afternoon tea, a cup of high-quality black tea was paramount. After dinner on the train, Free returned to Rimura's world. Unlike Malim, Free ruled over a nation. Malim generally didn't care. Only when something serious happened would the bald man come to report to her. After reporting, if Malim didn't think the problem was serious, she would simply ignore it. He was a willful person, and happiness was the most important thing. Free returned to Rimura's world, and immediately saw Rimuru and his men transporting drinks. Rimuru saw Free and waved. Oh, Free, you're back. Where's Malim? Isn't she back? Free shook her head. Malim's out playing with her new friends. Rimuru spread his hands helplessly. Alas! Ever since Malim went over there, She's hardly been back here. Freeze smiled. Maline's personality is like that. As long as she's happy, that's all that matters. What are you carrying? Rimura patted the wine barrel beneath him. This is the wine we brewed, freshly pulled from the cellar. Would you like to try it? We open a barrel later. I got the recipe from Yi-Yun and the others. To be honest, I haven't even tasted it yet. Free agreed. Mainly, she wanted to experience what the wine brewed from this otherworldly recipe tasted like. Thank you. Afterwards, Free attended Rimura's banquet, during which the two of them got to know each other better. Inside the treehouse in the train cave, Hoshi, Silver Wolf, Hutao, Amber, and Maline were singing karaoke in the living room. A group of people were howling in the treehouse. It's not that their singing wasn't good, it's just that it was fun. Karaoke is supposed to be fun this way. Serious singing doesn't really liven up the atmosphere. As they were singing, the little evil god suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. Masha Moshi. The little evil god flicked on the headlights, and Xing and the others paused for a moment. Hu Tao asked. Sandwich, what's wrong? Is there something? The little evil god lowered his raised hand. Yi-Yun asked you guys to go to the store. He said today's dungeon rewards are generous, and he wanted to see if you wanted to go. Hu Tao, Xing, and the others immediately turned off the karaoke machine and ran into Yi-Yun's store. You're kidding. Karaoke isn't as important as star coins. As long as you have star coins, you have endless fun, and it wasn't just Xing and the others. Jing Yuan, Hua Yin, and the others, including Luo Fu, Bellowberg and the others. Yi-Yun had basically notified all the customers in the store. Yi-Yun had just glanced at today's dungeon and was stunned. Today's dungeon, StarCraft 2, hell level difficulty, instructions. In this dungeon, all participants will take on the role of a commander, build their own forces, and join the Protoss War of Revenge to eliminate the Zerg swarms entrenched on their homeworld. Reward 1. Each Zerg swarm killed will earn star coins. The higher the level of the Zerg, the more star coins you receive. Reward 2. Each Zerg nest destroyed will earn you a treasure chest. The treasure chest can contain various blueprints from the technological world. If ye remembered correctly, the Protoss homeworld was called Ire, and it was inhabited by 1 billion Zerg swarms. This was hell level, so the number was expected to be even greater. Jing Yuan came over to Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun, are there a lot of bugs on this so-called Protoss homeworld? Jing Yuan asked the question on everyone's mind. Yi-Yun nodded. Let me put it this way, billions guaranteed, if you can eliminate them all. TSK. Everyone gasped at this. Billions of bugs. This isn't just a swarm. This is a walking sea of star coins. Even if the reward per bug is the lowest, 0.1 star coins each, billions is still a reward of hundreds of millions of star coins. However, time is limited, this dungeon will be rotated, and they have 9 hours left. In those 9 hours, they can only kill as many bugs as possible. Everyone lined up at the dungeon portal without hesitation, signing up one by one. Luing, in particular, felt as if a certain DNA within her was being activated, eager to enter the game immediately. Xing and the others lined up and entered the dungeon one by one. After a short cutscene, everyone was transported to the planet Ire. After landing, Xing looked around and found herself wearing the same mobile armor she worn in the previous StarCraft dungeon. The difference was that this time, she was the commander, no longer just a $50 buddy filling the front lines. The moment Xing was transported here, a lot more information flooded her mind, and she understood how to play. She had a base, which could produce SCVs. The SUV could collect crystal ore and gas. Then, she spent these crystal ore and gas to construct other buildings, forming troops, and upgrading their weapons. Xing checked the map. She was in the suburban wilderness. According to the intelligence, the Zerg swarms here were few in number. Most of them were concentrated in the main city. Xing ordered the SUV to begin collecting crystal ore, intending to build the barracks first. While waiting for the SUV to build the barracks, Xing chatted with the others in the chat room. Xing, girls, where are you? Let's form a legion. Hu Tao, location I'm here, how about you? Are you far away? Luing, I'm near you. Let's build towards the other side and form a front. Ing, help me. Help me. My base is in a small town. There are so many bugs here. Location. Amber, don't be afraid. Ing, I recruit some more $50 buddies, and they come to help you. Silver Wolf, $50 buddies? You better get mechs. $50 buddies are just for filling in the line. Ing, with my position, can I afford mechs? I get some $50 buddies to defend the base. The $50 buddies they were referring to were the Terran's basic combat units in StarCraft, powered mech infantry. They were cheap and easy to recruit, earning them the nickname $50 buddies from players. Chapter 414. After a while, Xing exited the chat room. Her barracks were already built. Xing checked her crystal balance, a full 300. Without hesitation, she summoned 6 of her comrades. A minute later, 6 soldiers, each wearing a power suit identical to Xing's, stood in a row before her. Xing gazed at her 6 minions with great satisfaction, feeling strangely majestic. Xing waved her hand. Go! Follow me out there and kill the bugs. Xing ran out of the base with the 6 soldiers. Xing's location was ideal, on a hill, surrounded by steep cliffs on 3 sides and only a gentle slope leading up. Xing and her 6 minions ran across the land and soon encountered an attack from several lone zerglings. Xing waved her hand. Shoot! The 6 minions immediately opened fire, killing the zerglings. Xing was deeply satisfied. This dungeon was fantastic. It allowed her to experience the feeling of being the boss. And there were plenty of star coins. 1 zergling was worth 1 star coin. Xing then led his 6 minions on a wandering expedition. After circling the hill where the base was located, Xing finally returned to the base. At this point, the number of SCVs in the base had grown from the initial 5 to 20. New machine gunners had also been constructed, totaling 30. Seeing the new 30 minions, Xing felt incredibly confident and immediately rushed to support Ying. Ying wasn't far away, only 6 kilometers away. With her power armor's mobility, she could reach her in 20 minutes. However, Xing retreated again just as she descended the hill. Because the base was already swarming with zerglings, there were also hydralisks. Hydralisks can attack from a distance, spraying bone spikes that can easily penetrate power armor. Xing was forced to retreat to base and prepare for defense. The SCVs quickly built 2 bunkers, blocking the entrance to the mountain. Xing led 36 machine gunners into the bunkers, rifles poised on the bunker's firing ports, staring intently at the Zerg swarm charging down the mountain. It wasn't just Xing's group, almost everyone was under attack from the Zerg swarm. Zhongli's base, like Xing's, was on the mountain. Zhongli stood high, observing the Zerg swarm below, rapidly issuing orders. 6 SCVs were left to continuously construct bunkers, while the rest went to collect crystal ore. Forget the gas for now, and focus on the troops first. Recruit all the machine gunners to deal with the immediate Zerg swarm. Until the mech unit is fully formed, its combat effectiveness is truly mediocre, and it will soon be overwhelmed by the Zerg swarm. His base now had 200 machine gunners, and he had set up 12 bunkers along the mountain's main approach. If the Zerg wanted to advance, they had to first eliminate these 12 bunkers. For a moment, the entirety of Ayr was engulfed in flames. The Ying people were paralyzed, her base was completely surrounded. Zergs rushed in from all directions. If she hadn't been quick-witted and deployed several SCVs to knock down nearby buildings as a makeshift defense, she would have been dead the moment she landed. Now, she had built 2 bunkers next to the base, protecting it and the crystal mine. Her machine gunners could only fight from the rubble of the collapsed buildings. In just a few moments, at least 20 machine gunners were dead. However, she had earned the most star coins so far, exceeding 1,000. Gradually, relying on a surge of troops, the group managed to fend off the first wave of the Zerg attack, gaining a brief respite. Silver Wolf, without hesitation, poured all his resources into building a mecha unit. Silver Wolf's first target was the siege tank. The siege tank's shells could target Zerg units on the ground. To combat the Zerg, this type of large-scale weaponry was essential. Silver Wolf also had his SCVs build numerous anti-aircraft turrets to protect against the Zerg swarm from the air. Silver Wolf was planning his defenses when he suddenly saw someone tagging him in the chat. Silver Wolf clicked on it. Malim at Silver Wolf, where are you? I'm coming to you. I only have 1 SCV left. Damn you Zerg. Seeing this, Silver Wolf sent his coordinates to Malim. After receiving the coordinates, Malim, armed with her single SCV, raced towards Silver Wolf. Malim wasn't the only one who couldn't withstand the first wave of the Zerg. For example, Linka, Pella, Kiana, and Xiangling were all wiped out by the first wave, and their base is now in exile. Silver Wolf, anyone else want to come? Feel free to come. It's absolutely safe here. I take you flying. Kiana, I want to go, but it's too far. I go to Xing. Pella, Linka, and I are done for. We're surrounded by the Zerg. Goodbye, everyone. Linka, everyone, keep going. We're leaving now. Jepad, Linka. Don't give up. I'm here to save you. Send me your location. Silva, Linka, send your location. Linka, locate. Japard, Shilua, too far, can't get through. Ing, huh? Isn't it right next to me? Wait, sister's coming to rescue you. Chike, Ing, you still have time to save others? Save yourself first. Ing, haha, Chike, you don't know the situation, so I won't argue with you. I'm a great traveler. A swarm of crickets can be destroyed in a snap. I cleared the swarm from this town. Ningwang, Ing is indeed very clever. She's built a defense line using the town's existing buildings. Qin, Ing is worthy of being our honored knight of Mondstadt. Ing, of course. I'm digging trenches around the entire town. Once I have the defenses built, I can send a large number of troops. Silver Wolf, are you still planning on playing $50 Brothers? That thing won't last until the late game. Ing, I only managed to hold on this long thanks to $50 Brothers. I'm planning on building 10 more barracks and going crazy. Silver Wolf, compared to the Zerg, you're a formidable force. Ing, $50 Brothers, YYDS. Xing, that's right. $50 Brothers are the best. Hu Tao, I actually think the Marauders are useful, they can fire howitzers. Xing, what the hell? What the hell? You're all heretics. Only $50 Brothers are the best, and Ing, I'm moving in to find you now. We're the $50 Brothers Alliance. Ing, come on! We split the town. Pella and Linka were on their side. The two were trapped in a cave by over 100 Zerglings. They were surrounded by 6 SCVs and 4 Marines. Linka breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Ing had come to rescue her. Huh? Great. Ying's right next to us. Para, let's hold on a little longer. Para nodded. Yes. Let's hold on a little longer. Not long after, gunfire rang out from outside the cave. When the gunfire died down, a machine gunner entered. Commander's orders to rescue you. You're safe. Chapter 415. Pella and Linka breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally rescued. Escorted by the rescue team, Pella and Linka brought their SCVs and the remaining machine gunners to the town where Ing was. A large pit, 6 meters wide and 5 meters deep, had been dug around the entire town, with only one path in and out. Inside the tunnels lay a cluster of bunkers under construction. Ying's plan was to surround the town with bunkers, forming the first line of defense alongside the tunnels. Then, several more circles of bunkers would form the second and third lines of defense. Ing was fully recruiting machine gunners. With all 12 barracks operating at full capacity, it only took 10 seconds to recruit one machine gunner. In 1 minute, 72 machine gunners could be recruited. Just by the time she went to rescue Linka and Pella, Ing already had over 500 machine gunners under her command. Perla and Linka felt a sense of security as they watched the battalion of Marines fill the town. As soon as they entered the town, a group of Marines and SCVs approached from a distance. Xing and her Marines rushed over to join Ing, intending to form a brotherly alliance with her. With Xing's Marines, the town's combat personnel surged to around 800. The three soon encountered Ing. Ing, smothering a cigar, held it between his lips. He wore sunglasses and a cape, looking like a warlord. You? SCVs, go! Help repair the bunkers. And you? What are you running around for? Get back to the bunkers. The Zerg swarm is coming soon. Are you waiting to die out there? Ing was shouting orders to her Marines and SCVs. Xing, Pella, and Linka approached. Ing turned at Xing's voice, pulled a small box from her pocket, and handed a cigar to Xing. Xing chuckled, took it, put it in her mouth, and took a puff, imitating the way others smoked. Huh? This dungeon is really fun, isn't it? We have no sense of taste in here. Ing waved her hand. It doesn't matter. Just look cool, and that's all. Xing thought it was right. She was worthy of being her good sister. That's right. Just look cool, and that's all. Ing looked at Pella and Linka and raised an eyebrow. Would you two like one? Ing waved the small box she held in her hand. Pella and Linka chuckled and waved their hands in defiance. Let's just forget it. Ing didn't care, pointing to a few empty plots nearby. Here, that's the spot I reserved for you. Build your base there. Xing, Pella, and Linka, upon hearing this, led their SCVs and began work. Pella and Linka were more troublesome, as they still had to collect crystal ore again. Xing had a simpler task. She brought all the resources and immediately began working simultaneously with her base and 12 barracks. Her machine gunners also moved to designated positions and stood by. Elsewhere, Liu's 5 immortals joined Ningguang, Ganyu, Yilan, Xingqiu, and Chongyun at Zhongli's base. Under Zhongli's guidance, the 5 immortals were responsible for commanding the battle. Ganyu, Yilan, and Ningguang were responsible for collecting resources, producing soldiers, and upgrading their technology. Xingqiu, Chongyun, and Xinyan were responsible for building the bunker complex. Zhongli planned to hollow out the entire upper half of the mountain and build a military fortress within it. In the cave, Xingqiu and Chongyun were leading dozens of SCVs digging a hole. Every 20 meters, they cleared a gap to build 2 bunkers. Xingqiu wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's so hot in this cave, and there's no airflow," Chongyun said. "Try it. Your mech has air conditioning." Xingqiu tried it. "It's really comfortable now," Chongyun said. "This is our first time participating in a dungeon. The rewards are really generous." Xingqiu nodded. "Yes, a Zergling is worth 1 star coin, a Hydralisk is worth 2 star coins, and there are billions of Zerglings up there. We don't have much time, otherwise we could have earned a fortune." Chongyun checked the time on his watch. "The dungeon ends in 7 hours. Let's hurry up and build our fortifications, so we can earn as many star coins as possible." Just then, Xinyan approached, carrying a shovel. "What are you two doing? Hurry up and dig. I already dug ahead of you." Hearing this, Xingqiu and Chongyun quickly grabbed their shovels and helped dig. On the ground, everyone was furiously building fortifications, recruiting soldiers, and upgrading technology. And above the planet Ire, Screwgumu, Black Tower, and Wanmei had already boarded the spear of the sub-shield. Upon entering the game, Screwgumu was directly assigned to the Protoss faction. Moreover, at the beginning, he has an aircraft carrier with 100,000 fanatics or hunters on it. Yi had also noticed this and asked the system about it. The system explained that Screwgum already had a Protoss unit under her command. Therefore, upon entering the game, she was assigned to the Protoss faction. This war was originally between the Protoss and the Zerg, so there were a large number of Protoss units. Screwgum didn't need to start from scratch with a Terran faction like Xing, Hu Tao, and Zhongli. However, the star coins Screwgum would receive for killing Zerg would be drastically reduced, to only 1/10 of their original amount. After receiving the aircraft carrier, Screwgum went to find He Ta and Wanmei, and brought them aboard. The 3 of them stood in the command room, looking at the massive tumor below. Screwgum said, "This should be the Zerg nest. Destroy it, and we get a treasure chest." He Ta folded his arms. Then launched the attack. "Let's see what blueprints we can uncover. I hope there's something that will interest me." Wanmei looked at the Zerg swarm below, which contained many high-level Zerg. "I really want to study this Zerg. According to the data, there's a unit called the Zerg Queen within the swarm, which possesses extremely high intelligence," said Haida. "What's so difficult about that? Yi Yun's shop will surely sell them. Why don't you just go buy one when the time comes? Screwgum, please arrange a transport ship for me to drop my troops off and earn some star coins." Screwgum nodded slightly. "No problem, Ms. Haida." Screwgum coldly gazed at the Zerg swarm below the clouds. "All hands on deck." Instantly, thousands of transport ships detached from the aircraft carrier and headed downward. At the same time, tens of thousands of drones launched from the aircraft carrier, firing laser salvos at the Zerg swarm on the ground. From the Zerg swarm below, tens of thousands of pterosaurs flew out to meet the drones. The two engaged in an aerial battle, with drones and pterosaurs constantly being struck and crashing to the ground. The Zerg swarm on the ground also surged towards the transport ship's landing point. Chapter 416. The transport ship descended at a rapid speed. When it was 100 meters from the ground, several spheres landed on it. As the spheres hit the ground, a destructive electromagnetic wave erupted, shredding the Zerg within a 50-meter radius. As the transport ship landed, the Zealots poured out, brandishing their light blades incessantly and madly slaughtering the Zerg. One Zealot could easily handle 100 Zerglings. The Protoss soldiers were few in number, but all were elite. Over 30,000 Zealots landed and rushed towards the nest. Along the way, the Zerg fell like wheat before a scythe, one after another. The Stalkers, utilizing their short-range teleportation abilities, dispatched the Zerg's ranged units one by one, eliminating the threat to the Zealots. The soldiers under Haida and Wanmei also joined the battle. 10 Viking fighters landed, transforming into mecha mode. Standing 8 meters tall, they armed themselves with 2 120mm Gatling guns capable of firing 1,000 rounds per second, furiously slaughtering the approaching Zerg. At the foot of the Vikings, the machine gunners used the aircraft as cover to fire down the surrounding Zerg. For a moment, the entire battlefield became one-sided. In the command room, Screwgum looked at the zealot army that had already slain the Zerg Queen and spoke slowly. Victory is assured. Let's prepare to receive the treasure chest. Screwgum, Soft May, and Black Tower boarded a transport ship and arrived at the ruins of the nest. The entire Zerg nest was completely annihilated, and Screwgum earned over 50,000 star coins. The entire Zerg nest contained nearly 500,000 Zerg, but Screwgum's profits had been reduced to only 1/10. Haida and Wanmei each earned around 10,000. Most of the insect swarms were eliminated by the forces under Screwgum's command. Screwgum looked towards the area not far in front of her, where a single treasure chest lay. Screwgum turned. Ladies, please. Haida stepped forward upon hearing this. Let me do it. I won't be polite with you. Let me see what I can find. With that, Haida opened the treasure chest, revealing a book. Haida picked it up and opened it. Blueprints, Seer Spaceship Blueprints. Description, contains blueprints for all the equipment in Seer. Haida's interest piqued at the name. Screwgum, standing nearby, said after taking a closer look. Seer? Isn't this a spaceship from the world where those elves live? I remember hearing Mr. Yian say that the name of that world is Seer World. Haida put the book away. Looks like I'm lucky. I found something I'm interested in right off the bat. Leave it with me for now. We study it together when we get back. There are quite a few blueprints. Wanmei and Nutsugum agreed. Then, the three of them returned to the carrier, with their troops to begin resting. After a half-hour's rest, they set out to hunt the next nest. Xing, Ing, Pella, and Linka were on their side. They were attacked by a second wave of Zerg swarms. This wave was completely different from the first, with many of the Zerg's advanced units joining the fray. Several Ultralisks led the charge, charging towards the town. Weighing dozens of tons, each of their kicks caused the ground to tremble slightly. Xing and Ing were stunned. No way. There were such giants among the Zerg? Xing and Ing quickly directed their machine gunners to focus their fire on the thunder beasts, barely managing to kill the leading few. However, several bunkers on the first line of defense were also destroyed, and the previously dug trenches were also flattened by the thunder beasts. Behind the thunder beasts, a massive swarm of Zerg poured into the town through the breach they had opened. Xing and Ing quickly moved to the second line of defense, relying on it to barely hold off the Zerg's onslaught. Just then, Xing inadvertently looked up and saw several more thunder beasts charging from behind the Zerg swarm. Xing Revenant's big hat. Hit me. This second line of defense is gone. We might even be swept away. Just then, a shell flew out from behind the second line of defense. The shell streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of white as it struck the thunder beast and exploded, causing immense damage. Xing looked back. 8 tanks, each with a 2-meter-wide muzzle, were seen attacking the Ultralisks under Linka's command. Seeing that the town already had numerous machine gunners, Pella and Linka concentrated their resources on upgrading their technology. Ing and Xing only had 50 good brothers, so Linka and Pella had already taken all the resources needed for high-level troops like gas. The two had just finally mastered the siege tank technology and had produced 16 of them. Siege tanks have 2 modes. Turret mode, like the current one, capable of firing highly destructive shells. Moving mode, however, fires much less powerful shells. With the addition of 16 siege tanks, the situation on the battlefield was somewhat alleviated. Whenever an Ultralisk appeared, Pella and Linka would mobilize the siege tanks to concentrate their fire and destroy it. After more than half an hour, the Zerg swarm retreated, and the four struggled to hold the last line of defense. Yes, the second line of defense had been breached, even with the addition of siege tanks. Xing and Ing sat on an abandoned bunker, cigars dangling from their lips. Isn't this Zerg swarm too numerous? At this rate, the next wave will be even more terrifying. I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand it here. Ing nodded. Okay, let's move. Let's ask in the group for where we can go. The two opened the chat. The chat was bustling now. The second wave of Zerg attacks had ended. Many people had been eliminated in this wave. Currently, only Liyue, the Genius Club, Xing's side, and the Silver Wolf side remained unbroken. The others who were eliminated were not ejected from the dungeon directly, but were given the option to stay and spectate. Teresa, haha, who can stop this Zerg swarm? Our combined base of 7 was breached. Cecilia, that's because we can't use our own strength, otherwise we could still hold on. Jingyuan, the Zerg swarm is too large. Our Xianzhou camp was attacked by over 3 million Zerg and was crushed in just minutes. Zhongli, the more people there are, the greater the Zerg swarm. Look at Xing and Ying's group. They only have 4 people, but they managed to hold on. It must be because the number of Zerg wasn't as large as ours. Xing at Zhongli, how many Zerg did you encounter? Zhongli, 2.8 million. How about your group? Xing, we had over 600,000. Huayan, that's right. On average, one person in the second wave will face a Zerg swarm of 150,000. If multiple people are together, it's a Zerg swarm of 15x that number. This dungeon doesn't allow us to exploit loopholes. Chapter 417. Let's not talk about the whole thing yet. We have to run. All that's left of the newly built defense line is the core. Is there anyone who can take us in? GZ. Xing, you can come to our place. Silver Wolf has already brought out the battleships, and our base is now entirely on them. Xing, shock. Are you cheating? Yeah. At Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf, I'm cheating? Do you want to see Screwant at Screwant? Screwant, I'm not cheating. I just been assigned to the Protoss faction. Xing, it's the one you led to destroy the Fan clan last time. The one with the insect brood? Screwgum, yes, if you need any help call me. I bring some people over to help. Xing at Screwgum, come pick me up. I'm coming to your place. Location. We join you. Linka, Pella and I. Pella and I. Screwgum, we be there in 6 minutes, just wait there. Xing, okay. Okay. Pella, okay. Linka, okay. Xing and exited the chat and ordered the troops to pack up and move. Screwgum arrived shortly afterwards. Silver Wolf sighed. She already had 3 battleships and hundreds of Viking fighters. As for the infantry, there were fewer, only about 1,000. Also on her battleships were Jizi, Donheng, Walter, Kafka, Ren, and Luing. In the first wave of attacks, she pushed the limits and used all the crystals to create SCVs. In the first wave, her base was nearly breached, leaving only a single machine gunner. Thankfully, her gamble paid off. She gained 500 SCVs, which she used to gather a vast amount of resources during the recovery period after the first wave of attacks. Before the second wave of attacks, Silver Wolf had unlocked the battleship technology. Not long after the second wave began, the first battleship was built. The battleship entered the battlefield and quickly cleared out the hundreds of thousands of Zerg that had invaded her base. Looking at the 200,000 star coins that arrived in her account, she practically smiled. After moving on to the battleship, Silver Wolf discovered that many people were still fighting the incoming Zerg. So, she went to recruit Kafka, Himiko, and the others to help them repel the Zerg. Incidentally, Silver Wolf also collected all the crystals and gas from their area. Silver Wolf now possesses 3,000 SCVs and a planetary base. The planetary base is capable of flight, allowing Silver Wolf to deploy it, allowing the SCVs to immediately begin collecting resources. Silver Wolf's 4th and 5th battleships are also under production, expected to be ready during the 3rd round of attacks. Not only battleships, but also other Terran air units are under construction. Corsairs, Vikings, Liberators, Banshees, Iron Ducks, and so on. Silver Wolf glanced at the chat. Huh? Cricket, it's just an aircraft carrier. I have a fleet. GZ, standing nearby, chuckled. Silver Wolf, I have to admit, you're truly gifted at gaming. Just as GZ finished speaking, the hatch to the command room opened. Yiyan walked in with Klee, Bailu, Hook, Chi-Chi, Zhao, Yao Yao, and Kana. The little ones looked around curiously as they entered. Wow! Klee's never seen a new place. Klee ran over to Silver Wolf, looked up and asked curiously. Silver Wolf, what did Brother Yiyan say this is? A battleship? Silver Wolf looked down at Klee and reached out to rub her head. It's a battleship, Klee. Silver Wolf glanced at Klee, then at the swarm of Zerglings on the plain ahead. Klee, do you want to play with the cannon? Klee, a little confused, scratched the back of her head. Cannon? What's that? Silver Wolf picked Klee up and sat her on his lap. Silver Wolf pointed to a red button in front of him. Klee, put your hand on it. When Silver Wolf tells you to press it, you press it. Got it? Klee nodded obediently. Okay. Klee got it. Silver Wolf immediately adjusted the muzzle of its main gun, aiming it at the Zergling swarm below. Klee, press it. Klee pressed the button. The next second, the battleship's main gun fired a shell, landing among the Zerglings, and a huge, brilliant mushroom cloud rose. Klee looked at the mushroom cloud, her eyes sparkling with joy. It's a giant mushroom. It's a giant mushroom. Mom said. Art is a giant mushroom. Klee was so excited in Silver Wolf's arms that she would have fallen if Silver Wolf hadn't held her tightly. Klee turned around and sat on Silver Wolf's lap, facing him with anticipation. Silver Wolf's sister, Klee, can we play a few more times? Klee loves it. Silver Wolf stared at Klee's adorable eyes and couldn't resist. Play. How many times is enough? Let's do a dozen. Silver Wolf gave the order, the fleet turning. Take Klee to set off a mushroom cloud. The other little ones were also playing around in the command room. Jeezy led Hook and Bailu to a control panel connected to dozens of turrets on the battleship's right side. Bailu and Hook each operated a turret, attacking the ground swarm. The two little ones stared intently at the screen in front of them. This was the turret's auxiliary aiming system, a bit like in a game, with a crosshair in the middle, allowing you to aim and hit anything you wanted. Chi-Chi and Yao Yao were carried by Walter to the cockpit of an SCV. He was using the SCV with the two little ones to carry supplies, moving them here and there, playing with them. Diana and Zhao each took a small pistol and practiced target practice under Kafka's guidance. The command room was spacious, with plenty of room for the little ones to play. Silver Wolf led Klee to find several more small Zerg swarms, and had her plant a few more large mushrooms. Klee was overjoyed, calling Silver Wolf's sister all the time, making Silver Wolf's heart throb with joy. After the 4th and 5th battleships were completed and added to the fleet, Silver Wolf simply waved his hand and gave Klee the 5th battleship to play with, letting her plant mushrooms when the 3rd Zerg wave arrived. At the Liyue base, Zhongli stood at the highest point, overlooking the base below. Their base was built on the mountainside, offering excellent terrain advantages. They withstood the 2nd Zerg wave and harvested over 600,000 star coins. This boosted Liyue's nearly depleted star coin reserves. If Liyue could survive the 3rd wave, they could harvest at least 1 million star coins. After some thought, Zhongli decided to contact Silver Wolf and form an alliance with him. Zhongli was very clear about the power of the fleet. With the Silver Wolf fleet guarding the air and his own Liyue base taking care of the ground, he could definitely hold out longer. Chapter 418. Zhongli opened the chat to contact Silver Wolf. Zhongli at Silver Wolf, do you want to join forces? Together, we can definitely last longer. Over 10 minutes had passed since Zhongli sent the message, but he received no reply. Silver Wolf, meanwhile, was sitting next to the control panel, holding Klee and playing with the cannon. Just when Zhongli thought Silver Wolf didn't want to join forces, he suddenly saw a message from Kafka. Kafka, my Silver Wolf is currently growing mushrooms and setting off fireworks with Klee, so she didn't see your message. I reply on her behalf, okay. Zhongli felt much more at ease after seeing Kafka's message. This way, the 3rd and even 4th rounds would be mostly trouble-free, and Liyue would be able to harvest even more star coins. Zhongli called Ningguang over and asked about her current technological progress. How far have we unlocked technology? Ningguang replied. Battleships have been unlocked, but our crystal mines aren't enough to support a fleet. This was the downside of Liyue's decision to build a fortress. They couldn't move their entire fortune around to gather resources like the Silver Wolves could. They could only gather resources within or near the fortress, unable to venture further afield. The Silver Wolves' approach was, in fact, the correct one. They held their fleet, stockpiled their SCVs, found resource points, quickly gathered them, and then immediately retreated. For the next half hour, Zhongli and the others continuously expanded their forces and built more defensive equipment. Ganyu constructed 20 missile turrets on the hilltop. These missile turrets were very different from those in the game. These turrets could attack ground targets, and they were powerful and had a long range. Xingqiu, Chongyun, and Xinyan had already built their bunkers to the top. The original 20-meter spacing between bunkers was now reduced to 10 meters. Lu Yun and Li Shui were responsible for leading 2 formations of Banshees and Vikings to protect the fortress's skies. Xiao, with a group of ghosts, was setting traps at the foot of the mountain. About half an hour later, the Zerg's 3rd attack arrived. Everyone in Liyue went into combat mode, and Zhongli left the mountaintop and returned to the command center. He couldn't use his own power here, so for safety's sake, it was best to return to the command center. Everyone in Liyue ordered their troops to focus on the mountain below, attacking immediately when the Zerg were within range. Suddenly, a violent earthquake erupted, and several giant worms emerged from the center of the Liyue fortress. Zhongli thought to himself, this 3rd wave of attack came from underground. The worms opened their maws, and several thunder beasts burst out, destroying the surrounding buildings. Upon returning to the fortress, Xiao saw this and charged directly with the ghost troops. Zhao's armor had been transformed from that of a machine gunner to that of a ghost agent, granting him greater mobility and agility. Xiao charged directly at a thunder beast, firing rapidly from his sniper rifle until all 30 rounds were empty. Those 30 rounds only made a small hole in the Thunder Beast's head, not damaging its vital organs. Xiao glanced at the rapidly constructed bunker in the distance behind him, and, with a steely determination, charged head-on at the Thunder Beast. Xiao's 1.5-meter frame was like an ant against the Thunder Beast, which stood over 20 meters tall. The two collided, both increasing their speed. The two soon collided, and the giant claws of the Ultralisk snapped toward Xiao. Xiao dodged with a leap, seizing the opportunity to grab the claws. The Ultralisk raised its head and, with a powerful swipe, flung Xiao into the air, its maw wide open, waiting to devour the falling Xiao. Little did Xiao know, this was exactly what Xiao wanted. Xiao removed several high-explosive grenades from his belt, pulled the rings, and flung them into the Ultralisk's maw. Then, with a sudden push from his waist, Xiao slid aside a distance, landing on the ground. The immense momentum caused Xiao's knees to bend slightly, and he glided several meters with one hand gripping the ground. Just then, the high-explosive grenade the Ultralisk had swallowed exploded, blowing off half of its head and sending it crashing to the ground. Xiao glanced at his other ghost agents. Groups of 8 had each successfully dispatched the leading Ultralisk. Xiao glanced at the bunkers behind him. The makeshift defense had been completed, and Xiao pressed his earpiece with one hand. Everyone retreat. At Dao's command, his ghost agents quickly went invisible and retreated to the rear. The greatest threat had been eliminated. There was no need to stay and cause casualties. Xingqiu witnessed Xiao's solo kill of the Thunder Beast, and was amazed. As expected of the demon-slaying great sage, who never ceases his conquests, he could single-handedly kill a 20-meter-tall Thunder Beast with his mortal body. Chongyun patted Xingqiu's shoulder. Stop talking. Open fire. The worm swarm is coming again. The makeshift defenses Liu had constructed around several tunnels were effective, and the few worms were quickly wiped out. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, more tunnels suddenly appeared in the surrounding mountains. Over 30 worms burst out of the ground, and over 30 Thunder Beasts swarmed onto the battlefield. Ningguang was horrified by the scene. Now, Liu was likely to be completely eliminated. Zhongli left the command center, donning his ghost uniform, and prepared to personally take action. Everyone in Liu. Kill everyone you can. The Liu people obeyed the order and led their troops to fight desperately. The entire fortress had fallen, swarming with insects. The missile turrets on the hilltop opened fire, bombarding the insect swarms at the distant foot of the mountain, killing as many as they could. The 5 Liu immortals, with their respective troops, held the hilltop, doing their utmost to protect the missile turrets. Every shot fired by the missile turrets earned Liu a few more star coins. Slowly, the fortress fell, and everyone was forced to retreat to the top of the mountain for a final stand. The insect swarm below did not attack for a while, but instead surrounded Liu and the others. Zhongli stood at the front of the battle, holding the Liu flag, which fluttered in the wind. Just as Zhongli and the others were about to launch their death charge, several dark shadows streaked across the sky. Silver Wolf arrived with her fleet. Silver Wolf's snarky voice echoed through Zhongli and the others' headsets. Who's calling the fleet? Wahahaha. The great Silver Wolf has come to save you. Be thankful. Then Klee's voice was heard. Klee is here to save you. Don't be afraid. Klee knows how to use cannons. Cannons! Cannons! Ha! Fire! Klee's battleship fired its main guns, instantly clearing a gap from the dense Zerg swarm at the foot of the mountain. Klee's single shot sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. All 5 battleships' guns opened fire, and various battle formations detached from the battleships and charged downward. A transport plane, carrying the fully assembled mecha units of Emiko, Kafka, and the others, entered the battlefield to slaughter the Zerg. Chapter 419. For a moment, the entire battlefield was ablaze with artillery fire. Swarms of banshees, fighters specifically designed to target ground units, began to devastate the battlefield. Wherever the banshees flew, the ground was left with only a pile of charred insect corpses. The most terrifying of all were the several Thor mechs. Each Thor mech stood 20 meters tall, the most tanky and powerful unit in the human faction. The Thors were specifically designed to deal with Thunder Beasts. Cooperating with the Vikings, which had transformed into mechs upon landing, the Thors fought alongside the Liu troops, slowly advancing down the mountain. As the fierce battle raged, a massive warp gate suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and Screwguma's Protoss troops arrived. Xing and Ying, leading their newly formed army of brothers, landed on the battlefield. Xing and Ying chose to persevere, and during this time, they recruited another 30,000 machine gunners. Screw Gum zealots charged ahead, while Xing and Ing led their machine gunners in the rear. Having a front line to hold the line was a different story. Xing and Ing were thrilled. Pella and Linka's 100 tanks landed, shifting into turret mode and unleashing a barrage of fire. Under the combined might of the three factions, the nearly 5 million Zerg swarm was completely annihilated. The group was able to reunite, now gathering in the ruins of Liyue's fortress. Xing and Ing, each holding a cigar, approached with a savage air. Yo. Everyone, long time no see. Xing greeted the group. Ing pulled out a cigar box and passed out cigarettes. Come on, grab one. When it was Klee's turn, Ing suddenly felt a chill on her back. Turning back, she saw Yiyun, Jizi, Kafka, Zhongli, and the others giving her death stares. Ing swallowed hard, put the cigar box away, and patted Klee's head. Klee, this is bad stuff. Good children shouldn't use it. Got it? Klee nodded in understanding. Klee, I understand. After this little hiccup, Screwgum said, I have a suggestion. Miss Silver Wolf now has a fleet. I think instead of passively defending, we should go all out and destroy the hive. We're here for 2 reasons, star coins and treasure chests. There are only 3 hours left before this dungeon closes. We should go all out and maximize our harvest of star coins and treasure chests. What do you all think? Zhongli agreed. We join Liyue. Silver Wolf, cigar in hand and sunglasses in sunglasses, looked incredibly impressive. Okay, I can do anything. Anyway, I'm invincible. My 6th and 7th battleships are about to come out. Everyone heard this and had to admit that the Silver Wolf's forces were the most powerful among those present. A fleet composed of 7 battleships was simply too formidable. Afterwards, Liyue and the others boarded the Silver Wolf's battleships and reorganized their forces there. Liyue still had all the resources and was fully capable of raising a new force. The situation had changed, and Liyue was fully committed to recruiting air units to support the battleships. Since they weren't occupying this place, having ground forces wouldn't make much difference. Xing, Ing, Pella, and Link also boarded the Silver Wolf's battleships with their respective forces. Mainly, Xing found the Silver Wolf side more fun, with more people and a more lively atmosphere. Nuss, Black Tower, and Ruanmei were all geniuses. They couldn't get a word in, just staring at each other. Everyone else spoke in technical jargon, which they couldn't even understand. Soon, the clock struck midnight, and everyone was ejected from the dungeon. Instantly, Yiyun's shop was packed with people. Yiyun checked the time and clapped his hands. Everyone! Let's play on the train for a while. Xiangling sandwich, and I will make a midnight snack. You all been playing for so long, you must be a little hungry. Let's eat before heading back. Everyone agreed, and groups of 3 or 5 began playing on the train. Yiyun called Xiangling, Guaba, and Sandwich into the kitchen to prepare a midnight snack. Spotting 3 large boxes of crayfish, weighing a full 100 kilograms, Sandwich ran over to grab the sleeping tour and help. Mei also came over to help with the cooking. 6 people bustled around in the kitchen, preparing a midnight snack for everyone. Klee, Zhaoyou, and the others were running around excitedly on the train. Children love lively occasions, and with nearly 80 people in the room, it was incredibly lively, so Klee and the others were thrilled, chasing and playing around on the train. Their silvery laughter echoed throughout the train. Silver Wolf dragged Malim and Asmodeus into a game, the 3 of them huddled together on a sofa. Just then, Elio quietly approached, extending his paw and patting Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf, I heard you made a lot of star coins? Silver Wolf looked up at Elio. Yeah, almost 7 million, what's wrong? Upon hearing this, Elliot rubbed his front paws together. Hey, give me 1 million. I want to buy some items. I want to get stronger. I want to kill that damn rabbit. Pam came closer upon hearing this. Silver Wolf, if you dare give it to me, I kick you off this train. Think about it. I'm the conductor. Seeing this, Silver Wolf decisively abandoned Elliot. Don't worry, Pam, I definitely listen to you. With that, Silver Wolf reached out and pushed Elliot off the sofa. Go away. Get out of the way. Don't bother me playing games. Elliot fell to the ground, furious. Damn it, Silver Wolf. You changed. Pam came over, taunted, and then left. After Pam left, Silver Wolf helped Elliot to his feet. Okay, I was just dealing with Pam. I don't want to get kicked out. 1 million is too much. I give you 200,000. Elio accepted the 200,000. Okay, I forgive you. With that, Elio turned and ran off to go shopping. Silver Wolf watched Elio's back and silently gave Pam another 200,000 star coins. Even if you're not fair, you should be fair. After finishing, Silver Wolf hopped back on the sofa and continued playing games. Belobberg's group was here. Bronya, Natasha, Jeopard, and Silva were praising Perla and Ling Ke. These two were Belobberg's heroes this time. They had joined the main group and earned over 2 million star coins. They each kept 200,000, and the remaining 1.6 million was handed over to Bronya for confiscation. Bronya looked at them with satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work. Pella and Ling Ke shook their heads, indicating they were fine. Ling Ke said, It wasn't hard at all. I thought it was quite fun. Pella agreed. Yes, it was quite fun. It's a shame we ran out of time. Chapter 420. Silva joked. We in Belobberg have finally escaped poverty and become wealthy, haha. Seal smiled and said, That's right. With these 1.6 million star coins arriving, Belobberg can take off right away. Speaking of which, Bronya, when can I take a vacation? Honestly, I haven't rested in a while. I'd like to go hang out with Xing and the others. I heard they're going shopping at Pinocchio tomorrow, Bronya said. You might have to wait a while for that. The giant crops we planted will be ripe soon, and we'll be busy for a while. A vacation won't be possible until we planted the new crops. Seal sighed helplessly. Okay, Natasha said. Bronya, what's your estimated yield from the first crop? Bronya thought for a moment. According to the data provided by Donhung and Mr. Sunday, we can harvest approximately 1.5 million tons. However, the majority of this will be potatoes, nearly 1 million tons alone. Natasha, Jeopard, and the others were very pleased to hear this data. Belobberg consumes approximately 5,000 tons of food daily. With some frugality, these 1.5 million tons of food are enough for Belobberg to eat for a year. However, these giant plants mature very quickly, only taking 7 to 10 days. Silva looked at Bronya. Bronya, our friends on the train have truly given us a great gift. This solves Belobberg's biggest food problem. Bronya nodded. Yeah, I'm worried about this too. I don't know what gift to give them. Seal heard this. It's easy. I go ask Xing Donhung what he likes. Seal ran to find Xing. Xing was playing flying chess with Hu Tao, Firefly, and Kiana. Malene was once again in dire straits. Every time her plane left the airport, it was pushed back by Kiana's plane. Xing and the others were a little fed up, but no one wanted to change seats with her. Everyone here knows that Kiana is incredibly lucky. She's the one who was blacklisted by the Gear Booster. This luck is officially certified. So, Malene, you have to be strong. If you don't go to hell, who will? Sacrifice your gaming experience so that we can all have it, Malene. Hang in there. Seal ran over to Xing and asked. After learning about Donhung's hobbies, she returned to her original position. Xing said that Donhung usually likes reading, but recently he's taken up vegetable farming and pig farming. Natasha heard this. Then let's use some star coins to buy some plants and animals for Donhung and Mr. Sunday at Yi Yun's shop. Natasha's suggestion was echoed by the others. Afterwards, Bronya took Natasha to purchase plants and animals as return gifts for Donhung and Zhou Ri. Jing Yuan, Huai Yin, and the others gathered to congratulate Zhongli. Mr. Zhongli, Yuliyue people made a killing this time. Zhongli nodded slightly. It's true that they made some money, but not as much as Silver Wolf did. She's the one who truly made a fortune this time. Huai Yin stroked his beard and smiled. That little Silver Wolf guy really played well this time. In the first wave, they nearly had their base breached. It was undoubtedly a huge gamble, and she won, which led to the subsequent rapid development. At this moment, Sha Jin approached. Yeah, Lady Luck wasn't on my side this time. Jing Yuan smiled upon seeing Sha Jin. Director Sha Jin also took a big gamble this time, but unfortunately, luck wasn't on their side. Their base was breached in the first wave. Sha Jin sat down, and Zhongli poured a cup of tea and handed it to Sha Jin. Sha Jin took it, took a slow sip, and asked, By the way, what were the blueprints that Ms. Black Tower and the others took this time? Mr. Zhongli, do you know? Zhongli thought for a moment. I remember there was a blueprint called Seer. I heard it had a lot to do with elves. Zhongli knew most of the blueprints that Black Tower and the others had obtained this time. In the final 10 minutes, Haida, Runmei, and Luosi Gumu shared the general information about the blueprints they found in the treasure chest with Zhongli and the others. They suggested that if they were interested, they could approach them for collaboration once Haida and the others had completed their research. Zhongli picked out the Seer story to talk to Sha Jin, as it was exactly what Sha Jin wanted to hear. Xiaojin had come to talk to them simply to inquire about potential profitable projects, and to see if any of the blueprints contained high-quality products. Once Haida and the others had completed their research, they could approach them for collaboration. Xiaojin, upon hearing the news about Seer, took it to heart and planned to talk to Haida and the others about it after dinner. Anything related to Pokémons must be acquired. The Pokémon tournament is currently a key project of the Strategic Investment Department. The investment is low, and the returns are substantial. Most importantly, it can discover a group of outstanding trainers from humble backgrounds. The company is offering incentives to lure them into its ranks. This is far more cost-effective than cultivating talent on their own. Elsewhere, the four lay sisters rarely gather together. Jun, Ying, and Huang Quan sit on high stools by the small bar chatting. Jun, after listening to Huang Quan's recounting of his past, can't help but sigh. Huang Quan, you're incredible. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to achieve this level. By the way, how is your health now? Is the void still eroding you? Huang Quan shook her head. Feishu bought me something called the Purifying Heart from Yi Yun, temporarily suppressing the void's erosion of me. Now, if I don't use my full strength, the void won't erode me. Jin was relieved to hear this. That's good. Watching yourself disappear bit by bit is terrifying. If you have time later, come visit us at Inazuma. I show you around. Ying suddenly said solemnly from the side. Inazuma's dango milk is delicious. Huang Quan heard this. Okay. Hanabi jumped over. Hee, aren't these the Lay sisters? And there's another one? Jin pointed to the kitchen. Mei is helping with the cooking. Hanabi said, oh. And then asked with a grin. I had an idea recently. I need a few actresses who look very similar. Are you interested in guest starring? Hee, I promise you be satisfied with the compensation. Jin shook his head. Forget it. Ying and I are usually very busy dealing with state affairs, and don't have time. We can talk about it later when we have time. Chapter 421. Hua's face was filled with regret at being rejected. Okay. I saved this script for you. When you're free later, be sure to come. I won't bother you anymore, have fun. Hua hopped off again. Ganyu brought Shinhee to Aglaya's clothing store. Inside, Aglaya and Tabeo were serving GZ, Kafka, Ningguang, Funina, and Mockingbird. Aglaya's store displayed many ready-made clothes. These clothes were all handmade by Aglaya, and each one was a masterpiece of the finest. GZ chose a red evening gown and went into the dressing room to change, while Kafka was choosing a coat. Funina and Mockingbird each picked up a dress suitable for the beach and asked each other's opinion. Aglaya was serving Ningguang, helping her choose her clothes. Tabeo sat at the cashier, printing out new orders from the online store. After printing, Tabeo had to sort and organize the orders. Each type of clothing had a corresponding store in Ampharos. Each store specialized in different styles, so orders had to be categorized. Ningguang saw Ganyu and Shinhe and greeted them. Ganyu? Why are you here, and Shinhe? Ganyu smiled slightly. I wanted to make some clothes for my junior sister. She's still wearing the clothes made by my former master, Shinhe said. I don't like shopping. Since arriving in New Liyue, Shinhe has spent his days at home, except for work. Shinhe's workplace is at Tianheng Mountain, where he's responsible for carving celestial talismans. Ganyu took Shinhe's hand. So, since this is a rare opportunity, I take you to Ms. Aglaya's shop to buy some clothes. Ganyu then looked at Aglaya. Ms. Aglaya, could you please recommend any clothes that would suit my junior sister? Aglaya examined them carefully. We happen to have a few in my size that would be suitable. You can try them on first. With that, Aglaya brought Shinhee a few outfits. At Ganyu's urging, Shinhee went into the dressing room to change. Ganyu saw she had time, so she went shopping with Ningguang. Back inside the shop, Topa, strolling around, clapped his hands and announced something to everyone. Everyone! Come over and see. The lottery draw is about to begin. Topa's shout caught everyone's attention. Everyone pulled out their previously purchased lottery tickets and headed towards the shop. Yiyun glanced at the food cooking in the wok and called to Topa. Topa, help me announce the numbers while I prepare the dishes. Topa nodded in agreement and walked into the lottery shop. The shop was packed. Seeing the countdown on the big screen ending, Topa imitated Yiyun, pulled out a round ball from behind the counter, and opened it. She checked the paper, number 1. Fu Xian looked at the number in her hand, and was surprised to find she had won. What a surprise! She hadn't had high hopes, but she had actually won. Topa handed the prize to Fu Xian. Fu Xian took it, opened it, and after searching for over 10 minutes, found an item she liked. If phone booth Fu Xian chose this item without hesitation after seeing its information. The description was incredibly awe-inspiring. Enter the phone booth and say if your wish will come true. However, there are limitations. First, it can only be used once. Second, the effect isn't too strong. If your wish is too outrageous, it won't come true, and your use will not be refunded. Third, you must say what you want to happen within 10 minutes of claiming the reward. After that, the phone booth will disappear. After Fu Xian selected it, a red phone booth appeared in front of him. Xing, Hu Tao, and Qiana approached curiously. How uncouth. What is this thing? What does it do? Fu Xian said. Time is limited. Wait until I come out. Xing, Hu Tao, and Qiana's curiosity intensified upon hearing Fu Xian's words. After Fu Xian entered the phone booth to admire the gate, Xing, Hu Tao, and Qiana pressed their faces against the glass, standing on tiptoe and craning their necks to peer inside. Inside the phone booth, Fu Xian picked up the phone and expressed his wish. If only I could be a general. General Xianzhou. With that, the phone booth vanished into thin air. Xing leaned over. That's too rude. Can you tell me now? Fu Xian glanced at the curious crowd around him. That was the phone booth. Tell me your wish. As long as it's not too outrageous, it will come true. As soon as Fu Xian finished speaking, her phone rang. She pulled it out and saw it was a letter of appointment from the marshal. Marshal Hua, Fu Xian, Emperor Gong Siming just sent a sudden message asking you to form a special operations fleet, and you be the general. Fu Xian's brows lit up instantly upon hearing this. Special operations fleet. Sounds so awesome. My long-cherished wish has finally come true. I'm a general. I'm a general. Ha ha ha. Fu Xian asked hurriedly. Marshal, how many cloud riders do you plan to assign to me? And what about the alchemists, commercial officers, and so on? Marshal Hua, manpower? Emperor Gong Siming said, you should recruit them yourself. Fu Xian felt a little disappointed upon hearing this. Recruit yourself? Not impossible. So how much initial funding do I have? Marshal Hua, funds? I don't have any. Emperor Gong asked you to prepare them yourself. Marshal Hua, by the way, although you've been promoted to the rank of general, you're still working under Jing Yuan for now. Then, Marshal Hua's avatar dimmed, and he went offline. Fu Xian was completely stunned. He threw his phone to the ground. This is too bad. Fei Xiao walked over. You've been promoted, right? General of the Special Operations Fleet. Fu Xian was furious. This is too bad. It's one thing not to give them money, but they don't even have the initial startup capital. How can I build a force without money? Fei Xiao threw up his hands. There's nothing I can do about this. Come on, General Fu Xian. Jing Yuan also walked over. Isn't that General Fu Xian? I heard the call just now. We communicate more often. You still be serving under me. Tai Busi is still a problem for you, General Fu Xian. Xing, Hu Tao, and Qiana couldn't help but laugh. Hilarious. I thought it was something really awesome, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Although, it's definitely awesome. It can influence the patrolling star god, but the impact won't be huge. Qin Ke was initially shocked to hear that Fu Xian had been promoted to general. Chapter 422. If Lord Grand Ascension was promoted to general, I would definitely be transferred. Qi didn't want to give up her current easy job. Every day, she would spend an hour or so copying product information, and the rest of her time was her free time. During this period, Qi felt like she was living in a dream, finding people to join her every day to play Diyu and Qiongyu, and she was incredibly happy. Furthermore, on the train, she could just eat with Yiyun and the others, enjoying the delicious food prepared by several chefs, free of charge. She could even save all her salary, so wonderful. Now it was all good. Lord Grand Ascension had only been promoted in name. For now, he would still have to serve as Grand Ascension in the Grand Ascension department. It would be the same as before, and her happy life would continue. Fu Xian picked up his phone, sighed, and reluctantly accepted this fact. Then, everyone looked at the big screen to see what the next prize would be. Next prize. 40% off store coupon instructions. Receive 40% off one item in the store. Price, 999999999999999. Draw time, 60/23/59s. Everyone was thrilled when they saw the prize. 40% off. This is a 40% off coupon. This thing is incredibly useful, especially since everyone has already received a large amount of star coins. Winning this would save them a ton of star coins. For example, Silver Wolf had her eye on a weapon worth 10 million star coins. She only had a little over 7 million. If she won, she could buy it, and still have around 1 million left over. This weapon, called the Shock Blade, resembles a katana and possesses an extremely terrifying ability. It can deflect Star God level attacks, though it has a cooldown, and can only be used once a week. But this is powerful enough. Star Gods are beings that many can only dream of. Think of the hunting Star God, his attacks are terrifying. Even the aftermath can annihilate anyone caught in their path. It is precisely because land's power is so immense that the immortal boat never calls for land support unless absolutely necessary. Silver Wolf, without hesitation, took out 100,000 star coins and bought 100 lottery tickets. Xing, Luing, and Hu Tao also ran over to buy 100 each. After buying the tickets, everyone left the lottery shop and continued chatting and playing. Jing Yuan suddenly said, "In 2 days, the immortal boat's New Year's party will be held. You could all come visit my Luofu immortal boat then," Huayan said. "This spring festival party will probably be very lively, with all 3 of our immortal ships gathered together," Juqiu said with a narrowed smile. "General Facius specifically instructed me to do my best to ensure the success of this spring festival party." Klee happened to be passing by and overheard Jing Yuan and the others' words. Klee slammed her feet on the ground, ran back a few steps, and asked with her big, adorable eyes, her hands resting on the edge of the table, "What is a spring festival party?" Klee doesn't know. Jing Yuan rubbed Klee's little head. "The spring festival party is the New Year celebration, you know? It's like the last lantern festival in Liyue." Klee understood Jing Yuan's explanation. "Oh, Klee knows. Klee, can we go and play?" Jing Yuan nodded in agreement. "Okay, but you have to finish your homework before you can play, got it?" Klee put her hands on her hips, her head held high. Klee is a good girl. She finishes her homework before lunch every day. Brother Yiyun said you have to finish your homework before you can play, and Klee is so obedient. Jing Yuan nodded. "Klee is awesome. Okay, let's go play." Klee went back to playing, and Jing Yuan and the others continued chatting. Soon, Yiyun, Xianling, and the little evil god finished preparing the meal. There was a wide variety of dishes, including both Chinese and Western dishes. Yiyun, Xianling, and the others were exhausted. Everyone followed the old rules and helped themselves to their own plates. Ganyu and Shenhe each filled their plates with vegetable salad, which was very satisfying to their tastes. The 2 of them sat down on a sofa, and Kiching looked at their plates of vegetables. "Every time I see you 2 eating, it seems bland. Have you ever considered trying something else?" Ganyu smiled and shook her head. "No, the vegetable salad is delicious," Shenhe continued. "Yes, senior sister is right. The vegetable salad with sesame dressing is delicious." Ningguang smiled at Kiching. "This is much better than before. Before, they only ate herbs, and they weren't as delicious as this vegetable salad." Kiching picked up a golden shrimp ball and popped it into her mouth. "I couldn't stand eating like this." Luyun, carrying his plate, was passing a pot of fragrant braised chicken drumsticks when Gui Zhong stopped him. Gui Zhong chuckled and nudged Luyun with his arm. "Luyun, don't you want to try this chicken drumstick? It smells delicious." Luyun rolled his eyes at Gui Zhong. "This immortal doesn't like this, hum?" Luyun snorted coldly and turned away, spotting an open box of nuts on a nearby table. Luyun walked over and emptied the nuts from the box onto his plate. Then he grabbed 2 bottles of yogurt, found a seat, and began to eat. Bai Lu walked over, looking at the empty table, bewildered. "Where are my nuts? I just put them here. Who took them?" Hearing Bai Lu's question, Luyun silently shielded his plate with his wings and turned his head away, seemingly unconcerned. Bai Lu looked around, furious. In the end, she had no choice but to run back to the bar to buy another can. In the previous StarCraft dungeon, Bai Lu, Hook, and the other kids had earned quite a few star coins. Yian hadn't asked them to hand them in, letting them keep them for pocket money. Bai Lu bought another box of nuts and hugged it tightly. Only when they reached their seat did they relax, opening the nut box and sharing the nuts with Klee and the others. The next day arrived. Xing and the others woke early, washed, ate, and then headed to Bellowberg. The first crop of Bellowberg's giant series had ripened. Bronya invited everyone to go for a visit in the group chat. Xing, Hu Tao, and the others arrived at a field. Xing hugged the sweet potato stems and leaves, which were as thick as her waist, and with a powerful pull, a giant sweet potato burst from the soil. Xing, exerting too much force, fell to the ground, and the giant sweet potato pressed down on her, pinning her down with only her head sticking out. Lu Ying quickly rushed over and rescued Xing. "Xing, be careful. Xing stood up and brushed off the dirt. It's okay. A cricket can't hurt me with a sweet potato. Let's have a competition to see who can dig the biggest sweet potato. Kiana, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow, resting her hand on a sweet potato that was 3 or 4 times taller than her. Come on, I'm sure to win. Look at mine, is it huge? Chapter 423. Eula watched Kiana's arrogant expression, looked around, and spotted a rather unusual sweet potato vine. Eula ran over and pulled hard, but the vine didn't budge. Eula held her breath and called for Amber's help. Amber! Come help! This is a little tricky. Amber dropped the vine she was pulling, ran behind Eula, hugged her waist, and sat back, pulling. With Amber's help, the vine moved slightly, extending a little. Amber continued to call for help, and Hu Tao and Ing also ran over to help. The 4 of them worked together, chanting slogans and exerting force. The vine began to emerge one by one. Soon, a hint of purple-red appeared. Amber, Eula, and the others were delighted and increased their strength. Ing, standing at the end, with her back to Hu Tao and the others, grasped the vine with both hands and pulled forward with all her might. Ying's entire body was at a 45-degree angle, using her center of gravity to help. Xing, seeing how difficult it was for the others to pull, clapped her hands and went over to help. Come on, get out of the way. I show you what a strongman is. Xing grabbed the vine, gathering his energy in his dantian, and shouted, Second Star Core. Activate. Xing channeled the power of the Second Star Core into himself. Xing's strength surged instantly, and with a powerful pull, he pulled. Ing, Hu Tao, Amber, and Eula flew straight up. Behind them, a sweet potato, nearly the size of 2 heavy trucks, broke through the ground and soared high into the sky. The sweet potato traced a graceful arc in the air and fell to the ground, causing the surrounding ground to tremble slightly. The noise caught the attention of the others. Bronya looked up and saw the gigantic sweet potato. Isn't this incredibly huge? Amber, Eula, Ing, and Hu Tao rose from the field, dusty and dusty. Before they could even vent, they were speechless with astonishment at the giant sweet potato before them. Kiana broke the silence. Such a huge sweet potato. If I were to eat it all, it would probably take me a month, wouldn't it? Walter and Zhongli, who were enjoying life with their hose nearby, also saw the giant sweet potato. Walter said, Danheng and Zhou, we have really come up with something incredible this time. Zhongli thought, perhaps it's time to introduce this crop to Liyue. It has a short growth cycle and a rich harvest. Zhongli decided to go back and ask Danheng if he had any more seeds of the giant crop series. If he did, he would bring them back to Liyue, even if it cost him money. Xing picked up his phone and handed it to Luing. Luing, hurry up, take a picture for me. I pulled this sweet potato out. Hee hee. Eula rolled her eyes at Xing. I found this, and you're taking all the credit for it. I remember this. Xing waved her hands when she heard Eula say this. Just tell me if I pulled it out, you 4 scaly-limbed guys, hee hee. Amber was surprised. Great. Xing, you're mocking us. Sisters. Go. Amber, Ing, Hu Tao, and Eula rushed over and pinned Xing down into the dirt. Ing even took out a stick and whacked Xing on the butt a few times. Afterwards, after some playful fun, they began taking pictures next to the super sweet potato. After taking the photo, Xing posted it to the group chat. Galaxy Skyfire, look at the super sweet potato I pulled out. Is it huge? Is it huge? Barnabas, Slurp, JPG, seeds please. Tadalia, hey, what kind of sweet potato is this? How could it grow so big? Rosalind, seeds please. Solstice needs this kind of crop. Girl, if Solstice had crops like this, we wouldn't have to worry about food. Rosalind, did you notice? The background in the picture is also snowy. It's exactly like our Solstice. Asmodeus at Barnabas, come to Yun's shop, I get you some seeds. Barnabas, okay. Your Majesty Asmodeus, I get you some seeds right away. Come right up. Beautiful young traveler, I wonder if this sweet potato is delicious. Paimon, food? Where? I come. Malim, Paimon. Wait for me. I want to go too. Yunli, it's not skewers. That's boring. The 3 realms' greatest chef. Wow. Xing. Bring it back. I make it for you. Galaxy Skyfire Man, okay, I bring it back later. Topa, undertaking various commercial projects. Xing, save some for me. I buy it. I use it as seeds. Ruan Mei, interesting. A sweet potato this big must have undergone a genetic mutation. In the group, The people from Jidong were already drooling at the sight of such a large sweet potato. Add to that the fact that its setting was the same icy and snowy one as Jidong. This made Jidong extremely eager to get one. Jidong's place is simply cold, with frozen ground, making it difficult to grow any crops and resulting in very low yields. At Yi Yun's shop, Barnabas brought the young master and the captain to the train. Barnabas looked around and saw Asmodeus, curled up on the sofa playing a controller game. Barnabas brought the young master and the captain to Asmodeus's side and waited patiently. After Asmodeus finished his round, he spoke. "Your Majesty Asmodeus, I'm here." Asmodeus looked up. "Now that you're here, let's go. I take you back with some seeds." Asmodeus stood up and took Barnabas, the young master, and the captain to Bellowberg. A dozen minutes later, the four of them found Bronya in the planting area. Asmodeus waved. "Bronya, are you busy?" Bronya saw Asmodeus and the other three approaching. "Asmodeus, you're bringing them here to get seeds, right? Feel free to take anything from the field. No need to hesitate." Asmodeus raised an eyebrow and bowed. "Thank you. I treat you to an ice cola later." Asmodeus turned to look at Barnabas, the captain, and the young master. "What are you still standing there for? Go dig whatever you want in the field." Barnabas waved his hand, telling the young master and the captain to start digging. The captain headed towards the sweet potato area. In the winter, with constant snow and ice, sugar is extremely important. The captain searched the field for a while, picked out the largest sweet potato, and hoisted it onto his shoulder, quickly heading towards the cutting area. The young master was digging for potatoes, wielding a shovel with rapid movements, quickly unearthing a massive potato. The young master imitated the captain's example, carrying it and walking step by step towards the cutting area. The portal wasn't that big, so the sweet potatoes and potatoes had to be cut up and bagged before they could be brought back. As for Xing, the moment he pulled himself out, he ran back, retrieved his own cave compass, and stuffed it directly into the cave. Then he could just take the cave back with him. This was why Barnabas didn't bring the ladies with him. It was simply physical labor, and men were stronger. Chapter 424. Tadalia worked incredibly hard, selecting seeds all day. Over there, the rich man, organizing his factory, was actively cultivating the land, striving to plant the seeds as quickly as possible. The rich man's face broke into a smile as he gazed at the bags of various crop seeds before him. Credit points? These are all credit points. My little cutie, I plant you in the ground soon. You need to grow up quickly. The rich man examined the potato chunks in his hand like a pervert. He personally took a small shovel and dug a small hole in the ground, placed the potato chunks in, and then buried them. Meanwhile, inside Yi Yun's shop. In the kitchen, Xiangling and the little evil god were discussing what to make with the super sweet potatoes. Xing, Hu Tao, and the others sat at the kitchen counter, offering suggestions from time to time. Xing raised her hand. "Xiangling, I want roasted sweet potatoes." Hu Tao patted the table. "I want some too. Roasted sweet potatoes are super delicious." Xiangling was a bit perplexed upon hearing this. "We can't make roasted sweet potatoes in this kitchen. They're best roasted over a wood fire." The little evil god rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "Why don't we find a place and cover it with leaves or something?" Xiangling thought for a moment. "That's certainly possible, but where should we go?" Hu Tao raised her hand. "Is there even a need to think about it? Let's go to Old Tevat. There's no one there, so even if they set the mountain on fire, we're not afraid, hee." Xing immediately did what he said, returning the super sweet potato to the cave compass. A little over 10 minutes later, Xing arrived in Old Tevat, carrying the super sweet potato, and glanced at the Hilichurl camp below. "Here, huh? We have firewood and plenty of space." Hu Tao, Eula, and the others agreed, drawing their weapons and preparing to attack. At this moment, Ing stopped them. "Do you really need to do it yourself? Watch me." Ing pulled a predator mech from her storage ring, donned it, and unleashed a howitzer, blasting the Hilichurl camp to the ground. Hu Tao looked at the predator mech on Ing. "Ing, isn't this the grenadier from the StarCraft dungeon? Where did you get it? Isn't this something from the dungeon?" Ing asked. "Yi Yun's shop isn't expensive, only 3,000 star coins per unit. You have to reload the grenades yourself though, and you can only hold 10 rounds at a time." With that, Ing unleashed a few more rounds, raising the entire Hilichurl camp to the ground. Hu Tao observed. "That's a good thing. I check it out later." Hu Tao plans to buy a machine gunner armor. It's incredibly efficient for carrying coffins. Then, the group arrived at the Hilichurl camp. Xiangling and Little Evil God cleaned the sweet potatoes, while the others gathered leaves, firewood, and other items. Xing and Ing strolled through a small wood, picking up dead logs as they went. Ing looked at the overgrown path and sighed. It's only been a short while. The road here is almost gone. I remember when I was here, it was paved with gravel, but now it's all grass. Xing kicked hard, sending several stones flying from beneath the grass. Really? By the way, why haven't they moved away? The scenery is quite nice. Hu Tao said. The guest said it's unnecessary. The ground is all rocky, making farming impossible. Amber heard Hu Tao say this. Hu Tao, you Liyue people really have a thing for farming. You have so many farmlands in New Liyue. Eula said. What's that? Look at New Liyue Harbor. Every Liyue person with a balcony or rooftop grows something. The second floor of Xiangling's restaurant is entirely covered in green onions, garlic, and the like. Hu Tao spread her hands. I don't know why. Anyway, when we Liyue people see open space, we usually think of planting something. Lu Ying then thought of something. Ing, didn't Asmodeus ask you to go to Natal? When are you going? Ing slapped her head upon hearing this. I have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Let's wait a couple of days. Isn't there a festival in Luofu? Let's go have some fun at the spring festival party first. Afterwards, the group gathered enough firewood and returned to the Hilichurl camp. Back at the camp, Xiangling and the little evil god had already started the fire and were roasting the potatoes. Paimon and Meline were drooling nearby, waiting for the super sweet potatoes to finish roasting. Hu Tao ran over to Xiangling. Xiangling, where did you get the firewood? Xiangling asked. I tore down the buildings in the Hilichurl camp, and these logs are perfect for a fire, but there's not much, and I figured you'd be back soon, so I roast them first so you don't have to wait that long. Hu Tao gave Xiangling a thumbs up. You're truly my close friend. Kudos to you. Xing, Hu Tao, and Qiana sat together, chatting while waiting for the super sweet potatoes to ripen. The next day arrived. Although the spring festival party wasn't until tomorrow, the festive atmosphere was already thick on the immortal ship. Tartaria, dressed in sportswear, strolled through the core of the Xingcha Sea, sipping a cup of oolong tea as he walked. He had a few days off, so he could have some fun. Tartaria had challenged several martial arts schools on his last visit to Luofu, and had gained quite a bit. Luofu was truly a major power across the Star Sea, with a wide variety of martial arts flourishing here. Last time, he hadn't played to his heart's content, so he should have gone back. This time, he was determined to have a good time. Tartaria patted his empty stomach and walked to his noodle shop. He skillfully sat down at the table by the door and called out to the owner, who was cooking noodles in the kitchen. Boss, 3 small noodles, slightly spicy, and a basket of beef soup dumplings, thank you. Okay. The owner replied, understanding. The owner first brought over a basket of beef soup dumplings. Let's eat the buns first. The noodles will have to wait a bit. Tadalia nodded, pulled his chopsticks from the holder, picked up a beef bun, and took a big bite. These beef buns are delicious. Rosalind's recommendations are really good. The woman had told Tartaglia about this place. She had recommended it to the Winters group, saying the buns and noodles were excellent. Tadalia figured that the martial arts gym he had chosen to challenge was nearby, so he stopped by to eat. While eating, Tartaglia ordered 5 more baskets of beef buns, eating one for himself and taking the rest home for his younger siblings. Tadalia was eating when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Scrapper? Isn't he at the Joy Theater? Tartaglia was stunned. Suddenly, Hanabi jumped out from beside him. Ah, isn't that Dadaya? Why are you here on the immortal boat? Tell me, did you sneak out? Chapter 425. Tadalia smiled. I'm taking a day off today. By the way, did you bring that Sandbing guy here? Aren't you afraid he run away? Hanabi nodded and patted the flyer in her hand. Yes. He's a handyman at our joyful theater. It's the Xianzhou New Year's party right now, and with so many people coming in, I brought him here to distribute flyers and advertise our joyful theater. Hanabi looked across at Sandbing, who was also handing out flyers, with a hint of interest. As for whether he run away, do you think he can escape in the hands of the invincible Hanabi? Tadalia thought about it, and concluded that, with Hanabi's abilities, Sandbing wouldn't be able to escape. Do you still need advertising there? You get so many visitors every day. Hanabi said, spreading her hands. Don't mention it. Happy Ball does have a lot of people, but they're all there for the Pokemon. My theater isn't doing very well, said Tartaglia. Don't worry. I heard the Pokemon competition will be held at your location from now on, so you see even more people coming. Hanabi smiled. Good luck with that. Let's go! Hanabi, hands behind her back, skipped away. Tadalia looked at the soldiers handing out flyers in the distance. TSK, my colleague, who used to always talk bad about me, is now forced to spend his days handing out flyers on the street. How miserable. Tadalia finished his noodles in a few bites, put his packed beef buns into his storage ring, and continued on his way to the martial arts gym. Elsewhere, on the promenade along the coast of Dandingsi, Xing, Hutao, and the others were playing their old game, firecrackers. Xing took out a firecracker from a box, slid it along the side of the box, and lit it. Then, Xing threw it with force, and it landed precisely in an abandoned clay pot on the roadside. With a loud bang, the pot vibrated twice. Xing pouted. Boring. This firecracker isn't very powerful. That one from the Liyue Lantern Festival was so good. It blew the dog bowl up. Luing said. Maybe it's because of the different target. This pot is pretty heavy. Ing pushed Xing aside. If one doesn't work, then a few more. Ing pulled out a handful of firecrackers, pulled out a lighter, lit them all, and dumped them into the pot. Run! Ing shoved them in and took off, leaving 2 firecrackers untouched and falling to the ground. Hu Tao, Xing, and the others followed suit. As they ran away, a violent explosion erupted from the pot, and the pot began tap dancing in place. When the explosion stopped, Xing and the others came over. Thick green smoke billowed from the mouth of the clay pot. Xing looked around. Oh my god, is this clay pot really that good? Come on, let's try adding a little more. Xing pulled out 2 boxes of firecrackers and motioned for Ing, Hutao, and Kiana to take some out and put some in. A few minutes later, the clay pot did its tap dance again, this time finally shattering a large hole in the air. Satisfied, Xing and the others ran off to pick up other items. After chasing and playing all the way, they arrived at the beach. Xing spotted a crab trying to escape into the sea. Xing chuckled, rushed over, and stomped it into the sand, immobilizing it. Hey, you want to run? Come on. I give you a big treasure. Xing lit a firecracker and placed it next to the crab's claw. The crab instinctively grasped it. Xing released his grip, and the crab darted out. Just as it was about to enter the sea, the firecracker exploded, sending the crab soaring high into the air before landing back in front of Hutao. Xing waved. Hey! So greedy? One isn't enough for you. Come on, I give you another. Xing lit another firecracker, and stuck it into the crab's remaining claw. A few seconds later, bang! The crab took off again. As the group was playing, they suddenly felt a black screen before their eyes. A sailboat-shaped spaceship slowly passed overhead. Xing looked up. What is that? Hutao took a photo and posted it to the group chat. Just ask General Jingyuan, and you find out. The 77th head of the Wangsheng Hall at Jingyuan. Image, what is this? Real name online. This was brought here by Ms. Haida and her team. Directors Topa, Jade, and Gold Sand are also on board. Topa, undertaking various commercial projects. This is the Seer. It's from the world of the elves. The Haida team created it from blueprints. Galaxy Skyfire Man. Oh. I want to get on board. Stop the boat. I want to board. Jade, anyone who wants to board, please come to the Xingcha Sea Center. As soon as Jade said this, Xing kicked the crab, which had been blown back into the sea. Come on, sisters, let's go to the Xingcha Sea Center. Half an hour later, Xing, Hutao, and the others boarded the Seer. The Seer was filled with numerous Seer robots. They acted like the ship's NPCs, mechanically answering questions. Xing ran to the medical room, where she saw the same Pokemon healing device Yun had used. Once a Pokemon entered this device, it would return to normal in seconds. Xing approached and saw a screen nearby that read 1,000 credits per session. 1,000 credits per session, that's pretty cheap, said Tapa, who was leading the tour. We bought this Seer ship, and we're planning to turn it into a Pokemon Center. The price won't be too high, so every trainer can afford it, Tapa continued. Come on, I show you the training room. There are machines specifically designed for Pokemon training. Xing and the others followed Tapa a short distance ahead, soon arriving at a very spacious room. The room was filled with equipment, reminiscent of a gym. Tapa explained. This is the training room. 3,000 credits per hour. The equipment here can help improve a Pokemon's endurance, strength, and speed. Xing heard this. Then I can bring Infernape here. This place should suit him well. Give me an annual membership pass. Xing proudly pulled out his phone and transferred a large sum of credits to Tapa. Tapa returned the money. You don't need that. We're planning to form a Pokemon committee, and you and Sandway will be members. Whenever you have free time, come to see her and interact with the other trainers. Xing was surprised. Oh, such a good thing? I won't be polite with you. Toppa smiled. You're welcome. Every Pokemon King of each element will be eligible to join the committee. Speaking of which, Sandway is still in a deep sleep. Haven't you tried to wake her up? Xing spread his hands. Sonyua's condition is a bit difficult to handle. Mainly because we don't know the cause of her illness. We're worried that a wrong treatment might only make things worse. Chapter 426. Toppa heard this. Didn't you ask Haida or Yiyun for help? Xing shook his head and spread his hands helplessly. We did. They said March's situation is related to Omphalos. We already gotten rid of Aglaya and Tabeo, and the others to help us investigate. But we don't have any leads yet. Toppa frowned upon hearing this. This is a bit troublesome. You don't know, there are many calls online right now for March, the new grass-washed Pokemon King, to be revealed. Some people are even making up conspiracy theories, saying Mona Lisa is our company's own Pokemon, and that the championship can't possibly belong to a civilian trainer. If Emerald hadn't been doing all this online PR recently, I'm afraid the situation would have gotten much worse. Xing waved his fist upon hearing this. If you ask me, those troublemakers need to be taught a lesson. Toppa shook his head. Using violence, and if someone with ulterior motives captures the video and posts it online, it causes even greater chaos. There are so many people in the universe, our company can't control everyone's mouths. Xing was a little annoyed upon hearing this. This won't work, and that won't work either. What can we do? March is frozen in bed, unable to show up. Toppa shrugged helplessly. So for now, we can only try to control online public opinion. Afterwards, the group continued to wander around the Seer, encountering NPCs like Dr. Pai Pai and Captain Roger. At the same time, Xing and the others deepened their understanding of Pokemon from these NPCs. About half an hour later, Toppa opened the Seer to trainers with Pokemon on board. The area surrounding the Seer ship was already crowded with passers-by, all of them curious about the spaceship. After learning that trainers with Pokemon could board the ship for a tour, people realized that the ship and Pokemon were undoubtedly closely connected. Nowadays, Pokemon can be seen everywhere in the territories of the major powers in the universe. Pokemon are prevalent throughout the universe. Their loyalty and power are enough to attract people willing to spend credits to purchase them. Some powers, for example, purchase a batch of Pokemon to cultivate specifically to bolster their power. However, the train team is recognized as the best in Pokemon cultivation, a fact recognized by everyone in the universe. One train, 2 Pokemon Kings, and several top 8 Pokemon, many people are stumped as to how they cultivate them. The 2 Pokemon Kings, in particular, possess immense power, which many have witnessed firsthand. Jeezy has also received numerous invitations from other powers recently. These invitations are said to be invitations to visit, but in reality, they are meant to learn from them, and gain knowledge about Pokemon cultivation. Jeezy politely declined all of these. As the trainers boarded the Seer, they were impressed by the specialized equipment and released their Pokemon to experience it. The training room was the busiest spot, packed with people. Apart from the training room, the second most popular spot was the battle platform. Xing, Hutao, Firefly, and others appeared on the battle platform, each taking their own stage to face challenges from other trainers. Many people wanted to test the prowess of these powerful trainers, and as a result, each stage was lined with people. Areas attacked with such force that no one could hold out for even a second after the battle officially began. The line was longest here on this star, and the pace was also the fastest. The other areas were slower, but generally, they were all dealt with in 1 or 2 moves. Many of the brightest minds at the scene recorded the scene and posted it online, reminding the entire universe of the Elf King's might. TSK, one after another, what's the difference between this and an adult beating a child? Yes, adults aren't that ruthless, they just send them flying. I have a friend, yes, a friend, who was beaten flying. Then I have no comment. I just go for it. I thought after all this training, I closed the gap with the Elf King, but now it seems the gap is still as wide as ever. I'm curious who the next challenger will be and whether they can succeed. I'm guessing it's uncertain. I heard that many of the people who made it to the group stage in the first round aren't participating anymore. As for the others, I think they'd probably be defeated. However, that's not certain. Don't forget, many major powers are now focusing on cultivating Pokemon. There might be a powerful one here. Anyway, I feel it's a stretch. Don't forget how the grass Pokemon King won. Mona Lisa's Pokemon contest journey was truly miraculous. She made breakthroughs along the way, and if she hadn't evolved into Mona Lisa in the end, she would have definitely lost. Speaking of which, the price of Bubu seeds is ridiculous right now. Of course it's ridiculous. That's a Pokemon that can eventually evolve into Mona Lisa. Haha, I can only say that they're all just following the trend. It's useless. Do you see anyone making a splash right now? The topic of Pokemons was trending online, and almost everyone who saw the video was chatting about it. At the same time, there was also a demand. That was for information on when the second Pokemon tournament would be held. After a chat, Emerald, Topaz, Gold Dust, and Diamond released the schedule for the second Pokemon tournament. Second Pokemon tournament. Registration requirements. No criminal record, Pokemon level 30 or higher. Schedule. 1. Auditions. 8 players from each star region will be selected to travel to the Happy Sphere for the second round of auditions. 2. Elimination round. The top 256 players from the auditions will compete in the elimination round. 3. Group stage. The top 16 players will compete in groups of 4 to determine the final 4. 4. Semifinals. The 2 finalists will be selected. 5. Finals. The strongest trainer of the tournament will be determined. 6. Pokemon King Challenge. One of the 2 Pokemon Kings will be randomly selected by drawing lots to challenge the winner. The winner will become Pokemon King, while the loser will only receive the second championship trophy. As soon as the news was released, all the trainers' faces froze. This time, it was even more outrageous. A single star region contained only 10 civilizations. Choosing 8 individuals from over a dozen civilizations, and then sending these 8 to the Happy Ball for the second round of auditions, it's simply too outrageous. To put it bluntly, those who make it to the Happy Ball are the elite of the elite. This second round is expected to be extremely tense, with bloodshed guaranteed. However, hundreds of millions of people have signed up, and the number is constantly increasing. Inside the company, Schneider summoned all the members of his Pokemon team. The second Pokemon contest is about to begin. All of you work hard. This time, whether our Pioneer Division can make a comeback depends on you. The 5 members all responded in unison. These 5 were recruited by Schneider from the previous elimination rounds, and they were all very capable. Chapter 427. Schneider's been having a tough time lately. The development department has been completely suppressed by the strategic investment department. Even their boss has other ideas. Schneider is helpless. Since he can't just rob directly, he find a way to earn more profits through the L's. As long as his excuses department can make money, he won't be eliminated by the company. On Luofu, Yiyun was shopping with Kelly, Bailu, and the other children at Shanglishan. They didn't go to Seer City to play. Yiyun could easily guess that the place would be packed with people right now, and he would suffer if he had nothing to do. Crowds are fun, but too many shouldn't be. From the live video feed, the aisles were difficult to walk in. Kelly ran around Yiyun with a windmill. Da-da-da. La-la-la. As they walked, they arrived at Golden Man Lane. Although it was Chinese New Year, the area was still relatively quiet, with only a few food stalls doing decent business. The rest were practically deserted, with few customers. Yiyun thought, this truly was a butterfly effect. His arrival had disrupted the original timeline. According to the original timeline, the train would have already helped restore commercial vitality to Jinren Lane before reaching Pinocchio. While Yiyun was pondering this, Bailu had already taken the children to a food stall to buy fried skewers. The children stood in front of another shop owner's counter, drooling and standing on tiptoe to peer inside. The owner was an elderly woman who had run the shop for many years. It was a renowned establishment in Luofu Xianzhou and considered a flagship business in Jinren Lane. Soon, the boss handed a handful of Cheongcher bird skewers to Bailu, Kelly, and the other children. Kelly took the skewers and thanked the boss with a smile. Thank you, Andy boss. The boss smiled indulgently. You're welcome. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste as good if it gets cold. Kelly nodded emphatically, biting off a Cheongcher bird skewer meatball and chewing it. It was indeed delicious, with a very chewy texture. Chi-Chi, Huke, and the other children were also enjoying their meal. Yiyun called the children over. Kelly, Bailu, Zayo, Huke, come here quickly. We're going somewhere else to play. The children ran to Yiyun's side and followed him to the other place. Yiyun had just sent Jingyuan a few photos of the deserted Jinren Alley, and he was sure Jingyuan would understand the meaning. And Xing and the others. After their bout, they rested in the lounge aboard the Seer. Hu Tao had just sat down, opened a can of iced cola, and taken a sip when she received a call from Zhongli. Hello? Guest, why are you calling me? Zhongli's voice quickly rang out from the other end. Master, when you have time, go to the prison of desolation and take Ossel and his wife to the train. Asmodeus will have them meet her. Hu Tao was reluctant to go. I just finished my bout and don't want to go. You can find someone else to go, or you can go yourself. Zhongli said. I'm not sure about the others, but I'm confident in your abilities. Hu Tao had no choice but to agree. Okay. I'll be there in a minute. Hu Tao hung up, and Xing asked curiously. What's wrong, Hu Tao? Who called you? Hu Tao hung up. Guest official. He asked me to pick up Ossel and his wife to meet Asmodeus. Xing felt a strange yet familiar feeling at the same time. Oh what? Why do I feel like I heard that name somewhere before? Hu Tao explained. The demon we captured before the Lantern Festival? Had you forgotten? You even gave him a sword, so he could chase people around in the sea. Xing remembered when Hu Tao said that. Oh. That manta ray. He's been imprisoned in the prison? Hu Tao was speechless, a bead of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Eat more Huteos, Xing. You have such a bad memory. We saw him before when Hu Lei tried to escape. Xing smiled. I know. I was just kidding. What did Asmodeus want with him? Hu Tao spread her hands. Even this hall master doesn't know. Let's go get him. There's so much going on every day. Over an hour later, Hu Tao, Xing, and the others arrived inside the prison. With Jing Yuan's special warrant, they moved freely through the prison. The surrounding prisoners, seeing beautiful girls like Xing and Hu Tao, whistled and made obscene jokes. Most of them were new inmates who hadn't experienced the battle in the prison. Thus, they were unaware of Xing and the others' formidable abilities. Some of the veterans, recognizing Xing and the others, quickly silenced the newcomers who were making obscene remarks. Shut up. You're only serving a fixed-term sentence. Don't let your mind get you killed here. Let go, you old man. They're just a few little girls. What are you afraid of? As expected, as we age, we become less courageous. Haha, if you want to die, I won't stop you. Xing listened to the obscenities whispered in your ears, silently unsheathed his heavenly fire sacred judgment, and swung his sword at the prisoner who was yelling the loudest. The flames transformed into sword energy, bisecting the prisoner in the cage, the flame still rapidly devouring his body. The crowd fell silent upon seeing this. Xing glanced around. Come on, keep yelling louder. The prisoners weren't fools either, and they all fell silent. Xing snorted disdainfully at this. TSK, that's all? You're much more cowardly than that guy named Doctor I met back then. Others dared to bully their group favorite right in front of 4 of the Yunshang 5 warriors. You guys didn't even dare to fart. I'm ashamed of you. Xing's provocations were ineffective. The prisoners hunkered down in the depths of the cage, using the dim light to minimize their presence. After dealing with this minor incident, Xing and the others made their way to Ossel's cage. Jing Yuan was more humane, imprisoning Ossel with his wife, Baji. Xing peeked inside and saw a greasy, overweight, middle-aged man lying on a hard bed. From his appearance, he could vaguely recognize it as Ossel. Next to him, Baji was massaging his shoulders. Xing knocked on the bars. Ossel, you're living a good life. You're craving all that meat. Ossel looked closely, and was startled when he saw it was Xing. Oh my god! You? Why are you here? I'm telling you, I haven't done anything wrong. My job in this prison is to be honest and do whatever the guards tell me to do. If you don't believe me, go ask. Baji nodded at the side like a chick pecking at rice. That's right. My husband and I have absolutely no intention of escaping. Chapter 428. Xing said. Don't worry, we're not here to cause you any trouble this time. Asmodeus wants to see you, and asked us to help her pick you up. Alright, come out now, don't waste time. Ossel and Baji were stunned by this. Take me out? Is there a trick here? Like, they execute me right there the moment I step out of the cell? The two looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Xing looked at them speechlessly. Alright, come out now. I'm not kidding you. If I were, you'd be a fool. Hurry, or I beat you up. Ossel and Baji watched Xing wave his fist threateningly, and walked out of the cell with great confidence. Afterwards, Xing, Hu Tao, and the others led the two away. As they walked, Ying glanced around and noticed something. Ying quickened her pace, ran over to Xing, and patted her shoulder. Xing! Look around. Xing stopped and looked around, finding everything normal. The prisoners were very well behaved. What's wrong? Ing pointed at a pioneer beacon. If I remember correctly, this thing is from your train team, right? Xing glanced at the pioneer beacon. Yeah, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Ing chuckled. It's a big problem. I saw a lot of these beacons along the way. Many of them are inside the cells, you see? Hu Tao clapped her hands. Wow. So this means many of your predecessors have been imprisoned here. Ha ha ha. Xing was confused. Wow. It seems like that's really the case. However, Xing didn't care. Being wanted is a tradition among us pioneers. It's nothing. As he spoke, Xing took out a pioneer beacon and placed it in the aisle. Since so many predecessors have left their beacons here, why not leave one too? Otherwise, wouldn't it seem out of place? Hee hee. Ing, Hu Tao, and the others saw this and silently raised their hands to make a 6. Over an hour later, Xing, Hu Tao, and the others returned to the train with Ossel and Baji. Ossel and Baji were standing obediently behind Asmodeus, who was playing a game. Asmodeus looked at them. Ossel and Baji, right? Ossel and Baji nodded respectfully. Yes, sir, Asmodeus continued. Go find Morix. From now on, you two will serve under him, responsible for the development of marine fisheries. Ossel and Baji were devastated when they heard this news. Seriously? Working under Morix? Not to mention the issue of face, they would definitely be exploited like free labor by Morix. But this was Asmodeus's order, and there was no room for rebuttal. The two had no choice but to agree. Asmodeus pointed to the portal leading to New Liyue. Go ahead. Go through that portal, and you reach New Liyue. Ossel and Baji agreed and walked through the portal. As soon as they emerged, they saw Luyuan, Xueyue, Lishui, Guizhong, Xiaoping, and several other immortals staring at them like monkeys. Luyuan feigned surprise. Oh my! Isn't that the demon god Ossel? Let me see. How have you become so shabby after all this time? Lishui followed. Yes, a dignified demon god, now in such a disheveled state. What a disgrace. The immortals had naturally known for a long time that Ossel and Baji were coming to New Liyue. A group of those with free time rushed over and surrounded the portal, waiting to see what would happen to Ossel. Guizhong patted Xiao, who remained silent. Quick! Speak, Xiao. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Xiao pondered for a moment, then repeated the words Guizhong had taught him. Three-eyed five-manifested immortal, Herr guarding Ixia, Xiao, has come to taunt you. As soon as Xiao spoke, the immortals applauded. Excellent. Well said. As expected of our great demon slayer. That's right. Excellent. It's pure art. Ocel's face flushed red, his anger barely contained by the scorn of the immortals. Seeing this, Luyuan pulled out a laser sniper rifle he secretly retrieved from the Black Tower space station and pressed it against Ocel's face. Oh! You still have a temper. Come! Let me show you the power of a sniper rifle. Thankfully, Ganyu and Shinha pulled Luyuan back in time. Luyuan struggled. You two wicked disciples. Let me go! I treat him to a laser bullet. Ganyu's forehead was covered in sweat. Master, he's useful to Liyue. Let him go for now. Luyuan snorted coldly. Humph. I don't know what the Emperor was thinking, assigning you two to nurture the fish in the ocean. I can handle this kind of thing myself, so why send two outsiders? No. I must keep an eye on you every day. I won't give you any chance to stir up trouble. After this little incident, Ningguang summoned 1,000 rock soldier and had him take Ossel to the glazed pavilion. Half an hour later, Ossel and Baji arrived at the entrance of the glazed pavilion. The 1,000 rock soldier, who had led the way, had already returned to report. Ossel finally dared to complain. What kind of people are they? If it weren't for His Majesty Asmodeus, I would have dealt with them long ago. Baji replied perfunctorily. Yes, yes, my lord. Let's release that big bird first. Just then, a figure that looked incredibly familiar approached. Since you're here, come up. Ossel and Baji looked up and saw Zhongli and Walter drinking tea on the second floor. Ossel and Baji went upstairs, reached their seats, and took a stool, about to sit down. Suddenly, they felt a powerful force surge through them, bringing them to their knees. Zhongli looked at Ossel coldly. Did I tell you to sit? Ossel was horrified. Morix's strength had increased again. He had already exerted all his might, yet he still couldn't stand upright. Zhongli gave a direct order. Lord Asmodeus feels that the marine resources of New Teyvat are too scarce, so he asked you two to return. You have 1 week to see an ocean teeming with life. This is an order, not a negotiation. Go. With a wave of his hand, Zhongli bound the two men, sending them flying into the distant sea. Only after they landed in the deep sea did their restraints loosen. The two men no longer had any thoughts of escape. They had considered escaping since they were released from the prison. Now, after witnessing Zhongli's power, they had completely abandoned such thoughts. Morix was growing stronger, and they were now powerless against him. Chapter 429. Asil and Baji exchanged a glance. I think this place is great, Baji. What do you think? Baji nodded sincerely. Yes, yes. The water here is clean, and the environment is beautiful. Let's cultivate the fish here. Then, Asil and Baji began to use their powers to gather the surrounding fish, infusing them with their own strength to help them grow rapidly. Meanwhile on the train, Xing, Hu Tao, and the others were having lunch. They were the only ones eating on the train today. Yi Yun, Gzi, Kafka, and the others were not on board. They had all gone to Luofu for a trip. Asmodee ate, while scrolling through short videos on her phone. While scrolling, she came across a circus performance. In the video, a clown was performing a fire-breathing performance. For some reason, Asmodee felt as if she had forgotten something. Only after careful reflection did she remember. Nada? I've forgotten about Nada. I just mentioned asking Ing to go. Asmodeus looked at Ing. Ing, have you been to Nada? Ing shook her head. Not yet. I plan to wait until after the Lunar New Year celebrations in Luofu. Asmodeus said. You should go as soon as possible. The only thing left is Nada's relocation. Xing suggested. Ing, why don't we go soon? The Lunar New Year celebrations are tomorrow, and we just be wandering around. We could play with firecrackers or visit the snack street. Why don't we go to Nada first? For Nina said it's the land of dragons. Ing thought for a moment. Okay, then we go check it out after dinner. Asmodeus saw this. I take you there in a bit. I set up a barrier in Nada. Xing heard this. Then let's take a portal out later. It'd be convenient for us to come back later. Afterwards, it'd be convenient for Ing to go to Nada for work. Noel, standing nearby, heard this and walked into the bar. He opened the refrigerator and took out a bubble-wrapped portal. Yi Yun, now well-funded, bought a number of portals to his shop and placed them in the bar's other-dimensional refrigerator. If anyone needs one, they can go get it. Noel handed the portal to Xing, who thanked him and put it away. About 20 minutes later, Asmodeus, Ing, and the others set off for Nada. At the same time, the Lord of the Abyss quietly opened a hole in Asmodeus's barrier, and monsters poured out into it. In the Nada Children of Echo tribe, Kakina, the bearer of the ancient name, was chatting with her teammates. Katsuna, we're both getting older, and our opportunities are dwindling. Sorry, we like to find a stronger team. Katsuna looked at her two teammates and chose to forgive them. Well, I know I'm not strong. I wish you good luck. In Nada, there's a large-scale competition called the Return of the Flame Holy Night Tour. All holders of the ancient name are eligible to form a team and participate in this competition. The competition is divided into two stages. The first is the team competition, where victory is achieved by capturing the flame and returning it to the holy flame. The second is the individual competition, where all players who pass the team competition will enter a 1v1 match to select the strongest 5 players for the Night Watcher War. The so-called Night Watcher War is precisely the confrontation with the Abyss. Kachina was still young and had never qualified to participate in the Night Watch War before. She yearned deeply to participate in this war and win glory. Unfortunately, she didn't even have any teammates, and the first stage of the team competition would be extremely difficult. Unbeknownst to Kachina, Ing, Xing, and the others were witnessing this very scene. Paimon, who had been forcibly dragged along on the journey, said, "Let's help her. She seems abandoned by her teammates." Ing agreed. Then Ing, Xing, and the others stepped forward. "Hello, do you need help?" Kachina turned to look at Ing, Xing, and the others. "Hello, are you travelers? I never seen you in the tribe before." Xing raised her index finger and waved it. "No, I'm a pioneer." Hu Tao followed. "I'm the head of the Rebirth Hall." Ing raised her hand. "I'm a traveler." "You just?" Kachina listened to the others' introductions. Her attention finally set on Ing. "It's okay, I'm used to it." "My name is Kachina," Paimon said. "Hello, Kachina. My name is Paimon, and this is Ing. Are you going to participate in some kind of competition? We could be your teammates." Kachina was startled. "Huh? Really? I'm surprised. This is the first time someone has said something like that to me," Xing said. "Yes, we could all be your teammates." Kachina was touched, but she still declined. "Thank you for your kindness, but you can't team up with me. Only Nada people can participate in the Return of Fire Night Parade, so..." Paimon felt a little disappointed. That's a shame, Ing, you're so strong, and you can't participate. I thought, as usual, we participate in the competition, shine, and ultimately win. Xing nodded in agreement. "'Kay, sure, such a great opportunity to show off. What a shame. With our strength, we could easily take the top 5. Kachina was momentarily surprised to hear the others say this. "Are you powerful travelers?" Xing patted his chest. "Of course, we're all very strong." Kachina heard this. "Then can I follow you? I want to observe you closely, learn from you, and learn how to become a strong person." Xing heard this. "Sure. No problem." Afterwards, Kachina took Xing, Hutao, Ing, Kiana, and the others to visit the Echo Sun's tribe. The people here love music and dancing, and Kachina's parents even wanted her to become a dancer. Then, they encountered the Ridge Dragon. Xing and the others were captivated by the adorable appearance of the Spire Dragon, and played with it for quite a while. As they walked, they encountered Pagar, the chief of the Echo Sun's tribe, a middle-aged man with an afro, sunglasses, and a stone hammer. After Pagar and Kachina's explanation, Xing, Hutao, and the others learned more about Nada. After listening, Xing, Ing, and the others decided to head to the Holy Flame Arena. Kachina had heard that the Fire God would be watching the return of Fire Festival. Ying's goal was to find the Fire God, inquire about Nada's situation, and, by the way, convey Asmodeus's order for Nada to relocate to New Teyvat. As they walked, the sky gradually darkened and night fell. Xing said, "Kina, why don't you come back with us to rest tonight? We're in the wilderness." Kina was a little confused by what he said, and didn't understand. "Go back? Back to where?" Xing pulled out the portal, and placed it on the ground. "Come with us. Rest up at our place. We set off again tomorrow morning." Chapter 430. Xing lowered the portal and walked inside. Hu Tao glanced at Kachina, who stood there curiously observing the portal, and patted her shoulder. Kachina stopped looking. "Let's go!" Xiangling should have finished cooking by now. Kachina came to her senses, and followed Hu Tao into the portal. Kachina's vision went dark, and when her vision returned, she found herself in a place she had never seen before. The architectural style was new to her, but she thought it was beautiful. The little evil god, who had finished cooking, and was drinking a can of ice cola, noticed Kachina. "Xing, why did you bring a child back?" Kachina looked at the little evil god, and was immediately startled. "This person. How could this person have no legs?" "She has a tail," Xing said. "This is Kachina, our new friend. We're bringing her back tonight. We continue our journey tomorrow." Kachina introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Kachina. Nice to meet you." The little evil god nodded. "My name is Sandwich." Kachina felt a little docile at the little evil god's name. Sandwich? How could someone be called that? But before Kachina could think any more, a red figure appeared before her. Clang. "Klee's here." "Hello. I'm Klee. What's your name?" Kachina looked at Klee. "Hello, Klee. I'm Kachina, from Natar." Klee looked at Kachina curiously. "Natar? What's that place?" Wendy said from the side. "Little Klee, Natar is a country on Teyvat, where humans and dragons coexist, and live side by side." Klee was surprised. "Really? Aren't there lots of dragons there?" Kachina said. "Yes, that's right. We have many dragons close to humans there, like the Echo Sun tribe's Ridge Dragon, the Hanging Wood tribe's Leafless Dragon, and so many more." Klee's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Wow. Klee, can you go play?" Kina nodded with a smile. "Sure, after this Return of Fire Holy Night tour is over, I can be your guide. I take you to various places in Nada." Klee happily agreed. Then, Klee pulled Kachina aside and sat down to eat. Himiko poured Kachina a bowl of rice, and placed it in front of her. "Come on, Kachina, take off your gloves and eat." Kina took off her gloves, picked up the bowl, and began to eat. Himiko saw this. "Katsuna, eat slowly. Eating too fast is bad for your stomach." Katsuna raised her head, touched the rice at the corner of her mouth, and stuffed it into her mouth. "It's okay. I'm very strong. My ancient name is Ushabodi, meaning strong." Jeezy heard this, and found it interesting. "What's the story behind your ancient name?" Katsuna explained the ancient name to everyone. She also introduced the customs of Nada and the traditional Return of Fire Festival. "This time, I hope to do better. At least, I want to place higher than before." Ing picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing and swallowing it, then spoke slowly. "Katsuna, don't panic. I teach you a few tricks later. I'm sure they'd be useful." Hu Tao glanced at Zhongli, who was sitting next to her, and reached out to pat him firmly on the shoulder. Yes, you seem to be a spearman, right? I have a guest teach you a few moves. Yi Yun heard this. Zhongli will teach you. That's certainly possible. After all, he's also known as the martial god. Kachina listened to the chatter, and cast an admiring glance at Zhongli. Martial god. I heard that Liyue's Geo Emperor is also known as the martial god. What a coincidence, Xing said with a grin. That's right, what a coincidence. Liyue's Geo Emperor is a Geo-Elementalist, and Zhongli is also one. Liyue's Geo Emperor enjoys walking his birds, drinking tea, and listening to music, and Zhongli happens to be the same. Kachina heard Xing say this. Could they be the same person? Couldn't that be possible? Zhongli looked at Xing, who seemed to be enjoying the fun, and said slowly, Yes, it's me. Rather than being made fun of by Xing and the others, it's better to confess. At least they won't be used as a joke. Both options have the same outcome. Kachina will definitely know her identity in the end. Seeing this, Xing's face was filled with disappointment. What a shame. Xing sighed and shook his head, then picked up his bowl and continued eating. Zhongli looked at Kachina. Come with me after dinner. I can give you some pointers. Kachina possesses the Geo-Elemental God's Eye and has a strong and kind personality. Zhongli also loves such a child. Mainly because of the Geo-Elemental God's Eye, it's so kind. Kachina excitedly jumped up from her chair when Zhongli said he was giving her instructions. Really? Is this really possible? Am I dreaming? Upon hearing what Kachina said, the little evil god slid over to her side and extended a slap. What? Do you want me to give you a slap, hee? Seeing this, Rios grabbed the little evil god's tail and dragged him away. Bullying a child. Badass, no. Isn't calling her a badass a compliment? Good person. Saint, if the little evil god knew what Rios was thinking, he'd probably say. Saint? That's right. I am a saint. Facts prove that when shamelessness reaches a certain level, one can truly be invincible. Afterwards, everyone finished their meal, and Kachina followed Zhongli into the cave heaven with high morale. Zhongli began to teach Kachina the spear techniques used by the ancient Qianyan army. This style was very sophisticated and perfectly suited for Kachina to learn. Kachina studied diligently, following Zhongli's lead as she practiced with the spear. After studying for over an hour, Kachina had mastered the ancient Qianyan army's spear techniques. Zhongli stopped teaching. Having already gotten started, it was now up to Kachina to practice more and gain her own insights. Kachina practiced for another 2 hours, only stopping when Klee called her to bed. Kachina slept in the Rose Castle, where there were plenty of empty rooms. Yi Yun and Jizi brought Kachina a new quilt and made her a bed. Kachina was grateful, her words of thanks flowing endlessly. After Yi Yun and Jizi left, Kachina ran to the bathroom to take a shower. This was Kachina's first time using a modern bathroom, and she searched for the water outlet for a long time, but couldn't find it. Finally, Bailu came to help and taught Kachina how to use it, and she finally learned it. After washing up, Kachina went to the living room to sit for a while, letting her hair dry before going to bed. At this moment, Bailu, Klee, and the other children gathered in the living room. The large living room TV was playing Zhongli's PV. The card pool in the original God Dungeon is about to update Zhongli, and the character's PV has been released in advance. Chapter 431. Klee saw Kachina come out of the bathroom and waved. Kachina, come sit down. Let's watch Uncle Zhongli's video. Kachina sat down next to Klee. The video began playing. The video not only introduced Zhongli's character story and background, but also detailed his skills. Normal attacks, combat skills, and elemental bursts. Kachina was deeply impressed after watching it. I can learn this spear kicking technique. I can use the eye of the rock elemental god to condense a stone spear and then kick it out. The power of my feet is greater than that of my hands, so the rock spear I kick out will have greater explosive power and destructive force. The biggest inspiration is the elemental burst. The heaven shakes all things. I think I could imitate it and perform the heaven shakes 10,000 diamonds attack. I even thought of the attack method. Use the rock spear for long-range shooting, not focusing on others, to block their sight. Then, unexpectedly, he struck down from mid-air with the drill. The more Kachina thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. She decided to give it a try the next morning. Why not now? Because Yao was blow-drying her hair with something that blew out hot air. After drying her hair, she headed to bed. It was already late. Tomorrow she had to rush off to participate in the Return of Fire Holy Night Parade. The next day arrived. Kachina woke early and went outside to practice spearmanship, striving to master the ancient Qianyan army's spearmanship as quickly as possible. Hey! Ha! Pick! Slash! Stab! Retract! Backstab! Kachina had been practicing for a while when Donheng and Zhou Ri, who had come to the cave to check on the ranch, noticed her. The two stood aside and watched for a while. When Kachina finished her routine, Donheng stepped forward and said, "Your marksmanship has several significant flaws. Look here." Donheng had previously practiced with the long spear, and he was considered an expert in this area. He had spotted Kachina's flaws at a glance, and was now helping her correct them. With Donheng's help, Kachina improved rapidly. After 2 more practice sessions, Kachina returned to the castle, showered, and changed her clothes before heading to Yiyun's shop. In Yiyun's shop, outside the window, a distant star shone brightly, and rays of sunlight streamed into the carriage through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Kachina approached the window, curiously gazing at the brilliant starry sky. Walter, Jingyuan, Huaiyan, and Zhongli were sitting together, leisurely sipping tea and listening to the evening news. In the kitchen, the little evil god stood blankly in the center, his eyes fixed on himself, clearly still asleep. Every day, the little evil god would do this, standing in the kitchen for half an hour before starting to work. Walter, Jingyuan, and the others were no longer surprised by this. A little over half an hour later, the shop began to fill up. In the kitchen, Xiangling, the little evil god, Yiyun, and Guoba began to cook. After breakfast, everyone would depart for Luofu to celebrate the spring festival. Ing, Kachina, and Paimon would soon finish their meal and head back to Nada to continue their journey. Breakfast was soon ready, and everyone gathered around the table to enjoy the delicious food. Xing looked content. This life is so comfortable. Every day, a professional chef prepares delicious food for us. Kaina nodded. This porridge is delicious. This is the first time I ever had porridge this good. After saying that, Kachina set her empty bowl down. Jizi saw this and filled her bowl again. Come on, Kachina, drink some more. You have a competition today, and eating and drinking will keep you energized. Jizi had just finished when Xiangling brought out the large meat buns she had made. Kaina, take these dozens of large meat buns. Eat them if you're hungry along the way. Xiangling stuffed a large bag of meat buns into Kachina's arms. Kachina was deeply moved. Wow! Thank you, Xiangling. Xiangling smiled and shook her head. You're welcome. Okay. Let's eat. While everyone's attention was focused on Kachina, the little evil god stealthily reached over and snatched a large meat bun. Hee, I go back and eat it secretly later. I already smelled the fragrance while Xiangling was steaming it, and now I finally had it. Afterwards. After dinner, Yiyun, Jizi, and the others headed for Luofu. Ing, Kachina, and Paimon entered the portal and continued their journey. Nada, in the Holy Fire Arena. Ing, Kachina, and Paimon had already arrived. Paimon approached Kachina with a sly look. Kachina, are you hungry? How about we sit down and eat something? I'm starving. As he spoke, Paimon's eyes kept glancing into Kachina's backpack. Inside, there were dozens of Xiangling's special meat buns. Kaina didn't think twice about it, and simply pulled out a large meat bun and handed it to Paimon. Paimon happily ate it. Ing was speechless at this sight. Just then, a voice rang out. Kaina! You're finally here. Kachina looked over, and was pleasantly surprised to see the newcomers. Mirani! Kenichi! Long time no see. Before they could exchange pleasantries, a snarling voice rang out. Hey! Kachina, why don't you greet those two, and the great holy dragon Master Achio? Ing looked over and saw a pixel dragon floating next to Kenichi, roaring and snarling. Is this a pixel dragon? Achio looked at Ing. What? A pixel dragon? I'm the great holy dragon master. Not a pixel dragon. Kenichi waved his hand, and immediately locked Achio in a small dark room. Okay, quiet down now. I put Achio in solitary confinement. We won't have to deal with it for a while. Then, afterwards. With Kachina's introductions, Mirani, Kenichi, Ing, and Paimon got to know each other. Kana took out large meat buns, and shared them with Mirani and Kenichi. After finishing their meal, both of them raved about the delicious buns. After finishing their buns, Mirani and Kinich also learned of Kachina's predicament. Without teammates, she would likely have to compete in the team competition alone. Mirani, upon hearing this, chose to team up with Kachina without hesitation. Kachina was her best friend, and she couldn't stand aside when her friend was in trouble. Kakina! Let's team up! Kachina heard this. That's not good, right? Two ancient name holders teaming up together, that. The others would think it's unfair. Kenichi said slowly. It's okay. The 5 who will ultimately participate in the Night's Watch War will still have to go through the individual competition to be selected. Those with strong abilities will naturally be selected. Those with weak abilities won't be selected even if they pass the team competition. Lord Fire God established the team competition simply to teach us the value of teamwork, not to be reckless individuals. Mirani agreed. Don't worry about what others think, Katsuna. You are very strong. Chapter 432. Not long after Mirani and Katsuna registered, the competition officially began. As usual, the first stage was an elimination round, requiring each group to collect the holy flame and bring it back to the arena. The first few teams to complete the round would advance to the individual competition. Mirani and Katsuna set off in a hot air balloon. About 20 minutes later, they encountered another group of contestants. Katsuna, spear in hand, charged forward. Several contestants rushed to attack, but no matter how hard they tried, Katsuna's spear always managed to catch them off guard. Katsuna dispatched the contestants in a few strokes. Just then, Mirani ran over. Katsuna, your marksmanship is amazing. It seems you made great progress. Katsuna shyly scratched the back of her head. Thanks to Mr. Zhongli and Mr. Donhung, it's their guidance that's allowed me to progress so quickly. Mirani asked, puzzled. Mr. Zhongli? Mr. Donhung? Who are they? Katsuna said. They're new friends of mine. They're very capable. I tell you about this later. Let's go fight for the flame first. Mirani nodded at Katsuna's words. Okay. Let's go! Then, the two of them gathered flame along the way, constantly engaging in battles with other teams. Without exception, these teams were no match for the overwhelming power of the two, and were easily defeated. About an hour later, the two of them successfully returned to the Holy Flame Arena, having won the team competition. Mavica stood on the podium, her eyes fixed on Katsuna, filled with surprise and joy. As the god of fire, Mavica had naturally seen the ancient Qianyan army. Thus, Mavica recognized the spear technique Katsuna had just used in battle as the same one employed by the ancient Qianyan army. However, there was one difference. Katsuna's spear technique was more mature and perfect, with fewer flaws. Mavica was curious about who Katsuna had learned this spear technique from. It wasn't something that could be learned easily. This was the spear technique of the ancient Qianyan army. The ancient Qianyan army was Liyue's elite force. Though Mavica was curious, Katsuna had a match to attend, so she had to wait until after the match to ask the reason. In the players' lounge, Kaina was resting when two eliminated players suddenly rushed in. Kaina! You despicable person. You sneak attack? Just then, a staff member arrived. What are you two doing? Get out. Who told you to trespass into the players' lounge? The two remained unconvinced. Leave it to me. Katsuna. Give up your match roster? You despicable bastard. Just then, Ing and Paimon walked in. Ing drew the Adventor sword and pointed it at the two. What do you two want? You're not as skilled as them, yet you're looking for trouble? You're noobs. Just practice more. You can't afford to play. Don't play. One of them blushed at Ying's words. You idiot. Say that again. Ing glared at the two with disdain. You're noobs. Just practice more. You can't afford to play. Don't play. You two noobs. Get out. Ing swung his sword, a blast of energy knocking the two to the ground. Just as the two men tried to rise and fight back, two more blasts of sword energy struck again, leaving a deep scar on the ground beside them. A drop of cold sweat instantly broke out on the two men's foreheads, and their entire bodies trembled uncontrollably. If those two sword energies had been even slightly off target, they would have perished here. At this point, the two men fled hastily, not daring to stay even a moment longer. Katsuna saw this. Ing, thank you, said a nearby staff member. Although you were trying to help a friend, Nada has a clear rule prohibiting violence in the lounge. Ing, hands on her hips, took out the token Asmodeus had given her. Your Nada laws don't apply to me. I'm the Inspector of Teyvat, appointed by the Upholder of Justice. If you have anything to say, let your god of fire speak. Paimon, standing nearby, was also very arrogant. Yes. Ing is the Inspector of Teyvat. Your Nada laws don't apply to us. Katsuna and the staff member were stunned. But they didn't understand. Who is the Upholder of Justice? And what is the position of Teyvat's Inspector? Judging from Ying's tone, it seems this position is even higher than the god of fire. The staff member thought about it, and decided to let the matter go. There was no need to take it too seriously. After all, Ing was on the side of justice in this incident. If what Ing said was true, then if there was a conflict over this matter, it would be a huge problem. So, the staff chose to turn a blind eye. After this little incident, everyone rested for a while. Soon, the individual competition began. Katsuna swept through the competition, easily advancing and qualifying to travel to the kingdom of the Night God to participate in the Night Watchman War. Katsuna stood in the center of the arena, her heart filled with excitement. Her long-cherished dream had finally come true. Ing reunited with Mirani and Kenichi. Mirani invited Ing to visit the flowing springs. There, Ing met Agaya, a hero who had previously participated in numerous Nightwatch wars. Sadly, during a battle with the Abyss, she was eroded by its power, and her body slowly decayed. Furthermore, due to the Abyss's erosion, she could no longer access her beloved hot springs. Mirani said, Ing, Agaya has been secretly soaking in the hot springs lately. We're planning to throw her a hot spring party. Ing heard this. Let me help. Mirani nodded happily. Afterwards, Ing, Mirani, and several young people from the flowing springs helped Agaya prepare the hot spring party. Afterward, Mirani wanted to find Ing a place to rest. Ing raised a finger and waved. No need. I have a place to stay. Mirani was puzzled. Do you have a place to stay? Aren't you traveling to Nada? Ing was about to mention that she had an RV when she suddenly remembered. Hers was currently parked in Xing's cave heaven. She hadn't brought a portal when she arrived, so to return, she would have to use the portal she had come through. You better find me a place to stay. I had a small accident. Mirani heard this, and took Ing to a hotel. Ing and Paimon fell asleep quickly. Just as they were sound asleep, a loud noise erupted from outside the room. Ing went outside to see a large number of monsters attacking the tribe. She immediately drew her Adventure sword and charged forward. Ying's wings of light spread out, and she swiftly flew through the battlefield, slaughtering the monsters at a swift pace. Even the Hilachu king could be instantly slain by Ing with a single strike of her sword. Chapter 433. Ing, alone, suppressed and slew all the monsters coming from one direction. Mirani watched Ing soaring swiftly through the sky with admiration. As expected of a powerful traveler. Such strength is incredible. Mirani glanced at the abyssal portal still churning out monsters, and shouted to Ing. Ing! Destroy that gate over there. At Mirani's warning, Ing instantly rushed to the abyssal portal and slashed with her sword. The holy elemental force of light slashed down, destroying the abyssal portal. After destroying the abyssal portal, Ing, along with the warriors of Flowing Spring, strangled all the surrounding monsters. At that moment, Mirani suddenly noticed something amiss. There was another abyssal portal in another direction. Oh no! Mirani led Ing to the other side. Upon arrival, they saw the destroyed abyssal portal and Agaya, leaning against it, weakened. The abyssal power within Agaya had completely erupted, leaving her entire body trembling like a candle in the wind. Mirani crouched down, a look of worry on her face. Auntie Agaya, how are you? Mirani shook her head slightly. I'm fine, just a little tired. Mirani was extremely anxious when Agaya said this. The abyssal power within you has already erupted. How can you be fine? Ing glanced at Agaya and said, Let me try. I think I can dispel the abyssal power within Agaya. Mirani was instantly filled with hope when Ing said this. Really? Ing. Ing nodded and reached out to absorb the abyssal power within Agaya. Agaya and Mirani were stunned by this scene. Someone could actually purify the abyssal power. Ing clapped her hands. Yes, I remember correctly. I can indeed purify the abyssal power. As expected of me, as expected of the protagonist. After treating Agaya, Ing and Paimon went back to rest. The next day at noon, dozens of people gathered at Agaya's secret hot spring for a hot spring party. Agaya diligently served everyone, offering drinks and greeting them, like the master of the hot spring. Agaya was grateful that Ing had purified the abyssal power from her body, allowing her to secretly remain alive for a while longer. Although the abyssal power had been purified, her internal organs were depleted, and she had a premonition that her time was numbered. Agaya called Ing and Mirani out. Agaya looked at Ing. Ing, thank you for saving me yesterday. You've given me a few more days to live. Ing looked at Agaya with concern. Your body. Agaya smiled. It seems you noticed too. Yes, my organs are almost completely depleted, probably within the next few days. Mirani's heart tightened at this. Auntie Agaya. Agaya stroked Mirani's hair. It's okay, Mirani. This isn't the first time. We might meet again if we have the chance. Seeing the two about to embrace in a poignant farewell, Ing quickly stopped them. Stop, stop, stop! I know you're heartbroken, but don't be sad just yet. Mirani and Agaya looked at Ing, who pulled a Sinza bean from her storage ring. Hungry, huh? Give me a slime. Give me a Sinza bean. One pill will cure everything. Agaya glanced at Ing, then at the Sinza bean in Ying's hand. Ing saw this. These are Sinza beans. No matter how badly you're injured, as long as you're still healthy, you can be healed. Although they only work for those below the level of a commander, you're definitely one of them. Ing pressed the Sinza bean into Agaya's hand. Agaya swallowed it as Mirani and Ing watched. The moment the Sinza bean entered Agaya's body, it quickly repaired her damaged internal organs. Agaya felt full of strength and energy, more relaxed than ever. I'm fine. Agaya stared at her body in disbelief. Mirani heard this. Are you really fine, Agaya? Ing took out her sunglasses and put them on. It must be fine. This thing is a treasure. If my QQ ranch wasn't at a high enough level and hadn't just produced Sinza beans, I wouldn't have been willing to give it away. Alright, let's go. Let's go back and have some fun. Mirani and Agaya's sadness vanished upon hearing this, and they followed Ing back to the party. Agaya looked at the hot spring before them, reaching out and brushing it, stirring up a wisp of water, her eyes filled with nostalgia. The next second, Agaya dove in. This time, she felt only immense comfort, free of the pain she felt when the power of the abyss had taken hold. The party continued, and everyone had a great time. By afternoon, the party had ended, and Ing spread her wings of light and headed for the portal. Over an hour later, Ing returned to the train. At this time, Xing, Luing, and Hutao had just woken up. They had a little too much fun yesterday. They left in the morning and spent the entire day in Luofu, not returning until 3:30 the next morning. After returning, they played flying chess for 3 hours in the treehouse. They didn't go to bed until around 6 or 7 a.m. Xing, Hutao, and Firefly sat in the sofa break area, each finding a couch to lie down or sit on, looking listless. Xing saw Ing and yawned. Ing, you're back. Ing nodded. Yes, I came back to get a portal to facilitate my travels. Xing heard this. Oh, how's it going over there? Did you see the god of fire? Ing was stunned. I forgot about that. I've been out playing for the past 2 days, and I even had a fight with the abyss last night. Xing heard this. The abyss? That thing showing up again? Hasn't their pyramid scheme leader, Kong, been recaptured? Have they elected a new leader? Ing spread her hands. I don't know about that. Do you want to come with me? You look half asleep. Why don't you go soak in the hot springs and stimulate your cells? I'm in a tribe in Nada right now. There are many hot springs there. They're very relaxing. Xing, Hutao, and the others agreed. Okay, let's go. Ing took the portal and ran to Topa to order a snack gift pack via teleportation. Carrying the snack gift pack, Xing, Ing, Hutao, Luing, Amber, and Yula entered the portal and headed towards the Luquan group. Along the way, Xing also met a little spurred dragon. The little spurred dragon's parents had died at the hands of monsters, so Xing adopted it and brought it with her. The group didn't return to the flowing springs until the sun was almost setting. Ing introduced Xing, Hutao, and the others to Mirani. Mirani and Agaya warmly entertained them and arranged for them to soak in the natural hot springs. Chapter 434. Time flies. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Xing, Ing, and Hutao had been spending the last few days in Nada, enjoying their vacation at the flowing springs. The Immortal Ship Spring Festival celebrations had concluded. This celebration had been unprecedentedly grand, with the 3 immortal ships gathering to celebrate the new year, and the crowds were enormous. Jing Yuan also used this Spring Festival celebration to successfully revive the business of Jinren Lane. Now, Jinren Lane has become Luofu's second largest commercial street after Shanglishan, with a huge flow of people. Yiyun took Kelly, Bai Lu, and the other children to Jinren Lane to play every day. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Flowing Springs tribe, Xing, Ing, Mirani, and the others received news that the team that had participated in the Night Watchman War had returned victorious. Mirani felt a little sorry. But Kachina died, Ing heard. Don't you have that resurrection ritual? Kachina can be resurrected then. Mirani smiled and nodded. Yes, let's go to the Holy Fire Arena now. Lord Fire God will preside over the resurrection ritual and revive Kachina. Xing, Ing, and the others followed Mirani to the Holy Fire Arena. Although Kachina had received instruction from Zhongli and Danheng, it had only been a day. While she had made some progress, it was primarily in her marksmanship rather than her physical prowess. So, over an hour later, in the Holy Fire Arena, Mavika presided over the resurrection ritual, while the audience around her sang the resurrection song in unison. A few minutes later, Mavica returned to the podium with a solemn expression. Everyone looked to see that Kachina hadn't returned. The audience was shocked by the scene. What's going on? Why hasn't Kachina returned? Did something go wrong with the resurrection ritual? What? Even a guess? Their team must have lied. They didn't win. That's right. There's never been a problem with the resurrection ritual. They must have lied. Chaska, seeing this, jumped into defense. We can confirm this. Our mission is complete. In the audience, the two contestants who had previously clashed with Kachina began to speak up. Then tell me, why can't Kachina be resurrected? You must have failed to complete your mission. Cowards. Cowards. Mavica, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, shouted to stop the quarrel. Quiet. I can confirm that their mission is complete. As for why Kachina can't return, I investigate. Dismissed. At the same time, the return of the Flame Night Parade is temporarily suspended. Mavica ordered the entire arena to disperse. Milani was extremely worried. Why? Why hasn't Kachina returned? Xing scratched his ear. Let's go ask that fire god. She must know something. With that, Xing stood up and walked in the direction Mavica had left. Arriving at Mavica's office, Mirani couldn't help but ask the question on her mind. Lord Fire God, what happened to Kachina? Why hasn't she returned? We already performed the resurrection ritual, Mavica said. Kina's case is a little unique. Her fate is likely connected to the abyss, just like the last time the abyss attacked the flowing springs. But I can sense she's still wandering somewhere in the kingdom of the night god. Mirani heard this. Lord Kagaya, can we go to the kingdom of the night god? Kachina is my best friend, and I want to bring her back, Mavica said. The kingdom of the night god is vast. Going in blindly is tantamount to suicide. There's another way. Unless you can locate Kachina, you can easily rescue her, Xing said nonchalantly. Is it really that complicated? What's so dangerous about the abyss of Tevat? Can't we just go and get it? Ing nodded. That's right, there's no need to go that far. I grab someone and have them lead the way. Finding Kachina shouldn't be a problem, Hu Tao said. Yes, just do it. Firefly also said. Ms. Mavica, just tell us where the kingdom of the night god is, and we take care of the rest. Hearing this, Mavica sensed the strength of Xing and the others. She discovered that she could only discern the strength of two of them, Amber and Eula. She couldn't even discern the strength of the others. Hu Tao then thought of something and asked Mirani. Mirani, do you have anything with the aura of Kachina? Mirani took out a gem Kachina had given her. Is this okay? Hu Tao took the gem and summoned a butterfly. The butterfly rested on the gem for a moment, then spread its wings and flew out the window. Hu Tao waved her hand. Let's go! My butterfly can lead us to Kachina. Mavica felt strangely familiar with the butterfly. Is this the rebirth butterfly? I remember it being exclusive to a faction in Liyue. Hu Tao was surprised. Wow. I didn't expect someone in Nana to know about the rebirth butterfly, Mavica said. I had the pleasure of seeing it many years ago. During the Kanria catastrophe, the rebirth hall was very active. Many people died, and the rebirth hall was responsible for escorting their souls to the afterlife and maintaining the order of yin and yang, Mavica said. I'd be watching over you from here. If anything happens to you, I come to your rescue. Hu Tao took out her fire spear. It's just the cricket abyss. Let's go, sisters. Xing, Hu Tao, and the others set out to rescue Kachina. At this time, in the kingdom of the night god, Kina was carefully dodging the attacks of the abyss monsters. Just as Kachina was about to help the Great Spirit, she discovered that something was wrong with it. The Great Spirit's body was shrouded in a thick layer of abyssal power. However, with so many monsters around, Kachina was too busy to help Daling. Kachina was quickly surrounded by several bleeding dogs. At that moment, a red light flashed across the sky, and the skies of the Night God Kingdom shattered like a broken mirror. The light shone into the Night God Kingdom, the dazzling sunlight blinding Kachina. After she had adjusted slightly, she saw Hu Tao. Hu Tao was draped in the Hun Tian Ling, holding a fire spear, and riding on a wind fire wheel. Raging flames erupted from her body. Then, two more large holes appeared in the sky. Xing and Luing also arrived. The surrounding monsters, upon seeing the three of them, rushed over. Hu Tao spun the fire spear in her hand, creating a spray of fire, and then swept it out. A huge wave of flame swept out, reducing everything in its path to ashes. Luing and Xing's attacks landed, instantly clearing the surrounding monsters. Mirani approached Kachina. Kina! We're here to save you. Chapter 435. Kachina looked at Mirani before her, as if in a dream. Is this real? Mirani! And everyone else? You came to save me. Whoa. Kachina hugged Mirani tightly, as if she would disappear as if she let go. Xing approached, clutching the leg of a half-dead apostle of the fire abyss. Kachina! Kachina looked at Xing. Xing! Xing threw the apostle of the fire abyss to the ground. Kachina, I saw this guy chasing you just now. I helped you take him down. What do you want to do with him? Kachina glanced at the apostle of the fire abyss. Xing, you should handle it. After Xing heard this, Ti took out the holy fire judgment and dispatched him. Soon, Hu Tao, Luing, Amber, Hu Tao, and the others finished their battle and gathered. Hu Tao sheathed her fire spear. Let's go, it's time to go back. Then, Xing, Hu Tao, and Mirani left the kingdom of the night god through the opening Hu Tao had opened. Before leaving, Ying eliminated the abyssal power from the great spirits of the area, then absorbed it with a powerful wave, instantly refining it. Carrying Kachina, the group returned the same way. Little did they know, Mavica witnessed the entire scene. Aren't these people a little too strong? Each of them can enter and exit the kingdom of the night god as they please. And what's more? How come all three of you are playing with fire? And some of you are even better at it than I am. I don't deserve the title of fire god. Not to mention Xing and Luing, two people whose origins I don't know. Even Hu Tao, the leader of the Rebirth Hall, is no match for me. No. Is Liyue really that powerful? Or has she fallen behind the times after not being there for centuries? That's not right. Is Nada still the same? What Mavica didn't know was that, once upon a time, Asmodeus had considered naming Hu Tao the god of fire. First, his own hall master was reliable and wouldn't backstab him. Second, she was so strong. She could fight him to a draw, and she specialized in the element of fire. Isn't that a god of fire? At that time, Asmodeus was constantly in the internet cafe, temporarily forgetting about this matter. Otherwise, she probably would have done it. After rescuing Kachina, Xing and the others returned to the sacred flame arena. Mavica looked at them, and a bold idea emerged in her mind. Convince these people. Counterattack the abyss. With their strength, they might actually be able to do it. The more Mavica thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. Hu Tao alone might be enough. Mavica had a certain deja vu of Asmodeus and Hu Tao, and it felt like the two were about equally powerful. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. I had some delicious food prepared. How about we go eat together? Xing patted her stomach. Sure. Then, the group settled into a private room for dinner. Mavica asked curiously, looking at the people at the table. By the way, I don't know where you're from. I only know Master Hu. She's from Liyue, Xing said. My name is Galaxy Skyfire. Elite of the train crew. King of the Light Elf. My origins are from another world. Mavica's expression froze at that. Another world? Luing nodded. Yes, we are from another world. Ying looked at Mavica. Mavica, why don't you come back with us to that world later? It just so happens that you should go talk to Asmodeus about the current situation in Nana. Mavica heard this. His Majesty Asmodeus? Is she there too? Ying nodded. Well, let's eat first. No matter how much we talk, you probably won't fully understand. Once we get there, you know the details. After saying this, Ying picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Mavica nodded and began to serve everyone food. After dinner, Xing, Ying, Hu Tao, and the others, along with Mirani, Mavica, and Kachina, set off for Yi Yun's shop. After passing through the portal, they arrived at Yi Yun's shop. Kachina and Mirani were fine. They had both been there before. Mavica looked curious. She had never thought there were other worlds in this world. Kachina spotted Zhongli immediately and trotted over. Mr. Zhongli. Zhongli nodded slightly upon seeing Kachina. Well, have you been practicing your spear skills much these days? Kinda scratched her head. I've been battling monsters in the kingdom of the night god. Zhongli heard this. That's great. Actual combat is the only way to test one's strength, and it's also the best way to train one. Mavica saw Zhongli and approached. Morix? Zhongli looked up at Mavica. The god of fire? Mavica nodded. That's right. I was wondering where Kachina learned the ancient Qian and army spear skills. It was from you, so it turned out. Zhongli nodded slightly. Well, how are things in Nada now? Mavica shook her head. Not very good. The erosion of the abyss is severe. Zhongli pondered for a moment. Why not just leave? Currently, only your Nada are left in Teyvat. The other kingdoms have already relocated to this world. Mavica heard this. Huh? We're the only ones left in Teyvat? Zhongli took a sip from his teacup. Well, look over there. Asmodeus is pretty much always here too. She spends her days playing games there. Mavika looked in the direction Zhongli pointed. Asmodeus, wearing headphones, enthusiastically played a controller game. From time to time, Asmodeus would rant about the planners being idiotic, designing such inhumane levels. Mavika's eye twitched. This nerdy girl wearing cat headphones and dressed casually, you're telling me she's the ruthless, aloof ruler of the sky? Zhongli saw Mavika's surprise. Don't be surprised. Everyone has their own hidden secrets. Mavika looked at Zhongli. What about you? You have one too? Zhongli shook his head. No, I always been like this. Getting back to business, my suggestion is that you all move here. Asmodeus has already reserved a spot for you. The natural landscape and climate there are very similar to yours in Nana. And, the area is 3 times the size of yours. Mavika heard this. Relocation is feasible. Mavika looked out the window at the starry sky. But I didn't expect a problem that has been bothering us for so long to be solved so quickly. Zhongli said. Feel free to contact me if you need any help. Mavika nodded. Okay. Zhongli looked at Kachina and stood up. Kaina, come with me. Let me examine your work these past few days. Kaina smiled happily at this, and quickly followed Zhongli into the cave. Milani was playing flying chess with Xing, and the others in the sofa tea break area. Chapter 436. Mavika looked around, her eyes locked on Wendy, who was playing the organ by the small bar. Mavika came over to Wendy. Barbados, how did you get here? I'm curious. Wendy looked at Ing. It was Ing. She was the first one invited here by Yi Yun. The rest of us in Teyvat all came here through her connections. Mavika noticed the name Yi Yun mentioned by Wendy. Who is this Yi Yun? Wendy looked around and asked Noelle, who was knitting and chatting with the little evil god. Noelle, where is Yi Yun? Noelle heard Wendy call out. The manager took Klee and the others to the Black Tower space station. Ms. Black Tower said she built a large amusement park there. Wendy nodded in understanding. Yi Yun is the owner of this little shop. As long as you have star coins, you can buy anything you want. There are many ways to earn star coins. Since I have some free time, I show you around and familiarize you with the place. Mavika smiled brightly upon hearing this. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Wendy then led Mavika through Yi Yun's shop and the surrounding world. As for the little evil god, she was puzzled and pulled Noelle along. Noelle, why is Haida thinking of building an amusement park? It's not her style, Noelle explained. Clara said that Haida wants to use Klee and the others to get Pony to play in her simulated universe. She heard that Pony couldn't stand Klee and the others flirting. So, she's probably trying to curry favor with Klee and the others and get them to flirt with Pony. The little evil god heard this. TSK. Over half an hour later, Wendy took Mavika on a tour of Yi Yun's shop, including how to obtain star coins, purchase supplies, and so on. Okay, that's basically it. You understand the rest after you go through the details. I've been showing you around for so long. Shouldn't you treat me to a bottle of wine? Did you secretly hide a few bottles before you fell asleep? Mavika readily agreed. No, I haven't, but we at Nada do have some good wine. Come with me later, and I take you there. Wendy heard this. Okay. I go back with you. Mavika nodded. I go see what's for sale first. I call you when we get back. Wendy gave an okay sign. Then, Mavika walked over to the small bar, opened the screen, and began browsing. Looking at the dazzling array of goods, Mavika glanced at the primo gem she was carrying and silently shed a pauper's tear. After a long struggle, Mavika finally bought a gem. Item: Heart of the Fire Elemental. Description: a treasure from a fantasy world, it enhances the owner's fire elemental strength. Price: 100,000 star coins. Mavika reluctantly placed her only 100,000 star coins into the coin slot. A few seconds later, a fiery red crystal encased in bubbles appeared before Mavika. Mavika reached out to touch it, and the heart of the fire elemental fell directly into her hand. Mavika gave it a slight squeeze, and the heart of the fire elemental transformed into a ball of light and flew into her chest, resting at her heart. Mavika casually unleashed a burst of flame, a surge of energy surging outward, nearly burning the ceiling. Wendy saw this. Mavika, there's one thing I haven't told you. You can't try this on the train. Mavika scratched her head. I didn't know. Sorry, Wendy said. It's okay. I'm glad it didn't burn anything else. By the way, this is for you. Wendy pulled a cell phone from under the counter and handed it to Mavika. Mavica took it and examined it curiously. What is this? Wendy then taught Mavica how to use the phone and brought her into the group. Teyvat's first bard has invited Mavica to join the group captain. Captain Mavica? You know her, right? Right. Captain Mavica, where are you? I need to talk to you. Mavica, you? You want to talk to me? Sure, come to the Sacred Flame Arena. Hoshi, fun! Sisters, gather. Ing, here. Hu Tao, here. Luing, here. Amber, here. Eula, here. Kiana, just arrived? I just got online, what's wrong? Ing, never mind, I'm reporting in first. Kiana, oh, I'm here. Kasina, Mavika-sama. You're here too. Mirani, welcome, a warm welcome. Captain at Barnabas, your majesty, I'm requesting a leave of absence. Barnabas, yes, go ahead. Rich man, go ahead, how many days will you need? Captain, 1 day first. Rich man, okay, I tell you in advance, you be taking a day off this month, and you lose your perfect attendance status. Also, the new law stipulates that if you're absent from work, you only receive your base salary. All other social security benefits, housing funds, and the like will be forfeited. At Captain, please be informed. Tardalia, 6. Lady, 6. Rooster, rich man, there's no need to go this far, right? Isn't it a bit too strict? Rich man, then why don't you help Captain with a supplementary payment? I already put all the money I saved into various projects. Rooster, forget it then. Rooster at Captain, please bear with me. We're financially tight at Jidong right now, you know? Captain, can I say no? I was planning to use my salary this month to buy a custom-made long sword from the company. Rich man, it's settled. Thank you for your contribution. At Captain. Tardalia at Captain, thank you for your contribution. Lady at Captain, thank you for your contribution. Girl at Captain, thank you for your contribution. Wendy, Captain, what a man! The Captain, on his way to the portal, looked at the message on his phone, speechless. Never mind, that's all. The Captain put his phone away and headed for the portal. Over an hour later. Inside the Holy Flame Arena. Xing, Ing, Hu Tao, Lu Ing, Kiana, Amber, and Eula sat in the center spectator seats. Mirani, Kachina, and Kenichi sat on Mavica's side, cheering her on. As for the Captain, only Tartaglia arrived. At this time, Chaska and Ianshan also arrived. After Hu Tao and Xing rescued Kachina from the kingdom of the Night God, Mavica sent them back. Now, after hearing from Kenichi that someone was challenging Mavica, they hurried over. Chaska asked Kenichi, Kenichi, how's the situation? Chapter 437. Kinich shook his head. I don't know. The battle hasn't started yet. You guys take a seat. Chaska and Ianshan sat down next to Kinich. The Captain waved his hand, and a gray long sword appeared in his hand. Mavica grabbed a large sword from a nearby weapon rack and swung it into her own. The two charged at each other simultaneously, two flames, one red and one black, colliding, unleashing a powerful burst of energy. The clash sent the Captain flying backward, and Mavica's sword shattered, unable to withstand the immense energy. Mavica abandoned her weapons and charged directly at the Captain with her fists and feet. The two engaged in a chase, the Captain unable to withstand the enhanced Mavica. Gradually, the Captain fell into a disadvantageous position, and Mavica seized upon a flaw and struck him with a punch. Over 10 minutes later, the Captain, bruised and battered, was carried back to the audience by Tartaglia. Mavica tossed her hair, feeling refreshed. Mavica glanced at the shattered great sword at her feet, and decided to go to Yi Yun's shop to buy a weapon once she had collected some primo gems. Meanwhile, inside Omphalos, Donhung and Sunday were chatting with Aglaia and Tabeo. Sunday said with a smile, Could you please find a guide for us? We like to collect some animal specimens from Omphalos, Aglaia said. You're welcome. I arranged for someone to take you there. Tabeo, standing nearby, volunteered. Aya, let me do it. I happen to be free. Aglaia heard this. Thank you, master. Just as Tabeo was about to leave with Donhung and Sunday, a woman walked in. The woman's name was Katniss, an elder of the Senate, and a staunch opponent of the Fire Chaser. As such, she was truly Aglaia's sworn enemy. As for that other Nukshaw, at least they had their moments of agreement. For example, on the subject of Buyer's aesthetics, they both had a point. So ugly, Katniss approached and confronted Aglaia. You, 1,000-year-old enchantress, we in the Senate have been too lenient with you. Who told you to blockade Oma? Aglaia glanced at Katniss and spoke slowly. This is good for Oma. It can ensure its safety. Why not do it? Katniss threatened. Think about it. Recall the fate of those heroes from the Golden War. If you've forgotten, let this guy next to you teach you a lesson. With that, Katniss turned and was about to leave. Sunday glanced at Katniss, sighed, shook his head, and said, It's true that there are always people like this, driven by profit, everywhere. I wonder where you get the confidence to threaten the powerful. Sunday spoke without avoiding the crowd, but directly to Katniss's face. Katniss, seeing someone so rude as to speak to her, angrily shouted, Where did you come from, you young brat? Who are you to speak to me like that? Sunday's expression remained calm upon hearing this. Me? Just a traveler, a nameless guest. Katniss snorted, having assumed he was someone of some stature. Just as Katniss was about to call the guards to arrest Sunday, a member of the Senate ran over. Lord Katniss, I have something urgent to discuss with you. Katniss saw this, and said to Sunday, I understand young people's passion and desire to assert themselves. However, sometimes you still have to be polite. I let you off this time, but if you dare to do it again, I teach you a lesson. With that, Katniss stormed off. Aglaia looked at Sunday. Sorry, Sunday, for dragging you into this. Sunday shook his head slightly. No problem. I'm curious how she teach me etiquette next time. Donning heard this. I want to see it too, youngest. Be sure to ask me to come along. Sunday nodded slightly. Of course, we're partners. Then, Tibeo took Sunday and Donning to collect samples. Aglaia looked at the empty garden, thought for a moment, and decided to go to Yun's shop to relax. She was hesitant about whether to destroy the Senate. She worried that if she did, public opinion would be unfavorable to the Golden Race. She wanted to destroy it because the Senate would hinder the Fire Chaser journey. Thinking about this, Aglaia arrived at Yun's shop. As she arrived, she saw the 4 members of the old group sitting around, drinking tea and chatting. The so-called old group was Zhongli, Jingyuan, Huaiyan, and Walter. This nickname was given by Xing and Hu Tao, because these 4 often gathered together to drink tea, walk their birds, and listen to music. Aglaia saw the 4 and approached them. Gentlemen, I have a question for your opinions. Upon hearing this, Jingyuan put down his teacup and asked slowly, Oh, what's going on? Tell me. Aglaia heard this. What happens when an organization, highly respected in the local area, interferes with a plan that benefits the nation and its people? Jingyuan pondered for a moment. First, give them a warning. If they continue to disobey, then they must be eliminated. Zhongli nodded slightly, agreeing with Jingyuan. Indeed, domestic forces must give way to national development. Otherwise, it could lead to the decline of a nation or even its path to ruin. Huaiyan stroked his beard. If you hesitate before you can act, you suffer the consequences. Rather than waiting for them to disrupt the situation, it's better to prune them beforehand. As he spoke, Huaiyan pointed to a bonsai tree on a nearby table. A few leaves on its tips had already withered and turned yellow. Just like this bonsai, if these withered leaves aren't pruned, the growth of the entire tree will be affected. Only by pruned can this bonsai grow better, Walter said. That's right. Just like running a company, once an employee's skills fall behind and begin to drag things down, they're fired to ensure efficiency. Aglaia, upon hearing this, had an answer in mind. Thank you for your answers. I now know what to do. Everyone, I have something else to do, so I be leaving now. Just as Aglaia was about to leave, Jingyuan smiled. If you're worried about the impact being too great, you can use some minor measures to reduce or eliminate it completely. Aglaia glanced at Jingyuan and nodded slightly. Thank you for your advice, General Jingyuan. Then, Aglaia said goodbye to Jingyuan, and Zhongli and the others returned to Omphalos. After returning, Aglaia summoned Bai, Xiaodia, Tian, Tining, and Wandi. Chapter 438. More than 20 minutes later, Bai, Wandi, Tian, and Xiaodia gathered at the center of the creation vortex. Only the golden descendants were allowed here, making it easier to discuss matters. Tian placed her hands on her hips. Aya, what's the matter with you calling us here? Aglaia nodded. Yes. First, Bai, are you ready to accept the trial of strife? Everyone looked at Bai, who nodded. I'm ready, Lord Aglaia. Aglaia nodded. You will begin the trial after the meeting. After saying this, Aglaia glanced at everyone present. The second matter is about the Council of Elders. They have already interfered with the Fire Chaser journey, and I intend to eliminate them. Everyone was shocked when they heard the second thing. Xiaodia asked. Lord Aglaia, dealing with the Senate isn't difficult, but many of the city's residents support them. If we attack them, they will undoubtedly cause unrest. We will then have to expend considerable energy and time dealing with these matters, and the fire-chasing journey will inevitably be significantly impacted. What we lack most right now is time. We must complete the collection of fire seeds before the black tide arrives. Wandi suddenly spoke. No, Xia Dai, you're wrong. We are not short of time. As soon as Wandi spoke, Xia Dai realized what was happening. Are you referring to the barrier set by Mr. Puni? Wandi closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Indeed, everyone is well aware of Puni's strength. The barrier he set up is impossible to break. Even the black tide. Tian said. Yes, we have plenty of time now. After all this time, we gained a very clear understanding of the outer world. Something like the black tide, even the Order can handle it. It can't possibly destroy the barrier set by Puni, Aglaia said at this point. So, we have plenty of time to deal with these things now. Tian smiled. If it really doesn't work out, we can just learn from Teyvat and move. Or as Xing said, if you can't defeat them, that's okay. You have to know that you have some powerful people behind you. Get them. At this point, everyone agreed to eliminate the Senate, and the matter was settled. Aglaia planned to begin shortly, starting with a few incidents to direct public criticism at the Senate, essentially throwing mud at it. This was easy for Aglaia. After all, her golden threads were spread throughout the city. Oma. After the meeting, Bai underwent the trial of dispute. At night on the train, Xing, Hutao, and the others returned to the train. Mavica, along with Milani, Kachina, Kenichi, Chaska, and Ian Shan also arrived. Everyone had just finished their meal, and was digesting their food when Kachina and Ian Shan were pulled over by Kelly to play. Ian Shan, Kelly, Bailu, and the others occupied the sofa break area and did some calisthenics with them to help them digest their food. Follow me. Warm up first. Just like me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Kelly and the others obediently imitated Ianshan's movements and began to move. Kenichi went to find Danheng and Rijo, whose personalities were compatible. Yiyan glanced at Jing Yuan and the others. You guys are so bored that you're all giving advice to Aglaia. Yiyun and the others already knew that Aglaia was planning to deal with the Senate. Jing Yuan laughed heartily. Haha, what's wrong? We were all talking about the right approach. Zhongli nodded slightly. Yes, our suggestions are correct. Aglaia must agree, otherwise she wouldn't have adopted them. Yiyan thought about it and agreed. Something like Omphalos' Senate is unnecessary. It's a burden to Omphalos. What kind of power could a group of ordinary people have in the Star Rail universe? It's a good thing Omphalos hid well enough to escape Schneider's notice. Otherwise, he'd just charge in and show you the law of the jungle. Even though Schneider was being suppressed by Diamond and slapped by Pony, he was a legitimate emissary. Plus, with the company's support, he could easily handle Omphalos. Yiyan recalled the original plot. Just in case, he contacted Pony and asked him to keep an eye on things. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a while before returning to rest. Natha and her group stayed on the train today. The carriage that Xing and her group had stayed in on March 7th was assigned to Mavica and her group, the newly built one. Mavica lay in bed, gazing at the starry sky outside the window, feeling relaxed. Natha's situation was basically resolved. Asmodeus had spoken with her. Tomorrow, he would gather Zhongli, Wendy, Engine and the others for a meeting before returning to deal with the Abyss. Why call Zhongli and the others? Actually, this was Zhongli's idea, specifically for training. The armies of all the nations of Teyvat have been strengthened, either through training techniques or by equipping them with high-tech weaponry. It just so happens that they've been trained but haven't yet experienced the test of a major battle. This time, they practice in the Abyss of Nana. Actual combat is the only true test of strength. Life is getting better day by day. Mavica sighed, closing her eyes to listen to soft music, and drifting off to sleep with the beautiful starry sky outside the window. Inside New Fontaine, Vanina arrived at the Knights' headquarters. Yes, the Lancelot Knights had their own headquarters in New Fontaine, a castle built next to the Momong Palace. Vanina walked through the gate, and saw many trainee knights transferred from the Guard Corps. They were training in techniques personally taught by the Lancelot Knights. Once these trainee knights had mastered dueling swordsmanship, they would become full knights. To join the Corps Order of Lancelot, one must possess the strength of a high-ranking Fate Walker. The Order of Lancelot is arguably the organization that every teenage boy in Fontaine dreams of joining. The Order is powerful, mysterious, fair, and approachable, perfectly embodying the Fontainer's fantasy of the powerful. Even a mere apprentice knight can be highly sought after in the marriage market. What? An apprentice knight of the Order? Come, come, young man, take a look. My daughter is absolutely beautiful, and gentle and virtuous. Fernina crossed the training grounds and reached the innermost part. Lancelot was training other knights of the Order of Lancelot. Seeing Fernina's arrival, Lancelot paused and bowed slightly. My lord. Fernina helped him to his feet. No need to be so formal. Chapter 439. Fernina said. How is the training of the new knights going? Lancelot reported. There are currently 800 apprentice knights in training, 300 of whom have already reached the level of full knights. Fernina nodded in satisfaction. Well, you done well. Get ready. We have a war in a few days. Lancelot nodded calmly. Yes, my lord. The Lancelot knights are ready to go into battle at any time. Fernina nodded and took out a light blue dueling rapier and a small shield engraved with irises from her space ring. Dang dang. Enough business. Take a look at the equipment I bought you. How is it? Does it look good? I bought it from Yi Yun's shop. Lancelot knelt on one knee and took the dueling rapier and small shield with both hands. Thank you, my lord, for your gift, Fernina said with a smile. You're welcome. Come on, have afternoon tea with me. It's been ages since we had it together. It wasn't just Fontaine. Liyue, Shumi, Jidong, Mondstadt, and Inazuma were also gathering their forces to join the war. Xing, Hutao, Ying, and the others planned to join the fun. They went to Luofu to pool their money and buy a tourist-grade starship. We set up a few lounge chairs on the deck, pour a few glasses of freshly squeezed juice, and just lie back. Watching the battle below while sipping juice, wonderful. Omphalos. Bai had failed the challenge, and he returned to his quarters, feeling rather gloomy. Aglaia, meanwhile, was chatting with the Catwoman. Sephiria, come back. When Sephir heard Aglaia call her back, she was honestly moved. Oma, she loved this place. If it weren't for the desire to make people live in happiness, she would definitely have returned to live with Aglaia. As a demigod of deceit, once her scheme was exposed, everything would return to its original state. Just like the Dawn machine on Kefir's back, it had essentially ceased to function. If she hadn't used her divine power of deceit to change things, all of Oma would have lived in twilight, not in this sunny weather. Sephir folded her arms. What are you planning? Aglaia said. Nothing, Sephir. Come back. We no longer need to cover this city with lies. Sephir heard this. Hey, hey, hey. Aglaia, what are you talking about? Aglaia said. You know what I'm talking about, Sephiria. Rest assured, it's time for the people to know the truth. Saphir heard this. Are you planning to attack the Senate? Aglaia nodded slightly. Yes, I plan to eliminate the Senate. The Senate has been deceiving the people, leading them to believe that eliminating the Golden People will return them to the Golden Age. So, I want you to remove this false veil, and let the people experience the terror of the apocalypse. General Jingyuan said that only when a person faces the threat of death will they wake up and make the right choice. Saphir also understood Aglaia's meaning. So, you want everyone in Oma to experience the apocalypse firsthand, and then place their hope in the Golden People. That way, you won't have to worry about cleaning up the Senate. Aglaia nodded. That's right, so I said you could come back, Sephiria. You don't have to wander around alone anymore, you don't have to constantly stand outside Oma, gazing from afar to soothe your sorrow. Cypher felt a little ashamed and angry after Aglaia exposed her inner thoughts. What distant view? What sorrow? I can't have any. I just don't want to come back. I'm a cat longing for freedom. Aglaia didn't argue with Cypher, but instead held out a key. This is the key to the clothing store where we met. The first floor is the shop, and the second floor is the owner's quarters. I'm giving it to you as your residence in Oma. Cypher's ears perked up instantly upon hearing this, and her tail lashed out. A second later, Cypher had already run out of the hero's baths, and the key in Aglaia's hand had vanished. Aglaia smiled at her empty hand. Welcome home, Sephiria. In the following days, Aglaia plotted several schemes to discredit the Senate. The Senate also noticed something was amiss. Kines came to Aglaia several times, wanting to argue with her. However, Aglaia simply chose not to see her. She, Tabeo, Xiaodia, and Feng Jin had been busy shopping these days, buying equipment and other items for building a city-state. After clearing out the Senate, Aglaia would begin work on establishing a true city-state. During these days, another incident occurred. The fire thief committed suicide. Aglaia and the others had to give up trying to learn news about the Black Tide from the fire thief. Meanwhile, Aglaia, Tion, Tabeo, and Tining were getting dressed. They were going to observe the war between the 7 kingdoms of Teyvat and the Abyss. Tion was extremely anxious. Tabeo. Tining. Hurry up. Little Gray sent a message asking if we set off yet. Adlias smiled. It be there soon, don't worry. A few minutes later, the four of them entered the portal and headed to Yi Yun's shop. Meanwhile, in Nat Anna, the Abyss invasion had suddenly erupted, and the various tribes were struggling to resist. Mavika was also stationed in the Holy Fire Arena, guarding the portal behind them. This portal was Natana's hope. Reinforcements would arrive soon. Mavika slaughtered a group of Hilichurls with a single punch and glanced at the others around her. Everyone was gritting their teeth, holding on. The Abyss monsters were too numerous. Everyone, hold on. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Hold this place. For Nana. The people around roared and rushed towards the monsters around them. For Nana. The situation in other tribes was not much better. Inside the Flowing Spring tribe, Mirani and Agaya each led a group of Flowing Spring warriors to resist the invasion of the Abyss. After Agaya's recovery, her strength returned to its peak, and she could kill several monsters with a single move. The monsters were increasing in number, and the two began to feel a little powerless. Just then, a strange noise came from the distant hillside. Mirani looked up and saw Finina standing on the hillside. Behind her were 300 knights in full armor, wielding swords. Finina raised her right hand. Knights. The monsters of the Abyss are invading the human world. Knights. Use your swords to slay them and drive them out. Knights. Charge. Chapter 440. At Finina's command, 16 knights of the Order of Lancelot, along with 300 regular knights, set out. Under the sun's rays, the knights charged down the hillside. In the blink of an eye, several hill kings on the battlefield roared in pain and fell in pools of blood. And it was the knights of the Order of Lancelot who slew them. The other regular knights were also exceptionally powerful, and none of the monsters on the scene could stand a chance against them. Though their numbers were small, they were all elite, and the knights advanced swiftly, quickly linking up with the Flowing Springs. Mirani, seeing the reinforcements arrive, raised her weapon. Everyone! The reinforcements have arrived. It's time for us to strike back. Follow me. Mirani dispatched the monsters before her and, leading the Flowing Springs warriors, charged towards the surrounding abyssal portals. Noticing the Abyss Apostle lurking in the distance, attempting a sneak attack, Finina addressed Navalette. Navalette, go and take out the guy hiding in the back, attacking us. He's injured several of our knights. Navalette nodded slightly, tapping the ground with his staff. Then, he appeared behind the Abyss Apostle. Navalette tapped the ground with his staff, and a magic circle rose beneath the Abyss Apostle's feet. Following this, a mighty column of water appeared from nowhere, pounding the Abyss Apostle from below. A few seconds later, as the water column dissipated, the Abyss Apostle vanished from the spot, returning to the earth veins. Elsewhere, in the Echo Sun's tribe, Ningguang arrived with 1,000 Rock's army, a full 10,000 soldiers. These 1,000 Rock soldiers are the elite of the elite. Ningguang waved her hand. Archers, step forward. 500,000 Rock soldiers, armed with specially crafted longbows, stepped out from the battle formation. In unison, they drew their bows and drew their arrows, and in their hands, a blue laser arrow slowly emerged. This was Liyue's newly formed modernized force, the Archer Battalion. Each archer wore a wristband on his right wrist that could focus a laser arrow. Each longbow, crafted by Liyue's finest craftsmen, had a maximum range of 2,000 meters. The 500 archers fired in unison, sending laser arrows zipping off in parabolic trajectories toward the distant demonic horde. In an instant, all the demons charging in the front were slain. Among them, an Abyss Apostle fell under the laser arrows. The laser arrow's penetrating power was far beyond the Abyss Apostle's feeble elemental shields. In an instant, the shield was shattered, and the arrows pierced its body. The only one who showed any trouble was the Rock Hill King, who struggled a bit, only collapsing after being struck by dozens of arrows. Soon, the demon army rushed to the front of the army. At the forefront, shield men wielding specially crafted steel shields firmly withstood the demons' attacks. Behind them, the 1,000 Rock's army, armed with spears, continuously stabbed the demons through the gaps between their shields. The shield men formed a solid wall, impenetrable to any demon. These shield men were the 1,000 Rock's army's trump cards. Each one had achieved mastery of the Vajra body tempering technique. The shields they carried weighed over 1,000 pounds each, forged from an extremely hard mineral found in the universe. The 1,000 Rock's army stood firm at their posts, fighting the monsters. Through their coordinated efforts, no one died. On the other hand, the monsters had already lost a small number of their number. The Abyss Apostle, commanding from the rear, saw this and quickly ordered a retreat. Ningguang also noticed the monster's attempt to escape. Her expression hardened as she issued an order. Rangers, attack! Stop these monsters! Now they're here, don't even think about escaping. At Ningguang's command, a group of soldiers mounted on flying vehicles rushed out from the rear of the army. Equipped with laser crossbows, these soldiers could launch aerial attacks using their flying vehicles. The Rangers' dispatch blocked the monster army, which had just turned around and was about to flee, leaving them in a dilemma. As for why they didn't use a portal to escape, all the Abyss Apostles present had been killed, leaving no one capable of opening a portal. The battle formation slowly closed in. The monsters fought desperately, but due to the vast disparity in strength, they were all slain by the 1,000 rock spears. In the Hanging Wood tribe, the Shumi Rangers arrived, and Tinari led them in a relentless firefight against the monsters. Each ranger practiced the divine movement technique, a technique Nashida had purchased from Yi Yun's shop. Practicing this technique enhances agility. The rangers moved across the battlefield like elves, gracefully dispatching monster after monster. Tinari kicked a Hillock King in the abdomen. The recoil allowed Tinari to leap into the air, unleashing an arrow from his longbow, piercing the Hillock King's right eye and damaging the nerve center within his brain. Above the Hanging Wood tribe, Xing, Hutao, Aglaya, and others observed the Hanging Wood battle below. Xing lay on a recliner, sipping orange juice through a straw. Frog fun. That little combo of Tinari's is pretty cool. Amber followed up. I heard of Tinari, his archery is indeed renowned. Ing was puzzled. Isn't Tinari a scholar? Lu Ying explained. He's a scholar, but I heard from Nashida that he's also a ranger, responsible for patrolling the forest and clearing it of monsters. Before coming to New Teyvat, Tinari was in charge of a small city. Back then, he often interacted with monsters. Ing understood. Yeah. I see. Speaking of which, why aren't Nashida and the Great Tree King leading the team this time? Hutao asked. What else could it be? This time we're here for training. My guest Asmodeus said that the gods of all nations cannot intervene unless absolutely necessary. That's why Nashida and the Great Tree King didn't come. Kiana thought for a moment and said, what about Violet? How could he take action? Didn't you just see him kill that ugly dark-skinned fellow? Hutao said. Violet isn't a god, so he's not subject to this rule. Including Fonina, who's just a mortal. Look, is Fukuro's here? The answer is no. Kiana finally understood. Aglaya observed silently. In the future, Omphalos would also face the Black Tide. Speaking of which, the Black Tide is somewhat similar to the Abyss. That's why Aglaya came here, to learn from him, to observe his strengths, and then bring them back to Omphalos to fight against the Black Tide. Chapter 441. Inside the Abyss. The Lord of the Abyss was paralyzed, as he watched the vast army of monsters being annihilated at breakneck speed. Asmodeus. You old pervert. The Lord of the Abyss now understood. Why were all the other nations of Teyvat deserted? It turns out they retreated to this tiny Nada. Asmodeus. You're so vicious. You made me think the other nations had vanished, and then launched a massive attack on Nada. Unexpectedly, the armies of other nations suddenly appeared, causing heavy losses to his own abyssal monster army. However, the Lord of the Abyss would not retreat this time, he would fight to the bitter end. All or nothing. Although the 7 nations of Teyvat were all here, vastly outnumbered, this was also an opportunity, a chance to wipe out all 7 of them. Everyone. Increase the attack speed. Destroy all 7 nations. The Abyss suddenly began to exert its strength, increasing the intensity of its attack. The battlefield situation reached a stalemate, with both sides fighting with difficulty. Asmodeus glanced at the battlefield below and snapped his fingers. All the abyssal portals in Nana closed, leaving only the largest one at the Holy Flame Arena. Morix, Yuliua people, please help build a city-state for them in the Nana territory of New Teyvat. That way, the Nana people will have less trouble relocating. Zhongli nodded slightly. Okay, leave it to me. After replying to Asmodeus, Zhongli looked at Ningguang. The two exchanged a glance, and Ningguang understood what Zhongli meant. Then, Ningguang handed command to Shiwei and returned to New Teyvat. Ningguang returned to New Liyue Harbor and summoned Keqing, who was in charge of Liyue's urban construction. Keqing found Ningguang. What's up? You just came back from a battle, aren't you going to rest? Ningguang said. I go rest after I tell you what's going on. His Majesty Asmodeus has ordered us, Liyue, to help Nana establish a city-state that can accommodate their people. The Emperor has entrusted this matter to me, so I sent for you. Keqing heard this. Is this a mission from His Majesty Asmodeus? Don't worry, leave it to me. I lead the troops out right away. Then Keqing left Ningguang's office. Ningguang had some porridge prepared for her, then returned home to bathe and rest. Aglaia returned to the train. Upon arriving, she saw Tian, Tabeo, and Tining sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast. Next to them sat Klee, Chi-Chi, and the other little ones. Yesterday, Yian hadn't brought the little ones with him. He had Jeezy and Kaka take them to Pinocchio for a day. Tabeo saw Aglaia. Aya! You're back. Aglaia smiled and nodded. Well, master, you eat first. We should go back afterward. Tabeo quickened his pace. Seeing this, Xing took Aglaia's hand. Since we're here, let's eat together. Xing pulled Aglaia over to the table and sat down. Unable to refuse the hospitality, Aglaia sat down to eat. Jingyuan then arrived at Yi Yun's shop, carrying a birdcage. Good morning, everyone. Where's Mr. Zhongli? Aren't they finished yet? Hu Tao spread her hands. Not really. Abyss suddenly went crazy, rushing towards Nana. It's estimated that this battle will last for days and nights, and it won't be over. However, fortunately, we suffered few casualties. This time, we sent elite troops from various countries. Jing Yuan stroked his chin upon hearing this. Is that so? Then everyone, have breakfast first. I go over and observe. Jing Yuan stepped into the portal, and went to play with Zhongli. After breakfast, Xing, Hu Tao, and the others began to discuss where to go. After much deliberation, they decided to go to Rimura's place. It had been a while since they had visited Jing, so they decided to go on an adventure, become adventurers, and take on a few commissions. Aglaia returned to Omphalos with Tian, Tabeo, and Tinin. In the Omphalos market, Aglaia strolled the streets, and citizens occasionally greeted her, and she responded to each one. In recent days, Aglaia had orchestrated several plots against the Senate, and its image in the eyes of the citizens had been severely affected. A heavy impact. Many people who had originally supported the Senate have changed their minds, and placed their hopes on the golden lineage. As Aglaia walked, she saw two familiar faces. Cypher and the thief Bartolus were carrying a sofa to the two-story house she had given to Cypher. Cypher had been busy renovating the house these days, taking Bartolus to the market every day, searching for furniture they liked. The original shop on the first floor had been renovated, and Cypher planned to open a clothing store. The second floor was where she and Bartolus would rest. The room was cozy and comfortable, but it had cost Cypher a considerable amount of money. Safaria, Bartolus. Aglaia called out to the two. Bartolus looked and saw it was Aglaia. It's you? You evil woman, what are you doing here? Aglaia glanced at the dress in the store display case, priced at 999,999. Aglaia smiled slightly, intending to tease Bartolus. Since merging with the goddess of beauty, Venus, Aglaia's soul had been completely healed, and her humanity had returned to its original state. I'm here to check the market to see if there are any unscrupulous merchants inflating prices. Bartolus ducked back in fear. This dress is really expensive. Rumor has it that it was once the favorite dress of a princess of a certain city-state. The king spent the entire city-state's money to create this dress for the princess. I think our price is too low. Aglaia smiled. I take what you said as the truth. Aglaia had just finished speaking when the price tag suddenly changed to 69. Cypher and Bagrut were stunned. Their ruse had been exposed again. Damn it. Cypher glared at Aglaia angrily. Tell me. What do you want from me? Then leave quickly, and don't disrupt my business. Aglaia shook her head. Nothing. I was just strolling through the market, and happened to run into you. How have you been these past few days? Cypher said. Pretty good. Sisters Tian, Tabeo, and Tiny have been visiting quite often lately. And that young savior, and that little golden retriever who inherited the name of Strife. Speaking of which, why didn't that little golden retriever return to Xianfeng City? Aglaia asked. Because there's no need. Previously, we could only rely on the Titans to fight the Black Tide. Now, that's no longer necessary. We can choose to purchase advanced weapons, or go to Yi Yun's shop to buy items that enhance our strength. Chapter 442. Cypher thought about it, and realized it was indeed true. The cannon mounted at the gate of Oma was enough to take out most of the Black Tide creatures. One shot could instantly kill everyone, and the range was immense, covering the entirety of Omphalos. The 10,000 enemies only needed to hold this cannon, no need to garrison in Hanging Edge City, and face the vast Black Tide creatures alone. By the way, when do you plan to launch the final attack on the Senate? Aglaia looked up at the dawn machine carried by Kafale in the sky. Don't worry, it's almost there. We're not ready yet. Cypher heard this. Okay, come find me when you think the time is right. By the way, my shop opens tomorrow. Remember to come and support me, rich woman. Aglaia smiled. Okay, as long as you're not afraid of me seeing through your price tag trick. Cypher wiped her nose. Why would I be afraid of you? No one can see through my tricks. Aglaia smiled without saying anything, waving goodbye to Saphir and Bagroot. After watching Aglaia leave, Saphir said to Bagroot, Bartolus, let's put a few genuine items at the door. Bartolus didn't argue, but instead looked serious. Well, beware of this woman. She can only buy those few items. Then, one after the other, they carried the sofa into the store. Over half an hour later, Aglaia returned to the hero's baths. As soon as she returned, she saw Katniss, who had been waiting for her for a long time. Aglaia had known Katniss was waiting for her there. She had wandered the market to give Katniss a break and try to irritate her. A beast without reason, you simply need to defeat it. A beast with reason requires not only immense physical effort, but also immense mental energy. Katniss saw Aglaia return and stood up, pointing directly at her. You witch! How dare you slander the Senate? You damn thing! Aglaia feigned confusion. Slander the Senate? I never did that. She certainly hadn't done it. To be more precise, she ordered others to do it. There's a difference between the two. One person takes action personally, while the other orders others to do it. Katniss snorted coldly. Don't play dumb. Those ignorant people at the bottom don't know, but I don't know. Only you would attack our Senate. You think we're interfering with your Golden One's journey to the flames, so you want to get rid of us. Aglaia ignored Katniss and walked aside to make herself a cup of black tea with a little sugar. Sir Katniss, you should back up your words with evidence, not just make baseless accusations. As a senator, you must understand this. After saying this, Aglaia took a sip from her teacup, sat down on a bench nearby, and stared at Katniss quietly. Katniss was furious, her words incoherent. You wait. The Senate will not let this go. Aglaia said slowly. Sir Katniss, why do you keep clinging to something that doesn't belong to you? It's like burning coals. Be careful not to burn your hands. It was the first time Katniss had witnessed such a powerful Aglaia, and for a moment she didn't know how to handle it. Katniss could only turn away angrily, returning to organize a counterattack against Aglaia. Aglaia watched Katniss fleeing quickly, and shook her head slightly. What had she been thinking? She actually kept someone like that until now. After chatting with Zhongli, Jingyuan, and the others, Aglaia realized her previous shortcomings. She had indeed been too lenient, allowing the Senate to run amok. It didn't matter, the Senate would soon cease to exist. Just then, Tebeo rushed over in a hurry. Aya! It's bad. Something terrible has happened. Something's happened to the Divine Enlightenment Tree. Aglaia stood up. What happened? Tebeo gasped. The Black Tide invaded the Divine Enlightenment Tree. It fell before they could even call for help. Only one person managed to escape. We only learned of this news after Feng Jin healed him. Aglaia heard this. Don't worry, master. I called Bai and Xia Dai over first. Aglaia said, then took out her phone and contacted Bai and Xia Dai. Soon, Bai and Xia Dai arrived at the hero baths. Xia Dai asked, puzzled. Ms. Aglaia, what do you want with us? Aglaia said. The Divine Enlightenment Tree Court has fallen. I want you two to lead a team to investigate and recover the spark of the Titan of Rationality. Bai and Xia Dai accepted the mission. They left the hero baths and headed for the Divine Enlightenment Tree Court with a team of soldiers. Along the way, they met Dan Heng and Ri Zhou, who were preparing to leave the city to collect samples. Upon hearing the news, Dan Heng and Ri Zhou chose to join the team. Tian opened the 100 Realms Gate and sent the four of them, along with a squad of soldiers, through. Inside the Divine Enlightenment Tree Courtyard, the men and their soldiers fought their way to the summit. Along the way, they encountered many black tide creatures and engaged in combat. Fighting their way through, they reached the highest point and encountered the fire thief. Baiya's expression darkened upon seeing the fire thief. Didn't you commit suicide? The fire thief glanced at Bai. Golden Descendant. The fire thief attacked immediately. One slash. Just as Bai was about to strike, he was slashed back. Xia Dai, seeing this, rushed forward to help, but was also struck back by the fire thief's sword. Dan Heng caught Bai. Stand back, leave it to us. Dan Heng stood before Bai, shoulder to shoulder with Ri Zhou, looking at the fire thief before them. Bai blinked, and the appearances of Dan Heng and Ri Zhou changed. A sacred disc floated behind Sunday's head. Dan Heng's head sprouted dragon horns. Sunday's body slowly rose, the pages of the book in his hand rapidly turning. On the first day, grant truth. Sunday casually waved his hand over the book, and a stave-like energy flew towards Dan Heng. Dan Heng extended his hand and summoned a water dragon, which flew towards the fire thief. The water dragon's attack struck the fire thief, inflicting real damage. Sunday purchased a weakened version of the philosophy fetus at Yi Yun's shop. The fire thief was stunned. Where did these two fierce men come from? Strange power? Who are you? Dan Heng said slowly. We are the Nameless, a group of people who bind dangers from other worlds to ourselves and resolve them. Sunday followed. Indeed, we are just nameless people who can't stand seeing people in distress. Sunday waved again. On the second day, grant severe law. Chapter 443. 10 minutes later. The fire thief and Dan Heng exchanged blows, one with a water dragon, the other with a slash. Suinri continued to buff Dan Heng from the side. Xia Dai and Bai Yi, knowing they were no match for the fire thief, stayed by his side to protect him. Just as the fire thief was being repelled again, something unexpected happened. A hand pierced through his chest, accompanied by a wild and unbridled laugh. Ha ha ha. You're truly something special. Everyone looked and saw that the attacker was none other than Na Xia. The fire thief flashed and appeared not far away, coughing up a few strands of blue blood. Na Xia looked at the fire thief. Once you're captured, I have to study you carefully. The fire thief glanced at Dan Heng, who was preparing to attack again, knowing he would not be able to seize the Titan of Rationality's spark. The fire thief ripped open a dimensional rift and fled. Dan Heng, seeing this, exited his moon drinker form. Bai and Xia Dai gathered around him. Dan Heng, are you alright? Dan Heng shook his head. I'm fine. It's a shame he escaped, Bai said. It's alright. We achieved our goal. He didn't take the Titan of Reason's spark. Let's return. Dan Heng and Zhou Ri nodded slightly. Then the main force began its return journey. Meanwhile, at the true gate of Omphalos, an Omnic named Liga stopped Black Tower, who was attempting to wander into Omphalos. Madam Black Tower, please do not proceed any further. Omphalos is not a world you can tamper with. No matter how many great achievements you have made, this place will not open its gates easily. Black Tower couldn't tell how long it had been since anyone dared to speak to him like that. Why should I listen to you? What if I absolutely must see the secrets you're hiding today? Ligas turned and spoke slowly. I have over 170,000 ways to persuade you to leave, but I only need 3 of them. Black Tower piqued his interest. Interesting. Tell me. Ligas heard this. First, for some unspeakable reason, Omphalos is a completely closed world. No one can help you enter it except me. Second, if you threaten to declare war, you should know that, like you, I have encountered glimpses of wisdom. If necessary, I can guarantee mutual destruction. Third, if you insist, you will personally unseal a great lord of extinction, and the universe will be devastated. After hearing these 3 points, Black Tower was instantly amused and burst out laughing. That's it? Haida pulled out his phone and sent a message. Just as Ligas was about to speak, Haida placed his index finger to his lips. Shh, don't worry, wait until I finish this message. On Haida's phone screen, a group chat with only a few people appeared. Genius Club Squad Big Black Tower at everyone, hilarious. And Omnic said they give me a 50-50 chance. Screw gum, verdict, a pretty good joke. Juan Mei, oh. Did you find anything interesting? Big Black Tower, well, I heard from this Omnic that Omphalos sealed this Lord of Extinction. Interested in checking it out? Screw gum, Omphalos? Isn't this the world where Tabeo and the others live? As a friend, it's my duty to help them identify the threat. Juan Mei, I go too. It's a rare coincidence that you found something interesting, and I'm free too. Steven, I'm not going. I don't want to go out. A few seconds after sending the message, projections of Screwgum and Juan Mei appeared beside Black Tower. Screwgum bowed slightly. Ms. Black Tower, I'm here. Black Tower pointed at Lagus in the distance. Hey. This guy. He said he can guarantee a 1-for-1 destruction of me. Screwgum was a little surprised. Oh. Just an avatar. Black Tower continued. Furthermore, Omphalos actually hides a great lord of extinction. That's interesting. My idea is to ask Master Puni for a favor and capture this army of extinction for us to study. Juan Mei heard this. Have you figured out how to get Puni to take action? Haida spread his hands. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Let's go check out this Lord of Extinction first. The Legusi were stunned. A 1v1 fight. What's the point of calling someone else? Finally, with the combined attack of Haida, Screwgumu, and Ruanmei, Legoose's body was shattered. Ruanmei collected Legoose's remains, believing they would be a good research specimen to study and play with. Afterwards, the three entered Omphalos and saw its true form. After seeing its true form, the three also learned Omphalos's secret. Haida smiled. Interesting. I never imagined that something that once devastated the universe and caused the disintegration of the Boise Academy could still exist in this neglected corner thanks to my cracking of the solitary wave algorithm. Screwgumu and Ruanmei naturally saw the clue. The Emperor's Scepter? There's actually one operating at the edge of the universe. Who could have hidden it here? Ruanmei then said. I heard from the Black Swan Recollector that March 7's memories are hidden within Omphalos. Since we're here, let's help find them. Black Tower and Screwgumu nodded in agreement, and the three of them began searching for March 7's memories. Everyone who visited Yiyun's shop knew about March 7's situation. We often played together, and since we encountered him, we definitely had to help. Screwgumu also shared this information with the group chat. Screwgum, everyone, Omphalos is hiding the Lord of Extinction. General Sanwu, shock. Real name online, General Tianji, don't get excited. Everyone knows you want to take down a Lord of Extinction. But this is a serious matter and requires careful consideration. Captain of the Happy Little Ball security team, damn it, you must call me when you take down the Lord of Extinction. Galaxy Skyfire, and then? I known about this for a long time. Screwgum, sir, how did you know? Galaxy Skyfire, Boss Puni told me. He's keeping an eye on Omphalos right now. Don't you know? Screwgum, I don't know. What's the point of keeping an eye on Omphalos? Head of the Rebirth Hall, Yiyun said so. He told me to help keep an eye on him. Omphalos is a bit chaotic. Screwgum, oh I see. Bai, Lord of Extinction. Is Omphalos such a terrifying being? Chapter 444. Adlaya, don't you know? Tabeo, Aya, didn't you tell Xiaobai? Adlaya, Master, didn't you tell me? Tabeo, Adlaya, Invincible Master Hanabi, oh my. Looks like someone's been forgotten. I won't tell you who it is, someone knows for sure hee. Uh-huh, could it be some white-haired savior? No way, no way. Bai, Galaxy Skyfire Man, 666. Tabeo at Bai, don't worry, Xiaobai, Big Boss Puni will cover for us. Omphalos, inside the Yuncher market. Nikexia was strolling around with Feng Jin. Feng Jin wanted to take Nikexia to see Aglaya, but Aglaya said she was busy and told Nikexia to stay away. Nakashia had long been indifferent to this. This woman and he were sworn enemies, so this level of meanness was not worth mentioning. Nikexia walked until he arrived at the Earth Beast Ranch. Looking at the Earth Beasts on the ranch and the souvenir shop nearby, Nikexia walked uncontrollably towards the shop. Boss, I take care of all the Earth Beast merchandise you have, Nikexia said with great pride. The boss smiled awkwardly at this. Sorry, sir, we're sold out of merchandise. Lady Aglaya just came by and bought up all our merchandise. Nikexia was a little surprised. Oh, I didn't expect this woman to have such good taste. She even likes Earth Beasts. I guess I should be more polite to her. At this moment, a voice echoed from the side that Nakashia remembered with uncanny clarity. I don't like Earth Beasts. I bought all the merchandise simply to piss off a certain idiot. It's not just that he's a bit brainless, but he also likes something so eccentric. Nikexia gritted his teeth, but quickly recovered. No, he couldn't show his anger. If he did, it would be exactly what this woman wanted. Angry? That's impossible. As a scholar, maintaining rationality is the most basic requirement. Unlike someone whose last bit of humanity is probably about to fade away, right? Aglaya shook her head. No, I still have some. As long as you're still alive, my last bit of humanity will not fade. Feng Jin asked puzzledly. Are you reluctant to see Nakashia die? Aglaya looked at Feng Jin. No, I'm saving it specifically to piss him off. Feng Jin scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Okay, I shouldn't have asked. Nakuxia took a deep breath. He couldn't get angry. After calming down, Nakuxia said slowly. It's okay. Just buy today's items, and I reserve tomorrow's. After saying that, Nakuxia turned to the boss. Boss, I buy all the Earth Beast merchandise arriving tomorrow. The boss still smiled awkwardly. Tomorrow's merchandise has also been reserved by Lady Aglaya. Nakuxia continued, unwilling to give up. What about the day after tomorrow? The boss replied. The day after tomorrow's merchandise is also reserved. Nake Xiao was about to ask more when Aglaia suddenly said, "Don't even think about it. As long as you're alive, I reserved all the Earth Beast merchandise." Naku Xia couldn't hold it in any longer. Then, the two of them engaged in a heated exchange at the Earth Beast ranch. Sci-Fair and Bartolus, returning home with a load of fresh produce, witnessed the scene and silently set down two small stools. Sci-Fair sat down, took the watermelon she had just bought from the basket, split it in half with a knife, and began eating half with Bartolus. An hour later, the two were separated by Feng Jin and Sci-Fei. This time, Aglaia achieved a decisive victory, and Naku Xia suffered a crushing defeat. There was no way, having been at a disadvantage from the start, it would be a surprise if he didn't lose. Sci-Fair and Aglaia returned to Sci-Fair's shop. Bartolus made them a pot of tea. Sci-Fair took a sip and asked, "When are you going to take me to that magical little shop?" Aglaia glanced at the sky. "Right now we have time. I take you there." With that, Aglaia stood up and led Sci-Fair and Bartus to Yunshire Palace. Over half an hour later, they arrived at Yun's shop. Sci-Fair and Bartus looked around curiously. The little evil god, lying on the ground, bored and playing with a ball, greeted the three of them weakly. "Good afternoon." Aglaia looked at the little evil god and asked with a smile, "Sandwich, why are you lying on the ground?" The little evil god pouted. "Boring. Noel's cleaning and has no time for me." Aglaia asked, "Can you help?" The little evil god shook his head. "No, I can't do the work. Let Noel handle this herself." Aglaia smiled helplessly and shook her head. "Okay, Sandwich, do me a favor. Do you know where Ian keeps his new cell phones? I want to get one for Sci-Fei." Sandwich rubbed two fingers together. "Shengwei, 10 star coins." At that moment, Noel walked over, holding a new cell phone. "Ms. Aglaia, this is your new phone. I got it for you." Aglaia saw this. "No, you're reliable, Noel indeed." Noel felt a little shy at Aglaia's sudden compliment. No, I'm going to clean up first. Call me if you need anything." The little evil god was displeased by this, and chased after Noel to confront her. "Noel, why did you take it so quickly?" "I was hoping to earn some star coins." Aglaia smiled as they walked away. "You two seem to have a good relationship." Sci-Fei was puzzled. "Good relationship? How come I didn't see that?" Aglaia said. "You know, after you spend more time with them. Take this, and forget about the slate, it's not as convenient." Saphir took it and opened it. "This thing functions just like our communication slate, but it doesn't require your divine power to operate." Aglaia took out her phone and added Saphir's contact information. "I add you as a friend and add you to the group. There are a lot of friends there." Saphir was quickly added to the group by Aglaia. Aglaia invites Tricky Cat Thief to join the group chat. "Yun, welcome, new member. I will ignite the Starry Sea, welcome." Inazuma's secretary, Luing, why don't you change your name? It feels a bit weird to me. I will ignite the Starry Sea, well, I really like this username. Galaxy Skyfire Man, don't change the subject. New member, show me your photo. Wansheng Hall Master, that's right. New member, show me your photo. Seeing Xing post her own photo, Saphir became intrigued and decided to play a trick on the others. So, Saphir posted a photo of the Rational Titan, Cersis, which she had taken while Xia and Aglaia were arguing. Chapter 445. Cunning Cat Thief, picture, that's me, meow. Real name online. I didn't see it clearly, let me take another look. Immortal Boat Old Man, girl, this photo isn't the right one to share. General Sanwu, great victory. Great victory. Galaxy Skyfire Man, that's because my brother Lon isn't in the group. I will ignite the Starry Sea, I have a bad feeling. Ah ha ha, ha ha ha. I be responsible for forwarding it. Nod yes, shake no, discover abundance, go go. Go! Invincible Fireworks Sama, oh my. Looks like Imperial Bao is showing off his wheelchair again. Commander of the Xianzhou Special Operations Fleet, that's Luanin. Invincible Fireworks Sama, ah yes yes, yes. Mon's strongest scout knight, ah yes yes, yes. I remember this grudge, ah yes yes yes. Commander of the Xianzhou Special Operations Fleet, that's enough. Aglaia, aha. Bai, that attack just now. Tabeo, how terrifying. I almost thought Omphalos was going to die. Tion, how terrifying. Feng Jin. Thank goodness Bonnie Faraday stepped in. Cunning Cat Thief, thank you, Bonnie, for saving my life. Tining, thank you, Bonnie, for saving my life. Bonnie, you're welcome. Galaxy Skyfire Man, Fraud fun. Are you serious? Hee. Ha ha ha. Chitian great sage, you found some fun again. Yi Yun, pay me now. Compensation for the emotional damage to everyone at Omphalos, and Bonnie for his hard work. Please settle it. Angry little devil, transfer the money to this account, 134XXXX. Woo. Yi Yun bullied is so embarrassed. Ha ha. Yi Yun, hurry up. Pay, star coin red envelope. Real name access, ? Great Guardian Bronya, ? CP leader, ? Big Black Tower, ? Screw gum, does this group chat still have this feature? I just made it. Collect it quickly, everyone gets one lucky guy, take it. Galaxy Skyfire, thank you, boss red envelope received. Truth, thank you, boss red envelope received. Real name access, thank you, boss red envelope received. Sekiro, what the hell? Why did I only get 1 star coin? How many did you give out? 10,000, how come you only got 1? You're a nobody. Silver. Wolves are unlucky. Ha. Kafka, honey, look at this screenshot. Sekiro, how could that be? Did you sacrifice my luck? Kafka, honey, how is that possible? Sekiro, impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must have sacrificed my luck. Klee is so happy. Klee has so many star coins. Jean, Klee, how many did you get? Klee, take a look. Captain Jean, wait a minute. Yao, no need to count, Klee. I counted them for you. 6,666 star coins. Cavalry Captain, Sino, Kenichi, Grumpy little devil at Klee-chan, send out the red envelopes quickly. You're the lucky one. Send one next. Yi Yun, let me do it. The red envelopes Klee received will be their pocket money. Star coin red envelope Galaxy Skyfire Man has received the red envelope. Mavika has received the red envelope. Chiming has received the red envelope online. Aglaya has received the red envelope. Aha has received the red envelope. Congratulations, Aha, on becoming the lucky king. Galaxy Skyfire Man, TSK, the boomerang will eventually hit you. The master of the rebirth hall, that's so joyful. Ha ha. The invincible fireworks Sama, I'm dying of laughter, ha ha. Hurry, lucky king, take it. Poor Aha has to give out red envelopes again. Aha is so upset, but I want to laugh, ha ha. Star coin red envelope. Everyone was happily chatting in the group chat. Unbeknownst to them, Hare and Legus were startled. Hey looked up at the sky. What? Is that? Why is it so powerful? Legus shook his head helplessly. What was going on? Just as the 3 masters of the Genius Club were sent away, a barrage of light arrows followed. What sin had he committed in Omphalos? Aglaya, Tabeo, Tining, Tion, Feng Jin, Bai, Wandi, and others were holding a denunciation meeting. As the culprit who nearly caused Omphalos to be destroyed by the hunting star god's arrows, Saphir was tied with a rope and stood in the center of the meeting. Aglaya slowly stood up, checked with the others to confirm that they were ready, and announced. Now, the denunciation meeting of the Center Omphalos begins. Everyone may begin to express their opinions. Sci-Fi was inconsolable. What the hell was going on? Sci-Fi tried to defend herself, but a rag was stuffed in her mouth, making her speechless and only whimpering. Wandi said, "This incident is quite serious. I recommend the death penalty." Sci-Fi was shocked. "No, buddy. It's not a crime worthy of death, is it? I just randomly sent a photo, using someone else's photo to impersonate myself, although that photo drew an arrow from the patrolling star god." "But? Cat, I didn't know anything about this. I had no idea it would turn out like this." Sob. Now Sci-Fi wished she could travel back an hour and give her old self a slap in the face, then smash her phone to the ground. That way, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Feng Jin said. "How about letting Sister Sci-Fi help me rebuild the Dusk Courtyard?" Tabale agreed with Feng Jin's suggestion. "I agree. Let's have Sci-Fi help rebuild Hunwang Tingyuan as punishment." The others also agreed to the proposal. Finally, Sci-Fi reluctantly took on the massive task of rebuilding Hunwang Tingyuan. "Alas, my clothing store's opening would be delayed again. Unhappy. Meow, After the meeting, Sci-Fi called Bagrat over, and the two of them decided to fabricate a lie to fool everyone. That way, they could easily complete Hun Wang Tingyuan. Sci-Fi then began spreading rumors, painting a picture of the new Hun Wang Tingyuan to the public, and setting an opening date. On the train, Xing, Hutao, Amber, Eula, and Kiana sat bored on the sofa, scrolling through their phones. Hutao didn't want to sit there. So boring. Is there anything fun? Xing spread his hands. I'm exhausted. We've done everything fun I can think of. Chapter 446. Lu Ying pondered. How about we go play Plants vs. Zombies? Adlaya told me there are a lot more black-tie creatures in Amphalos. Xing thought it was a good idea. That's fine. Let's go play for a few hours, and then come back for dinner. After dinner, we play some games and then go to bed. Then, tomorrow we go check out Nada. The battle is going on there, Amber said. Asmodeus said it seems the Abyss has lost its mind this time, constantly sending people here to die. Hu Tao waved his hands. Whatever. This is a good thing. There's no need to change it. Let's go play our game. Xing, Hu Tao, and Kiana loaded their own carts and placed their plants inside. As soon as the plants landed on the carts, they knew they could fight again and were full of energy. Several people pushed the cart toward Amphalos. Half an hour later, Xing, Hu Tao, Kiana, and the others arrived at the ruins of Xianfeng City. They glanced at the swarms of black-tie creatures within the ruins, silently unloaded the plants from the cart, and began setting up a defensive line. Speaking of which, there was another reason why Wendy didn't return to Xianfeng City. Yes, Xianfeng City was completely destroyed, with only rubble and broken walls left, a complete ruin. Wendy might as well have returned to the gates of Okma City. At least there was a wall there, but here, there was nothing. After arranging the plants and establishing the defensive line, Xing took out his phone and said to the others, "Let's have a competition. See who can kill the most black-tie creatures. The one with the fewest kills will be your subordinate for a day." Hu Tao, Kiana, and the others piqued their interest. "Alright. The one with the fewest kills will be your subordinate for a day. I'm the strongest Valkyrie. I definitely take first place this time." Then, Xing drew out the heavenly fire judgment and slashed at the distance. The flaming sword energy shot out, shattering a distant stone pillar with a resounding explosion. Xing's strike awakened all the black-tie creatures in the ruins of Xianfeng City, and they all rushed towards Xing, Hu Tao, and the others. Not only the black-tie creatures, but even the fire thief had noticed this place. The fire thief hid in the shadows, watching the others and directing the black-tie creatures' attack. He himself, meanwhile, observed from the side. After suffering 2 severe beatings, the fire thief had become obedient and had learned to look up strategies. Before, that would have been just charge in and attack. Now, he learned to observe stealthily first. After a period of observation, he had confirmed the true nature of these individuals. They all relied on those strange plants to fight. As long as he could eliminate them, these individuals would be trapped. Then he would capture them, and use them to threaten the Golden One or lure them out of the city to fight him. He still had confidence in dealing with the Golden One. The fire thief appeared confidently not far from Xing and the others, charging towards them at full speed. A laser cannon shooter noticed the fire thief, turned his gun, and opened fire. The fire thief's greatsword swung rapidly, blocking all the bullets and preventing himself from being harmed. The fire thief snorted disdainfully, then instantly appeared behind the laser cannon shooter and cut him off with his sword. At this moment, the attacks from the other plants also reached the fire thief. The fire thief dodged these attacks with a flick of his body. Little Doyle. Not worth mentioning. The fire thief directed the black-tie creatures to attack while slaying the plants. Xing looked at him. "Oh, a boss has spawned. How do we count this boss?" Hu Tao said. "How about 2,000? This guy is quite powerful. He's already destroyed a lot of our plants." Kiana agreed. "That's settled then. 2,000. Then, Kiana directed her plants to focus their fire on the fire thief. The fire thief was agile and easily dodged. Amber, Ying, and Eula saw this and directed their plants to focus their fire. The fire thief's suspicions were confirmed by this scene. As expected, these guys rely on these plants to fight. Just wait for me to capture you. It took over half an hour, but the fire thief successfully led the black-tie creatures to dismantle all the plants. The fire thief arrived before Xing, Hu Tao, and the others. "Surrender? Cooperate a little, and you save yourself a lot of pain." But Xing, Hu Tao, and the others ignored her. They were busy ranking themselves, and the last one would have to serve as the first one's underling for a day. The fire thief, seeing them treating him like air, was furious. Aren't you afraid? I already chopped down all those plants. Aren't you afraid of being killed by me? Xing waved her hand. Go away, go play somewhere else. Your sister Xing is busy. Xing's words ignited a rage within the fire thief, and he charged at Xing with all his might. Xing saw this. Sisters, wait a moment. I'm going to take care of a little bug. With that, Xing drew the Skyfire Judgment in her hand, accelerated, and leaped high to meet the attacking fire thief. Xing used the Skyfire Judgment to block, easily blocking the fire thief's attack. Xing felt a touch of disdain, as the Skyfire Judgment's force emanated from her. I thought you were so powerful, but this is all you can do? No, little brother. Xing increased his strength, thrusting out with a single sword strike, pushing the fire thief back. Then Xing shouted, Second Star Core. Activate. Xing slashed with his sword, and the fire thief dodged with all his might, barely avoiding the blow. With just one strike, Xing severely injured the fire thief. Who told you we rely on these plants to fight? Xing pressed forward again, appearing in front of the fire thief in an instant. The fire thief didn't react at all. By the time he reacted and prepared to block, the heavenly fire judgment in Xing's hand had already struck him. A large cloud of blue energy instantly emanated from the fire thief's body, and he completely slumped. No, impossible. You? Strange energy. Who are you? Xing heard this, hands on his hips. Listen carefully. I am the Galaxy Skyfire hero, the Light Elf King, and a member of the train crew, the Nameless Guest. When the fire thief heard Xing call him the Nameless Guest, he spat out a mouthful of blood. You again? Nameless Guest. Why do you always want to ruin my plans? Xing asked back. Oh, do you know other Nameless Guests? The fire thief didn't answer Xing's question. Instead, he secretly mobilized the Black Tide creatures, sending them to attack the people before him. Under the cover of the Black Tide creatures, the fire thief seized his chance to escape and vanished from the spot. Let's get away for now. These guys are quite powerful. Chapter 447. After Xing slashed out with his sword, slaying all the surrounding Black Tide creatures, he put away the Skyfire Judge and clapped his hands. Boring. This guy can't win a fight, but he's pretty quick on the run. Hu Tao then approached. Xing, let's go! Let's pack up and head back. Xing nodded and began to scan the battlefield for any living plants. Bringing them back for healing would be another good opportunity. Evening. The train crew, the Star Core hunter Yi Yun, and Klikana were having dinner. Just then, Ningguang, Ganyu, Keqing, and Yilan emerged from the portal. Good evening, everyone, Ningguang said, smiling. Xing held up her bowl and licked the rice from the corner of her mouth. Ningguang? Oh, you guys are here. What a rare guest. It's rare to see you guys here. Ningguang smiled. Liu is busy, and we'd love to come, too, but it's a shame. Hu Tao asked curiously. Sister Ningguang, what brings you here? Ganyu explained. The Genshin Impact Dungeon pool is updating tonight, and this time the up pool is for my character, so I thought I'd come and get a max life. I prepared almost 600 draws, but I'm not sure if I get one. The little evil god came closer. Hee hee. 180 draws for one character, 600 isn't enough. Ganyu heard this. Huh? I shouldn't be that unlucky, am I? The little evil god smirked, pulling out a jade pendant he bought from a street stall. This is a good luck jade pendant I specifically asked for at a temple. Since we're friends, I can sell it to you at a low price. Not 99999, not 9998, just 998, just 998 star coins. I give you this jade pendant, how about it? The little evil god had just finished speaking when he felt someone pinch the back of his neck. Sandwich sauce, we must believe in science and reject superstition. The little evil god turned his head and gasped when he saw who was coming. Lily Ling, weren't you doing your homework? Why are you here? Lily Ling sneered. It's a good thing I came here. Otherwise, how could I have caught you cheating? For the next 5 minutes, everyone witnessed Lily Ling and the little evil god's daily interactions. It was brutal, too brutal. For a moment, everyone couldn't tell who was the demon and who was human. Thankfully, Yiyun, GZ, Kaka, and Walter acted quickly, shielding the little creature's eyes from this brutal scene. After finishing off the little evil god, Lily Ling bowed slightly to Ganyu. Sorry, sandwich sauce, for causing you trouble. Ganyu smiled wryly and waved her hand. No, no. After this little hiccup, everyone entered the dungeon portal and headed to the Genshin Impact dungeon to play around. After everyone left, the little evil god had recovered, though there was still a red spot on his face. The little evil god looked around, and noticed the piece of green-skinned meat in Thor's hand. "What's that?" Thor thought for a moment, and decided to tell the truth. "This is your tail meat. Lily Ling just cut a lot of slices, and I took one." After Thor said this, the little evil god fell silent. After a while, the little evil god suddenly jumped up, pointed at Thor's nose, and started talking on the microphone. "Thor, you gone too far. We're good sisters who spend every day in the kitchen together. You treat me like this? You're so disappointing." As he spoke, the little evil god's tone grew serious and solemn. "Thor, promise me." Thor nodded quickly. "I promise you. Sandwich sauce, as long as you forgive me," the little evil god said. "Okay. Promise me. When you cook my tail, you must let me taste it." Thor was momentarily stunned. "Huh?" the little evil god explained, spreading her hands. "This isn't the first time. Last time, when we had beef hot pot at home, my tail was cut off. Now it was Thor's turn to be stunned." "Ah, sandwich sauce, your life is truly full of hardship." Thor couldn't help but admire the little evil god. Even in such difficult times, the little evil god managed to maintain a sunny and cheerful heart. On the other side, in the Genshin Impact dungeon, after the star launch, they first completed the daily tasks. Daily tasks cost 60 Primo Gems, which translates to a whopping 600 star coins. Generally speaking, anyone who visits Yun's shop, unless they have something important to do that day, will go through the daily tasks. The so-called daily tasks. First, they complete the daily tasks in the Genshin Impact dungeon. Next, they harvest vegetables at the QQ farm and QQ ranch. Finally, they visit the dungeon portal to see what the random dungeon is for that day. If the rewards are generous, and they have enough time, they participate. These three things had become a daily routine for everyone. At the end of the day, they could earn at least 2,000 star coins, which became their primary source of star coins. By now, whether in Teyvat or Star Rail, the treasure chests outdoors had been practically cleared out. Shing controlled Dialec's character to teleport to Mondstadt's Wind Rising Land. Pork Slag Ugh. Dawn. Judgment. Shing controlled Dialec's character to unleash an elemental burst, clearing out the Hilichurl camp not far from Wind Rising Land. Shing glanced at the quest panel. This was the last one. After taking care of the Hilichurl camp, Shing teleported to Mondstadt and ran to the Adventurers Guild. Towards the stars. "Welcome. Thank you." Without waiting for Catherine to finish, Shing frantically clicked past them and received 20 Primo Gems and a bunch of materials. After completing the daily commission, Shing opened the wish list and saw that the current up pool was Ganyu. Shing looked at the entanglement fates in his backpack, over 500 in total. Shing thought for a moment and decided to try out the trial first, to see how powerful Ganyu was. Clicking on the trial character, Shing's gaze shifted to the trial space. First, Shing read Ganyu's character introduction, understanding her combat style. Then, Shing began the trial, switching to Xiangling to apply fire, then switching to Ganyu to charge and fire an arrow. 59,623. 6752125 digit numbers appeared above Ironclad Little Treasure's head, instantly depleting his health. Shing was stunned. What the hell? One arrow deals 100,000 plus damage. Isn't that a bit outrageous? My Master Lu's single attack only deals 20,000 at most. Shing tried again, and this time, just like before, one arrow dealt 100,000 plus damage. Shing exited the character trial space with a solemn expression, then opened the wish panel. She pulled out 10 entangled bonds from her backpack and threw them at the wish panel before her. Shing, reckless, tossed them in 10 at a time. Finally, after expending 500 draws, she successfully drew Ganyu, a 1+1. Chapter 448. After Shing finished drawing, he spat out blood at the sight of Ganyu, who had only gained 1+1 after 500 draws. A string of damage numbers appeared above his head. -300. I hate it. How could I have been so irresistible? I finally saved up 500 draws. I'm back to square one. Despite feeling sad, Shing still went to farm materials and raised Ganyu and her weapon to level 90. Shing tested the damage. Not bad. A single arrow melted 100,000 plus damage. Shing controlled Ganyu's character and slaughtered every elite monster on the map, feeling quite satisfied. Shing felt a little better now. The 500 draws had been worth it. At least Ganyu was a very powerful character. Shing played for a while, cleared the abyss solo with Ganyu, and then logged off. As soon as he exited the dungeon portal, he saw Hu Tao, Ning Guang, and the others engaged in a heated discussion. Hu Tao was amazed. TSK, Sister Ganyu, your character's damage is incredible. I wonder how good mine is. Ganyu smiled slightly. Should be pretty powerful, right? I heard from Yi Yun that your character is a fire-type powerhouse. Hu Tao heard this. Oh, really? Then it should be pretty strong, Ning Guang said at this point. Ganyu, your character's damage is truly incredible. Monsters I couldn't defeat before can now be dealt with a single arrow. Plus, the second part of your heavy attack deals area damage, making it very handy for clearing out small monsters. Yi Lan commented immediately. Most importantly, Ganyu, your character is already fully formed at 0 constellations. The subsequent constellations only increase damage and burst. Keqing shook her head. 6 lives doesn't just increase damage, it directly changes the mechanics, right? I think it's like firing 3 heavy arrows in a row, Eula said. No, it does increase damage, but the burst is much stronger. The output still relies on heavy arrows. However, while the damage is high, it's easily interrupted by monsters. Amber was puzzled. Eula, don't you have Zhongli? Zhongli's shield can resist interruption. Eula heard. Huh? How can it be that way? I didn't draw it then. Lu Ying smiled. Mr. Zhongli's character's shield is very powerful, and it works seamlessly. My character barely loses health when fighting in the abyss. Jizi agreed with Lu Ying. Indeed, with Zhongli, the nature of the game has changed. Before, I had to dodge attacks, but with Zhongli's shield, I can just take it head-on. Walter said. I have a feeling any character from your 7 gods in this Genshin Impact dungeon is a must-draw. Then he can create a wind field, increasing your world exploration speed, and also has a very powerful monster-gathering mechanic. Zhongli's shield is incredibly thick, greatly improving his survivability. Ying said. Hee. Yeah, I saved up 1,000 draws already. I'm going to max out Zhongli's health when he respawns. Zhongli can even recover health when hit at full health. Incredible. Xing leaned over. If I had your draws, I wait a bit for Ying's upgrade pool. Judging by Ying's storyline performance, he's definitely a top-tier character. That strike was so impressive. Slurp slurp. I'm definitely going to get 6 plus 5. I'm going to prepare 1,000 draws first. Ying realized what she had said. Yeah. And Ying. Ganyu suddenly raised her hand. Well, getting 6 plus 5 for a character shouldn't take that many draws, right? Xing and Ying, the 2 unlucky ones, looked at Ganyu in surprise. Of course it does. The guaranteed draw is 180 draws. Ganyu heard this. Huh? That much? But every time I draw a character, it only takes a few dozen draws to get 6 plus 5, right? Ganyu's words shocked everyone present, and they all asked in confusion. Ganyu, do you want to hear what you're talking about? What do you mean by 6 plus 5 for a few dozen draws? Ganyu saw everyone's puzzled expressions. Isn't that true for everyone? I thought everyone was like that. Klee said with a smile. Klee too. All of Klee's characters are 6 plus 5. Hee. Hearing Klee's words, everyone was shocked again. Wow, these 2 are definitely European. Especially Ying and Xing, the 2 unlucky ones, who always get the guaranteed bonus. Neshida, who had come to borrow a book from Yi Yun's stored library, listened to the conversation and couldn't help but wonder what her character would be like in the Genshin Impact dungeon. Neshida was curious and wanted to ask Yi Yun. Neshida ran to Yi Yun, holding a newly borrowed book. Yi Yun, can you tell me what my character is like? Neshida asked, and the others cast curious glances. Klee, who was sitting in Kafka's arms, receiving watermelon, raised her hand and said, Sister Neshida should be like Klee, right? They both play with bombs. Hee. Kafka smiled and pinched Klee's nose. Why does Klee think that? Klee explained seriously. Because Neshida and Klee are very similar, hee. Klee's words brought a knowing smile to everyone's face. Children's thoughts are always so innocent and adorable. Yi Yun said. Then you're wrong, Klee. Your Neshida is a very powerful character. A team with her, as the core, is known as the all-around team. They can clear the abyss in any environment. Ying was surprised. What? All-around team? Now there's another character I have to draw. Yi Yun said. Neshida is the core of a grass-type team. Without her, the grass-type team's damage would be several levels lower. Neshida heard this. Can you elaborate a bit, Yi Yun? I'm curious about my character. Everyone could relate to Neshida's curiosity. After all, a character based on her was a model, so who wouldn't be curious? GZ, Walter, and the others were also sometimes curious about what their characters would look like, and what their skills would be like in the Star Rail dungeon. Ian smiled but said nothing. I won't tell you about that. I keep you anticipating. You find out when the card pool is released. Xing then said. So when does the Shimi storyline open? The Genshin Impact dungeon was different from Yi Yun's previous life's game. The Genshin Impact dungeon released all the storyline before version 3.0 all at once. In his previous life, when the Glycerin dungeon was in progress, the storyline was only up to version 1.3. It opened the day after tomorrow, the Shimi version. It'd be enough for you to play for a long time. That's right. Are the 4 great Shimi classics kidding you? The past is too painful to recall. Thinking of those 76 living fathers, those endless holes to dig into, those endless pyramids to turn around, tut-tut. However, the plots of the 4 great classics are still quite good. The only problem with the previous life was the lack of dubbing, which made it a lot more boring. The Genshin Impact dungeons are different, they're all dubbed, and the rewards are generous. I'm sure Xing and the others won't find them boring. Xing couldn't help but become curious about Shimi's plot. Chapter 449. Paimon's mind suddenly turned, and he said, Ing, we can go find Kong. Didn't he say he's already made a trip? He must be very familiar with Shimi, right? How about we capture him and use him as a guide? Paimon's words stunned everyone. Ing stared at Paimon with suspicion. There's something wrong with you. You're very wrong. Is that something that little fool Paimon could say? I don't believe it. Xing, Hu Tao, and Kiana all shook their heads. We don't believe it either. Amber grabbed Paimon and shook him vigorously. Get out. Whoever you are, get off Paimon. Was that something Paimon could have said just now? Get Paimon back to us. Come out. Hu Tao. Try the exorcism talisman. Hu Tao pinched her fingers, and a talisman appeared out of thin air. Hurry, as the command has been given. Command? The talisman entered Paimon's body, and Amber stopped shaking, staring at him intently. Paimon recovered and bit Amber's hand, causing her to quickly let go of him in pain. Amber! You're going too far. I'm ignoring you. Hu Tao, Ing, and the others murmured softly. He bites? He must be a demon. I think so. But the talisman isn't working. What should I do? I have an idea. Watch me. Ing pulled out a bag of Paimon's favorite potato chips and held it to Paimon's nose. Everyone understood. Oh! Why didn't I think of that? We just need to awaken Paimon's soul and let her regain control of her body. Ing is so smart. She actually thought of that. Does this trick work? Yes, they say that in so many horror movies. It definitely works. Paimon, listening to everyone's conversation, was furious. Me? I'm not playing with you anymore, Hu Tao. Don't blame me. You provoked me first. Everyone listen to me. Hu Tao tried to catch butterflies yesterday afternoon and fell flat on her face. And Amber. Don't think I don't know. You misused the wind wings in New Mon yesterday, and got your pilot's license revoked again, and you. Xing. You hugged and kissed a trash can last night, and especially you. Ing. You drooled in your sleep last night. I don't want the hush money you gave me. As he spoke, Paimon pulled out a bunch of snacks and threw them at Ing, Hu Tao, and the others. This instantly made Xing, Ing, and Hu Tao awkward. Oh no! This seems like the real Paimon. GZ, Walter, and the others had incredibly interesting expressions, looking at Ing, Hu Tao, and Amber with satisfaction and surprise. Just as Paimon was about to continue, Ing rushed over and covered her mouth. If Paimon kept talking, their dirty laundry would be exposed, and they'd be utterly humiliated. Listen. We believe you're Paimon. Paimon pushed Ying's hand away. I'm mad. I'm going to tell it all. I'm going to fight you. Come on. I'm going to spill all your dirty laundry. Hu Tao silently pulled out a bag of potato chips and handed it to Paimon. Paimon, a bag of potato chips, and we're reconciled? How about that? Paimon glanced at the chips, snorted, and turned his head away, refusing to accept Hu Tao's apology. Hu Tao sighed. Guess I just have to use my ultimate move. Amber was startled. That's not the trick, is it? Xing was also surprised. Hu Tao, are you really going to do this? Hu Tao nodded seriously, her eyes fixed on Paimon, making him panic. Suddenly, Hu Tao pulled out a large gift bag of snacks and threw it at Paimon. Take your snacks? Shut up. Go play. Paimon was showered with snacks, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she felt like she was being showered with happiness. Okay. I'm leaving. Paimon struggled to fly away, dragging the gift bag of snacks. Malim saw this and came over to help, trying to get some snacks. Himiko had already measured Malim's daily snack rations to prevent her from overeating. Some time ago, Malim ate a full 100 kilograms of snacks in one day, and the snack packaging filled 3 large trash cans. From then on, Jeezy set a daily limit for Malim. If she exceeded it, she would be banned from coming for the day. Yi-Yun was also very cooperative, and could help temporarily close the portal. Malim was now limited to 3 snack packs a day, with a total weight of no more than 1500 g, and she had to choose them under Jeezy's supervision. Now, while Jeezy was chatting with the others, I quickly pulled Paimon away. Only by eating the snacks could I truly eat them. Afterwards, Xing, Hu Tao, and the others chatted for a while, and decided to find Kong to ask him if he remembered the route to Shimi. New Teyvat, inside Liyue Harbor. On the top floor of the Sora's milk tea shop headquarters, Kong sat at his desk in a suit and tie, a report in hand. Okay, I understand. You go down first. The new shop needs to be open. We need to seize this opportunity to quickly capture the market. Let everyone in Teyvat drink our milk tea. Also, how's the process going with my request to contact Xiangling from Wanmintang? Is Xiangling interested in collaborating with us and helping us develop milk tea? Sora's secretary replied. We're still trying to contact her. I've been to Wanmintang these past few days, but haven't been able to get an appointment with Chef Xiangling. She's always busy. Sora heard this. How about this? Take your people over there today and wait. Once she's done, you can talk to her. Leave work after the discussion, and I triple your overtime pay. The secretary was instantly energized when she heard about triple overtime pay, and she wanted to work herself to death. Her salary was about 3,000 mora an hour, so triple that would be 9,000 mora. 9,000 mora an hour, that was absolutely amazing. Besides, there was no need to do anything else during the shift. All she had to do was wait for Xiangling to finish and talk to her. By the way, she could also go to Wanmintang for a meal. Wanmintang's business was booming, and every day when she got off work, the line was already long. She had just gotten off work, and was very hungry. So, she had no choice but to go to another small restaurant for a meal. Yes, Chairman. Kong nodded slightly. Well, you go ahead and get busy. The secretary bowed slightly, and exited the office. After the secretary left, Kong took off his glasses, and let out a long sigh. Although he was no longer the prince of the Abyss cult, he was now the owner of a $50+ milk tea shop. Every day, he was incredibly busy. Running a business was much more troublesome than running a cult. Running the Abyss cult mostly involved fighting. This business was different. Every aspect had to be taken into consideration, and there were countless trivial matters to deal with. Kong picked up his teacup and blew away the steam. Just as he was about to drink, the office door was suddenly kicked open. Kong sighed. It was obvious who would kick his own office door. Chapter 450. Who else would kick down his office door besides his bratty sister? Sure enough, the next second, Ing swaggered in. Looking left and right, her target locked onto Kong, who was sitting in a chair sipping tea. Ing walked over and plopped down on the desk. Wow, wow, wow. Not bad, huh? It's been so long since we last met, and you become chairman. Awesome. Ing reached out, and picked up the sign on the desk that read chairman. Kong took a sip of tea. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Ing said. Don't worry, first, bring me and my sisters a cup of your most expensive milk tea to taste. Ing then called Xing, Hu Tao, and Kiana to sit down nearby. Kong, seeing this, picked up the landline phone on the desk. Hello, Xiao Lu, get me 10 cups of bawang milk tea. Kong looked up at Ing. Hot or iced? Ing heard this and looked at Xing, Kiana, and the others. Kiana raised her hand. Iced. The others also ordered iced. Seeing this, Ing looked down at Sora. Then let's all have iced. Sora informed his secretary of his request and hung up. Soon, the secretary and 2 employees arrived with freshly prepared milk tea. This milk tea lived up to its name. The cup was as big as his head, Paimon couldn't even hold it. Ing looked at Paimon speechlessly, and shook her head. Alright, stop trying to hold it. Come on, why not just use a straw? Paimon inserted the straw into the cup, and began to sip. Malim, standing beside him, was completely wild, clutching the cup and guzzling it down. Ing happily swallowed the milk tea. Not bad, your milk tea is indeed delicious, Kong explained. The milk tea in my shop is made with genuine, all-natural ingredients, and then processed using a special cooking method. The taste is absolutely amazing. Okay, now that you had your milk tea, it's time to talk business, right? Ing shook her head. Wait a minute, don't worry. I have something else to discuss with you. Give me and my sisters one of your highest level membership cards, the ones that get free milk tea. Kong was speechless. Why did this feel so strange? Didn't you come to talk to me about something? Why are you telling me to take it easy? Shouldn't I be telling you this? Understand your situation, you idiot. Kong pulled out a stack of black gold membership cards and tossed them to Ying. This is the highest level black gold membership card. It entitles you to free access to all the milk teas in my company. Ying happily accepted it and gave one to Xing, Hutao, Qiana, and the others. After Kong Jian finished distributing the membership cards, he asked speechlessly, "Can we talk now?" Ying heard this, put away the membership card, cleared her throat, coughed twice, and spoke slowly. "Didn't you say before that you already taken a trip? Do you remember the topography of Shumi? Or do you have a map of Shumi? Give me one." Kong was puzzled. "Why do you want a map of Shumi?" "I do have one, but I need to look for it." "I don't know where I put it," Ying said. "It's definitely useful. Go ahead and look for it. We explore your place. Call me when you find it." With that, Ying waved her hand and retreated with Xing, Hutao, and the others. Sora sighed silently as he watched Ying, Qiana, and the others hurriedly retreat. "Ah. I'm the older brother, so I go look for it." Sora stretched, stood up from his chair, and began searching for the map he left behind when he was the temporary commander of the Sumi Uprising Army. Xing, Gurumi, and the others began to wander the building. Ying's presence was well known throughout the company. She was the chairman's sister, and also the inspector of Teyvat, a very powerful figure. Wherever Ying went, people greeted her. "Hello, hello. Don't overwork yourself. You need to balance work and rest. Hey. Hello. If you have any ideas, feel free to tell your chairman. Employee welfare must not be neglected. It's not hard work, no need to bother you. Get back to work." Ying toured each department like a company leader. There was no place in the entire company she couldn't visit. Even the R&D department was there, and Ying rushed in for a look. After the researcher's introduction, she even tried her hand at mixing a freshly squeezed juice. How could it taste bad? How could freshly squeezed juice be so bad? We arrived at the company's first floor, which housed the main branch of the Sora milk tea shop. Business was booming, and the staff were already working themselves to the bone. Ying walked over and saw, wow, they already done over 3,000 orders today. And there was still a long line. Qiana glanced at her black gold membership card and ran to the back of the line. Xing saw this. "Qiana, why are you queuing? Do you still want milk tea?" Qiana said. "I'm bringing a few cups back for May, Auntie, and my mom and sister. They're free, so if you don't want them, they're delicious." Xing thought it made sense. "You're right. If you don't take advantage of a good deal, you're a jerk. I buy a few drinks for GZ, Uncle Yang, and the others too." Hu Tao, Amber, and the others followed suit and joined the line. As they were waiting in line, a familiar figure suddenly walked by. Xing looked over. Isn't that Ying? Why is she here?" Ying walked straight to the front desk and said calmly to the staff. "I'm here to pick up my order. Here's my code." Ying pulled out her phone. The waiter checked it and saw hundreds of codes. The waiter checked the numbers. "Wow, 500 drinks. Okay, wait a moment. I pack your drinks for you." Xing walked over. "Ying, you're here to buy milk tea too? What's wrong? Can't you find yours? Let me check your order code and help you find it." Xing saw Ying standing there and thought she hadn't found hers, so she wanted to help. Ying shook her head. "No packing it." Then, right under Xing's eyes, Ying put 500 cups of milk tea into her storage ring. Xing was a little confused. "Who are you buying this for? So many at once." Ying tilted her head. "Who are you buying this for?" "This is all mine." Xing's eyes widened. "You drink so much by yourself?" Ying nodded. "Yes, this is just my daily intake. I come here every day to buy milk tea. This shop has delicious milk tea. You should try it too." Xing's mouth twitched when she heard Ying's words. "Drink 500 cups of milk tea a day? How do you manage to do that? It's fair to say that being a god is different from ordinary people." Xing felt like she couldn't finish 500 cups. Even if her stomach exploded, she wouldn't be able to drink. It was terrifying. Also, Ying's figure was still amazing. She hadn't gained any weight at all. Chapter 451. After Ying placed all the milk tea in her storage ring, she turned and left the shop. Xing, Hutao, and the others lined up to buy milk tea and returned to the top floor to find a map. With the map in hand, they returned to the train. Meanwhile, Omphalos, inside the marble market. "Come take a look. Cat and Cat clothing store is open. Don't miss it if you're passing by. Opening today, everything is 20% off. We guarantee you be satisfied with the clothes here. Hee hee. Barchela shouted from a loudspeaker at the entrance of Cat and Cat clothing store. Many passers-by became interested and walked into the store. However, they soon left. The reason was that the clothes were too expensive. It was ridiculously expensive, completely out of the reach of ordinary people like them. Cypher wasn't in a hurry. Her target customer base had never been ordinary people, but the wealthy and powerful. Just like the people in the Senate, Cypher was sure they would be interested. After all, the clothes in her shop more or less carried some historical story about Omphalos. Cypher sat behind the cashier, trimming her nails with a pair of nail clippers. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Xia Dai slowly walked in. Senior Cypher. Cypher was delighted to see Xia Dai. Oh, it's Xia Dai. How did you find time to come to me? Are you here to buy clothes? I'd like to show you around? Xia Dai bowed slightly. Yes, thank you. Cypher waved her hand. It's okay, let me take a look. I do have a few pieces that might be suitable for you. What Cypher didn't know was that she was about to embark on an incredibly difficult negotiation. 10 minutes later, Xia Dai pointed at a black dress and asked, Senior Cypher, how much is this dress? Cypher's eyes rolled. 88,000. Xia Dai pulled out a booklet containing bargaining tips she copied from the internet. Can you round off the price? Cypher agreed that a lower price wasn't a problem. The original price was only 5,000, so even with the rounded price, she still make tens of thousands of yuan in profit. Then how much do you want? Xia Dai glanced at the booklet. 8,000. Cypher nearly spat out blood when she heard Xia Dai's number. You round off the price? No, I won't make any profit. Xia Dai looked at the booklet again and turned to head out the door. Cypher saw this and quickly stopped Xia Dai. Okay, I give you 80,000, okay? I'd pay you at cost. Xia Dai turned around. 8,000. Cypher thought, great, you're the one who's forcing me to pull out all the stops. Cypher helped Xia Dai put on the black dress she'd chosen, then came to the mirror. Look, you look so good in this. A typical girl would buy something as she put it on, and heard a few compliments, and wouldn't hesitate to bargain. But the person she met today was Xia Dai, who was here to practice her bargaining skills. Xia Dai glanced at the brochure. It's indeed beautiful, but I think beauty is more important, right? Cypher heard. It's rare to see you so confident. I give you a lower price, 75,000. Xia Dai stared into Cypher's eyes, and spat out a string of numbers. 8,000. Please believe me, I'm sincere. Cypher held her head, and shook her head. That won't do. How can I sell it at a loss? Xia Dai heard this, and flipped to the last page of the booklet. Bring me the purchase order. If it's higher than 8,000, I buy it at full price. Cypher was instantly defeated and speechless for a moment. Xia Dai, you should go to the internet cafe less often. There's nothing good online. Xia Dai said with a smile. No, it's fun online. I can chat with Xing, Luing, and the others, and watch lots of interesting short videos about what life is like on other planets. You can also learn a lot of practical tips. Look, didn't I just successfully bargain? Cypher's ears drooped. Okay, I finally lost to you today. 8,000 is fine. Xia Dai finally bought the black dress for 8,000 and left the store. Not long after, Bai also arrived at Cypher's store. Cypher's store didn't just sell women's clothing, it also offered a wide variety of men's clothing. Senior Cypher. Cypher, upon hearing this, stared at Bai at the door. Another one? Are you here to learn how to bargain like Xia Dai? Welcome, Bai. Are you here to buy clothes? Bai nodded. Well, let me see if there's anything I can wear. Cypher brought out a red and green trench coat. Cypher knew Bai well, and was naturally aware of his peculiar aesthetic. How about this one? Bai was instantly captivated by the colorful trench coat. Okay. I take this one. How much? Cypher, after careful consideration, offered a price. 100,000. You can't round down now, right? Rounding down again would be rude. Just as Cypher was about to bargain, Bai suddenly pulled out his wallet, took out 100,000 credits, and handed it to Cypher. 100,000 credits now. I'm leaving now, Senior Cypher. With that, Bai took the colorful trench coat and left the store. Now it was Cypher's turn to be stunned. Really? This idiot boy doesn't bargain? He give me whatever I quoted? At this moment, Aglaya's voice rang out. According to statistics, The average male shopper rarely bargains. Saphir, hearing this, looked at Aglaia as she entered the store. Is that so? Then wouldn't it be better if I just sold men's clothing? Aglaia smiled. Safaria, selling only men's clothing isn't enough. Men usually wear a piece of clothing for a long time. In a man's mindset, clothes are only as good as having a few to wear. Thus, a clothing store still relies heavily on women's clothing. Speaking of which, I just ran into Xiadia. She said she practiced her bargaining skills with you and was successful. But that's a bit too much. A cunning titan can't be incapable of bargaining. Sci-Face smiled. The younger generation wants to learn new life skills. I can't undermine her confidence. Besides, I'm still making a little money. Aglaia heard this. Do you want to open an online store? Sell these clothes online? Sci-Fi was surprised. Oh, an online store? That sounds interesting. How do you do it? Aglaia then began to explain the process and specific precautions for opening an online store. After learning about it, Saphir was thrilled. This online store invention is truly magnificent. There must be a lot of idiot customers out there. Chapter 452. After learning the specifics of online store operations, Saphir began editing her own shop. A piece of clothing, refurbished from some ruin, Saphir edited. This piece was made by the princess's former tailor. The material is solid, and the cut is beautiful. Price, 99,999. Aglaia saw this but didn't intervene. Online shopping platforms are like that, with counterfeits everywhere. This is one of the reasons why Aglaia's online shop is so successful. Genuine goods at reasonable prices. The reviews on her online shop only mention expensive items, not inferior ones. This proves the saying that expensive things have their reasons. About half an hour later, Tibeo rushed in. Aya! Something terrible is happening. The Senate has summoned the cleansers. Aglaia and Saphir paused at this. Aglaia smiled slightly. Finally, you can't help but make a move. I'm getting impatient waiting. Safaria, it's your turn. Saphir looked at Aglaia. I'm curious. You didn't use the golden thread on me, so how did you know this lie? Tibeo was confused. What lie? How could I not know? Aglaia smiled faintly. Some time ago, my golden thread accidentally touched the Dawn Machine. I saw the Dawn Machine's true form, and therefore, I knew your lie. However, I'm also puzzled. Your ruse has been exposed, so why hasn't the Dawn Machine returned to its original state? Saphir pondered for a moment. It's very likely related to your goddess of beauty. That's the only possibility. At this moment, Pony's voice rang out. Don't worry, I did it. When I first agreed to help you, Omphalos, with Klee, I noticed the tailor machine was off. I lit it up again. Do you want to turn it off now? As Pony finished speaking, a stone emitting a holy white light suddenly appeared between the three of them, and Pony's voice rang out again. This is the switch. If you want to turn it off, just smash it on the ground. Same to turn it on. Just smash it again. With that, Pony's voice faded. Aglaia, Saphir, and Tibeo also understood. Tibeo smiled. So there's something wrong with the Dawn Machine. But Pony is such a kind person. He actually helped us get it back on. Aglaia put away the stone in her hand. Yes, if it weren't for Pony, we would have been in so much trouble. Saphir stretched. Then, you don't have to bother me anymore, right? With this stone, Aglaia can handle it yourself. Aglaia nodded slightly. Yes. Aglaia looked at Tibeo. Master, you should stay here in Safaria. Those cleansers will probably attack all the Goldens and Demigods. Hearing this, sis. Safaria also persuaded. That's right, Sister Tibeo, you should stay with me. With me here, your safety is absolutely guaranteed. And Sisters Tion and Tining, I go get them too. Tibeo smiled and agreed. Okay, then I stay here in Safaria for now. Aya, be careful. Aglaia smiled faintly. Don't worry, they're just some petty thieves, nothing serious. As she spoke, Aglaia looked at the stone in her hand, which shone with a holy light. Besides, his eyes are always on us, Omphalos. Then, Aglaia left Saphir's clothing store. Over half an hour later, Aglaia stood by the baths of heroes, quietly watching the panicked people in the baths below. Aglaia had already shut down the Dawn Machine, and it would take at least a few days before it was reopened. At that moment, there was movement behind her. Katniss led a team of cleansers behind her. Aglaia turned around. Can't you bear it anymore? Your Excellency Katniss, I thought you could hold it in for a while longer. Katniss snorted coldly. Humph. You witch. It's because of you that our Senate has lost the support of our people. Aglaia asked. I'm curious. Who gave you the courage to confront a demigod? Katniss sneered. Of course, I know how powerful demigods are, but I already thought of a countermeasure. Think of the girl who lost her sight. What would happen if she lost it again? And these people? I can't do anything to you, but I can do something to them. Aglaia. Make your decision. After saying this, Katniss looked at Aglaia with a confident expression, as if she were certain of victory. Aglaia looked at Katniss and chuckled. So this is your last resort? Then, you can disappear completely. As Aglaia finished her words, strands of hair-thin golden threads bound Katniss and her purgers. The sharp golden thread caused several bloody marks to ooze out from the slightest movement of the men. Katniss was incredulous. Aglaia, are you crazy? Don't you care about those people? Aglaia said. Of course I do. You don't think my golden thread can handle the other cleansers at the same time, do you? As Aglaia finished speaking, doves, fused with the divine power of the goddess Venus, flew onto her shoulder. Recently, a flock of pigeons has appeared in Oma. These pigeons are very friendly, and have become integrated into Oma in just one day. Hearing Aglaia's words, Katniss finally understood. These pigeons are yours. Aglaia smiled slightly, and with a flick of her finger, the golden thread binding Katniss tightened. Yes, these pigeons are my eyes. Rest in peace, Katniss. Your passing will be the beginning of Omphalos's greatness. Turn into the soil, and become the nourishment for Omphalos's growth. Katniss's pupils shrank sharply. No! You can't do this. You monster. Katniss hadn't finished her words when her body shattered and fell to the ground. At the same time, all armed forces belonging to the Senate within the city were simultaneously eliminated. Bayer, having been notified long ago, was already clearing the scene with his guards and explaining the situation to the people. Bayer stood in the middle of the crowd. Everyone! It's time to tell you the truth. The Dawn Machine has long ceased to function. For all these years, it has been powered by the power of the demigod of trickery. Now, this ruse has been uncovered by the Senate, and the Dawn Machine has completely lost its power. But don't worry. We have already punished the Senate. And we promise that all of us golden people will do our utmost to repair the Dawn Machine and bring light to everyone once again. As Bai explained, the people learned the truth. It turned out that the Senate was the pest. The golden people were the ones who made life so good for everyone. For a moment, the people of Oma all supported the golden people. Chapter 453. Aglaia spent the entire day dealing with the remaining traces of the Senate. It wasn't until midnight that Aglaia finally had time to sit down and rest. The Senate had existed for so many years, it wouldn't be cleared away overnight. Aglaia brewed a cup of black tea and sat on the balcony, admiring the orange sunset. To be precise, the sky in all of Omphalos was now just one color, dusk. Because the Dawn Machine had been shut down. Aglaia planned to turn it back on in a few days. This way, she could win over the people. Let these people know that only the Golden Generation can bring light, a good life, and protect their safety. Soon, a guard approached, carrying a little girl. Lord Aglaia, I brought you here. Aglaia turned. Well, thank you for your hard work. You may leave now. The guard withdrew, leaving the little girl and Aglaia alone. Aglaia stood up and approached the little girl. Little girl, long time no see. The little girl reached out and took Aglaia's finger. Is this Master Aglaia? Long time no see. Aglaia picked her up. Let's go. Today, I take you to regain your sight. With that, Aglaia picked up the little girl and walked through the portal. A moment later, Aglaia arrived at the Black Tower space station. This was her first time there. Aglaia released a golden thread, sensing her surroundings. Soon, the thread transmitted information about the surroundings to her mind, slowly creating a 3D topographic map. So this is what the space station looks like. It's indeed, as Jeezy said, full of technology. Aglaia had just finished speaking when Esther approached with Alan. Ms. Aglaia, welcome to the Black Tower space station. Aglaia looked in Esther's direction. Hello, Esther. Thanks for the trouble. Esther smiled and shook her head. It's not a problem, Esther said, looking at the blind little girl holding Aglaia's right hand tightly. Is this the girl? Aglaia nodded. Well, she has a congenital eye disease. Is it really curable? Esther said with a smile. Don't worry. Congenital eye disease might be incurable elsewhere. On the Black Tower space station, we can find a treatment. It's just a congenital eye disease, and many of the station's staff can treat it. Please follow me. I made arrangements for you. The staff member is waiting. Aglaia's heart settled down upon hearing this. From Esther's tone, She felt that this congenital eye disease was just a minor problem. Then, over half an hour later, Aglaia and the blind girl followed Esther's steps into a laboratory. In the laboratory, Winshirling sat impatiently on a high stool. "Finally, you're here. I've been waiting for over an hour," Esther said with a smile. "Now you're here. I leave it to you, Winshirling." Winshirling glanced at Aglaia and the blind girl. "Which of you two will go first?" Aglaia squatted down and whispered in the blind girl's ear. "Go, you soon be able to see the world." The little girl nodded courageously upon hearing this. Winshirling approached, offering her a hand to support the blind girl and lead the way. "Come with me, I'll be able to heal you soon." The blind girl, supported by Winshirling, climbed onto a medical pod. Then, Winshirling closed the hatch, sat down at the adjacent operating table, and began to operate. The pod began to activate, releasing a puff of smoke that put the blind girl into a deep sleep. Then, a robotic arm appeared from inside the pod and began repairing her eye. Winshirling observed for a moment, confirming that the equipment was functioning properly, then reached for the nearby bottle of Wanzai milk and drank. "Done, just 10 minutes." Aglaia's golden thread couldn't fit into the pod. "Is that all?" Winshirling glanced at Aglaia. "Of course. What else could you possibly think? It's just a congenital eye problem, not a serious illness." After waiting for over 10 minutes, the medical bay stopped functioning, the hatch slowly opened, and Aglaia hurried forward. Inside the medical bay, the blind little girl was sound asleep. Aglaia gently shook her shoulder, and the little girl slowly opened her eyes. The little girl stretched, looked around, and reached out to grasp the edge of the medical bay and sat up. "Did I fall asleep?" Aglaia looked at the little girl's hand grasping the medical bay, surprised. The little girl finally realized what was happening. I can see. My eyes are healed. Lord Aglaia? Lord Aglaia, are you there? Excuse me, which one of you is Lord Aglaia?" Aglaia rubbed the little girl's hair. "It's me. Congratulations. Your eyes are healed." The little girl was overjoyed and hugged Aglaia. "Master Aglaia. Thank you. Thank you so much. I thought I'd never see this world again. To my surprise, Master Aglaia, you cured me." Winshirling, standing nearby, heard this. "It was me who cured you. Shouldn't you thank me first?" The little girl looked at Winshirling. "Huh? You cured me? You're amazing. You look about my age." Winshirling raised her little head. "This is the Black Tower Space Station. Who can come here without exceptional scientific talent? All right, rest for a while. I examine you later. I send the other person to the medical bay for treatment." Aglaia heard this, and lay down inside the medical bay. Once, for Omphalos and her people, she sacrificed her sight and her humanity in exchange for the ability to manipulate the golden threads. Now, with the divine nature of Venus, the goddess of beauty, integrated into her, she no longer needed to sacrifice either, and could now manipulate the golden threads. Now, it was time to regain her sight. Aglaia fell into a deep sleep under the influence of the smoke and had a dream. In the dream, Omphalos' future was bright, and all the golden people were still there. They surrounded her, congratulating Omphalos on his bright future. Alas, the dream soon faded, and in reality, Aglaia was awakened by Esther. Aglaia opened her eyes, and once again saw the vibrant world. For the next half hour, Winshirling examined the two, confirming their complete recovery before letting them go. Aglaia and the little girl stood by the portal, bidding farewell to Esther and Winshirling. The little girl took Winshirling's hand. "Winshirling, I will study hard when I get back. Wait for me, I will come here again. Then we can do scientific research together." Chapter 454. Aglaia led the little girl out of the Black Tower station. After they returned to Omphalos, Aglaia instructed the little girl. "Don't tell anyone about what you saw and heard today. Got it?" The little girl nodded obediently. She already knew what had happened. She had just gone to the outer space. The outer space had always been a taboo in Omphalos. "I understand, Master Aglaia." Aglaia smiled and nodded, patting the little girl's head. "Go home, rest." The little girl smiled and nodded, skipping out of the hero baths and heading home. In the Black Tower station. After Esther and Winshirling saw Aglaia off, Winshirling suddenly spoke. "It's been ages since I seen Klee and the others. I don't know when they come over to play. We agreed that the next time they come, I upgrade her bouncing bomb." Esther looked at Winshirling, who was muttering resentfully. "Did you miss Klee and the others?" Winshirling felt a little embarrassed and angry that Esther had seen through her thoughts. No. I was just mentioning it. Didn't Klee and the others come to play with me last time?" When Shirling tried to defend herself, but the more Esta spoke, the more she felt that she missed Klee and the others. Okay, no, I have things to do. I be leaving now. Esta said goodbye to Wen Shirling. Esta didn't return to her office, but turned and walked into the portal. It was late afternoon, and there were very few people dining at Yi Yun's restaurant. Only Yi Yun, Jizi, Kafka, Xiangling, the little evil god, Thor, 8 little guys, and a truly ordinary human, Xiaolin. Good evening, everyone. Esther greeted everyone with a smile. GZ, seeing Esther, stood up and greeted her. Esther, you're here. Have you eaten yet? Would you like to join us? Xiangling made a boiled fish today. Esther shook her head. No, I already eaten. I came to see Klee and the others. There's a junior staff member in our station named Wen Shirling. She missed Klee and the others, so I came to ask if they were free to come over and play. Klee, upon hearing this, stood up from her chair and rested her hands on the backrest. Wen Shirling? Klee missed her too. Bai Lu said. Let's go over and play later. Wen Shirling has a lot of fun stuff. Yao Yao reminded Bai Lu when she heard her say she wanted to go over and play. Bai Lu, you still have to make some medicine later. General Jing Yuan's Qingling pills are almost gone. Bai Lu pouted at this. Yeah, then I won't go. Yi Yun smiled and said, seeing this. Don't rush it. Let's do it tomorrow. Let's go have some fun today. One night won't be a big deal. Bai Lu shook her head. No, I have to complete the tasks assigned to me as quickly as possible, GZ suggested. How about having Wen Shirling come over? That way, while Bai Lu refines the elixirs, they can go play in the cave. There's an amusement park there. Esta heard this. That's fine too. I'd bring her over. Kelly, Bai Lu, and the other little ones saw this and quickened their meals. They had to finish their meals quickly. Their friends would be playing soon. 20 minutes later. In Clara's laboratory on the second floor of the train. Wen Shirling was picked up by Estelle, and was helping Bai Lu refine the elixir. The group of little ones had clear divisions of labor. Some sorted the herbs, some put them in, and some collected the refined elixirs. Kelly waved her hand. Everyone! Let's work together. Go for it. Clara, watching from the side, wanted to help, but Kelly refused. No, Sister Clara, this is Kelly and her friend's business. I can't bother you, hee. Clara had no choice but to watch from the sidelines. Family brought a cup of hot milk. Clara, time for your milk. Clara happily accepted it. Thank you, family replied. You're welcome. Thanks to Haida and Ruan Mei's occasional instruction, Clara's scientific research in the field of mechanics has surpassed that of most station personnel. And someone didn't know who had spread the news, but the fact that Clara was a student of Haida was now widely known. The company has sent people to contact Clara, hoping to collaborate with her. Over the past few days, Clara has been asking around and has already found a lead. It's said that the person who betrayed her information often appears at the Black Tower space station, rummaging through the station's trash cans. Clara has asked family member number 2 to go to the Black Tower space station and wait there, waiting for this person to show up and capture her. Clara drank a sip of hot milk and swung her feet happily. The sneakers she wore were exquisitely crafted. Clara had saved up money to buy them. She usually sells her handmade machines online to earn some pocket money. After finishing her milk, Clara returned to Bellowburg with her family. Clara's home in Bellowburg was still in the Mecha settlement. Bronya had initially planned for Clara to move to the upper levels, but she refused. Clara's family was still in the Mecha settlement. Swarovski also felt that the Mecha settlement was the safest place in Bellowburg. There was a portal there, allowing Clara to leave at any time if danger arose. Clara pushed open the door, clutching the research materials. As soon as she entered, she saw Bronya, who had been waiting for her. Sister Bronya? Bronya heard the noise and looked over. Clara, you're back. Clara nodded. Sister Bronya, is there something you're looking for me for so late? Bronya asked. Well, are you free lately? I'd like you to help build the creation engine robot. Clara heard this. A creation engine, Bronya? What are you building this for? Bronya asked. It's used to break ice. Its immense power can shatter the ice sheet. Our second batch of Mega Series crops has been planted. In a week, we harvest a vast supply. By then, we have far more seeds than the current agricultural areas need. I plan to plant the excess in the wild and let it grow confidently. Firstly, it will help improve the environment. Secondly, it will provide us with an additional food source. Clara heard this. Is that so? Then Clara will come to you tomorrow. Bronya nodded in agreement. Bronya didn't want to trouble Clara. She was still young. But, in Hanabi's words, Clara was the only college student in Bebe Village, and they could only rely on her. Chapter 455. Bronya was also worried about this. Clara was the only capable researcher at Belloberg. Although Silva was once a scientist, she had no time to learn now that she was helping with Belloberg's affairs. As for the others, forget it, they didn't have the talent. Afterwards, the two discussed the details for a while, and after that, Bronya left the mechanical settlement. Meanwhile, Tevat, Nana, Sacred Flame Arena. Hold on. The abyss is almost over. Hold on. We win. 1,000 rocks, maintain formation. Don't panic. Large shield men, push forward. Reduce their landing space. Where are the arrows? Bring up new ones. Rangers. Protect the others. On the hilltop near the Sacred Flame Arena. Shonli, Mavika, Barnabas, Jin, Ing, the Great Compassion Tree King, Wendy, Fukaros, Navalit, and the members of the senior group gathered here. Shonli stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing the battlefield below. The strength of the abyss's attack has significantly weakened. It seems the abyss is nearing its limit. Navalit nodded slightly. The abyss? Isn't that terrifying? The Great Compassion Tree King smiled. That's not the case. It's only now that we come into contact with Yi Yuan and gain powerful strength. Otherwise, with our original strength alone, we would have found it difficult to withstand such a large-scale invasion from the abyss. Jin was also very grateful. Yes, we suffered this once before, 500 years ago. That time, even the gods Egolia and I perished on the battlefield. Wendy chuckled. Come to think of it, I also slept for a long time, because of the serious injuries I suffered that time. Mavika then said, things are different now. To use Ying's words, we have gained the power to deny the abyss from outside this world. Zhongli heard this. I heard Ying say that. She said there's a similar saying in the abyss. We have gained the power to deny the world from outside this world. Fukaros nodded. After this war, we can say goodbye to the abyss once and for all. Wendy shook her head. No, we'd probably have to come back later. You forgot about Nortolai. Barnabas pondered for a moment. That's true. It's okay. Now, the abyss is no match for us. Huaiyin sighed, as he looked at the army of bloodhounds below. These bloodhounds give me the feeling of breeding a swarm of insects. Jing Yuan smiled. Master Yin, these bloodhounds are no match for the breeding swarm. Huaiyin smiled. I'm just saying that. After all, the fighting style of these bloodhounds is somewhat similar to that of the swarm. Both attack in groups, recklessly attacking each other. The group chatted for a while, until a portal suddenly appeared, and Asmodeus emerged, wearing cat pajamas and holding a lollipop. What's going on? Has the Lord of the Abyss calmed down? Shonli glanced at the battlefield below. He should be calmer now. The Abyss's offensive has weakened considerably. With a wave of his hand, Asmodeus opened a portal leading directly to the center of the Abyss, and he peered through it. In the heart of the Abyss, the Lord of the Abyss roared, commanding his monsters to attack Nana. Suddenly, the Lord of the Abyss sensed a very familiar presence. Following the scent, he saw Asmodeus poking his head out of a portal, looking around. Their eyes met, and Asmodeus waved. Hi, Lord of the Abyss, long time no see. Don't worry about me, I just take a look. You go about your business, I'll be back on my own in a bit. With that, Asmodeus continued his blatant reconnaissance of the enemy. The Lord of the Abyss was stunned. No! Is there anyone like you? You're really offensive just poking your head in to check on the situation, don't you know? Is there anyone like you? Can you please treat me like a human being? What do you mean by I don't care about you? You be back on your own in a bit? You're saying that? I was about to take action, and now I'm embarrassed. Asmodeus. You gone too far. The Lord of the Abyss spat out a mouthful of blood. Asmodeus, upon seeing this, smacked his lips in astonishment. TSK. With that kind of mental endurance, I wonder how you managed to survive this long. Let's go, it's boring. Asmodeus retracted his head, and the portal closed. After gaining a clear view of the abyss, Asmodeus informed Zhongli, the Great Compassion Tree King, and the others. Let's end it here for now. The monsters on the other side of the abyss are still endless. The Lord of the Abyss fainted from rage. I closed the portal in a moment. Asmodeus looked at Zhongli. Morix, how's the construction of the new city of Nada going? Zhongli replied. It's already been completed. The night after you issued the mission, our people on Liueyuheng had already finished it. The overall style still adheres to the traditional Nader architecture, with the entire city taking on a hexagonal shape, corresponding to each of Nader's 6 current tribes. Asmodeus nodded in satisfaction. Well done. You Liyue are truly efficient. Asmodeus finished, clapping his hands. Alright, everyone look here. I have a few announcements. First, this training mission has been successfully completed. Next, I will close the abyssal passage. Everyone, return home and find yourselves. Those who want to celebrate, do so. Those who don't should attend to their own affairs. Second, Mavika, you Nadars, evacuate immediately and move to New Teyvat. Third, when you have time, come and explore Teyvat. There are still many things left here that you should take with you. Do you have any objections? Mavika raised her hand. It may take me some time. We need to pack up our belongings, so it might not be that fast. Asmodeus heard this. Fukaros, have the Lancelot Knights stay here to protect the Natan people and prevent the Abyss from attacking again. After the Natan people have moved, we return to New Teyvat. That's when Violet stepped forward. I stay too. Asmodeus nodded in agreement. As you wish. Then let's arrange it. Retreat. With a wave of his hand, the abyssal portal instantly closed. Several bleeding dogs, who hadn't had time to exit the portal, were instantly split in two and killed. After securing the abyssal portal, Asmodeus, lollipop in his mouth, slipped into his plush slippers and walked back to continue his night. Seeing this, Zhongli, Wendy, and the others began to organize their troops to clean up the battlefield and prepare for retreat. The purpose of this battle had been achieved. Chapter 456. After Zhongli and the others evacuated, Mavika and the others began to move. Inside the abyss, the Lord of the Abyss awoke. When he looked toward the spot where the abyss portal had been, he discovered it had been sealed. The Lord of the Abyss arrived outside Nada's barrier and peered inside. He saw armies from various nations evacuating in an orderly fashion, heading toward a portal. Upon seeing this portal, the Lord of the Abyss connected it to Asmodeus, believing it was something only her power could create. Damn Asmodeus. So you hidden everyone. The Lord of the Abyss punched the barrier, causing only a few ripples. The Lord of the Abyss observed that the barrier protecting Nada from the Abyss had grown even thicker. At its current strength, even he would need several days to breach it again. Judging by the speed at which the Nada people were moving, it seemed to be finished in a day. The war had destroyed most of Nada's buildings. There were few remaining intact items. They mainly packed a few clothes, any tools they could use, and some souvenirs. The Lord of the Abyss could only rage helplessly, pounding the barrier with all his might. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. Stop right there. Don't leave. Stay and fight me for a few hundred more rounds. The next day arrived. Kachina returned to the Echo Sun's tribe, and Sinan was helping her pack. Kachina loved shiny stones, and had a large collection at home. Stone is incredibly hard and barely survived the war. Heinanen picked up a box of stones. Katsuna, everything should be here, right? Let's go! Katsuna also picked up a box of stones. Yes. Just 2 boxes. Let's go, Sister Heinanen. Katsuna led Heinanen through the portal that Xing had initially placed in Nada, and the two arrived at Yi Yun's shop. This portal was only accessible to Mirani, Kenichi, Mavika, and others. As for the other ordinary Nada people, they all took the portal at the Holy Fire Arena. That portal led directly to New Teyvat. From New Teyvat, they made another trip, and took the portal to New Nada through Asmodeus. This was Heinenen's first time at Yi Yun's shop. At this moment, Klee and the other children had just woken up, washed up, and were waiting for their classes at the shop. Chi-Chi sat on the sofa, clutching a physics book, dozing off, her little head nodding as if she were fishing. Bai Lu was also yawning, looking half asleep. Kachina ran over to the little ones, her smile full of energy. Good morning, friends. Bai Lu was startled awake. Hey. It's you, Kachina. Long time no see. Bai Lu stretched again. Yao Yao looked curiously at the wooden box Kachina was holding. Kachina, what's in this box? Kachina set the box down and pulled out an amber stone. These are all my treasures. I love shiny stones. Look, aren't they beautiful? Yao Yao took a look. Hey, I recognize this stone. It's amber. We have a lot of it in Liyue. Klee looked around and saw many Teyvat stones. Wow! It's tourmaline. Klee's favorite stone. It explodes with just a little spark. Klee always collects some whenever she comes across one. Kachina happily shared her treasures with Klee and the others. The little ones gathered together, chatting about various stones. As for Sananing, Jeezy greeted her and took her on a tour of the train. When Sananing arrived at the second-floor laboratory, Jeezy's introduction immediately captivated her. She had been a craftsman back in Nana. She was deeply intrigued by the equipment in the lab. Can I try these machines? Jeezy glanced around and found some scrap Clara had made in a corner. As a child growing up in a poor place like Belloberg, Clara was very frugal. She never throws away any failed research projects. Once she's accumulated enough, Clara will melt them down and reuse them. Jeezy pointed at the pile of materials. This lab is a private lab for one of our kids. That's probably the waste from her experiments. You can melt it down and try your hand at it. For example, that cutting machine over there can cut 99.99% of the materials in the universe. Hino Ning heard this. No problem. Melting is a piece of cake for me. Sananing picked up a piece of scrap and, under Jeezy's guidance, started the smelting machine. In just 10 seconds, the scrap was melted down, turning into a box of kerosene. Sananing quickly picked up a nearby sword-shaped mold and poured the kerosene into it. When the kerosene cooled, Sananing instinctively wanted to knock the mold off with a hammer. Jeezy smiled. Put it over there. That machine is the demolding machine. It can automatically remove the mold. Sananing placed the mold into the demolding machine. Just as Sananing was about to ask how to use it, the machine automatically closed its hatch and began to operate. 3 seconds later, a sword blank fell into the box below the demolding machine. Sananing took it out. It's ready already. So quickly. Jeezy smiled. Of course. The equipment here is top-notch in the universe. Sananing felt a little disappointed when he heard this. What a shame. I don't think I ever be able to use such fine equipment. Jeezy smiled. You're wrong. If you have enough star coins, getting this kind of equipment is easy. I introduce you to 2 people later. When you have star coins, you can buy directly from them. Or you can buy equipment at Yiyun's shop. There's nothing you can't find there. Sananing nodded. Then I have to work hard to earn star coins. I decided to build a lab like this in New Nana. Jeezy smiled. Good luck then. Now, do you want to explore other places or stay here? Sananing glanced at the lab with nostalgia. Although I'm reluctant to leave, I have to work hard to earn star coins for my own lab. What was the regular way you earn star coins every day? Could you take me to see it? Jeezy nodded. Of course. Let's go back to Yiyun's shop. Chapter 457. Then, Jeezy took Sananing through today's dungeon and the QQ farm, explaining to her how to obtain star coins at both locations. When Sananing and Jeezy emerged from QQ farm, Sananing noticed that neither Kachina nor Klee were in the shop. They had disappeared somewhere. Where are Kachina and the others? Jeezy smiled. They should be in class. At this hour, Klee and the others have to go, and Kachina is probably going too. Sananing was a little surprised. Class? Is there a school on this train? Jeezy pondered for a moment, shook her head, and then nodded. As for the school, you could say that. After all, they offer a wide range of subjects. However, there are only a few students, Kelly and her friends. You don't know the situation. Yiyun saw that Kelly and her friends were too busy playing all day, with no interest in studying at all. So, he organized a group to set up a class specifically for Kelly and her friends. Their teachers are all top-notch. Even the geniuses from the Genius Club teach there. Today, 2 geniuses happen to be teaching, Ms. Haida and Ms. Ruan Mei. One teaches physics, the other biology. Later, Screw Guma will be teaching a handicraft class. Sananing became intrigued by the name of the Genius Club. From what Jeezy had said, it sounded quite impressive. What's the origin of this Genius Club? Jeezy explained. It's called a Genius Club. The people in it are the most talented scientists in the universe. Upon hearing this, Sananing instantly became intensely interested in the Genius Club. How do you join this Genius Club? Do you know Jeezy? Jeezy smiled. Of course I know. All it takes is a glance from the doctor. Sananing was stunned by another unfamiliar term. He knew nothing about this world, feeling like a country bumpkin entering the city. Jeezy, who is the doctor? Jeezy was puzzled. How could someone from Teyvat come to this shop without knowing about the star god? Jeezy thought about it, and felt relieved. Sananing was from Nada, and Zhongli had told her that Nada was once a relatively closed nation. Nada people never traveled to other lands, remaining confined to their own. Plus, they had just arrived here and were busy with war. Jeezy then began to educate Sananing about the Star Rail world. As they spoke, Xing emerged from the cave, sleepy-eyed. Good morning. Jeezy. Xing casually greeted Jeezy, and walked into the small bar. He pulled a can of ice cola from the refrigerator, opened the lid, and gulped it down. The icy sparkling water exploded in his mouth, instantly sobering him up. Ah, a can of iced cola early in the morning is really refreshing. Xing only then noticed Sananing. Eh? Aren't you that so-and-so? I remember you were from Nana. I seen you before. Sananing smiled. Good morning, Xing. I'm Sananing. We met at the Holy Flame Arena. Xing then remembered. Oh. Yes, Sananing, hello, what are you talking about? Sananing said. Jeezy was explaining some things about your world to me, and just mentioned the requirements for membership in the Genius Club. Xing understood. Oh. So, the requirements for membership in the Genius Club are simple. Your inventions can threaten the safety of the universe. Sananing was a little puzzled. Don't they say you have to be smart enough to be a true genius? Xing took another sip of his iced cola and burped. Burp? Yiyun told me. He said the Genius Club is a bunch of terrorists, constantly creating a commander-level overlord and constantly talking about the Emperor War. There's someone you don't know, but he's also very smart, just not quite as crazy. His name is Leisho, and he works for the Commander Company. Jeezy heard this, and a bead of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. You know what, that description is quite vivid. There's a saying in the universe that every invention created by the geniuses in the Genius Club has the power to change the universe. Sananing heard this. Is that so? Then I guess I won't have a chance to join. I don't want to be a mad scientist. Just then, Xiangling and Guoba came over, each carrying a bamboo basket. Inside, several fresh, free-range chickens nestled, clucking occasionally. Xing came over. Good morning, Xiangling. What are you having for breakfast? Xiangling replied with a smile. Good morning, Xing. Guoba and I got up early today and went to the market. We bought some pheasants. The meat is incredibly delicious. I make some soup and some hot rice noodles or something. Xing nodded. Is that so? Can I order some food? Today's my holiday. Hee hee. Xing said, rubbing his hands with a sly grin. Xiangling was stunned. Huh? Your holiday? What holiday? How come I don't know? Jeezy thought for a moment, then a look of silence fell on her face. Xing, today shouldn't be your holiday, right? It should be Klee and the others' holiday. Xiangling asked Jeezy. Sister Jeezy, what holiday is today? Jeezy said speechlessly. Children's Day? Today is June 1st, Children's Day. Xiangling looked at Xing with wide eyes. Children's Day? Xing, you're so old, and you still celebrate this holiday? Xing looked at the two people's speechless expressions and instantly became displeased. Why can't I? From the time Kafka stuffed me into the Star Core until now, how can I no longer be considered a child? I'm a baby less than a year old. Hee hee. Jeezy, where's my Children's Day present? Xing bluntly extended his hand to Jeezy, asking for her gift. Jeezy glanced at a copy of this morning's newspaper on the table beside her. I give you this newspaper so you can focus on the facts and broaden your horizons. Xing's interest instantly faded. What's so good about this thing? It's all words and a few pictures. It's fine if I look at the pictures, but if I try to read those words, I faint right there. Don't ask, the words will make me faint. How long will it take me to read all that? I won't read it. I won't read it. Just then, Yiyun got up and emerged from his room. Good morning, everyone. Seeing Yiyun, Xing rushed over and extended his hand. Yiyun, today is Children's Day. Give me a gift. Yiyun was a little surprised when he heard this. Is today Children's Day? Xing nodded. Yes, I even circled it on the calendar. Today is Children's Day. I've been waiting for it for a long time. Where's my Children's Day gift? Chapter 458. Yiyun heard this. Today is Children's Day. I have to prepare gifts for Klee and the others. Yiyun muttered to himself as he walked away, heading to the bar to think about what gifts to get Klee and the others. Seeing this, Xing instantly became unhappy. I'm not happy. I don't have any Children's Day gifts. Slowly, more and more people filled the shop, and many people arrived. Yiyun, after much deliberation, decided to give Klee and the others a happy Children's Day. Yiyun splashed out 300,000 star coins on the System Mall, buying a bunch of magical props from the Doraemon world. Yiyun still remembered watching a Doraemon movie as a child. It was about Nobita and Doraemon building a kingdom in the clouds. Yiyun thought today he would take Klee and the others to build their own playground. Seeing Yiyun's purchases filling up the entire bar, Xing came over. Yiyun, what are these? Xing pulled out a spray can with clouds etched on it and looked at it. Yiyun said, It's fun. This is a cloud solidifying spray. It can solidify clouds, and make them bear the same weight as the earth. Shing piqued his interest. Hee. This is fun. Can I have 2 bottles? You have so many here. Yiyun smiled. Let's go play together later. These things I bought come in sets. Call Luing and the others, and we build a kingdom on the clouds. Shing immediately agreed and ran into the cave to call Luing and the others. Passing by Sanyueki's room, Shing checked in. After confirming that the totem of immortality around Sanyueki's neck hadn't been activated, he left with peace of mind. The reason the train crew wasn't too worried about March 7th's condition was because, first, they had already commissioned Black Swan and the Genius Club to investigate the cause of March 7th's illness. Second, it was the Immortal Totem. With the Immortal Totem, March 7 wouldn't be in trouble. According to Yiyun, activating the Immortal Totem would actually be a good thing. Once activated, all the negative conditions on March 7 would be cleared. Perhaps March 7 would wake up immediately. If not, they could buy him another Immortal Totem. The train crew had a train fund to prevent this kind of situation. Soon, Yiyun's shop was packed with people. Somehow, everyone had come to Yiyun's shop today, all planning to spend some time there. Naturally, everyone had heard that Yiyun was planning to celebrate Children's Day with Kelly and the others, and except for those who had official business to attend to, everyone else planned to go and take a look. Klee, Bailu, Kachina, and Kano were all very happy, running around the store. Klee ran over to Jean. Captain Jean. Today is Klee's day. Yiyun is taking Klee out to play. Jean smiled and rubbed Klee's head. Happy holiday, Klee. I be there when I'm done. Klee nodded obediently. Okay. Captain Jean, you must come. Klee wants to build a castle with you. Lisa, standing nearby, tried to tease Klee. Lisa feigned anger. Oh! It seems Klee only wants to play with Jean, not Lisa. Klee was startled and quickly shook her head to explain. No, Klee wants to play with Lisa, too. Klee explained, then glanced at Kia, Mika, and Dilek. And Kia-san, Mika-san, Dilek-san. Klee wants to play with you all. Klee finished, patting herself on the back. Now, there wouldn't be any more jealousy incidents like Lisa-san's, would there? Klee put her hands on her hips. Klee was amazing. Klee's actions successfully made Kia, Jean, and the others laugh. Dilek also smiled, a rare moment. Come to think of it, Klee had originally called her uncle, but after she corrected him, she changed it to brother. Lisa squatted down and pinched Klee's cheek. Klee, go play first. The brothers and sisters will be here soon. Klee nodded and ran off to Yiyun's side. After Klee ran off, Kia smiled. Looks like we need to go get Klee a holiday gift. Jean smiled and nodded. Well, after we go back for the morning meeting and assign the tasks, we go check it out and buy a gift for Klee. Bailu sighed. Bailu was called over by Jing Yuan. Beside Jing Yuan were Huayin, Dan Heng, Run Jing Lu, Fei Xiao, Jiao Qiu, and others. Bailu, hands on her hips, looked at the Xianzhou group. What did you all call me for? I already refined a new batch of Qingling pills. General, go get them from Clara's lab later. Jing Lu came over to Bailu and squatted, looking at her tenderly. Lady Dragon Girl, happy holidays. This is my gift for you. As he spoke, Jing Lu took out his gift, a small Bailu doll he had made himself. As soon as Jing Lu said this, Jing Yuan, Danheng, Ren, and Fei Xiu all presented their gifts. Bailu was overjoyed. Wow! So many gifts. Thank you all. I'm so happy. Jiaqiu smiled, narrowing her eyes. Lady Dragon Girl, I won't be accompanying you for a while. After all, our general has requested leave today, and I have to attend to matters on the Yaoqing Immortal Boat. Bailu shook her head. It's okay. I'm already very happy that you could give me a gift. This Children's Day is the happiest I ever had. Jing Yuan smiled. Me too. How could Jing Yuan not be happy? He and Fei Xiu had gone to Marshal Hua to request leave, and the reason was to spend Children's Day with Lady Dragon Girl. Hua had approved it immediately. Bailu was now the treasure of the Immortal Boat. Anyone who dared to touch Bailu would be dealt with directly by Kanyunjing, without hesitation. The other little ones also received gifts from their elders. Seeing this, Zainang used the star coins he just earned from the dungeon to buy a small item at Yiyun's shop. Kachina was still looking at Kelly, Bailu, Hook, and the others with envy. Zainang walked over and tapped Kachina's head. Happy holidays, Kachina. Zainang smiled and handed Kachina a gem she had just bought from another world. Kachina was overjoyed after receiving it. Thank you, Sister Zainang. From then on, all the little ones received gifts. Saphir glanced at Tebeo, Tining, and Tian, who were chatting nearby, and nudged Aglaia with her arm. What do you mean? How about I go get 3 gifts now? Aglaia shook her head. No need, my teacher is just like a child. Chapter 459. Over here in the Honkai Impact 3rd. Kiana also received a gift from Cecilia. Kiana jumped for joy. Although it was just a bunny stuffed animal, it was made by her mother herself. Cecilia had been preparing this gift long ago, wanting to make up for the loss of Kiana's childhood. Similarly, Yolandel also received a bunny stuffed animal from Cecilia. Yolandel loved it too, pinning it to her waist and carrying it wherever she went. Even during training, Yolandel was reluctant to take it off, keeping it around her waist as if it were her mother accompanying her. Bunny. Bunny. This bunny stuffed animal my mother gave me is so cute. Kiana hummed a little song she had made up, hugging the bunny stuffed animal with joy. In contrast to the joyful atmosphere here, the kitchen was about to explode. Xiangling was stirring a large wok furiously. The little evil god was cooking noodles, pouring out packet after packet. Her hands were sore just from scooping them up. The rice crust went straight to her hands, each holding a kitchen knife as she frantically chopped vegetables. Thor was also frantically frying eggs, cracking 2 eggs at a time. Thankfully, there was a griddle, which made frying eggs easier. Just grease them with oil and crack them into the pan. Who could have imagined so many people would suddenly show up for breakfast this morning? The few free-range chickens Xiangling brought were completely insufficient. Xiangling had to stir-fry the noodles on the spot. The kitchen was filled with the sound of her flipping the wok, clanging loudly and frequently. Xiaolin was off today and planned to spend some time with Kanna. Sofa coffee break area. Xing finally got her Children's Day gift, a sparkling, beautiful diamond trash can mug from Kafka. Xing went straight to the bar and grabbed a bottle of iced cola. It was the same iced cola, but she felt it tasted much better in this mug. About half an hour later, dinner finally arrived. Thor and the little evil god were in charge of serving the food, one preparing the noodles, and the other the toppings and soup. Dinner is ready. Everyone. At the word, everyone began lining up for their meals. At the front of the line, of course, were the children celebrating the festival. Klee, holding her bowl, stood on tiptoe. Sister Thor, Klee wants half a bowl of noodles. Thor smiled and nodded, pouring Klee half a bowl of noodles. Come back later if it's not enough. Klee nodded obediently, and ran to the little evil god for some chicken soup. Everyone lined up one after another to get their food. They were already accustomed to the train's dining habits. With so many people and a small kitchen, it was natural that the others were busy with Xiangling, leaving the little evil god and Thor overwhelmed. Everyone made their own noodles and sat down to eat. Mavika also arrived. She made a large bowl of noodles and sat down next to Sanani. These noodles smell delicious. Sanani glanced at Mavika. Yeah. By the way, Mavika, Zanata, grant me some land. I want to build a laboratory. Mavika heard this. Laboratory? What's that? Sanani thought for a moment. It's a workshop, but it's more for research. Mavika was surprised. Great. Can you help me improve my scooter? Heinenen's face darkened at the mere mention of the word scooter. We could still have fun without that. Hu Tao, who was sitting across from the two of them, heard this. Scooter? What is that? Mavika, ready to show off, pulled out her scooter from the Eye of God. That's it. How's it? Pretty cool from time to time. Hu Tao glanced at it. Yeah, it's a motorcycle. Hu Tao chuckled and muttered a few words. Your bike isn't as good looking as mine, hee. Hu Tao immediately took out her flying motorcycle and placed it aside. Mavika took a look and thought, wow, it really looks pretty good. My scooter can fly. Hu Tao chuckled. Mine works too. Mavika was impressed. They were evenly matched. My scooter has a speed of 10 phlogiston per 100 kilometers. Hu Tao chuckled. My flying motorcycle is solar-powered. Mavika's momentum instantly weakened when she heard it was solar-powered. What? Damn it! It's actually powered by sunlight? Why didn't she think of such a quick idea? Mavika turned to look at Sinanen. Sinanen flatly refused. Forget it. We and Nada don't have the technology yet. Mavika patted her chest. I'm not in a hurry. Just wait for you to research. I allocate you a large area for your laboratory. Ing, who was sitting next to Hu Tao, saw this and inexplicably felt like she was in a Vulcan competition. If I didn't know you were the Vulcan, Mavika, I wouldn't be able to tell which of you two was the Vulcan. Xing slurped a mouthful of noodles. Speaking of which, I remember Asmodeus telling me he wanted to make Hu Tao the god of fire. Mavika was surprised. Huh? Is that even possible? Amber nodded. That's right, but Asmodeus only mentioned it back then, and didn't take any action. Hainan actually thought it would be great if Hu Tao became the god of fire. Great. Very good. As long as Mavica wasn't the god of fire, he wouldn't have to help her research all those weird things. Besides, Hu Tao has money. If he needs money for his own research, he could probably just write a note, and have Hu Tao approve it without even looking at it. However, this was just a thought. Actually having Hu Tao become the god of fire was impossible. Becoming a god of fire wasn't just about money and strength. It wasn't that simple. After breakfast, everyone gathered, waiting for Yi Yun to lead the team out. Jizi, Kafka, Jing Yuan, and the others were preparing the little one's belongings. Kelly, give me your backpack. I put some sunscreen in it for you. Jizi, take a sunscreen too. Clouds usually form at higher altitudes, so the sunlight is stronger. General, take this case of mineral water with you too. You can drink it when you get thirsty. There probably won't be any water for sale there. Yi Yun pulled out a small loudspeaker. Everyone line up. Don't get lost. I have Puni open a portal. He's already chosen a destination for us. Kelly, Bailu, Chi-Chi, and the other little ones stood at the front, forming a long line. Okay. They couldn't wait to go play, build their own castles, and be with their favorite friends and loved ones. Just then, Aha jumped out of a portal with Hua Hua. Ding 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 ding. The invincible Master Hanabi arrives. How could such a joyful event not be attended by Master Hanabi? And Aha. Aha wants to go too. Yi Yun waved his hand. Hurry up, you two. Join the team. Hearing this, Hanabi and Aha happily ran to the end of the line and joined the queue. Chapter 460. Seeing everyone had arrived, Yi Yun contacted Puni. Puni, have you chosen a location? Puni's voice soon reached Yi Yun's mind. It's already chosen. It's a planet on the edge of the Sweet Dream Galaxy. There's no trace of civilization or humans, but it's home to many small animals, and the climate and landscape are quite complete. Yi Yun heard this. That's it. Open the portal. A few seconds later, a portal opened behind Yi Yun. Yi Yun looked, took up his megaphone, and announced loudly. Everyone. Let's go! Everyone cheered. Oh! They passed through the portal and arrived at their destination. As soon as they emerged from the portal, they were stunned by the beautiful scenery before them. What they saw was the endless blue sea, over which flocks of seabirds soared. The salty sea breeze caressed their faces, bringing them a refreshing feeling. Kelly, Bailu, and the other little ones cheered and rushed directly to the beach. Seeing this, everyone followed suit. Bailu spotted the crab, which had been hiding in the sand, and reached out to grab it. Everyone, come and see. There's a crab. Klee, Hook, and the other little ones rushed over to see the captured crab. Xing, seeing this, walked over. Come, let your sister Xing see what's going on. As she spoke, Xing took the crab from Bailu and examined it. These claws are huge. There must be a lot of meat inside. Slurp. Xiangling. Just as Xing was about to toss the crab to Xiangling, telling her to take it home and cook it, the little one snatched it back. Bailu held the crab in her arms. No! You can't eat it. We have to keep it. This is my pet. Xing spread her hands and ran off to the side. Yi Yun was sorting supplies and, by the way, explaining the use of the props to the parents, who had come to play with their children today. This is a cloud solidifying spray. Spray it on the clouds to solidify them. And this is a cloud attracting device. It can pull clouds in from far away. And the parents listened intently. These were the things they would need to take care of their children later. If they made a mistake, it would be troublesome. After more than 10 minutes of explanation, Jing Yuan, Jing Lu, Qin, Natasha, and other parents understood the use and functions of the props. Seeing this, Yi Yun began to collect the children. Kelly, Hook, Bailu, Chi-Chi, little ones. Come back. We're leaving. Hearing Yi Yun's call, the little ones trotted over with their short legs. When everyone arrived, Yi Yun handed each person a bamboo dragonfly. Let's go! Let's fly up to the clouds and build our own kingdom above. When everyone reached the clouds, the parents began using various props with their children to establish a foothold. Jinglu held Bailu. Lady Dragon Girl, this is your cloud solidifying spray. Just spray it at the clouds to solidify them. Bailu heard this and sprayed the spray at the clouds below. The clouds, upon contact with the spray, began to solidify rapidly, transforming from a gas into a solid. Bailu was amazed by this, and asked Jinglu to let her down. Bailu landed on a cloud and stepped firmly on it. The cloud was remarkably firm, soft to the touch, but not hindering her walking. Wow! This feels so comfortable. Come on! Sister Jinglu, try it too. Jinglu landed on the cloud after hearing this. Bai Lu looked at the floating clouds around her. Let's spray all the clouds around us. We expand our territory. Then we build an amusement park. Jinglu smiled and nodded, taking out a cloud suction device and beginning to gather the scattered clouds around. Meanwhile, the others, along with their children, were also working on the preliminary work, expanding the cloud beneath their feet. Soon, each of the little ones had collected a large piece of cloud. Kelly asked Yun for a loudspeaker. Everyone! Let's put it together. The other little ones agreed and plugged in electric fans to their clouds. Once the fan started, the clouds began to slowly move like boats. Finally, the little ones' clouds came together, and they quickly ran over with spray to smooth the joints. Then, a group of parents and their children began to work on the clouds. Kia and Aluk drove the cloud roller, flattening the surface of the clouds. Kia honked his horn. Beep! Kids, the roller's about to start. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Neshida and the Great Kind Tree King took a large number of seeds and scattered them into the clouds. These seeds were from the Cloud Plant series. Adding fast-growing fertilizer, the plants burst forth from the clouds. Neshida crouched beside a cloud plant that resembled a lollipop, observing curiously. I never thought plants could grow above the clouds. The world is truly full of wonders. Yiyun gathered the little ones and taught them how to make cloud robots. Yiyun plucked a cloud from the ground and stuffed the robot inside. A few seconds later, a small cloud figure appeared before the little ones. Kelly looked at the cloud robot with curiosity. Wow! A cloud figure! A cloud figure! Chi-Chi squatted to the right of the cloud robot and gently poked it with her finger. Oh! So soft. Kana squatted to the left of the cloud robot, staring intently at it. Suddenly, she bit into it, biting off a cloud and chewing it. Sweet. Yiyun smiled helplessly and picked up the two little ones, one in each hand. This cloud robot isn't for eating. It can help us with work. Got it, Kana? Kana nodded. I understand. Yiyun smiled and took out several hundred cloud robots. Now, kids, you be in charge of making cloud robots, okay? Let's have a competition and see who makes the best one, okay? Kelly, Bailu, Yao Yao, and Xiaoyou all said oh, in unison. Then, the children began making cloud robots. From time to time, they would chatter and discuss. Kana looked at the cloud in her hand and ultimately swallowed it whole. Sweet. Kobayashi, who had just walked over, smiled helplessly. Kana-chan, let me help you. Kana agreed and began making cloud robots with Kobayashi. Thor wasn't here right now. Xiangling had taken her away to gather food. The ecology of this planet was incredibly good, and Xiangling planned to prepare a delicious meal for the group at noon. Chapter 461. If Thor were here, he'd definitely be jealous and come over, asking Xiaolin to help him build a cloud robot, with hands-on instruction. Jean and Lisa, wearing bamboo dragonflies, each holding a spray bottle, sprinkled water on the clouds. This spray bottle is called a lake sprayer. Spraying it on the ground creates lakes and rivers. Where the two passed, small rivers and lakes slowly formed. Heinen and Kachina were huddled around a machine that looked like an engine, studying it. This machine was called the Universal Fabricator. Simply insert a blueprint into it, and it would automatically build the objects on the blueprint. Heinen was trying to build some simple ones. She would soon be responsible for building various facilities. Elsewhere, Xing, Hutao, Kiana, Firefly, and the others each built a cloud car to their liking. Yiyun brought them a few cloud engines, which, when inserted, transformed into cloud cars. This engine comes from a game world called QQ Speed. Installing it imbues any vehicle with the characteristics of a racing car from the QQ Speed world. Yiyun had already thought it through. He'd go back and talk to Topa and Emerald about it later. The entire interstellar racing competition would be a spectacular spectacle. The format would be similar to QQ Speed. Before the race, participants would have to perform a dance routine. Without it, they wouldn't be allowed onto the racetrack. That scene would surely be hilarious. Amber had created a racetrack out of clouds. Xing, Hutao, and the others sat in their respective cloud cars, waiting for referee Amber's signal to start. Xing's cloud car resembled an upside-down trash can, with the engine mounted in the opening. Hutao's car was in the shape of a large hillock, and Hutao sat behind it, ready to race away at any moment. Firefly's car was a raccoon-shaped cloud car. Kiana's car was in the shape of the Moonlight Throne. Amber checked the time on her watch, crouched down, and fired a flare. The flare went off. Xing and the others slammed on the brakes and shot off in their cloud cars. Amber's track was a 5-kilometer course with 11 180-degree turns, each challenging to master. When Yiyun was setting up the engine for them, he explained how to drift to build up nitrous gas, then press the release button to release it for acceleration. Xing, Hu Tao, and the others had also practiced drifting and nitrous acceleration techniques while Amber was laying the track. Although they weren't very familiar with them, they were able to use them. Soon, Xing reached the first curve. Just before entering, she slammed on the brakes, swung the steering wheel, and swung the tail of her trash can car sideways, preparing to turn. Just as Xing's trash can car had already turned and was about to ignite the nitrous to exit the curve, a car crashed into it. Xing's trash can car suddenly flew out of control and hit the guardrail. Xing looked closely. "Ing! Why did you hit me?" Ing turned around and grimaced. "Lolyalu. I'm going first." "Ha ha. Go." Xing started again, but her car had slowed down. She could only watch as Hu Tao, Firefly, Kiana, and the others passed her. Xing was filled with hatred. "Damn Ing! Wait! I'm going to get rich." Soon, the others chased her and reached the second curve. The second bend was different. There was a small lane, but it was incredibly narrow. Forcing it would be faster than taking the main road, as you have to slow down to turn, so you have to take it slowly. To get through quickly, you could only drift, but the bend was so narrow that it was easy to fail. Ing glanced at the large group behind her, some distance behind her, and made up her mind. Go for it. I'm going to win with absolute style. Ing slammed the brakes hard, confidently preparing to drift through the corner. Unexpectedly, Ing started drifting too early, and the front of her car hit the corner of the entrance to the lane, stopping her dead in her tracks. Ing gasped, thinking, "Oh no! I failed." Unexpectedly, Hu Tao, in second place, and Eula, in third, were also thinking about taking the lane and had already started drifting. Hu Tao quickly honked the horn and shouted, "Ing! Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Seeing this, Ing came up with a plan and aimed the front of her car towards the lane exit. "I'm taking a gamble. I bet Hu Tao can knock me out." Hu Tao's car slammed directly into the rear of Ying's cloud speeder, sending her careening off the trail. Ing was overjoyed as her car cleared the trail. Just when she thought she could still maintain first place, she suddenly saw a car with a full nitrous boost speeding past her. Ing looked over and saw it was Lu Ying. "Oh no! I forgot about the nitrous boost a successful drift can generate." Lu Ying's successful drift on the main road had accumulated a large amount of nitrous, and she immediately passed her. Ing hurried to catch up, but another nitrous boost came from behind, and Kiana sped past in her moonlight-thrown cloud speeder. Woohoo! Ing, I'm going first! Ying's maneuvering propelled her straight into third place. Xing, originally in last place, surged to fourth. Xing stared intently at Ing in front of him. Hee hee, you're in my hands now. Just wait. I Xing. I get my revenge. Just wait. Ing also felt an inexplicable chill down her spine, as if she were being watched. Amber stood in the referee's booth, gazing enviously at the racers below. They had agreed that each would judge a race, Amber going first, and she would be in the next one. Just then, Bellowberg Sierra, Linka, and Para flew over on their bamboo dragonflies. Amber, what are you guys doing over there? Amber heard. Sierra, you're here too. Sierra nodded. Well, Hook has Natasha with him, so we don't need the three of us. What are you doing? Amber explained. We're playing sky racing. Do you want to try it? It's fun. Sierra looked at the cars speeding around the track. It looks really fun, but we don't have one. Amber heard this. Oh, I thought it was some big deal, but that's it. After they finish this round, we take you to build your own cars. We still have plenty of engines Ian gave us. Sierra was surprised. That's great. Linka and Perla looked at each other and decided to stay and try sky racing too. It looked really fun. After Bellowberg regained internet access, they found a lot of racing videos online. They were usually busy, and there was no racing track in Bellowberg. So, they had never tried it before. Now, they finally had the chance to give it a try. Chapter 462. And on the track. The second lap had already begun, and Xing was still closely chasing Ying. He wasn't going to take first place today, he was determined to get revenge by bumping into her. Ying, sensing Xing's intention, kept driving with all her might, fearing a mistake and being overtaken. She even stopped taking the side roads, daring only to take the main road, fearing a mistake and being hit by Xing. Ying! Stop! Ying rolled her eyes at Xing and stomped on the accelerator. Stop? No way. The two of them kept going like this until the end of the second lap. At the finish line, Xing got his revenge, bumping Ying far away. In this round, Qiana successfully overtook Lu Ying in the second round and took first place. Qiana stood at the finish line, beaming with pride. Hee hee. I'm first. Cecilia smiled beside her. Qiana is awesome. Qiana's praise only made her happier. At this moment, Amber came over with Linka and Pella. You're finally done. I was practically choking up there watching. Who's judging the second round? Eula raised her hand. It's my turn. Next is Qiana, then Xing, Lu Ying, Hutao, and then Ying. Amber nodded, pointing at Seal, Linka, and Pella. By the way, Seal and the other three are also joining. Let's wait a bit and help them build a cloud roller coaster. Xing heard this. Sure, no rush. We got plenty of time to play today. Then Xing and the others helped Seal, Pella, and the others build their own cloud roller coasters. Sierra's cloud speeder was a butterfly. Xing even complained that Sierra's car couldn't even fit into the side streets. It was too big. Sierra didn't care. She just liked this car type. Linka built a canned herring car, and Pella built a traffic light robot car. Everyone gathered at the starting point. Xing had a flash of inspiration. Should we have a competition? While this is fun, it feels a little off. Hutao chuckled, patted her chest, and pointed at Xing. Hee hee. You get it. I have an idea. The last place winner has to lose their car to the first place winner. How about that? Ying agreed. That's a good idea. The last place winner loses their car to the first place winner, and then the loser gets to build a cloud speeder of their own. We have 30 engines now, enough for a long time. Xing saw this. It's settled then. The last place finisher's car must be handed over to the first place finisher. Furthermore, the new car cannot resemble the existing car. Seal, Lu Ying, and Qiana agreed. This was a good idea. Now was the time to test their imagination. After finalizing the fun plan, everyone quickly climbed onto their own cloud speeders. To maintain fairness, Amber had made the road near the starting point large enough to accommodate everyone's cars in a row. Eula whistled as everyone boarded their cars. Beep! Beep! On your marks. Get ready, it's time to begin. 10, 9, 8, 1, go! Eula pulled off a stunt, skipping several intermediate numbers and going straight to 1, completely catching everyone off guard. The brain wasn't able to react, which led to a situation where the mind and hands were out of sync, each with its own ideas. In an instant, everyone's cars were practically out of control, swerving left and right, with several collisions occurring along the way. In the end, Linka was the first to clear the track near the starting point, leaving the others in a distant place. The others, seeing this, quickly turned their cars around and stepped on the accelerator to catch up. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kelly, Bailu, Zhaoyou, and the other children had already built their cloud robots. With the addition of hundreds of cloud robots, the construction speed of the Cloud Kingdom had instantly increased several notches. Yiyun had also gathered the children together. Kelly, pass out the sketchbooks and brushes. Now, draw whatever buildings you want to build and give them to Sister Xiaoning, okay? Kelly obediently accepted the stack of sketchbooks and brushes and began distributing them. The children eagerly began painting after receiving their sketchbooks and brushes. Bailu licked her lips, already thinking of what she was going to draw. I'm going to draw Chan Letian. I'm going to recreate Chan Letian right here. Let me think, starting with the shop selling Cheongcher bird skewers at the entrance. Zhaoyu pondered for a long time, looking at her sketchbook. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. Zhaoyu took up her brush and began to paint. Shenzi, who had accompanied her with the child, took a look. Zhaoyu actually drew a portrait of herself, then drew a ruler next to it, and wrote 18 meters high. Zhaoyu finished, looked at her drawing, and put her hands on her hips, extremely satisfied. Seeing this, Shenzi covered his mouth with his hands and chuckled softly. While Zhaoyu was starting to draw the second picture, he secretly added a centimeter before the 18 meters character. Shenzi was looking forward to how much more expressive Zhaoyu would be when she saw that her sculpture was only 18 centimeters. Hook's drawing wasn't very good, so Natasha took Hook's hand and taught him step by step. Come on, Hook, let's draw a clinic. First, the framework. Hook's eyes widened, feeling very curious, watching the painting slowly take shape under his hands. Kuli sat on the ground, arms folded, nodding in thought. Ha! Got it! Kuli ran to Yiyun and asked for another sheet of drawing paper. This one was very large, 3 meters long and 3 meters wide. Kuli spread it on the ground and lay down on it, drawing intently. At this time, the work was taken over by the cloud robot. Di-Chin, who had just walked over, saw this and came over curiously. Klee, what are you planning to draw? You need such a huge piece of paper, Klee said with a smile. Klee wants to draw an amusement park. There's a roller coaster, hot air balloons, rapids, and tons of dodokos. And then, the dodokos will all surround Klee and play with her. Chin heard this. Dodokos? I don't think the automatic universal engineering machine can create living things, right? Yi-Yun heard this. No big deal, just a dodoko. Leave it to your brother Yi-Yun. Just kidding, it's just a dodoko. You can just buy it at the store. A regular living dodoko isn't expensive, you can buy one for just 5,000 star coins. Klee was overjoyed when she heard this. Thank you, brother Yi-Yun. Brother Yi-Yun is such a kind man. Hee hee. Yi-Yun rubbed Klee's little head. Kelly, hurry up and start drawing. We try to finish the amusement park as soon as possible. Kelly nodded emphatically and continued drawing. Chapter 463. Yi-Yun quietly watched Klee paint. As Klee's painting became more and more complete, Yi-Yun felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Isn't this the secret realm from version 3.8 of the previous Life's Genshin Impact game? That mirage in the rainforest, the more Yi-Yun looked, the more it resembled it. It was too much of a coincidence. Klee, why did you paint the amusement park in the rainforest? Yi-Yun asked, puzzled. Klee smiled. Because Klee loves rainforests. Klee loved the forest the last time she went to visit Sister Neshida. Yi-Yun understood. Is that so? Afterward, Yi-Yun stopped disturbing Klee, letting her concentrate on painting. Heinemann had already received several drawings, and had begun controlling the automatic universal construction machine to begin constructing the building. The automatic universal engineering machine ate the blueprints, and bricks gushed out from the exit. The bricks flew high and fell, stacked one by one, and buildings began to slowly take shape. Elsewhere, Shonli was collecting clouds with a cloud absorber. Suddenly, the cloud absorber seemed to be blocked. Shonli looked over, and saw that what was being sucked in was actually a solidified cloud. Shonli turned off the cloud absorber, and just as he was puzzled, two heads suddenly emerged from the cloud. Shonli, it's you? Why are you sucking our clouds in? Paimon demanded, and Melim beside her nodded seriously. That's right. Why are you sucking us in? Shonli looked at Paimon and Melim, who were wrapped in the cloud, and a huge question mark appeared above his head. Why are you two in this cloud? Paimon said. We're eating. This cloud is so delicious, so sweet, like cotton candy. As he spoke, Paimon took a bite of the cloud beside his mouth and chewed it. Shonli finally understood. It seemed like the two of them were hiding in the cloud, eating clouds. He hadn't noticed, hadn't carefully checked to see if anyone was inside, and had simply taken the cloud as his target and drawn it in. Shonli pushed hard, and the cloud enveloping Paimon and Melim drifted away, allowing them to continue enjoying their cloud cotton candy without interrupting them. On an island beneath the clouds, Xiangling, Thor, the little evil god, and Guoba were gathering food. Xiangling pointed with her little finger. Go! Thor! Thor suddenly rushed out, swung his fist, and struck a wild boar on the head. The boar cried out and died instantly. Thor landed, clapping his hands in satisfaction. Xiangling, the little evil god, and Guoba then arrived. Well done, Thor! Now we have meat for lunch. We just bought a lot of shellfish for a seafood hot pot. We just need to find some wild vegetables. Thor then asked a question. But how do we know which dishes are edible, and which are not? Xiangling heard this. Don't worry, we have special solutions for this. Sandwich sauce. Step out. The little evil god jumped forward. Xiangling patted the little evil god's shoulder. Sandwich sauce is immortal. Let's test the poison on her, and we know. We keep the edible ones, and throw away the inedible ones. Thor was shocked, and gave the little evil god a thumbs up. Excellent. Afterwards, Xiangling, Thor, and Guoba were tasked with picking wild herbs and vegetables, while the little evil god waited there to feed them. Every time the little evil god tried something, he would immediately offer his feedback. Oh my god, it must be poisonous. It's not tasty, so bitter. This one's okay, very crisp and sweet, I don't feel any discomfort, it's not poisonous. Gaw! Gaw! I'm mad. I can't eat this. This one looks unpalatable. It's pitch black, and it really isn't tasty. Ugh, it stinks. Using this simple and crude method, they quickly gathered a large basket of various wild vegetables. After the little evil god recovered after half an hour, they donned bamboo helicopters and flew towards the largest cloud in the sky. They reached the cloud. By then, The kingdom on the cloud had taken shape. Roads, grass, and flowers had already grown on the ground. Along the road, a dozen or so childlike buildings stood sparsely on both sides. Xiangling exclaimed in surprise. Wow! Construction is going so fast? We haven't been there long. Thor checked the time on his watch. We've been down there for almost 2 hours. The little evil god walked up to the two of them and said, Okay, don't be surprised yet. We need to find out where the kitchen is. I wonder if they built one for us. Guobao pointed at Sananing, who was setting up the automatic universal construction machine in the distance. Lululu. Xiangling saw Sananing. Let's go ask. Xiangling ran over to Sananing, carrying a bamboo basket. Sananing, have you built a kitchen yet? We're back from gathering ingredients. Zainaning saw Xiangling. Xiangling, it's you. You startled me. It just so happens I'm helping you with the kitchen right now. He handed Xiangling the blueprint. It's just right. I just drew this up. Take a look and see if it works. If anything's not right, feel free to make some changes. Xiangling took the blueprint and unfolded it. Thor and the little evil god also came over. The three of them put their heads together and scrutinized the blueprint carefully. Thor took a look. I think we could make this stove bigger. We collected a lot of shellfish. Aren't we planning on making a shellfish pot? We can just stew them all in one pot. The little evil god also offered a suggestion. This stove is a little too low. It's not easy to use. I have to bend over, which can easily cause back pain. I suggest raising it a little. The three of them exchanged glances and spent a few minutes revising the blueprint. Zainaning took the blueprint. Are you sure you want this? If so, I start building it. Xiangling, little evil god, and Thor nodded. Okay, that's it. Hearing this, Zainaning dropped the blueprints into the automatic universal engineering machine in front of him, and it quickly began to work. Zainaning clapped his hands. Alright, wait about half an hour. I go arrange the other machines. Klee and the others have a lot of new blueprints. When the construction is done, send me a message and I come and remove the machines. Xiangling nodded and waved goodbye to Zainaning. Then, the three of them put down their backpacks and began sorting the vegetables, sorting out the ones of poor quality. Each person was responsible for one thing. Thor was responsible for butchering the wild boar, Guobao was responsible for cleaning the shellfish, and little evil god and Xiangling were responsible for cutting and washing the vegetables. Coincidentally, there was a small stream flowing nearby, which was just right for them to use. They were busy when Funina approached with a girl in a chef's uniform. Xiangling, the helper I found for you is here. Didn't you say this morning that the kitchen wasn't staffed enough? Chapter 464. Xiangling turned to see Funina approaching with a girl with orange hair. Funina introduced them with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is my pastry colonel. Fontaine's best chef. Her name is Ikefai. Ikefai, this is Xiangling, the best chef in Liyue. Xiangling wiped the water off her hands and extended her hand to Ikefai. Hello, Ikefai. I'm Xiangling. Ikefai shook Xiangling's hand. Hello, Xiangling. I heard of you for a long time. Nice to meet you. Please give me your guidance. Funina then continued. Ikefai, follow Xiangling and help her. Ikefai nodded and agreed. Seeing her mission complete, Funina ran off to play with Xing and the others. She had just seen the video Eula had posted in the group chat. That cloud racing race looked fun and safe. With all the soft clouds around, even if you flipped over, it wouldn't matter, it wouldn't hurt. Funina had already thought about building a blue sports car. As for the appearance, she thought the dragon boats of Liyue would be a good choice. To account for cornering, the length could be shortened. After Funina left, Xiangling and Ikefai began discussing cooking. Ikefai's cooking emphasized the use of mechanical devices, while Xiangling's was manual. Ikefai said, using clockwork cooking can make the dishes more consistent. Xiangling shook her head. She wasn't very fond of this method. Cooking is all about skill. If you don't believe me, try it. The taste of food made by hand will definitely be different from that made by mechanical devices like yours. AI Kefi heard this. Then let's have a competition to see who makes the best. The little evil god was surprised. Oh, is this a cooking competition? I'd be the judge. You guys just make a simple chicken soup, and let's see who makes the best. Thorchan, please go catch 2 pheasants. Thor nodded in agreement and scurried off. Xiangling said, how about this to convince you? I give you the recipe, and the exact amounts for each seasoning and ingredient. How about that? Ikefai agreed immediately. Xiangling handed AI Kefi a recipe called chicken soup with dried mushrooms. After reading it, AI Kefi immediately had an idea. Over half an hour later, the kitchen was complete, and the 2 pheasant Thor had caught were being prepared. To ensure fairness and easier comparison, they each took half of each chicken to keep the ingredients consistent. Then, they began cooking. Ikefai manipulated various clockwork mechanisms to prepare the chicken soup. Xiangling, on her side, used primitive methods to prepare the chicken. The little evil god and Thor sat nearby, and Thor asked curiously, "Sandwich sauce, who do you think will win between the two?" Sandwich sauce replied matter-of-factly, "Of course it's Xiangling. Ikefai's machine may produce delicious food, but she hasn't grasped the essence of cooking." Thor was surprised. "The essence of cooking? What is it?" The little evil god patted his chest. "It's the heart. Cooking requires dedication." And Ikefai's mindset was to use these mechanisms to complete the chicken soup. Xiangling, on the other hand, was constantly pondering how to make the chicken soup the best it could be. Machine-cooked meals are just fast food. True cuisine must be prepared with care and dedication by people. Thor remained puzzled. Why must a human cook truly delicious food? The little evil god glanced at Thor. "Since you enjoy cooking, I explain it a little more. You have to understand that every single thing in the world is unique, and so are the ingredients. Just like these 2 pheasants, while they may look similar, they have their own unique characteristics." Xiangling's ability to cook so deliciously stems primarily from her ability to use her hands to interact with the ingredients, understanding their specific characteristics. This is how she creates a truly delicious dish. Thor took a look at what the little evil god said, combining the situations of Xiangling and Ikefai. Ikefai was washing the chicken with a machine, while Xiangling was washing it by hand. The machine's program was set and unchangeable, while Xiangling's could be adjusted at any time, ensuring a thorough cleaning of the chicken. "I understand. That's dedication." The little evil god looked at Thor with a teachable air and nodded. "So, regarding this outcome, I can decisively declare Xiangling the winner. Thor, quickly prepare the dishes. We're the referees, and we have soup soon." Thor heard this, and pulled out several sets of dishes from his storage ring to wash. After washing, he returned to his seat, and continued watching the show with the little evil god. About half an hour later, their chicken soup was ready. Thor drank the chicken soup they had cooked and voted for Xiangling without hesitation. The little evil god was no different. Xiangling's chicken soup was indeed more delicious. Ikefai was puzzled by this. "Why would I lose to you when we use the same ingredients?" Xiangling smiled and poured a bowl of chicken soup for Ikefai. Ikefai took a sip, then took a sip of her own. The difference was not significant, but noticeable. "Why is your chicken soup so delicious?" Xiangling smiled. "Because I put my heart and soul into it." Okay, this competition is over. It's time to prepare lunch for everyone, or we be late. Sandwich sauce, Thor, Guaba, get to work. Thor was enjoying his chicken soup when Xiangling called out, gulped down the entire bowl, and then ran off to continue carving up the wild boar. Ikefai pondered Xiangling's words. "Cooking with care? But I do too." The little evil god walked over and patted Ikefai's shoulder. "Ikefai-chan, I suggest you cook with us more often. The longer you stay, the more you understand what it means to cook with care. Come on, help me pick the vegetables." Ikefai nodded and followed the little evil god into his busy schedule. As time passed, everyone, who had been playing all morning, gathered at the restaurant. A row of cloud-shaped cars was parked outside the restaurant. Xing, Hutao, and the others sat at a long table. Xing sipped her chicken soup and said, "More racing in the afternoon?" Hutao heard this. "Sure. I own 6 cars now." "Ha ha." Pella pouted angrily at Hutao's words. She was the one who lost the most this morning. Amber then said, "Should we add a few more tracks? Just racing these 11 turns is boring." Chapter 465. Yi Yuan, standing by, heard Xing, Hutao, and the others planning to design a new racetrack. After a moment's thought, he offered his own suggestions. "If you're planning to design a new racetrack, I have a good suggestion." Xing was surprised. "Oh, what's your suggestion?" Hearing this, Yi Yuan bought a copy of the QQ Speed map collection from the system store. It contained all the maps for QQ Speed. "Take it, and have a look. There are many maps in here, all suitable for racing." Yi Yuan tossed the map collection to Xing, who took it and spread it out on the table for Hutao, Ying, and Kiana to see. They all took a look. "Wow, these maps are truly professional. This Akina mountain is so long. And this track looks terrifying at first glance, so narrow, with so many small paths. Let's just do Akina mountain. How's that? Let's do a few more. This haunted castle is great. I think so. Rose Love and Chinatown are also good. Rainbow Island, and the Old Street Pipeline are also good. The maps are relatively simple, just a few shortcuts. But I'm afraid we won't have enough time to do so many tracks at once. Don't we have cloud robots? We can ask Klee and the others to lend us a few to help. That's probably not going to work either. It's a bit too much work. The group discussed it over and over, but ultimately they were stumped by the lack of manpower. Hu Tao couldn't come up with any good ideas and decided to ask Yi Yun. Yi Yun, do you have any ideas? Yi Yun thought about it, and couldn't help but think of his plan to ask Toppa and the others to host an interstellar racing competition. A new idea struck Yi Yun, but it presupposed that if 2 key points could be fulfilled, he would be raking in the dough. Don't worry, let me think about it. Yi Yun pretended to think, but inwardly, he was communicating with the system. System, can dungeons only be entered through dungeon portals? Notice, hosts can purchase dungeon portals for 100,000 star coins each. Yi Yun then asked, can I restrict the purchased dungeon portal to a specific dungeon? Notice, yes. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun spent 1 million to purchase the fixed dungeon for QQ speed and another 100,000 for a dungeon portal. Yi Yun planned to place this dungeon portal on the seer platform. Anyone wishing to enter the dungeon would have to pay a registration fee of 100 star coins. After registering, they would be able to enter the QQ speed dungeon. The subsequent competition was planned to take place at the Happy Little Ball, where a QQ speed racetrack would be constructed. The competition definitely needs a dungeon, since spectators can't enter, right? Seeing Yi Yun sitting there, lost in thought, Xing waved his hand in front of him. Hey Yi Yun, have you figured out a good idea? Yi Yun had just come to his senses. I did. How about you guys play in a dungeon? I just bought the fixed dungeon for QQ speed. It's just like the Genshin Impact dungeon. It be fixed, so you can play whenever you want. Xing, Hu Tao, and the others were all excited. That's awesome. Funina was also excited. This speed car was so much fun. She had a blast just now. No matter how it crashed, it wouldn't break down. It could even drift and use nitro acceleration. It was so much fun. Okay. Let's go play after dinner, everyone. Yi Yun smiled and continued. Let me tell you one more thing. I'm planning to team up with Toppa and Faitsue and the others. We host an interstellar racing competition, and all the participating cars will be equipped with engines from the QQ racing world. Do you understand what I mean? Xing raised an eyebrow. I see. Time for us to show off again. Ying was extremely excited when she heard Yi Yun was planning a competition. This time, I'm going to win the championship. Losing the elf competition is fine. I'm going to take first place with this car. Xing pointed to the row of cloud cars at the restaurant entrance. Look over there. I won 17 cars, and look at you. You only have 3. Get it? Ying clenched her fist. That's not necessarily true. I made up my mind for this period. I'm going to undergo a brutal training program. With that, Ying slammed the table and stood up. No more eating. I'm going to train. With that, Ying turned and walked out of the restaurant, got in a cloud car, and went to practice. Seeing this, Xing, Luing, and the others finished their bowls and followed. Paimon and Malim were the only ones left at the table. They exchanged glances. Half each. X2. Paimon looked at the table overflowing with delicious food, inwardly cheering. Well done. You're worthy of being my best friend. You're always looking for benefits for me, Ying. Well done. You drawn everyone away. Paimon picked up a golden shrimp ball and tossed it into his mouth, devouring it with such delight. Off to the side, Xiaoning, curious, kept glancing back and forth between Paimon and Malim. How could these two be so comparable? How come their stomachs weren't even bloated after eating so much? Xiaoning was completely baffled. After dinner, Yi Yun, Qin, and the others, along with the children, continued to build their Sky Kingdom. After a full afternoon, the Sky Kingdom was essentially complete. As expected, the buildings all had a fairy tale-like feel, full of childlike charm. Things like the pink cake-shaped 2-story house, the Doduko bus, and the slime elevator. The highlight was the rainforest amusement park that Klee had drawn. It was enormous, packed with numerous rides. The highlight was the Boom Boom Speeder, a ride that ran through the entire amusement park, allowing passengers to travel to every corner. Klee jumped for joy at the sight. Great! Klee's amusement park is complete. Klee wants to go play. Klee grabbed Yi Yun and Qin's hands. Brother Yi Yun. Captain Qin. Let's go play together. Klee wants to ride the Boom Boom roller around the amusement park. Hee hee. Bai Lu also pulled Jing Lu and Jing Yuan towards the amusement park. Diana was taken away by Lisa to play on the mushroom trampoline, where she could jump dozens of meters high. Lu Yun glanced at Chi Chi and Yao Yao, who were standing obediently beside him. Go ahead, I'll be there soon. Lu Yun was acting as Chi Chi and Yao Yao's parent today. Bai Zhu had many patients to see today, and Yao Yao's family was also busy. So, as their elder, Lu Yun took on the role of parent today. Yao Yao and Chi Chi, with Lu Yun's permission, happily ran hand in hand towards the amusement park. For a moment, the entire amusement park's equipment was in full swing, filled with laughter and joy. Huahua and Aha, interested in the Boom Boom roller, joined in. Chapter 466. To make things more fun, Aha placed many floating balloons on both sides of the Boom Boom speeder. Water cannons were installed on both sides of the Boom Boom speeder, requiring the balloons on at least one side to be shot down in order to pass. Some of these balloons were dirty, and when they popped, they would splash dirty water, staining the Boom Boom speeder. Aha's actions made Boom Boom speeder even more entertaining, and the little ones, like Klee and Bai Lu, had even more fun. Furthermore, the entire amusement park was filled with dodokos, fat, thin, short, tall, and of all shapes and sizes. As soon as Klee entered the amusement park, she went to the bushes near the gate, caught a few dodokos, held them in her arms, and played with them. On the other side, Xing, Ying, Hutao, Kiana, and Funina started racing again. They didn't use a map, but practiced on the track Amber had built. After one round, Funina successfully finished last. Her car had been knocked off several times along the way. She was so angry she was practically crying. Funina watched Ying happily drive off in her blue dragon boat and stamped her feet in anger. Damn it! My blue dragon boat! Ugh! Desperate, Funina prepared to build another cloud car. Just as she was finishing the model with the cloud and preparing to install the engine, she realized it was dead. Why? The engine's gone already? Funina felt a little disappointed. She wanted to play a few more rounds. It was finally time for a break. Hutao noticed something was wrong with Funina, and did a tailspin in her Grand Choo Choo, stopping in front of her. Funina, what's wrong? You're sighing. Without an engine, I can't build a new car, said Funina. I thought it was something else. Come on, let's go somewhere else. Let's go play in the QQ Speed Dungeon. Hutao finished, calling out to Xing, Lu Ying, and the others. After hearing Hutao's suggestion, they all agreed. Xing returned the blue dragon boat to Funina and asked her to drive it to the portal. Afterwards, the group returned to the train. On the train, Pam and Noel were cleaning. Xing flew out of the portal in the cloud speeder, drifting, stirring up a gust of wind that scattered the garbage Pam had just swept up. A H sign instantly appeared on Pam's forehead, and her short hands clenched into fists. Xing! Look what you done. Come here. Clean up. Pam yelled at Xing, and Xing instantly buried her head in her clothes like a frightened quail. Pam walked over and tossed the broom to Xing, who quickly began cleaning. Following her, Hutao, Ying, Amber, Funina, and Kiana rushed over and joined the cleaning. Only the relatively obedient Lu Ying and Yu La were spared Pam's urging. As they were cleaning, Aglaya and Sci-Fair emerged from the portal opened by Puni. Xing paused upon seeing them. Aglaya? Sci-Fair? Aren't you two over there taking care of the kids? Sci-Fair's mouth twitched at the words. You mean Sister Tabeo and the others? Xing only realized what Saphir meant by Tabeo. Oh. Yeah. Tabeo's older than you guys. I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Let me ask this another way. Why are you back so early? Won't you stay a little longer? I just saw that cloud kingdom you built. It's quite nice. Aglaya shook her head slightly. We have things to do in Omphalos, so we stay a little longer. After the Senate was ousted, many positions are now vacant, and we need to be busy selecting suitable candidates. Xing, hearing this, tried to ask jokingly. What position do you think I could fill? Safer hearing this, knew Xing was joking. Why don't you become a demigod for fun? Isn't the guy in the black trench coat collecting fire? Xing, take one of the fire seeds with you. I wonder how he'd be able to gather them. Just finding you would be a difficult task, considering your trains are all over the universe. Safer's joke was taken seriously by Aglaya. She truly thought this plan was feasible, and there just happened to be a demigod with a fire seed that would be perfect for Xing. I think this is feasible. It's a bit of a safety net for our journey to chase the fire. Xing and Saiful heard this and asked, huh? Aglaya, do you want to hear what you're saying? Let Xing carry the fire? Is that even possible? Aglaya looked at their bewildered expressions. You heard me right, that's exactly what I was thinking. Just like what you just said, Saiflia, If Xing were to carry the fire all over the universe, the fire thief wouldn't even be able to find her. Seyful looked at Aglaia, unaware that her joke had actually led to her deciding that Xing would inherit Oroni's fire. However, on second thought, this plan was indeed feasible, and highly feasible. Aglaia acted immediately. Xing, if you're willing, come to Omphalos tomorrow. Xing thought for a moment. Okay, I think about it. I might not go, but I let you know. As soon as Xing said this, Mimi, who had been missing for several days, suddenly burst out. Xing, Mimi, give it a try. After hearing Mimi's words, Xing wasn't focused on whether or not to go to Omphalos to accept Oroni's trial. Mimi can actually speak. Oh my god! Mimi only remembered after hearing Xing's words. Mimi speaks. Hu Tao and the others also gathered around. Mimi can speak now, but her words are halting and incomplete. Xing asked, puzzled. Mimi, how did you become able to speak? Is it related to your disappearance these past few days? Tell me, did you secretly enroll in a training course without my knowledge? I said I'm a little short on credit points. Mimi shook her head quickly. It's not. Mimi. Pam, standing by, spoke up for Mimi. It's not Mimi. Mimi hasn't been missing these past few days. She's in the library, reading every day. As Mimi's good friend, how could you not know? Xing scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I just been having too much fun these past few days. Pam rolled her eyes at Xing. Okay, everyone disperse. You guys, clean up quickly. If you don't, you won't be able to take those cloud cars back. With that, Pam turned and left Qiyun's shop. Xing, Qiana, and the others continued cleaning. Aglaia took Saifei to her clothing store on the train to see if there were any new orders. The two of them soon returned. Saifei looked at the stack of orders in Aglaia's hand, her mouth watering with envy. There were so many, over 300, and they were all large orders for a large sum. Chapter 467. Saifei rubbed her hands. Aglaia, if I remember correctly, most of your orders are destined for garment shops in the city, right? Aglaia glanced at Saifei and handed her a dozen orders. Delivery before tomorrow noon. Can you do that? Saifei patted her chest. Of course. Don't worry, delivery before tomorrow noon will be guaranteed. Aglaia smiled slightly. The orders she gave Saifei were relatively simple, perfectly capable of handling them with her abilities. Then, Saifei waved goodbye to Aglaia and hurried home with the orders. Completing these orders would earn Saifei around 10 million credits. Saifei had been obsessed with earning star coins these past few days. She no longer had any interest in Omphalos' currency. Sorry, your Ompharos currency isn't recognized outside of Ompharos. Among the currently accepted currency systems on the train, star coins are the most valuable. They become a recognized rare currency throughout the universe. Even ordinary people can use star coins to purchase Pokemon from the company and train them. Secondly, there are credit points. These are issued by the company, so their credibility is reasonable. Saifei had only recently been exposed to the outside world, so she had few credit points or star coins. When she had free time, she would watch videos on her phone. While watching, she would often come across ads for products or group buy packages. Saifei took a closer look. They were so cheap. The pictures looked pretty good too. Saifei instinctively clicked the purchase button every time, but a message popped up saying the payment had failed. Your company account balance is insufficient. Please select another payment method. Saifei returned home and glanced at Beatrice, who was dozing on the floor by the door. Slacking off again? Get up. Time to work, Beatrice. Saifei's yell made Beatrice sit up and wipe the saliva from his mouth. Big sister. You're back. Saifei folded her arms and glared at Beatrice unhappily. I show you you're sleeping here? Are you still doing business? Other customers, who might have wanted to come in and shop, will instantly lose their interest. Beatrice stammered. Don't be angry, big sister. I promise I won't do it again. Saifei rolled her eyes at Beatrice. I trust you this time. Come on, come inside. It's time to work. We have to work overtime tonight. Bartolus, upon hearing this, happily followed Saifei's steps into the store. Elsewhere, on the train, Xing, Hu Tao, and the others had already finished cleaning. After Pam's inspection, she let them through the dungeon portal. Funina's vision flickered, and she arrived at a stage. Outside the stage was a racetrack, parked on it with numerous impressive-looking race cars. Funina was about to wander around when a projection suddenly appeared in front of her. Miss Funina, welcome to the world of racing. From now on, I will give you a beginner's guide and teach you the basics of racing. Now, please follow my movements. The projection finished its words and began dancing awkwardly. Simultaneously, the loudspeakers on either side of the stage suddenly began to blare. Fanina, watching the projection dance, tapped her toes, and a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house appeared on the ground. The projection quickly finished its song. Please follow my lead, Miss Fanina. In the world of racing, you must perform a pre-race dance before you can even begin. Only after learning the pre-race dance can you advance to the next stage of learning racing. Special reminder, after completing the novice orientation, you will receive a free Class D racing car. Fanina stopped in her tracks when she heard about the free farewell car. Free car? Really? The projection nodded. It's true. After completing the novice orientation, you receive a Class D racing car, a flatbed. Come on, player Fanina, follow my moves and dance your body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4. Change positions and do it again. Fanina followed the projection and began to dance to the dynamic music. Baby, 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 oh like. Not only Fanina, but Xing, Hu Tao, and the others were also learning the dance. Unlike Fanina, Xing, Hu Tao, and the others were studying very seriously, finding it quite interesting. Half an hour later, Fanina and the others completed the beginner's orientation and received their own beginner uniforms and a D-class cart. They appeared in a modern square, with a portal in each of the 4 directions. Each portal had a line of words written on it. Novice Arena. Beginner Arena. Intermediate Arena. Advanced Arena. Xing looked above her head. The words Trash Can King had disappeared. Instead, it was Novice Star. Fanina said, We're all pretty novice level. Let's go check out the novice gate first. Hearing this, Xing, Luing, and the others headed towards the novice track in a large group. They entered the portal and were transported to a map called Old Street Pipeline, with wide roads and only 90-degree bends. Xing, Hu Tao, Luing, and the others stood at the starting point, each standing in front of their cart and began dancing. Ding, ding, ding. A song called Baby began playing, and Fanina, Xing, and the others swayed their hips and head swayed to the music, a truly captivating dance. Hu Tao said as she danced. Wow, how come everyone knows this dance? Luing swung her hips and danced a bit. I guess we all learned this one in the novice tutorial. Fanina waved her hand and jumped twice. Sure, how long will this dance last? Can't we just get to the point? 2 minutes later, the dance ended and the competition officially began. Unlike the original version, each match in the QQ Speed Dungeon can accommodate up to 12 players. Xing, Luing, Kiana, and the others are only 11 people, with 1 extra position. Xing sat on the cart, his left foot pressed the accelerator to the bottom, and his right foot kept pressing the accelerator, making the cart roar. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, go! The race whistle sounded. Xing suddenly braked and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, triggering the starting mechanism of the cart, with a brief period of nitrogen acceleration. Everyone rushed out and soon reached the first corner. Amber, who was on the far right of the track, was quick-witted and turned the steering wheel, driving directly into the small road. Kiana and Kurumi, who were following behind her, also wanted to follow in, but they bumped into each other at the entrance of the trail. Chapter 468. Seeing this, Luing simply skipped the side path and drifted down the main road, accumulating nitrogen. Once it was full, she accelerated and sprinted past Amber. Xing, Ying, and the others were still stumbling along the side path, and for a while, they didn't even get out of it. For the rest of the day, they continued playing in the QQ Speed Dungeon. That evening, Yi and had Puni call them to the Cloud Kingdom for dinner. That night, they kept discussing the QQ Speed Dungeon, even at the dinner table. Their discussion caught the attention of Jingyuan and the others. Xing, did you guys go play in the new dungeon this afternoon? Xing turned to look at Jingyuan. Yeah, I'm telling you, it was a lot of fun. Jingyuan was more concerned about how many star coins he could earn. Oh, could you elaborate? Xing, Hu Tao, and Kiana began explaining the dungeon to Jingyuan one after another. General Jingyuan, let me tell you, this dungeon is so fun. There's a beginner's guide today. If you beat it, you get a racing car and a set of clothes. Yes. And there are levels. You gain experience points after each race. With higher levels, you can get a driver's license. Once you get an advanced license, you can participate in the God of Cars competition. Winning first place in the God of Cars competition will earn you 100,000 star coins. You can also use experience points to buy a variety of racing cars in the mall. The highest level is the S-Class car, which requires star coins to purchase and has a time limit. After listening to the others' explanations, Jing Yuan had a general understanding of the QQ Speed Dungeon. Well, it's not suitable for older people like me. Earning star coins takes a long time, and you need at least an advanced driver's license to earn star coins. Let the younger people play this dungeon. I rather just go to work every day, assigning some tasks to Fu Xian, then go to the QQ farm to harvest vegetables and feed the ranch animals. Jing Yuan then returned to his seat and continued eating. Xing then approached Yi Yun, showing off the screenshots on his phone. Yi Yun, look at my Chinatown record. 3 minutes. So cool, right? I'm the best right now. Huh? Yi Yun laughed instantly at Xing's words. Chinatown is a 1-star map, one of the easiest to run, and you ran it in 3 minutes? In my previous life, the highest record was only 1 minute and 20 seconds. You're nowhere near that. I need more practice. I can easily break your record. Xing heard this. Oh my god? Just broke my record? I ran over 20 games to achieve that. And I was using a C-Class car. A Husky car. You never even tried this before. How can you be better than me? Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. Let's go in and practice later. I show you what a master is. Xing agreed immediately. Come on, who's afraid of who? If you lose later, don't say the Galaxy Skyfire man bullied you. Yi Yun smiled without saying anything. You soon see what a hardcore racing player's map running skills look like. Klee, Bailu, Hook, and the other little guys came over to join in the fun. Brother Yi Yun, what are you going to do? Yi Yun smiled. Brother Yi Yun will compete with your sister Xing later. Kelly was surprised. Wow. A competition. Kelly wants to go cheer for Brother Yi Yun. Yi Yun smiled slightly. Okay, Kelly will go cheer for brother later. Okay, let's eat first. Zhongli and the others heard the news and decided to go and see what was going on. After finishing their meal, everyone headed to the QQ Speed Dungeon. After entering the dungeon, Yi Yun discovered some shortcomings in the novice orientation. The plot was too long, primarily because learning dances was a waste of time. After providing feedback to the system immediately implemented a change. Before the competition, contestants would lose control of their bodies, and the system would control their dance movements, eliminating the need for learning. Jing Yuan, Walter, and the others also experienced the thrill of speed racing during the novice orientation. The elderly group sat in the stands, chatting and laughing. Jing Yuan took a sip of tea and said with a smile, This speeding car is really fun, but I'm just getting older. If I were younger, I'd probably come here more often. Zhongli nodded slightly. Yeah, let's just have some tea and take a walk. That's more suitable for us. Klee, Bailu, and the other little ones instantly fell in love with the speeding car after trying it. Now, Yi Yun and Xing's match was about to begin, and the little ones were already running off to start another round. As for cheering Yi Yun on, the thought of him cheering him on had long been forgotten. The match between Yi Yun and Xing began. Xing glanced at Yi Yun, who was driving a cart next to him, and sneered. Huh? How could you beat me with a small cart? I'm driving a Class C car. Ha ha ha. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and Xing and Yi Yun started at the same time. Just when Xing thought he was in the lead, Yi Yun suddenly rushed up with a small nitrogen boost. Xing was instantly confused. No! Why can you accelerate twice? Xing was driving and didn't see the situation clearly, but Hu Tao, Lu Ying and others in the audience saw it clearly. Ying was stunned. Can it be done this way? Use the acceleration at the start to drift a little, and then accelerate again. Lu Ying thought carefully. This operation is indeed feasible, and conforms to the content of the acceleration rules. Soon, the two came to the first corner. Xing relied on the advantage of the vehicle to forcefully regain the lead in the straight desert. Suddenly, Xing heard a drifting sound. Yi Yun had already started drifting far away from the corner. Xing was dumbfounded again. You can really drift past if you start drifting this early? However, Yi Yun actually did drift past, and his speed was incredibly fast. She had barely begun drifting when Yi Yun, the other car, was already out of the corner, accelerating like crazy on nitro. Xing quickly accelerated after exiting the corner to catch up. All the way, she watched Yi Yun drifting slightly ahead, now and then. What puzzled her was that Yi Yun's speed didn't slow down at all, and on the straights, he was actually faster than her own car. Slowly, as Xing emerged from the second corner, she realized Yi Yun had disappeared, leaving her a significant distance behind. This was outrageous. Yi Yun had definitely experienced this before. He was clearly a seasoned player, like those big guns who go to the fish pond to fry fish, bullying the newbies. Yi Yun's maneuvering stunned Hu Tao, Lu Ying, and the others in the stands. Several people kept muttering to themselves, "Can it be like this? Ah? No! Is this how you play it? It's outrageous. Is this the speed our small cart can reach?" And so on. Chapter 469. Yi Yun's maneuvering astonished Hu Tao, Lu Ying, and the others. They hadn't realized this speedster could actually be driven this fast. After watching Yi Yun's maneuvering, they compared their own performances. The gap was enormous. Look at the situation now. Xing, the best at the Chinatown map, has been left behind by a full lap. Yi Yun was almost catching up to Xing, and a single nitro boost would easily catch him. Xing was stunned when he heard the roar from behind. He had worked so hard. Why was he so far behind? Yi Yun crossed the finish line, and Xing had successfully lost the round. The gap was too great. After the match, everyone returned to the square. Xing was stunned. "Yi Yun, how did you run so fast? Especially that corner. Why was your speed so high when you were drifting?" Hu Tao, Lu Ying, Qiana, and the others also gathered around. Qiana raised her hand. "Yi Yun, I'm curious too. It's clear that our speed decreases significantly when drifting, and only returns to normal after exiting the curve." Yi Yun smiled. "This brings us to a technique called sideways drifting." Hu Tao and the others asked curiously, "What is sideways drifting?" Yi Yun then explained what sideways drifting is, as well as techniques like how to quickly gain nitrous gas by drifting on the straights. Hu Tao and the others were basically running naked on the straights, relying entirely on the car's own flat running speed. Hu Tao and the others felt a sudden enlightenment after hearing this, and they immediately started a game to learn these techniques. Yi Yun simply smiled. These techniques sounded simple, but they required considerable proficiency. Without sufficient proficiency, they could even backfire. It's like drifting sideways. If you fail, you end up with the front end of the car stuck in the curve. It's still a bit drifty. If you can't control the force, you lose control and crash into the guardrail. Not long after Xing and the others left, Kli, Bailu, Kana, and the other kids finished their round of racing and returned to the square. Bailu danced with joy. "Ha ha! I'm the best!" Jinglu clapped his hands. "Lady Dragon Girl is amazing. Have some water." Jinglu took a pitcher of water and handed it to Bailu. Bailu took a swig, wiped the water from the corner of her mouth, and said, "Everyone, let's play another round. I haven't had enough yet." Tian cheered. "Great. Tian loves racing. Tian must win first place." Tabeo and Tianing were also full of enthusiasm. They often sat in the missile rocking chair and imagined themselves flying around in it. Now, this flying car perfectly matched their fantasies, and they couldn't let it go. Even after losing the game, they weren't upset, but instead were filled with fighting spirit. It was already getting late, and none of them had any intention of returning to Omphalos. The children drank some water and ate some cookies before rejoining the game. The children were happy, but the adults who remained were a bit bored. Lu Yun, bored, took a cart and began to dismantle it, wanting to understand how the flying car worked. Lisa pulled a beanbag from her storage ring and sat on it, taking a nap. Seeing there was still time, Yi Yun turned and returned to the train. Once he was back on the train, he called Tapa over. Tapa excitedly ran up to Yi Yun. "Yi Yun, is there another big deal?" Hee hee. Yi Yun glanced at Tapa, the money grubber. "You know about another big deal?" Tapa chuckled. "Sandwich Sauce told me you were planning to host an interstellar racing competition." Hearing this, Yi Yun glanced at the little evil god who was tidying up the kitchen. This guy is really a loose-lipped person. The little evil god felt someone was watching him, and turned around to look around. Yi Yun had already averted his gaze, and the little evil god scratched his head. "Strange, it felt like someone was watching me just now," Thor said from the side. "Did you hear correctly? Hurry and pack up. I shouldn't have taken so many kitchen utensils out this morning. Now we have to pack them all up again. It's such a hassle." He returned his gaze to Yi Yun. Yi Yun nodded. "Indeed, I'm still planning to hand this tournament over to you. Help me sell tickets, and the dungeon entry fee is 100 star coins per person. As for the new dungeon portal, I'm planning to put it on Seer. What do you think?" Topa agreed immediately. "Okay, I have no objection. There are a lot of people on Seer now, and many have moved there." Hearing this, Yi Yun couldn't help but admire Sandgold's foresight. Sandgold opened up the crew cabins on Seer. Each cabin had at least 300 square meters of space, and the interiors were imbued with a high-tech feel. Through these cabins, Sand Gold gathered powerful trainers on Seer and granted them the status of Seer crew members. This status was recognized within the company, and it signified formal membership in the company. Over time, these trainers living on Seer will develop a sense of belonging to the island. This will create a powerful cooperative force for the company. A trainer on Seer might be very cautious when encountering people from other factions while traveling. However, when encountering company personnel, they can at least chat for a few minutes and won't be as wary as they would be with strangers. After all, they are family. Afterwards, Yi-Yun and Tappa discussed the details of the speed race. Afterward, Tappa met with Gold Dust and Emerald to try to come up with a specific plan for Yi-Yun to review before breakfast tomorrow. If Yi-Yun felt it was feasible, they could begin implementing it. Yi-Yun, on his part, once again entered the speed race world to play a few games and crush the noobs. Although the boss of the fish frying shop is annoying, being the fish frying shop owner is incredibly enjoyable and exhilarating. As soon as Yi-Yun left, a figure familiar to Xing and the others appeared in the shop. Is anyone here? Miss Jing, from Rimura's world, emerged from the portal. She wanted to hang out with Xing and the others. Jing's words caught the attention of the kitchen team. Xiangling glanced over. Miss Jing. Jing saw Xiangling, finally seeing someone familiar. Jing slowly walked to the side of the kitchen. Xiangling-chan, long time no see. Xiangling smiled and nodded. Yes, it's been a while. The last time we met was at Rimura's celebration party. It's so late, what brings you here? Miss Jing said. I'm here to hang out with Xing and the others. Xiangling heard this. Xing and the others are playing in the dungeon. You can find them over there. Miss Jing nodded gratefully. Thank you, Xiangling. By the way, I was just curious. What are you guys up to? Chapter 470. Xiangling said. We're cleaning the kitchen. You didn't know that Yi-Yun took us out today. We built a kingdom on the clouds. We're going to cook for everyone, so we moved the kitchen utensils over and are putting them away now. In a little while, we have to go back to Liyue Wanmin Hall to help out. We be in charge of the kitchen during the late-night snack period. Jing listened. Liu? I think I heard you say before that it's the country you grew up in. Xiangling nodded. Yes. Liyue is wonderful. The new Liyue harbor is beautifully built. Miss Jing, do you want to go and take a look? By the way, you can try the food at Wanmin Hall. Last time, I told you I'd let you try my cooking. Now's the perfect opportunity. If you want to hang out with Xing and the others, just come back later. They'd probably be playing late today. Thor asked, puzzled. Xiangling, how did you know Xing and the others would be out long? Xiangling spread her hands. I don't know them. Whenever they encounter something new and exciting, they indulge in it before going back to rest. Thor gave him a thumbs up. Oh. As expected of you, you're so observant. Xiangling put her hands on her hips. How about it? Want to join us, Miss Jing? Jing pondered for a moment, then agreed. Sure. Seeing Jing's agreement, Xiangling then instructed Thor, the little evil god, Guoba, and AI Kefi to speed up their packing. A little over 10 minutes later, Xiangling and the others finished packing and led Jing through the portal to Wanmin Hall. The new Wanmin Hall also has a portal, making it convenient for Xiangling to come and get food for everyone. Meanwhile, inside New Nada, Mavika and Kenichi were touring the new Nada city in Luxie. The heart of New Nada city was still the arena, where many Nada warriors were currently sparring. Mavika took a stroll inside. Liyue's infrastructure is truly impressive. In Nada city, we can move right in, no need to worry about decorating at all. Kenichi nodded in agreement. Yes, Lord Vulcan, Nada city's infrastructure is very comprehensive. Every household has electricity and running water, making life much more convenient than before. Mavika smiled. Liyue has done us such a great favor. We must find a way to repay this favor. Kenichi thought for a moment and suggested. How about we give them some star coins in return? Mavika shook her head. No, while star coins are certainly valuable, giving them directly can easily hurt feelings. I go talk to Morix in a few days and try to get some information. See if there's anything we can do for him. Kaneki thought about it and decided it was feasible. Yes. At that moment, Ian Sean and the captain arrived. The captain saw Mavika and congratulated her. Mavika, congratulations. You finally escaped the abyss. Mavika smiled. Thank you for this time, too. You and your factory have participated in this war throughout. The captain shook his head. No need to thank me. This was all the orders of Her Majesty Asmodeus. The Queen sent me here to convey her cooperation. Upon hearing this, Mavika said, Tell me what kind of cooperation this is. The captain said slowly. Among the 7 nations of Teyvat, each has developed differently. The most developed are undoubtedly Liyue and Fontaine, followed by Mondstadt, Inazuma, and Shumi. The rest are our own, Dongdong and Nada. Compared to them, our 2 countries are truly far behind. The Queen's idea is to have Nada invest in our ice and snow world, build it up, and attract tourists from all over the universe to visit. Mavika pondered upon hearing this. Soliciting investment? If this project is promising, it's not impossible. Nada is currently struggling to find projects to earn credit points. To be honest, most of the people under his command are just muscle-brained. You could say half of Nada's brainpower is with Sinaning. Let me take a look at your project first. If it's feasible, I can invest. The captain nodded in agreement. Of course. When are you free? I have someone arrange the reception. Mavika thought for a moment. Tomorrow, how about that? It's already quite late. The captain agreed and turned to leave Nada. Kenichi spoke only after the captain left. Lord Vulcan, do we really want to invest in this project? We only have a mere 1 million credit points. Mavika shook her head helplessly. There's nothing we can do. We Nada people aren't very good at business. We can't do it ourselves, so we just have to follow others. Kenichi said again. But if we invest, those 1 million credit points won't give us much in the way of shares, right? Mavika felt distressed upon hearing this. Yeah, what could she possibly accomplish with 1 million yuan? Thinking about it, Mavika suddenly thought of someone. Mavika pulled a business card from her pocket. It clearly read, Director of Strategic Investment Department Topa. Topa had slipped her this card a few days ago, saying she could talk to her about any business matters. Mavika decided to go talk to Topa. Mavika pulled out her phone and sent Topa a message. Mavika, are you busy, Miss Topa? Topa, handling various business partnerships. I'm in a meeting. What can I do for you, Mavika? Mavika, I'd like to ask how I can quickly obtain some credit points as startup capital. Topa, handling various business partnerships. That's easy. Sell your local specialties, or take out a loan. Mavika took one look and became interested in the loan. Mavika, how is this loan calculated? Topa, handling various business partnerships. 5% interest. I won't charge you any compound interest. Mavika, is it that high? Topa, handling various business partnerships. How about this? Do you have anything you can pledge? If you can, I can give you an interest-free loan. Our strategic investment department has been so popular lately, and many people in the company are watching, so I can't lend you money directly. Mavika, are you free tomorrow? Can you come to Nada and see what we can pledge? Topa, handling various business partnerships. Okay, see you tomorrow. Then the 2 of them paused. Mavika had just finished her conversation when she noticed Ruan Mei had arrived. Ruan Mei went straight to the point. Mavika, I'm very interested in your Nada dragon seeds. Can you sell me a few? Mavika was surprised. Ah? Our Nada dragons? You're buying them for experiments, aren't you? Ruan Mei nodded. Yes. The Nada dragons were their comrades and good friends. How could they be sold for experiments? Mavika was about to refuse when Ruan Mei, standing across from her, beat her to the punch and made an offer. 100 million credit points each. How about that? Mavika was stunned. Chapter 471. Mavika was stunned upon hearing Ruan Mei's offer. 100 million each. Mavika tilted her head back and gasped. Shoo! Junichi, standing nearby, was also a little taken aback. That price was a bit high. Thankfully, Junichi calmed down. Nada's dragons are an inseparable part of Nada. Dragons have lived on Nada's territory since its birth. Over the years, the dragons and the Nada people have forged a deep friendship. Lord Fire God, you absolutely cannot agree to this. Mavika calmed down and forced herself to calm down. Calm down. Mavika. You must calm down. You can't sell your adorable dragons for a cricket worth so many credit points. Black Angel Mavika. Sell it. 100 million each. White Angel Mavika. No. The dragons are our best friends. How can they be traded as commodities? Black Angel Mavika. Then you can sell them for less. Wouldn't it be enough to just sell a few to earn some startup capital? White Angel Mavika. That won't work. They're allies. Comrades. Ultimately, reason triumphed over greed, justice triumphed over evil, and Mavika rejected Ruan Mei's proposal. I'm sorry, Ms. Ruan Mei, but Nada's dragons are our allies. I can't trade them to you as merchandise. Ruan Mei felt a little disappointed. Is that so, buddy? Then, let's try another approach. I'd like to extract some cells from Nada's dragons. As payment, I pay you 1 million credits for each type of dragon cell. Mavica was puzzled. Cells? What are these things? Are you sure Nada's dragons have them? Wanmei patiently explained. Cells are the basic structural and functional units of living organisms, just like blood, which is made up of blood cells. Blood cells are further divided into white blood cells, hemoglobin. Wanmei's speech lasted over half an hour. Mavica was almost drowsy, but Kinich was absorbing her lecture with gusto. This was new knowledge to him. Finally, Wanmei finished explaining the details of cells, and Mavica regained consciousness. Finally, you finished explaining it. Anyway, it won't harm Nada's dragons, right? Before Wanmei could explain, Kinich spoke up. Yes, it's just a few cells. Given the constitution of our Nada dragons, it won't have any effect. Mavica heard this. Okay, happy cooperation then. Afterwards, Mavica and Kinich took Wanmei on a tour of Nada's city, drawing blood from every creature that caught Wanmei's eye. Even though it wasn't a dragon seed, Wanmei still gave it 1 million credit points. Credit points were just a number to Wanmei. If she wanted them, the company would send her a large sum. In the end, Wanmei spent 20 million credit points in Nada, instantly solving Mavica's urgent need. Hee, now I finally have some credit points. Tomorrow I go investigate the Winter Solstice project. If it works I invest. Kenichi reminded. Lord Vulcan, it would be best if Xeinani accompanied you on your trip to Winter Solstice tomorrow. Mavica nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I definitely bring her along. Then the two of them dispersed and went back to rest. The next day arrived. In New Winter City, Mavica and Xeinani visited, and Barnabas personally received them. After touring the Ice and Snow World project, the group sat in a room discussing cooperation. The wealthy man smiled, his eyes narrowed. Your Majesty, the God of Fire, I plan to divide the project into 3 phases. In the first phase, we will build a prototype of the Ice and Snow World, with an estimated investment of 50 million credit points. In the second phase, we will expand the project and add new attractions, requiring an estimated 80 million credit points. In the third phase, we will expand the scale, requiring at least 200 million credit points. Mavica was shocked to hear this. She only had a little over 21 million credit points. This was totally insufficient. Xeinani asked. What share do you plan to give us? The wealthy man smiled. 40%, how about that? Xeinani calculated. 40%? That means we need to invest 20 million credit points in the first phase. The rich man nodded. Yes, the investment is substantial, but our project will generate profits later on. Hinoning asked. Are you so sure we can make money? What if we lose money? Wouldn't all those credit points invested be wasted? The rich man said calmly. Of course, Miss Hinoning, you don't know that our queen has already reached an agreement with Miss Tapa using star coins. Later, after our Winter Ice and Snow World is completed, we will be given a large advertising space by the company. With the company helping with promotion, many people from all over the world will surely come to visit. Unada haven't had much contact with the universe, but the number of people in the entire universe is far greater than you can imagine. Hearing this, Nuaning lowered his head in thought. Then why don't you do such a lucrative project yourself instead of seeking out partners? The rich man smiled helplessly. Because Jidong is poor. Our Jidong credit reserves are only a few billion, and Jidong has so many other areas where we need to spend money. We can't just throw all our money at this one project, right? Mavica said at this point. Let's go back and think about it. I give you an answer tomorrow, okay? The rich man smiled. Of course. I look forward to working with you. Then, Mavica and Xeinani stood up and were about to leave. Just then, Mavica and Barnabas' phones rang simultaneously, and they both took them out. In a group called Teyvat Ruling Team, Asmodeus had tagged everyone. Void ruling at everyone, come to the train for a meeting. Morix, Roger. Barbados, Roger. Narsida, Roger. Great Kindness Tree King, Roger. Shin, Roger. Shadow, Roger. Fukalos, Roger. Fanina, Roger. Navalette, Roger. Mavica, Roger. Barnabas, Roger. Void ruling at Narsida, Nasida, you don't have to come. It's so late, little kid. Go to bed. Klee and the others are already asleep. Narsida, I'm over 500 years old. Void ruling, don't be stubborn. Go to bed. You might not grow taller. Mavica blocked her phone and exchanged glances with Barnabas. Looks like we won't be able to sleep tonight. Let's go together. Barnabas smiled. Let's go. 10 minutes later. The gods of Teyvat, or those who had served as gods, gathered in Yun's shop, with the exception of Nishida. Asmodeus took a sip of his iced cola and glanced at the group. Now that everyone's here, let's begin the meeting. Come, everyone, report on the developments in each country. Chapter 472. As Asmodeus finished speaking, Zhongli, Wendy, and the others began reporting on the development of their respective kingdoms. Mavika, listening from the side, was astonished upon hearing the specific developments of these kingdoms. Goodness! I'm still worrying about tens of millions of credit points, and you're already calculating your daily revenue in the billions? Mavika was most curious about Fontaine. She knew the situation in Fontaine. When the star-eating whale and the evil knight invaded Fontaine, the people of Fontaine suffered heavy casualties, and now the population is only a few tens of thousands. With such a small population, how do you manage to generate over 200 million in daily revenue? Mavika was so curious that she asked directly. Fukaros, how do you manage to generate over 200 million in daily revenue at Fontaine? You only have a few tens of thousands of people. Fukaros glanced at Finina, who was dozing off beside him. In this situation, Finina was like a bad student in class. Soon after the start, she started fishing, up and down, because we have Finina at Fontaine. Mavika heard this. Ah? Finina, what do you mean? The great CI Tree King beside him explained. Finina is a big star, with a huge fan base across the universe. Her recorded songs alone bring her billions in revenue every day. Fontaine now has several large factories dedicated to producing Finina merchandise. A large portion of Fontaine's daily revenue of 200 million comes from selling merchandise. Speaking of which, I'm quite envious. Fukaros said modestly. Buyer, your Nelu is not bad either. Her fan base has already exceeded 5 million. And Barbados, you too, Barbara and Linghua are also quite impressive. Zhongli said slowly. Our Liu's Yunjin has also gained considerable fame in Xianzhou. Barnabas was finally able to join in the conversation. We have a star in Solstice now. Rosalind's TV series is almost finished filming, and when it goes online, it should bring her a lot of fans. Mavika listened to several kingdoms discussing their respective stars, completely unable to get a word in. Besides, they all sounded impressive. Each of these people either had millions of fans, or had already earned tens of millions in film pay. Mavika wondered if she should go back and pick some out herself, to see if there were any talented individuals in Nada with star potential. After a while of conversation, Asmodeus tapped lightly on the table. Okay, I have a pretty good idea of the situation. Fukaros, Morix, your two kingdoms should support Nada and Solstice to help them thrive. Everything else remains the same. Manage your respective kingdoms well. Dismissed. Asmodeus said this, turning and walking through the portal, leaving Zhongli and the others behind. Zhongli glanced at Mavika and Barnabas. Since His Majesty Asmodeus has spoken, we in Liyue can sell the ore to you two kingdoms at cost price for a period of 3 months. Fukaros thought for a moment. We at Fontaine can provide promotional assistance. If you have a promising project or product, we can help you promote it. Fukaros finished, and Fernina patted her chest. I guarantee you get excellent results. Mavika and Barnabas were overjoyed. Great. Thank you, His Majesty Asmodeus. You are truly a kind and compassionate man. I used to think she was a villain. I deserve to die. Meanwhile, on the Seer, the portal to the QQ Speed Dungeon had been installed on the deck, and the news had spread. Everyone on the Seer knew the news, and the dungeon portal was now crowded with people. The speed race, it feels like another event comparable to the Pokemon contest. I think so. After all, the organizers are still Directors Toppa, Gold Dust, and Emerald. And the venue is still the Happy Ball. What are you thinking? The speed race is definitely not as popular as the Pokemon contest. The energy contest has Pokemon battles, with lots of fighting scenes, and many people love to watch. This speed race is just a driving competition, so it's definitely not as popular as the Pokemon contest. You have a point. Instead of discussing this here, why don't you pay to go in and see for yourself? You don't even know the details of the speed race, so how can you judge the outcome? You're just guessing blindly. Many of the trainers on Seer chose to go in and experience it. It only costs 1 Stellar Jade, and since they've been on Seer, they all have some. The price of Stellar Jade online has now reached 3 million credit points per piece, which is insane. Soon, after trying it out, most people fell in love with this style of racing. The whole process was thrilling, drifting, accelerating with nitrous, and overtaking the opponent in front of them. It all gave them a great feeling. That's right, it was awesome. Absolutely awesome. This news quickly spread within the company. Diamond was pulled into a meeting with several directors. Across from him sat Schneider. It was obvious that Schneider had informed the directors of the news. The director who supported Schneider spoke earnestly to Diamond. Diamond, in business, it's all about strength in numbers. Everyone contributes money and effort, making the business bigger and stronger, so you can earn more, right? Diamond chuckled internally. If he wanted to get involved in the car race, he should just say so. Why beat around the bush and pretend to be self-serving? As a member of the company, I'm naturally happy to do business with you all. After all, everyone here is one of us. Diamond's words drew satisfied glances from the other directors, who thought, looks like this time we get to get involved in the car race. Just as the Schneider directors were about to discuss investment shares, Diamond suddenly looked regretful. Unfortunately, I can't make the decision on this matter. This project and the last elf competition have the same client. We're just part-time employees in the strategic investment department, and the decision-making power isn't in my hands. What a shame! How could our company not develop such a good project? As soon as Diamond said this, everyone present instantly fell silent. The real person behind the elf competition? Then, he decided not to get involved. They'd been fully engaged in investigating the person behind the elf competition, but alas, there were no leads. Furthermore, it seemed that several major forces in the universe were deliberately obstructing them. Many of the people sent out disappeared after entering their territory. How could they determine that these major forces were obstructing them? Because only those investigating this aspect of the matter were harmed, the others suffered only normal losses. Chapter 473. The director who supported Diamond saw this, and tapped the table lightly. Let's stop here for today, what do you think? As Diamond finished speaking, the other directors responded in unison. This meeting was over, any longer would have been awkward. Afterward, the meeting dispersed, and Diamond sent a message to Jadeite. The company has already made arrangements. We're fully committed to promoting the speed race. We can't let Ian think we're not doing our best. Jadeite quickly replied to Diamond's message. On the train, the children gathered in the sofa break area. They had just finished their morning class, and were doing their homework. Today's subjects were biology and history. The history subject focused on the history of the Star Rail world. Kelly and the others would likely be living in the Star Rail world for the long term. Bai Lu was copying the contents of the textbook. According to Walter, if you don't want to memorize something, just copy it. Copy it a few times, and you naturally memorize it. Xing, Hu Tao, Lu Ying, and Kiana finished breakfast early this morning and headed out to play in the QQ Speed world. Unlike yesterday, today's QQ Speed dungeon had many more ordinary people. Xing, Hu Tao, and the others no longer had to compete with people they knew, they could now compete against strangers. Using the skills they secretly learned from Yi Yun, they dominated the speed dungeon today, leaving their opponents far behind in every round. Xing, in particular, was the fastest learner and had now mastered sideways drifting. Yi Yun, on his side, was greeting Aglaia and her companions, Xia Dai and Wan Di. Aglaia asked, Yi Yun, do you have any similar godheads like mine? I like to buy one for each of Wan Di, Bai, and Xia Dai. Wan Di's Titan is the Strife Titan. Although Xia Dai hasn't inherited the Titan Spark yet, she corresponds to the Death Titan. As for Bai, his Titan is the Nemesis Titan. Xia Dai then bowed slightly. Yi Yun, please help us find a suitable godhead. Yi Yun nodded slightly and began searching the system store. Soon, he found 3 suitable godheads for Bai, Wan Di, and Xia Dai. They are, Item, God of War Godhead Description. The power core of the God of War in a fantasy world possesses all-around enhanced physical strength and power. The owner gains the skills. God of War Strike, God of War arrives. Price, 200,000 star coins. Item, Hades Godhead. Description, the core of power of Hades, the god of the underworld in a certain fantasy world. The owner gains full control over the power of the underworld. Owner gains 2 skills, Styx Descent and Death's Embrace. Price, 200,000 star coins. Item, Creator Godhead. Description, the source of power of the supreme creator god in a certain fantasy world. The owner gains the authority to create the world. Price, 9.99 million star coins. Yi Yun showed the information about the 3 godheads to Aglaia, and the other 3. After reviewing them, Aglaia pointed at the creator godhead and asked, Yi Yun, why is this godhead so expensive? Yi Yun explained, because this godhead involves the power of creation. If one possesses this godhead, they truly gain the authority to create the world. Creating a world, that kind of power can't be cheap. Bai listened to the conversation between the 2. Aglaia, you buy it for Xia Dai and Wan Dai. I'm not in a rush. It won't be too late to buy it later, when we make money. Although Bai felt a little regretful, he didn't feel sad. Aglaia nodded slightly. Okay, I buy it for you later. Let's buy the godhood for Wan Dai and Xia Dai first. That way, we Omphalos will have 2 more powerful fighters. Afterwards, Aglaia spent 400,000 star coins to purchase the godheads of Ares, the god of war, and Hades, the god of the underworld. To prevent any accidents, Aglaia had the 2 absorb the godheads in Yi Yun's shop. There are many powerful people here. Even if something goes wrong, you can save them. Wan Di and Xia Dai took the godheads, looked at each other, closed their eyes, and communicated with the godheads in their minds, guiding them into their bodies. Jing Yuan, Zhongli, and Walter sat at a round table, cracking melon seeds and watching with relish, enjoying the fun. Noelle would occasionally bring a. She passed melon seeds around to top up the bowls for everyone. The melon seeds they were eating were all fried by Xiangling, who was still frying them with a large spoon. Yesterday, Miss Jing went to Liyue with Xiangling. In just over an hour, Miss Jing was captivated by Liyue's beauty. Last night, she and Keqing sat at the same table. Keqing worked late, and thinking Xiangling would make her a late-night snack, she went to Wanmin Hall for dinner. Miss Jing subconsciously asked Keqing how to settle down in Liyue. Keqing replied that buying a place to live would be enough, and she could help with the identity documents. Miss Jing looked at the housing prices and decided on the spot to move to Liyue. Although life in Rimura was good, it was surrounded by monsters. Miss Jing still preferred living in the human realm. Without further ado, the focus returned to the train. Wan Di and Xia Dai had already absorbed the entire divine nature. Both of them clearly felt their own increased strength. Wan Di felt it for a moment, and looked at Bai Yi. This divine nature is extremely powerful. It has erased my only weakness. Now, I have no weaknesses at all. You can forget what I told you before. Xia Dai said. Well, on my end, I do sense something called nether chi. Otherwise, I don't feel much. Seeing this, Ian called out to the kitchen. Sandwich sauce, bring a live chicken. In the kitchen, the little evil god heard the words and walked over, carrying a live chicken. The live chicken you asked for. The little evil god tossed the live chicken to the ground, then quickly ran back to the kitchen to watch Xiangling roast sunflower seeds. The little evil god prepared a large sack, intending to take one back later, so he wouldn't have to worry about not having sunflower seeds to eat while watching TV. Yiyan handed the live chicken to Xia Dai. Try touching it. Xia Dai instinctively shook her head. No, it'd die if you do that, Yiyan said. It's okay. Xiangling was going to make it into a chicken stew with mushrooms for lunch anyway. Xia Dai reached out and touched the chicken. To Xia Dai's surprise, the live chicken didn't die when her hand touched it. This. Yiyan smiled. This is the change the godhood has brought to you. You couldn't control your own death energy before. Hades' godhood has helped you fill that gap. Chapter 474. Xia Dai was delighted upon hearing this. This is wonderful. Xia Dai had always worried about the death power within her. Anyone who came into contact with her would die. It was for this reason that she hadn't played with Xing, Qiana, and the others. When they first met, Xing, Qiana, and the others had invited Xia Dai to join them. Now, she could control this power and no longer harm others. Finally, she could make friends like a normal person, eating together, playing games together. And like in the short videos, best friends would go shopping and playing together, arm in arm. Lately, Xia Dai had been watching videos of best friends. What she envied most were the videos of best friends shopping. Watching them, she always fantasized about being like the bloggers in the videos. Now, that could finally happen. Xiadia took out her phone and sent a message to Xing, Qiana, and the others, inviting them to go shopping at Pinokani. As soon as Xiadia sent the message, she received a reply from Hu Tao. The head of the Wansheng Hall said, Great. Xiadia, you finally decided to come out and play. Wait for us a while. Hu Tao and Amber haven't appeared in the game yet. Xiadia was delighted to see Qiana agree. Xiadia smiled at Aglaia. Lord Aglaia, I'd like to take a day off. I want to go shopping at Pinokani. Aglaia guessed Xiadia's thoughts, and was relieved. The child finally had a friend. Her wish had finally come true. Go ahead. There's no rush to come back. Wandi then spoke. I take care of the city's defense, don't worry. Bai jokingly said. Then, mighty Lord Wandi, could you please take on my share of the work? After all, you now possess godhood. Wandi glanced at Bai. I'm busy. Bai saw this, and shook his head. Was such a drastic difference in treatment necessary? Xia Dai was delighted to have her leave, and began wandering around Yi Yun's shop, touching and looking at everything, curious about everything. Soon, Xing, Qiana, and the others returned to Yi Yun's shop. Hu Tao glanced around, her eyes locked on Xia Dai, who was playing with a small toy. Xia Dai? I missed you so much. Hu Tao rushed over, grabbed Xia Dai's hand, and jumped up and down. Xing, Qiana, and the others also came over. Yes, Xia Dai, you're finally willing to come out of Amphalos to play, Xing said. Xia Dai smiled. Before, it was due to some force majeure, but now that factor has disappeared, Ying said. Come on, Xiaodia, don't you want to go to Pinocchio? Let's go together. It's rare for you to come out today, so I treat you to some salada. It's super delicious. Then, the group huddled together through the portal to Pinocchio. Then, they reached their golden moment, each filling a bottle of salada. Xing took a sip of salada and looked at Xiaodia. Well, Xiaodia, is there anywhere you like to go? Xiaodia was happily drinking salada when Xing asked, stunned. Ah? Anywhere you want to go? No, I just want to go shopping and have fun with you guys. Lu Ying thought for a moment after hearing this. Is that so? Then why don't we go to Salada Park first? Do you want to go to the amusement park, Xiaodia? Xiaodia nodded. I'm fine with either. Lu Ying saw this. Then let's go to Salada Park. Let's play there first, and then go to the shopping street. Afterwards, Xing, Lu Ying, and the others took Xiaodia to Salada Park. Meanwhile, in Ampharos, Wendy returned to guard the gates of Oma. As soon as he arrived, he noticed something was amiss. Where are the soldiers at the gate? As soon as Wendy finished speaking, a black light struck, and Wendy struck out with a punch. The two collided, sending a dark shadow flying backwards. The attacker was none other than the fire thief. Wendy snorted coldly upon seeing who was coming. I was wondering who it was, but it turns out to be you, a stinking rat from the sewer. Perfect, I use you as a training ground. The god of war has arrived. Wendy took a step forward with his right foot and stomped the ground fiercely, his entire aura rising. Behind him, a shadowy figure, holding a large round shield and a spear, stood tall. The image of this god struck Wendy as very familiar, remarkably resembling the former titan of dissension. However, this shadowy figure was even more majestic, imbued with murderous intent. The fire thief's move was met with a huge question mark in his mind. No! This move isn't mentioned in the guidebook? Did I find a fake guidebook? Before the fire thief could even consider it, Wendy struck out with a punch. The fire thief swung out several consecutive sword strikes, but Wendy countered with his fists. With a few blows, he crushed the incoming black light. Wendy rushed in front of the fire thief and punched the golden light. The fire thief quickly used his teleportation ability to evade. Then, he reached behind Wendy and stabbed his sword through the 10th vertebra. The fire thief, delighted at his success, thought, "Die. I checked the strategy guide. Here is your weak spot." But the next moment, his joy faded. Wendy slowly turned, grasped the sword, and let out a terrifying laugh. Hee. Got you, little rat. The fire thief tried to pull his sword free, but it was in vain. Wendy punched him hard in the face, sending him flying backwards. Seeing this, the fire thief immediately called out, summoning his clones to fight Wendy together. Although Wendy had merged with Ares' divine nature, facing so many opponents at once, he was unable to defeat the fire thief. Thankfully, Bai and Aglaya arrived shortly after. Aglaya wielded his golden rapier and slashed it, creating a fissure from which countless pigeons flew out. The pigeons attacked the fire thief's clone, and the battle was fierce and stalemate. The pigeons were unable to eliminate the clone, and the clone was unable to escape to aid the fire thief's original form. Bai, wielding his great sword, charged at the fire thief. After a few exchanges of blows, Wendy joined the fray. Bai and Wendy stood side by side, their gazes meeting. Bai smiled. Wendy, you absorbed the divine power, yet you're still so embarrassed by this fellow. Wendy snorted coldly. Humph, I rarely argue with you. Let's take this fellow down first. This time, I must extract information from him. Wendy and Bai charged simultaneously, their coordinated attack forcing the fire thief into retreat, leaving him on the defensive, with no chance to fight back. Chapter 475. Without his weakness, Wendy was completely powerless against the fire thief. This guy was immortal in Amphalos. Slowly, the fire thief's injuries worsened. With no other choice, he had no choice but to flee. Wendy and Bai were furious upon seeing the fire thief flee. Damn it! We didn't stop him this time, Bai said, a little annoyed. Wendy said, It doesn't matter. Oma isn't what it used to be. With me here, this guy can't enter Oma. Aglaia approached, a dove with pure white feathers perched on her shoulder. The dove cooed a few times in Aglaia's ear, and Aglaia, understanding what it was saying, nodded. Okay, I understand. Follow him, and see where he's going. After giving the dove of peace instructions, Aglaia looked at Wandi and Bai. I sent the dove of peace along. If nothing unexpected happens, we might be able to find his lair. Bai was delighted upon hearing this. Really? That's fantastic. As long as we can find his lair, we charge in and capture him. Aglaia nodded slightly. Alright, Bai, return to the city and restore order. The recent battle was quite noisy, and the people in the city are probably frightened. Bai obeyed and headed towards the market. Wandi, on the other hand, sat in the security booth near the city gate, turned on the fan, closed his eyes, and rested his mind. In Omphalos, Nutshaw, with Aglaia's permission, was ascending Dawn Cloud Cliff. The higher he climbed, the more shadows he saw. From the conversations between these shadowy figures, Nikexia came to a terrifying conclusion. The so-called Titans were the golden ones from the last Fire Chaser journey. At first, it was just a guess, but slowly, as he neared the summit, Nikexia saw the girl, the one who had carried the Death Titan's fire from the previous Fire Chaser journey. This girl bore a striking resemblance to Xiadia. Nikexia looked up at Kiefel's body. The dawn machine on his back had now stopped functioning. Aglaia hadn't yet restarted it. The answer is right there. Almost there, almost there. Nikexia climbed all the way up, and soon arrived at the foot of Kiefel's body. He removed a small portion of Kiefel's body, and prepared to take it back for experiments. Nikexia also planned to contact Xiadia, and ask her to help him see if things were truly as he imagined, to journey into the underworld. Nikexia called Xiadia, but the phone rang for a long time, but Xiadia didn't answer. Seeing this, Xia chose to return home and wait. Meanwhile, Xia Dai was happily singing with Xing, Hutao, Kiana, and the others in a large KTV room. They were all young people, so naturally they were having a blast, making a lot of noise. Naturally, Xia Dai couldn't answer the phone. The phone was ringing? Did that thing ring? I didn't hear it. Xia Dai held the receiver, swaying happily from side to side, humming a beautiful and melodious song. Pig, your nose has 2 holes. Big eyes, and snot dripping. Pig, your eyes are so big. Xia Dai sang with great joy. She had never experienced anything like it before. Soon, it was Xing's turn. Xing put on her sunglasses and began to sing. Come on, come on. Everyone here, look over here, come join me. Pleasant goat. Beautiful goat. Lazy goat. Fey goat. Soft goat. Warm goat. Big bad wolf. Sing together. Don't look at me as just a goat. Goats are incredibly smart. The sky becomes bluer because of me. The white clouds become softer because of me. Lu Ying, Kiana, Hutao, Xia Dai, Seal, Pella, Ling Ke, Eula, and Amber all joined in singing along with Xing. This scene startled the waitress at the door. No, you're wearing sunglasses. I thought you were going to mic or DJ. You're singing this? Can you be so weird? You're not kids anymore, yet you're still singing children's songs. Although, you do look incredibly happy. Soon, Xing's turn ended, and Ying took the main stage. Ying imitated Xing, putting on sunglasses and starting to wave her hands. The waitress at the door saw this, and was already mentally prepared. This time, you wouldn't be surprised. Until Ying opened her mouth, the waitress's defense was completely broken. I'm not going to work tomorrow. So cool. So cool. I'm not going to work tomorrow. I can be as lazy as I want. I'm not going to work tomorrow. No need to squeeze on the bus at 8:30. I'm not going to work tomorrow. I can live a little more authentically. As Ying rapped, the waitress silently held back tears of envy. Waha. I have to work tomorrow. There are only 26 days left this month, and I don't have any vacation time left. The thought of having to work 26 consecutive days made the waitress feel hopeless, like the world was meaningless. Xing, Hutao, and the others sang until after 6 p.m. before leaving the private room. Xing went to the front desk to pay the bill, which totaled only 5,000 credits. That's right, Xing and the others hadn't ordered anything other than singing. After singing all afternoon, Xing and the others only had to pay the minimum room fee. In Ying's words, isn't the whole point of going to a KTV to sing? Why bother with singing and drinking? And why order food? The food was all pre-prepared, far inferior to the food Xiangling, Little Evil God, and the others had prepared. After paying the bill, they each bought an ice cream cone at a nearby ice cream shop and ate while strolling around. It was already evening, prime time, and the neon lights of many businesses were already lit. Pinocchio's night had officially begun. Unlike during the day, Pinocchio at night was infinitely more bustling. Many people gathered at this prime time to shop and have fun, and the streets were packed. Xing walked in front, clearing a path for the others behind him. Xing kept saying to the passers-by around him, "Make way, everyone, make way." Weaving through the crowd, Xing, Kiana, and the others arrived at Luying's secret base. Once there, the surroundings finally quieted down. Only Xing, Luying, and the others were present. A group of people lined up at the railing, watching the sunset over the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the clouds, painting the sky a vibrant orange. A gentle breeze caressed her face, and Xiaodia took a deep breath, enjoying the refreshing breeze. Xiaodia glanced at her friends beside her, then at the sunset. At that moment, she felt happier than ever. This was what it felt like to be out and about with friends. It was wonderful.